Chapter 951. Breaking up should be decent. No one should say sorry. After Chin Sun had a brief exchange with the girl, he borrowed her drawing board, paintbrush, and small stool. Not far behind Chin Sun, everyone tacitly formed a semicircle around him, and surrounded him 2 or 3 meters away, so that no one could get through. The short people were in front, the tall people were in the back, and the people at the back stood on tiptoe. Su Luluo stood in the first row by strength, and Huang Huai also stood in the first row by showing his face. 40 or 50 people looked at Chin Sun in unison. Many people took out their phones to take photos and record videos. One brave man even held his phone over Director Wang's bald head and found the best angle. Chin Sun sat on a small stool, looking at the rippling lake. After a moment of silence, he picked up a pencil and wrote a line on a piece of white paper. Farewell to Peking University. This is farewell to Cambridge on Earth. Blue Star has been a parallel world to Earth and has developed independently since modern times. Some modern masters such as Sujima, Heisei, etc. do not exist in this world. The pen in Chin Sun's hand rustled, and each word was written in large size. I left quietly just as I came quietly. I waved quietly farewell to the clouds in the west. Everyone was shocked when they saw these lines of words. But no one spoke, so as not to disturb Chin Sun's artistic creation. Otherwise, he would be arrested by Director Wang and sent to labor reform. They looked shocked. What is this for? Writing lyrics? It's a bit like modern poetry. Is it so fancy? There was silence all around, and Chin Sun continued to write. The golden willows by the river are the brides in the sunset. The beautiful shadows in the waves ripple in my heart. The waterweed on the soft mud, swaying in the water, in the gentle waves of the waving lake. I am willing to be a waterweed. When you see this, you have already seen some of the flavor, and know that this is a modern poem. And it is an excellent modern poem. Many students are immersed in the artistic conception of the poem. It expresses the author's reluctant farewell. Su Luluo knew that Chin Sun was acting, and she was distracted when she saw the line, the golden willows by the river are brides in the sunset. She turned her head to look at the willow tree whose trunk was shaking, and leaves were falling after being punched by Chin Sun, and thought, the golden willow is Mr. Chin's bride? Isn't that Sister Xiaoning? Did Mr. Chin hint that he would abuse Sister Xiaoning in the future? How scary. Suddenly, Huang Huai looked at the lines of words and was touched. He stepped forward and recited from beginning to end in a soft and emotional voice. I left quietly, just as I came quietly. The pool under the elm tree. It's not a clear spring, it's a rainbow in the sky, crushed among the floating algae. A rainbow-like dream is precipitated. Looking for dreams? Hold a long pole. Go upstream to where the grass is greener. A boat full of starlight, singing in the starlight. Chin Sun was delighted when he heard Huang Huai express the emotions in the poem. He himself didn't want to recite, because he thought it was too artificial. But now someone is willing to be hypocritical for him. And he is also actively cooperating, speeding up his writing speed. Huang Huai is affectionate. But I can't sing quietly is the farewell of the flute. Summer insects are silent for me. Silence is the Beijing University tonight. It was quiet all around. Only the sound of the wind. Only the sound of water. Only the rustling of leaves. And Huang Huai's poetry recitation. I left quietly just as I came quietly. I waved my sleeves without taking away a piece of cloud. Chin Sun finished writing, and Huang Huai finished missing. The students around were silent. There was no applause, cheers, or cheers. They stood quietly by the lake, watching Chin Sun, and experiencing the emotions in the poem. Attachment, reluctance, typhoid fever, silence. The emotions in these poems were like threads, wrapping their hearts into a cocoon, making them feel suffocated. Chin Sun took the paper off the drawing board, stood up and walked to Director Wang, and handed it to him with both hands. Director Wang took it with both hands, and felt that the paper was heavy, and his body was shaking with excitement. Not only did I not get beaten, but I also brought such a poem to the school? Chin Sun was driven away by himself. But he did not resist. Instead, he waved his sleeves, not taking away a cloud, but also left such a poem. It's really shameful. Director Wang held the paper in both hands like an imperial edict, and sighed, Mr. Chin, I'm sorry. Chin Sun showed a slightly cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Breaking up should be decent. No one should say sorry. After speaking, Chin Sun turned around, looked at the students who were silently watching him, and nodded gently. He said nothing, and walked out with heavy steps. The students consciously made way, watched Chin Sun and Su Luoluo go away, and got on a business car. In less than a minute, the taillights of the car were invisible. I don't know why. After listening to the poem written by Chin Sun, everyone had a feeling in their hearts. Chin Sun might never come again. Inexplicably, they felt like they had lost a relative, a good friend. There was silence at the scene. Huang Hui watched the car disappear from his sight, took a deep breath, turned around and looked at Director Wang coldly. Director Wang saw Huang Hui's eyes. Although he was facing a student, he was a little evasive because he felt guilty. Student Huang, what are you doing? Huang Hui thought of Chin Sun's lonely back as he left the scene just now, and angrily interrupted Director Wang's words and said, Director Wang, what did Chin Sun do wrong? You had to drive him to school in public, destroying his dream. Do you know how much psychological damage this will cause to him? This was the first time that Director Wang was scolded by a student, and he was stunned. Huang Hui did not give him a chance to explain, and turned away from the crowd. Director Wang looked at her leaving back inside. It was true. I was not popular today. Suddenly, he noticed that the students around him did not disperse, but surrounded him. Many people looked at him with contempt. Director Wang puffed up his big belly, restored his usual majestic demeanor, and said loudly, Disperse? All disperse. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Disrespect for teachers. As soon as the voice fell, a boy's shout rang out at the end of the crowd. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Beijing University is a holy place for learning after all. We are all highly educated people. How can we drive someone away for no reason just because of some gossip on the internet? Director Wang stood on tiptoe, stretched his neck to look at the crowd, and shouted loudly. Who is it? Which class? Stand up. No one stood up, but someone took the lead, and the scene suddenly became lively. The students were like guerrilla warfare. When Director Wang looked to the left, someone on the right shouted to defend Chin Sun. When he looked to the right, the student on the left attacked him again. Chin Sun has been in school for the past half-month. Everyone has seen what kind of person he is. Could he be the kind of person the internet says he is? If he is really the arrogant and domineering person the internet says he is, how could he pretend for so long? Which evil person would take photos with students in a friendly manner, and accept all the students? He has taken thousands of photos. When will the public opinion on the internet be able to influence the decision-making of Jingsheng University? Do we have to use public opinion to convict people? Tomorrow is the last day. Why do you have to kick people out today? Can't you even be decent? You are not even as good as a technical school, and you still want others to think well of you. Director Wang was so angry after being scolded that he shouted loudly. What are you going to rebel against? Don't you know more about Chin Sun's study progress in the past half-month than I do? One by one, no exam tomorrow. Don't you want to review today? Aren't you afraid of failing the exam? Chapter 952 Shock. Chin Sun was expelled from the school and broke the defense. He actually did such a thing by the Weiming Lake. The surroundings were quiet for a moment. Another boy said loudly, Isn't it just sleeping in class and drawing? It's not a big deal. It's not something unforgivable. When Director Wang heard this, he immediately stood on tiptoe, stretched his neck, and said, Who said that? Listen to it yourself. Is this human language? A few sneers rang out in the crowd. Someone took the lead and left. Gradually, the group of students dispersed. There was only one quiet girl standing by the lake, looking at Director Wang, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Director Wang asked, What's wrong with you? The girl looked at the paper in his hand and said, Director Wang, the drawing paper in your hand is mine, I want. Director Wang was startled, and immediately rolled up the drawing paper, put it behind his back, and shook his head like a rattle. Don't even think about it. This is really not possible. This is the property Chin Sun left to the school, and it will be kept by the school. After saying that, he ignored the girl's sad eyes, turned around and took a group of security guards to the principal's office to report the situation. Principal's office. Director Wang stood respectfully in front of the principal's desk. He saw the principal nodding his head while looking at the drawing paper, and a smile appeared on his lips from time to time, and his nervous mood suddenly relaxed a lot. After reading it, the principal smoothed the drawing paper with his hand, raised his head, and said with a smile, Director Wang, you said this was given to the school by Chin Sun? Director Wang, yes, he gave it to the school. But the situation was urgent at the time, and there were many students around, so I couldn't ask if the copyright of the poem was given to the school. The principal waved his hand and said, "So mercenary. In an era when modern poetry is declining, it is our blessing that Chin Sun can write such a poem at the future lake." Seeing that the principal was in a good mood, Director Wang told him about the students watching him leave the school, and how he was criticized by the students afterwards. At the end, he was a little worried. "Principal, with Chin Sun's popularity, this may cause some disturbances on the internet." The principal nodded and said with a smile, "Just a little bit of frust. Students should behave like students, and teachers should behave like teachers. You both did a good job today." He paused and looked at the poem on the table again. "Chin Sun is also very good." The principal stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the road leading to the school gate. Only some students rode bicycles on the road, but Chin Sun's car was not seen. The principal said in a deep voice, "He left today because of grievances. One day, I will personally invite him back." The business car drove out of the school gate. In the car, Su Luluo turned his head to look at Chin Sun, who was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, unable to suppress the emotions in his heart, and whispered, "Mr. Chin? Mr. Chin?" Chin Sun opened his eyes. His eyes were calm. "What's wrong?" Su Luluo gave a thumbs up and said, "You are really an actor. With your performance today, I can't even imagine how much your fans will miss you tomorrow." "Oh my god, oh my god," Chin Sun said seriously. "What performance? It's all true feelings." Su Luluo hesitated again and said cautiously, "I don't believe it." Chin Sun smiled lightly and didn't bother with her, and found that she was more naughty than before, and dared to joke with him. She used to be so cautious every day, as if she was afraid that he would fire her at any time. Chin Sun said, "Su, don't call me you all the time when you talk to me. We don't call our elders you very often. It sounds weird to me." He paused for a moment and said with a thick accent, "I don't know how to make shoes. I don't know how to make nails. I've washed garlic. I hear you call me you all the time. It's the same feeling you get when you hear what I said just now. You're too polite." Su Luluo's eyes turned red. She had noticed before that no one around Chin Sun, whether Xiaoning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, Yi Lan, Song Ying, Mi Xier, or An Ke, used honorifics to Chin Sun. Even Xiao Lele didn't use honorifics most of the time. She was the only one who was well-behaved and clever, always observing the expressions of others, and never missed any opportunity to flatter them. She had no complaints about this, but she envied them for not having that sense of distance from Chin Sun. Now that she heard Chin Sun say that she wouldn't have to use honorifics in the future, Su Luluo was deeply moved and asked, "Boss Chin Yu, why do you suddenly say this?" Chin Sun looked at Su Luluo's red eyes, turned his head to look at the green trees flying upside down outside the window, and said, "Since you are willing to go to jail for my reputation, which I don't care about, then we will be one of our own from now on. It's a bit vulgar to give you a raise, but it's more appropriate to turn you into you." He said it in a deep tone, very sincerely. Su Luluo wanted to say, "It's not vulgar to give you a raise," but she still didn't have the courage, and said it loudly instead. "Boss Chin, I've been one of you for a long time. I'm the #1 lackey around Boss Chin." Chin Sun. Su Luluo's flattery from Chengwan is a bit weird. Jingcheng University. Weiming Lake. As the sky gets darker, it gradually becomes quiet. The lake is rippling, as if nothing happened. And the videos shot by the students are uploaded to Douyin one after another. In order to stand out, the titles are more weird than the other. After a night of fermentation, it exploded on the internet the next day. Office of the General Manager of Beijing Film and Television. Zhang Lei had just finished a high-intensity meeting and was lying on the sofa to rest. A few days ago, he was under great pressure from the board of directors and received no less than 10 phone calls from people who scolded him. After Zhu Yu and Zhu Mao Qiani and Gao Man were successively criticized, and Chin Sun was listed on the hot search again, he was scolded less. Beijing Film and Television Company conducted a comprehensive analysis and prediction of the movies to be released in the summer season. There will be 1 or 2 movies with higher box office than their movie mystery case Deep Eyes. However, their movies are good because of their low cost, good scripts, and considerable profitability. Who would have thought that Chin Sun, this mad dog, would bike from the spring festival to the summer vacation? They even invited Yi Lan, Zhu Yu and Zhu Mao Qiani, and Gao Man to form an all-star lineup. The most hateful thing is that Fatal Identity and Mystery Deep Eyes are actually the same theme. Isn't this a ruination? Fortunately, that movie can't be released. After a while, John Lay opened his eyes and took out his mobile phone to watch Douyin to relax. These days, his favorite way to relieve stress is to watch netizens scold Chin Sun. In the first few days when Chin Sun was on the hot search, he saw the abuse of Chin Sun by the internet users and black fans. The more they scolded, the bigger the scale, the more inappropriate for children, and he was very happy. Chin Sun did not resist at all. There was no sign of the internet users to resist, which made the situation very good. But after a few days, John Lay found from Douyin that Chin Sun was not affected at all, and he was still in school, studying, sleeping. He didn't see Chin Sun crying bitterly, and felt like he had punched cotton. He felt uncomfortable. He felt that spending money on buying internet users and hot searches was not worth it. It wasn't good enough. Chin Sun didn't cry bitterly on his knees, which was not good enough. John Lay changed his strategy and began to direct the wind to Jingcheng University, so that public opinion would put pressure on Jingcheng University. In the past few days, he has been paying attention to whether it has any effect. John Lay opened Douyin and skillfully typed in the two words Chin Sun. A search prompt popped up immediately. Shocked, Chin Sun was expelled from school and broke the defense. He actually did such a thing by the Weiming Lake. John Lay's eyes lit up and sat up. What happened? Chin Sun pooped in the street? He laughed twice, clicked on the video, and praised himself. Planning in the tent, deciding the outcome thousands of miles away. Chapter 953. Every time I call Chin Go, I waste my cell phone. John Lay sat on the sofa, watching the video happily. This is a long video, starting from Director Wang and several security guards looking for Chin Sun, and recording until they left. John Lay saw Director Wang and a group of people looking for Chin Sun, telling him to leave the school, and Chin Sun said that sentence in a painful voice. Aren't you letting me come on the last day of this semester? He paused the video, slid his fingers, enlarged Chin Sun's painful expression, admiring his masterpiece, and suddenly his breasts were unblocked. Cool, so cool. This is worth the money spent on hiring water army and buying hot search. Kicking you out on the last day is extremely hurtful and extremely insulting. As expected of the leader of Jingcheng University, he grasped the timing just right. John Lay continued to play the video, and saw Chin Sun say those words in a miserable way. Life is just like this. I didn't get into Jingcheng University, and now I can't finish the last day of class here this semester. Regret runs through life, and we always do more regrettable things in regret. John Lay felt like he had gotten revenge. Not only was his breast duct unblocked, but he also felt that his prostatitis was cured, and his scalp was numb with joy. He said viciously, "You said it very well. And it's right. From now on, regret will run through your entire life. At a young age, you have achieved some meager." He paused, and felt that the word meager was a bit difficult to say. So he changed his words. With just a little achievement, you dare to look down on others, and even dare to think about my life. You are simply courting death. John Lay continued to read with a smile on his face. He saw Chin Sun punch the willow tree and shout that sentence. Damn it! You still can't do it? John Lay laughed out loud. His voice was a little distorted with joy, like the cry of a goose, cursing. How on earth can you say such a childish thing? Of course you can't do it. You absolutely can't eat up my company. Absolutely impossible. You can do it. The emotions that John Lay had suppressed for a long time in his heart exploded at this moment, with a loud voice, and his eyes were a little red. He pressed the pause button, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been insulted and hurt so much by a person. He wanted to peel off Chin Sun's skin and eat Chin Sun's flesh. Now seeing Chin Sun's heart collapse, he felt that after confirming that Fatal Identity could not be released, he spent the money just to vent his anger. It was worth it. John Lay lowered his head and continued to play the video. When he saw Chin Sun borrow a drawing board from a female student and started writing, saying that he wanted to leave something for the school, he frowned slightly, having a bad premonition in his heart. What will he leave for the school? What a big tone! Will he be able to turn the tide? When John Lay thought of this, he immediately shook his head. Impossible. He paused the video, enlarged the screen, wanted to see the words on the drawing board clearly, but it was still not clear, so he had to continue playing, and prepared to look at the comments later. Suddenly, Wang Huai's emotional voice came out from the video. I left quietly. Just as I came quietly. I waved quietly. Farewell to the clouds in the west. Zhang Lei was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Is this a modern poem? Huang Huai's voice continued to come out from the video. Zhang Lei's brows were getting more and more furrowed. When he heard, "In the gentle waves of Waming Lake, I am willing to be a waterweed," he cursed. Flattering? No backbone. Despicable. Suck up dog. You have to write a poem to lick Jingcheng University? He cursed a few times, and the more he cursed, the less confident he became. Because Huang Huai's voice continued, his literary literacy was not low, through half of the poem. He had already felt the value of this poem. It was just an ordinary parting sadness, but he used plain words to write about it with a thunderous feeling. Zhang Lei's expression became more and more ugly. In the video, Huang Huainian said the last sentence. I left quietly. Just as I came quietly. I waved my sleeves. Without taking away a cloud. When Zhang Lei heard this sentence, his face darkened, and he watched the video with wide eyes. In the video, Qin Sun gave the poem to the school leaders, turned around and left. The students watching automatically made way for him, and watched him leave in silence. Zhang Lei took a deep breath, and his nostrils swelled with anger. He knew that the students' silence at this time meant that they were moved by Qin Sun. And they empathized with Qin Sun. The bastard. His poem touched the students' hearts, and made them feel sorry for Qin Sun. If even the top students in the country could resonate with it. Then when this video was released, Qin Sun's fans and literature lovers would have a collective climax. A celebrity was forcibly expelled from Beijing University, and wrote a good poem in anger. There are too many elements, buffs are stacked up, no wonder Qin Sun is on the hot search again. Could it be? This is another marketing trick of his? But your movie is gone, what marketing is yours? Zhang Lei showed a painful look on his face, much more painful than Qin Sun's expression in the video, gritting his teeth. You wave your sleeves, and don't take away a cloud? Yes. You don't take away the clouds, you take away my company. You want my life. I'll hack your mother, no, I'll hack you. He stood up, looked at the wall in front of him, resisted the urge to throw the phone, resisted it again and again, really couldn't help it. It doesn't matter if I have one more. As he said that, he threw the phone hard, and it hit the wall. The phone was broken into pieces all over the floor. Damn it, every time I call Chinko, I waste my phone. At the same time, Haicheng, Xiaoning's villa. Because of the busy work in recent days, Xiaoning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun, the three sisters, were very tired, so they slept in today as an exception. After waking up, Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun both ran to Xiaoning's bed in their pajamas, and the three of them played around for a while. After that, Wu Yu took out her phone to check the hot searches. After becoming a director, she would check the hot searches every day, wanting to see Fatal Identity on the hot searches, but not wanting Qin Sun to be on the hot searches. After all, Qin Sun is uncontrollable. Likes to commit suicide. As soon as she opened the Douyin hot searches, Wu Yu exclaimed, Old nun, didn't your man have a naked video chat with you last night? Xia Ning's face turned cold. What are you talking about? Wu Yu turned the phone over, facing it at Xia Ning's face. If he contacted you last night, why didn't he tell you that he was so pretentious again? Xia Ning looked at him, and was also stunned. He didn't tell me this last night? He was able to resist showing off? He matured? Niu Xiaojun saw Wu Yu and Xia Ning were frozen like being acupunctured one after another. And curiously, he leaned over to look at his phone. He saw that on Douyin's hot list, Qin Sun dominated the list. The first three were all him. Shocked, Qin Sun was expelled from school and broke the defense. And he actually did such a thing by the Waming Lake. Farewell to Jingda. Qin Sun set off a new storm on the internet. Farewell to Jingda has a very high artistic content. And Jingcheng University may include Farewell to Jingda in the school textbooks. Niu Xiaojun was also stunned. And then he said hack, and reached out to click on the first hot list. I want to see what Qin Sun did to Su Luoluo by the Waming Lake. Xia Ning? Chapter 954 Pretending? It's just a matter of convenience. After reading the first trending search, listening to Huang Huainian's poem, Xia Ning and the other two watched Qin Sun's lonely figure leave. Xia Ning was silent. Niu Xiaojun noticed Xia Ning's expression and jokingly said, What's wrong? Are you worried about your man? Xia Ning shook her head gently and said, No, I just feel I don't seem to know him well enough. His growth rate is really amazing. After saying that, She thought of Chin Sun's previous statement that he wanted to independently make a popular game. Although she still felt that it was impossible rationally, she was already a little shaken in her heart. What if? Impossible. But what if? So scary. Wu ignored the other two people and took a look at the video, which already had 600,000 likes, and was shocked. It was shot by a student who definitely didn't have much money to invest in Dojo. And it was a long video, and the completion rate of long videos is very low, which will affect the system streaming. Besides, it was just one night. This video has received so many likes. You can imagine the number of views. Wu clicked on the comment area and began to read the tens of thousands of comments. Xia Ning and Liu Xiaojun stopped talking and looked at the comments of netizens. This poem Farewell to Jingda is absolutely beautiful, and its charm is so deep that it can erode your bones. The artistic conception and emotion in the poem are perfectly blended, and the rhyme is melodious, like the sound of nature, round and harmonious. The depth of emotion is heartbreaking. It pushes the harmony of emotion and scenery to the extreme peak. The sadness of parting is so strong that it seems to solidify, and it takes a long time to dissipate. A young man who just graduated and still misses campus life went to the dream Jingcheng University to attend classes, and was expelled from the school the next day after the study ended. And with Chin Sun's hot temper, he did not resist. He just wrote, "I left quietly, just as I came quietly." What a delicate and gentle emotion. How can you bear to hurt someone like this? I don't know how good this poem is, but I know it's a good poem. Chin Sun was driven away, but he repaid evil with kindness, leaving a strong mark on Jingcheng University for country C and world literature. In the past, people always said that the three-body problem was not delicate enough, a science fiction that was more entertaining, and Chin Sun could not stand up as a writer. What about now? Tell me, does he have a leg to stand on? He has stepped on your face. A few days ago, Chin Sun was on the hot search because of his slacking off, but he did not use the trolls to clean up the mess and let others slander him. Now that the song Farewell to Jingda has been released, his fans are like crazy, and they are full of fighting power, and they are fighting for Chin Sun in the comments section. The black fans are like kittens that have just been castrated, sick and silent. I want to know who is blacking Chin Sun. Other stars can be forgotten for hitting people with their cars, can pay for drug use secretly, and can still be active on the screen for beating people. How come Chin Sun is just touching a fish, and it's like he slept with your wife? And you guys are going to chase him and bite him? What did Chin Sun do to you? Do you want him to die? Chin Sun's death is a loss to the world. Chin Sun is only a few years old, still very young. You can't ask him to be as calm and restrained as an old man. So what if he occasionally speaks wildly? He is breaking the law. Call the police if you have evidence. If you don't have evidence, shut up. Is touching a fish against the law of heaven? Will it be on the hot search for several days? The movie that others have worked so hard to invest money and work hard on died. I feel a little angry. You are still old enough to provoke others and blame others for swearing? If it's me, I want to feed you shit mouth to mouth. You saw the comments of those netizens in the comment area, relieved a lot and laughed. Sure. The box office is sure. Before the movie is released, if the male lead's popularity rises to a higher level, how can the box office not be stable? As she said this, she happily pinched Xia Ning's butt. Xia Ning was startled and covered her butt. Are you sick? Wu took up her hand, blew away the warmth on her fingertips, and said, What's wrong? My technique is not as good as Chin Sun's. Xia Ning. I don't know why, after having a boyfriend, in the confrontation with Wu Yu and Liu Xiaojun, she is often inexplicably at a disadvantage. Wu Yu lay on the bed with her arms and legs spread out, recalling the comments praising Chin Sun, and sighed. I understand. Chin Sun's trick is called suppressing before praising. He keeps himself on the hot search without dealing with it, maintaining his black and red popularity, and letting others scold him. His fans must be very upset. When things ferment to the extreme and the scope of influence is large enough, he immediately covers it with a new hot spot. This is a common method of suppressing the hot hand. No matter how you clean up, it is better to directly detonate another hot spot. I never thought that Chin Sun's desire to be on the hot search is as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. As she spoke, her voice became more and more cheerful. Moreover, this time the hot search is positive, and Chin Sun puts himself in the position of the victim, which arouses the desire of his fans to protect him. It makes them cry. Wu Yu gently kicked Xia Ning with her foot and asked, Hey! Old nun, Is Chin-sun really a straight man? You said he can't grasp your psychology, but I think he can grasp the emotions of female netizens so skillfully on a large scale? Xia-ning heard Wu Yu describe Chin-sun's behavior as a large-scale girl-chasing, and she felt a little unhappy. She was silent for a moment and said, "It's just a marketing campaign." "Marketing? He's a master." Niu Xiaojun came forward and said, "Old nun, why don't you call and check on your little brother? If you're a little late, other women will get there first." As she said that, she imitated Song Ying's tone and spoke in a duck voice. "Chin-sun Gigi, I feel so sorry for you." Xia-ning frowned slightly, didn't say anything, but she did feel a little uncomfortable. In the video with Chin-sun last night, there was nothing wrong with him. He stayed in Hamiyu's office writing code as usual. Too diligent. He didn't mention at all that he had installed a lot of things while writing poems at school. Could it be that after being separated from each other for a few days without in-depth communication, there was a gap between him and me? Xia-ning took out her mobile phone and called Chin-sun. "Hello? Chin-sun, hello." "Xia-ning, what are you doing?" "Chin-sun, I'm writing code at the company." Xia-ning hesitated for a moment and said, "You installed so much yesterday, why didn't you tell me?" After that, she pricked up her ears and listened. "Chin-sun, what are you pretending to be?" Xia-ning's voice gradually turned cold. "Are you still pretending to be confused? Writing poetry by the Waiming Lake. Chin-sun, is writing poetry pretentious? I don't think so. It's just something that happens. Are you shocked by my handsomeness?" Xia-ning smiled when she heard his shameless words, and felt much better. He was still the same. He hid it from me, but he was planning to scare me. What a bad taste. Xia-ning laughed. "Isn't this showing off?" "You are showing off again." On the other end of the phone, Chin-sun laughed and repeated, "It's just a matter of convenience." Xia-ning. "I'm so angry. The distance is too far. I can't hit this guy." Suddenly Chin-sun said, "Have you finished editing the promotional video for Fatal Identity? Send it to me for review." Chapter 955. I'm talking about stabbing with a knife. Hang up the phone. Chin-sun waited in the office for a while, and received several promotional videos sent by Wu Yu in his mailbox. He finished watching, rubbed his temples with both hands, and sighed. "This is a carving on shit." Su Luoluo was sitting at the coffee table making tea, heard Chin-sun say this, looked up, and immediately lowered his head. "I didn't hear it. This lawsuit cannot be filed, anyway. Wu Yu is not my sister Xia-ning. Shit is shit." After a while, Chin-sun called Wu Yu. As soon as the call was connected, he hadn't spoken yet, but he heard Wu Yu's voice with a hint of expectation, asking, "Chin-sun, what do you think of the promotional video I edited?" Chin-sun heard her tone, and endured all the shit in his stomach said, "Not bad, but it needs to be improved." Wu Yu was very smart, and seemed to have heard that Chin-sun was not satisfied with these promotional videos, and said in a low voice, "You know, suspense films are not easy to edit. This is the best trailer I can make." Chin-sun hesitated for a moment, said, "Actually, this is fine. No problem. In a few days, just send out the promotional video like this." As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu on the other end of the phone said anxiously, "No. Chin-sun, how can you do things so sloppily? You obviously saw the problem. Why didn't you tell me? I obviously could have gotten 100 points. Why did you hand in a paper with 99 points? A good promotional video is seductive, the better it is. The more attractive it is, and it can seduce more audiences to buy tickets to enter. What's wrong? You think the money is too much, and you don't want to make money anymore?" The voice on the other end suddenly became louder, and the tone was a little fierce. "Tell me the direction of improvement. I will work myself to death in the next 2 days, and cut out a new promotional video." Chin-sun's ears hurt from the shout. He understood that Wu Yu attached great importance to this movie, as if it was the key link for her. A top student with 99 points. To transform into a top student with 100 points. Wu Yu would not tolerate anyone's blasphemy, including himself. Chin-sun was infected by her emotions, took his legs off the desk, sat up a little straighter, and said seriously, "Wu Yu, it's actually not easy to edit a promotional video for a suspense movie. It's not bad that you can edit it like this. But you have higher aspirations. Then, I'll help you." The other end of the phone said him. Chin-sun said, "The trailer of a suspense film needs to cleverly combine suspense elements, visual appeal, plot previews, and audience emotional mobilization to stimulate the audience's curiosity and desire to watch the movie. You need to pay attention to the following key elements. First, an attractive beginning. The trailer should quickly grab the audience's attention at the beginning, which can be achieved through a sudden thriller scene, a thought-provoking puzzle, or a tense dialogue. This can make the audience immediately interested in the film. Second, fragmentation. Narrative. Avoid directly revealing the key plot or ending instead. By showing a few key scenes or clues, let the audience piece together the information by themselves, arouse their imagination and curiosity. Third, show the charm of the characters. Fourth, set up suspense. Fifth, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Fifth, high-quality production. Sixth, guiding ending. Seventh, precise audience positioning. Jin-sun talked a lot, hearing that the other side was silent, asked, "Wu Yu, did you remember it clearly?" Wu Yu replied, "It's okay, just keep talking, I can understand, I've recorded it, I'll listen to it again later." Jin-sun heard that he was recorded, felt valued, cleared his throat immediately, made his voice deep and attractive, and continued, "I'm done. Will you all?" Jin-sun smiled, and continued, "In short, a good suspense film trailer should be a well-designed puzzle box. It not only shows the essence and charm of the film, but also retains enough mystery and suspense. The audience must walk into the theater in anticipation to find the answer." Wu Yu on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and said in an amazed tone, "Jin-sun, really? You are quite smart when you are not stupid." No wonder Xia Ning, the old nun, was seduced by you and returned to secular life. After listening to your conversation, I feel like I have been enlightened, and I have the confidence to cut a good promotional film. Jin-sun frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean I am quite smart when I am not stupid? Your breasts are quite big when you are not flat." Just after he finished speaking, he heard the other end quiet down, and then Xia Ning's cold voice sounded, "Jin-sun, are you going to die?" "Jin-sun." He hung up the phone silently. "Damn." Suddenly, Jin-sun found that Su Luoluo was also looking at him with an admiring look. He held the handle of the chair, put his right leg on the chair, looked nonchalant, and asked, "What's the matter? You are also impressed by my handsomeness?" "Su Luoluo," she sighed and said, "Boss Jin, you are still quite handsome when you are not ugly." "Jin-sun?" Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Jin-sun received a new promotional video from Wu Yu. After watching it, he hadn't had time to comment on Wu Yu before he received a call from Xia Ning. "Hello? How about the new promotional video edited by Wu Yu?" Jin-sun nodded with satisfaction, knowing that Xia Ning's phone must be on speaker. And Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun were also eavesdropping. He praised loudly. Although Wu Yu is stupid, he can make up for his shortcomings with hard work. According to Wu Yu, a good promotional video is seductive. And these promotional videos are the most coquettish women in the brothel. They are really good at seducing people. After saying that, Jin-sun heard Xia Ning's deep breath on the other end of the phone. And it seemed that he was very angry. "Jin-sun, say nice things nicely. Don't bring so much worldly airs." As soon as the words fell, Wu Yu's voice sounded again. "It's okay, I'm a big man and don't bear grudges." Ha ha ha. Wu Yu's laughter was a little proud, and there was a hint of arrogance in his pride. After a while, Xia Ning asked, "Jin-sun, should we send out the promotional video now?" Jin-sun thought for a moment and said, "No hurry. Now that Goodbye to Beijing University is in full swing, my popularity and reputation as the male lead have reached a new level. This is a good promotion for the movie itself. Wait a few days, after the heat has subsided, we will send out this promotional video without Juyu and Jiu Maochini. And Goldman, give the audience another big surprise." Xia Ning said with a smile. "Well, okay. I thought so too." She paused and lowered her voice a little. "When will you come back?" Jin-sun turned his head to look out the window, thought for a moment, said, "Give me 7 more days. After 7 days, I will return to Haicheng, release the promotional video, and start to stab Zhang Lei's anus hard." Just after he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. "Beep, beep, beep, Jin-sun? What's going on this is? It's so fast, I don't even have time to say goodbye. I stabbed Zhang Lei's anus. Why are you so nervous?" Suddenly, Jin-sun realized that something was wrong, quickly opened WeChat, and sent a voice message to Xia Ning. "I said to stab Zhang Lei's anus hard with a knife." A knife. Chapter 956. People's minds don't grow overnight, and they will suffer a few losses. The next day, Jin-sun left Su Luoluo at the company, and asked the driver to take him to buy some gifts, and rushed to Lu Shichuan's manor in the suburbs of Beijing. When he first came to Beijing, he and Xiaoning took time to go there. Now he will leave in a few days, and he needs to say goodbye to his master. Otherwise, the old man will definitely pretend to accidentally reveal his dissatisfaction to his grandmother. Grandma called Lu Jingya again. Lu Jingya accidentally leaked it to Xiaoning. Xiaoning was filial, and would definitely take him back to Beijing to apologize. Rather than going around in circles, it would be better to come now. Qin Sun looked at the gifts in the car and sighed. Alas, where there are people, there is the world. What is the world? The world is the human relationship. In the manor, Qin Sun had been here several times, so he didn't let the housekeeper lead the way. He walked to the living room by himself and saw that there was only one person in the living room. It turned out to be Lu Yisun. She was wearing a light and loose pajamas, sitting on the big sofa and picking her toes. Qin Sun took a look and frowned. Although her toes looked slender and white, there were 6 times more bacteria on women's feet than men's. How could they not smell? Qin Sun pretended not to see it and continued to walk inside, preparing to go to the study to look for Lu Shaoquan. Suddenly, he heard Lu Yisun calling him from behind. Hey, Qin Sun, you are so rude. I am such a big living person sitting here. And you, an outsider. Come in. Don't you even say hello to the host family? Qin Sun ignored her and continued to walk forward. Lu Yisun said again, Hey, lend me 3 million. I will pay you back 4 million during the new year. Hearing this, Qin Sun felt strange, stopped, turned his head, and looked at Lu Yisun. Borrow money? A sad look immediately appeared on Lu Yisun's face. She crossed her hands over her chest, and deliberately made a pitiful look. I borrowed high-interest loans abroad, and now I'm running back home to avoid the debt. I don't even dare to go back. If I can't pay back the money, they will. She lowered her head, and bit her lips lightly. They are going to defile my innocent body. As she said this, she threw herself on the sofa, and crawled on the sofa with her peachy buttocks sticking out, and her graceful curves became even more attractive. Woo. Qin Sun watched silently for a moment, and uttered 2 words softly. Damn, retard. He turned and left. Lu Yisun got up from the sofa, reached out and gently wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, watched Qin Sun's departing back, and sneered. Damn impotence. I'm giving you a chance to pay with your body, and you don't even want it? Qin Sun had just found him in Lu Shichuan's study, and said he would leave in a few days, and he was pulled to the practice room to teach boxing. It was still Lu-style Bajiquan. Lu Shaoquan watched Qin Sun perform the boxing from beginning to end, nodded with satisfaction, and then carefully corrected some of the flaws that Qin Sun deliberately revealed. 2 hours later, the two sat cross-legged on the floor of the training room. Lu Shaoquan looked at his last disciple in front of him, and was in a good mood. He opened his mouth and praised. Qin Sun, you are really gifted. You can write poems, and you can fight. He sighed. You are a good young man. Don't just spend your mind on making money. Don't mess around with Xiaoning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and other girls, and keep turning around in the shit jar of the entertainment industry. What you should do most now is to practice boxing, and strive to establish a great reputation internationally. If you need money, I can give you some pocket money every month. Qin Sun waved his hands repeatedly. I don't dare. I'm an adult. How can I still rely on my parents? Lu Shaoquan smiled, and a dreamy look suddenly appeared in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking about. In a few days, when we go to Jade country to celebrate Xia Jing's grandson's 100th day, I will find a few underground boxers from Jade country to practice boxing with you. The kind that makes blood? You can't practice real kung fu without blood under your fists. Qin Sun saw the excitement on his grandfather's face, and felt helpless. He didn't know what kind of years his grandfather had gone through when he was young, and why he had such a deep obsession with the ultimate boxing. Now that he was old, he wanted to show his skills for him. Qin Sun didn't want to spoil his fun, and agreed. Okay, Grandpa, but my martial arts skills are average. Don't look for a boxer who is too good. Lu Shaoquan laughed out loud, which was rare, and said, It doesn't matter. You are already a first-class master. With my guidance, you will soon become a super first-class master. Besides, we are watching you fight black boxing next to you. Can we really see you get beaten to death? As he said, he frowned, and a trace of indignation flashed across his face. Especially Xia Zheng, when you are in danger, he will definitely shoot your opponent dead with one shot. Qin Sun caught the indignant look on his grandfather's face, and asked tentatively, Grandpa, did you fight with Xia Ning's grandfather? Lu Xiaoquan was startled, looked at the door, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, lowered his voice and said, Several decades ago, I was out there, and had some conflicts with Xia Zheng, and we fought. He was drunk at the time, and said he was drunk, and I won unfairly, so we agreed to fight on a deserted street the next day. I agreed. Qin Sun thought of a bandit, but apart from being a tall and strong man, he should not have any martial arts skills. How could he dare to challenge a young Bajiquan master? He is so brave. But Grandpa Xia Zheng is not an honest man, so if he says he wants a duel, he will have a duel. Lu Xiaoquan continued. As a result, the next day, as soon as I entered the abandoned street, I was surrounded by more than 30 men, each holding a half-meter-long machete in his hand. Xia Zheng came from the crowd with a homemade gun, and pointed it at my forehead. Let's say, a duel. A duel without rules. Qin Sun was stunned. He thought that Xia Zheng might fight in a group, but he didn't expect that he would call more than 30 people at once. And the funniest thing is, he actually pointed a homemade gun at someone's forehead? And a duel without rules? The truth is in your hand. You are the rules. Who dares to challenge you? Qin Sun thought that the two of them are now relatives. And probably there will be another drama of getting to know each other through fighting. He saw that Lu Shichuan's face seemed to be suppressing anger, and he dared not say anything. Nor did he dare to ask anything. After a while, Lu Xiaoquan could not help but punch the floor with his fist and cursed. Fuck. Qin Sun pursed his lips, and tried not to laugh. It seems that people's minds are not brought from the womb, and they always have to suffer a few losses before they grow up. Grandpa usually doesn't like to talk. Is it to maintain his mysterious sense of deep scheming? Is he actually a simple old man? Thinking about the scene of being hit on the head with a homemade gun. It's really cute. Chapter 957, Handsome Boy, Come and Play. For the next 2 days, Qin Sun learned boxing in the manor. When eating, Lu Yisun always appeared like a ghost, sat opposite Qin Sun, and ate with a bowl. She didn't say a word, but ate quickly. She was like a pig with a craving for food. She didn't look like a rich lady at all. 2 days later, Qin Sun said goodbye to his aunt, and walked into the parking lot to go back to the hotel. As soon as the driver opened the door, he saw Lu Yisun wearing a red-hip skirt, a pair of white short stockings on her legs, and half lying lazily in the car. Qin Sun was startled and glanced at the driver. The driver lowered his head in embarrassment. Lu Yisun yawned and said lazily, Why are you looking at him? Look at me! He is the driver of my grandfather's family. My grandfather Xia Ning has to call him Grandpa. But you have to call him Master. How can you think that I, the granddaughter, am the more important person in this family? Isn't it natural for Master Li to give me a ride? Qin Sun looked at Lu Yisun and saw that she was smiling, revealing a charm that was not suitable for her age. You are wearing this and hiding in someone else's car. You look like a whore. Lu Yisun was startled. A whore? Qin Sun explained. Oh, don't get me wrong. The whore I'm talking about is not an animal one, but a business one. Lu Yisun had a blank expression on her face, and after a few seconds of silence, she suddenly burst into laughter. She stretched her long legs high, and her right fingertips gently stroked from the knee to the base of the thigh, almost touching the edge of her skirt. The top girl in the brothel. Beautiful and charming. She's so attractive. Do you want to test my abilities? Qin Sun was stunned. With his pure nature, even if his IQ was 250, he couldn't imagine how a rich girl could say such lewd words to her future brother-in-law in front of the driver. Is it because I am a cousin? Qin Sun said coldly. You are so lewd. Lu Yisun didn't feel ashamed at all. She laughed so hard that her body shook, and she half lying on the seat. She said, Succubus. There is always a bit of unrestrained and casual charm. Qin Sun. Slut is a slut. And a succubus? Lu Yisun was not annoyed at all. She sat up, looked at Qin Sun affectionately, stretched out her delicate hand, and looked like she was going to pull him. She whistled very frivolously, and said with a smile, Handsome boy. Come and play. I'll give you a 20% discount. Lu Yisun looked at Qin Sun quietly. Seeing him stay there for several seconds, he finally slowly stretched out his hand, and couldn't help laughing. 60% off. Qin Sun stretched out his hand, and held Lu Yisun's palm, and pulled it out violently. Louison screamed awe from the corner of her mouth, and was pulled out roughly like a dog, and fell to the ground. Chin Sun cursed. Idiot! He stepped over her body, stepped into the car, and closed the door. Masterly. Hurry up. The driver was stunned by the scene just now. He came to his senses after hearing Chin Sun shout, got in the car immediately, and started the car at the fastest speed in his life. He disappeared in a flash. Louison lay on the ground with her legs spread out, looking at the ceiling of the parking lot, blinking, and was a little confused. This bastard really beats women. Xia Ning is a masochist? What a pervert. Louison endured the pain and got up from the ground, patted the dust off her body, looked at the direction where the car disappeared, and sneered. Interesting, really interesting. She turned back, twisted her sore shoulders, and suddenly froze. Hey, don't say it. This is quite comfortable. The next few days. At Hamiu Company, Chin Sun drove Su Luoluo out, locked himself in the office, and wrote bugs in the original game code. After dozens of days of learning, his programming ability is first class. Writing bugs, that's easy. Su Luoluo was alone with nothing to do, wandering around Hamiu Company, looking here, looking there. Although she didn't understand anything, she scared the people in Hamiu Company. It was just like a big boss's inspection. She got bored, so she went to the restaurant across the building to have a look. The employees still didn't know who was the boss behind the acquisition of this restaurant, and it was easy to find a job in the restaurant. They were very calm when they saw Su Luoluo coming to inspect the store. Su Luoluo walked around and felt that she was not popular at home or abroad. So she simply found a single room in a nearby internet cafe. She was embarrassed to play games, so she quarreled with Chin Sun's haters on the internet, which was also considered work. Su Luoluo feels very aggrieved these days. I'm so tired. Chin Sun comes to the company at 9:30 every morning, and after nodding and greeting the employees, he goes into the office. For meals, Su Luoluo takes him there. Except for going to the toilet, he stays in the office all the rest of the time, and never comes out. The employees are all very curious, and often discuss in a low voice during afternoon tea time. Hey, what do you think Mr. Chin is doing in his office? I don't know. Isn't his movie Fatal Identity going to be released soon? Why doesn't he go back to deal with these things? He didn't say it was going to be released, a movie with 3 main actors, Zhu Yuanju, Mao Qianni, and Gao Man, going to be exposed in a row. How can it be released? I heard that it is being edited in a hurry. We are all scholars, please don't say such stupid things. Okay. I'll remove 3 of your main organs, and then ask the world. The best doctor treats you. Do you think you can still live? Yes, Mr. Chin's competing film Mystery Deep Eyes has been promoted extensively these days. I haven't even seen the promotional video of Fatal Identity. Alas. What a pity. This movie is losing so much money. Mr. Chin has no money to continue operating Hamiu Company. The company won't go bankrupt. Right? Is the cake and tea provided by the company for free not delicious? You keep nagging here, what a jinx. In a blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. Chin Sun carefully wrote some bugs. He estimated that if all the employees of Hamiu Company were mobilized, without overtime, it would take about 2 months to complete all the modifications. Chin Sun opened the office and walked to the office area. The 40 or 50 people in the company were originally busy working on some outsourcing orders, but suddenly they saw Chin Sun coming out for the first time. They all stood up and greeted Chin Sun. Chin Sun looked around, clapped his hands, and said, "Everyone, go to the meeting room for the meeting." After that, he turned around and walked towards the meeting room. Hamiu's predecessor, Moxiangxia Game Company, was very ambitious, and the company's hardware was indeed strong. Office area, independent office, tea room, meeting room, everything was available. In less than 3 minutes, all employees, even the girl at the front desk, entered the meeting room. Everyone stood in their previous positions. Chin Sun stood at the front, facing everyone, and said, "This should be the first official meeting of our Hamiu Company. And the announcement is a big thing. Everyone knows that my girlfriend, Miss Xia Ning, has a very rich family. They once invested 500 million yuan in a game company, and there is a game team of nearly 1,000 people. But in the end, the revenue of that game was less than 10 million. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at each other, a little nervous. What's the matter? What's this? Investing 500 million yuan and earning 10 million yuan. losing so much money that there is nothing left. So are you going to disband Hamiyu? Chapter 958. Mission accomplished. It is a respectable way to flatter the boss. The company is going to fail. Everyone had this thought at the same time. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Alas! Didn't they make it through after all? It's over before it even started. Forget it, I'll just go for the civil service exam. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay, but it's such a pity. Will President Qin give me an +1 compensation? If not, I don't think I'd be too embarrassed to ask for it. I've gained weight recently. Qin-sun saw everyone looking at him quietly, and regret, annoyance, and sadness flashed in his eyes. He smiled, and said, although the game Fantasy Legend made by that company failed, they also set up a secret team to make another game. A game called Genshin Impact. Because of the failure of Fantasy Legend, this secret game Genshin Impact was shelved. But I took a look, and it is very complete. It just has some bugs. All colleagues of Hamiyu Company need to test and modify it. After the game is perfected, we will launch it to the market. I will give you 2 months. After hearing Qin-sun's words, everyone's eyes immediately lit up and were surprised. They heard that it was a game made in secret and thought it might be 18+. But they heard that Qin-sun was going to market it. That game must be approved. And it is unlikely to be something shameless. There is a way. Everyone was excited. Okay. This is the first task given to us by President Qin. And we must do our best to complete it. Don't say it's a bug. Even if there is something dirty in the code. I will go to Longhu Mountain to ask the Heavenly Master to subdue it. Please rest assured, President Qin. We are all above the standard. Just wait and see. I finally have a chance to show off my skills. Finally, I have a chance to prove to President Qin that your money is not wasted. 2 months? President Qin underestimates us. Give us half a month. If we can't complete it, then, let Brother Wang resign. Fuck you. You are using my career to show off your power? There was a burst of laughter in the conference room. Qin-sun waved his hand, and the laughter died down immediately. I heard from Su Luoluo that the dishes provided by the restaurant recently are all based on the manager's own habits. But he receives complaints from you every day, which are not to your taste. The manager is also very distressed about what dishes to cook every day. You should unify the menu every week in the future, and hand it over to the restaurant manager. Don't make things difficult for him. And you can eat comfortably. A team of 7 or 8 people in the kitchen can cook for 40 or 50 of you. And it's still in time to cook according to your taste. He paused and said with a smile, the next 2 months will be a hard work phase. Everyone's nutrition needs to be guaranteed. I have decided to double the food allowance. As long as it does not exceed the limit, you can order whatever you want. In the meeting room, everyone was stunned. Order dishes according to their own taste? Eat freshly cooked dishes? Double the food allowance, which means the cost of ingredients for 60 days per person. 30 days per month. 45 people. So the food alone will cost 80,000 to 90,000 yuan a month? Add the restaurant's rent, water, electricity, and labor. And all these will add up. It will be no less than 200,000 yuan a month? The per capita food cost of Hamiyu Company is about 5,000 yuan per person? This, if I hadn't already worked in this company, I would have spit on the phone screen and cursed if I saw this kind of welfare treatment on the internet. You want to trick me into giving you a slap? No way. Everyone looked at Qin-sun. Their eyes were complicated. It was said that when Qin-sun just graduated, that is, last year, he was so poor that he went to the bath center to sleep and sell ditch by the way. Unexpectedly, after he became a boss, he did not just hold an umbrella for others after being caught in the rain, but built a house for others. Everyone was silent for a moment. And then, there was a warm applause and cheers, mixed with a few excited monkey shouts. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The mission will be accomplished. The mission will be accomplished. The mission will be accomplished. Qin-sun saw his colleague shouting excitedly, and felt that he had entered a pyramid scheme. He quickly waved his hand to let them calm down and said, we are not a shell company, nor a pyramid scheme company, so we don't have to shout about mission accomplishment every day. As long as you can pass the company's quarterly assessment every month, the company will not treat you unfairly. He paused and continued. Everyone will work hard in the next 2 months, and wait until the game is successfully launched on the market. No matter how the revenue is, Colleagues present will receive quarterly bonuses ranging from 100,000 to 200,000 according to their employee level. Everyone was silenced by Chin Sun again. How can this be the boss? This is clearly a money-giving boy. No. It's the god of wealth. No. It's my dad. It's my dad. It's our dear Fahar. I don't know who shouted hack. And everyone in the conference room waved their fists and shouted again. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. As top students, they are capable people in the industry. They used to dislike such brainwashing slogans. Now that they have reached this situation, they finally understand that shouting, mission accomplished, is the most respectable way to lick the boss. It doesn't cost you anything to shout it. The key is that Chin Sun never paints a rosy picture, he only gives you the meat, and doesn't force you to give it. Quarterly bonus of 100,000 yuan. Woohoo! Is this the feeling of being pampered by the boss? No wonder girls like to watch the domineering CEO falls in love with the weird me so much. Entering Hamayu Company, why do I feel like I'm being kept? Chin Sun explained the work process, and said that the game files will be given to the company later. Please keep it confidential, and never allow it to be leaked. Otherwise, they will be subject to the most severe legal sanctions. At the end, he said half-jokingly, if someone leaks the secret, I will personally drive a dump truck to hit him to death. Everyone laughed, thinking it was just a joke. Don't worry, Mr. Chin. You have to believe in our professionalism. We will never leak the secret. There is a confidentiality agreement in the company contract. How could we leak the secret? How dare we leak the secret? Chin Sun looked at them and smiled, only he knew that what he said just now was true. A game with a revenue of 30 billion in less than 4 years. A game with an average monthly revenue of 300 million, and almost 10 million a day. Whoever dares to leak the information will be repeatedly crushed by a dump truck. Although the game is almost done now, even if it is leaked, it will not affect the copyright application, but it is a matter of attitude. What we men want is an attitude. After a while, Chin Sun was packing up in the office, preparing to go back to Haicheng, when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. He looked up. Su Luluo was holding 2 strings of candied haws in one hand, and 2 cups of milk tea in the other, and looked at him with a face full of resentment. Chapter 959. The horn of counterattack has finally sounded. Chin Sun saw her look like she had been abandoned by men for 18 times, and was a little surprised, and asked, Su Luluo, did you meet your ex-boyfriend when you were shopping? Su Luluo shook her head like a rattle, and the movement was so large that it caused the milk tea bag to swing back and forth. No, I don't. I don't have a boyfriend. Chin Sun asked again. Ex-girlfriend? Su Luluo was startled, looking at Chin Sun blankly, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. When Mr. Chin was in elementary school, he must have been the most annoying troublemaker in the class. Chin Sun saw her in a daze, and ignored her, and continued to pack his things into the suitcase. He brought the suitcase here this morning, and planned to leave directly after the meeting. But he just opened the box, and took out the power bank to charge it, and now it is a mess. He needs to stuff all the clothes in. When he traveled before, he only brought a few clothes and a backpack. After being with Xia Ning, she always prepared a lot of things for him. Formal clothes, casual clothes, shoes, 7 or 8 pairs of underwear, and even a bottle of facial cleanser. It's so troublesome. I had a hard time stuffing the things into the suitcase this morning, but now I have to stuff them again, and it feels like I can't stuff them in without any effort. How come Xia Ning just put them in so leisurely and lightly, and arranged them neatly? Has the suitcase shrunk in the past few days, or have my clothes expanded? Su Luluo watched silently from the side, and she was angry and refused to help him pack. After a minute, she gave up, put the milk tea and candied haws on the coffee table, walked forward, and pushed Chin Sun aside. Boss Chin, although your suitcase is expensive and of good quality, it can't withstand your cramming. There are techniques for this. First the big ones, then the small ones, first the heavy ones, then the light ones. Some clothes can be rolled up and stuffed into the corners. Chin Sun saw Su Luluo start to work, and thought that she was a life assistant. So he ignored her, and sat on the office chair to play games. After a while, he glanced at Su Luluo squatting back and asked, Su Luluo, why did you look at me unhappily just now? Su Luluo was a little nervous when she heard Chin Sun calling her by her full name, and said hurriedly, Boss Chin, I'm not upset with you. It's just... She squatted on the ground, turned her head, looked at Chin Sun, and said hesitantly, when I came in just now, the front desk lady told me that you had just held a meeting for them. You talked about a lot of things. When you announce such important things in the future, can you wait for me? I'm an assistant. I don't want to get a salary without confidence. These days, my work is so easy that I always feel like I'm defrauding you of your money. After saying that, she looked at Chin-sun deeply, turned her head, and continued to pack her luggage. While playing the game, Chin-sun took a moment to look at Su Luoluo and agreed. Okay. Su Luoluo paused for a moment, then became brisk. Get on the plane. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chin-sun closed his eyes and opened the slacking panel. Slacking value, 823080000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. This trip to Beijing was worthwhile. Although I didn't accumulate 1 billion slacking points, I couldn't unlock new abilities. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the abilities he possessed were not fully developed. So it would be good to keep these for the lottery. Get off the plane. Take a taxi. Beep beep. Get off the car. Chin-sun and Su Luoluo went back to their own homes. When they returned to the Haicheng villa, it was already late. He walked into the living room and saw that the villa was empty. Because Xia Ning and he wanted to be alone, they tacitly did not hire a nanny, but only called a part-time worker to clean the house a few times a week. In the past year, this villa was empty most of the time. The fish in the aquaculture room and the kitchen were also cleared out, leaving only a turtle in the living room that could be left unfed for a long time. Chin-sun guessed that Xia Ning and others must be working overtime in the company because the movie was about to be released. He put his luggage in the corner of the living room, walked to the fish tank, grabbed the feed beside and poured it into the tank. Xiao Hei, you are now a little black fat man. If I hadn't eaten the feng shui fish inside, allowing you to successfully become a feng shui turtle, you would have been eaten by that black-hearted Xia Ning long ago. He poured a whole bag of feed into it, saying, Little turtle, you better pray that fatal identity sells well, or I'll secretly cook you into a turtle stewed with chicken feet, and then replace you with another turtle. Xia Ning won't find out anyway. Xiao Hei swam in the fish tank, ignoring him. What chicken feet? I don't understand. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chin-sun lay in bed, didn't see Xia Ning come back, and didn't receive her video call to check on him. He couldn't sit still, picked up his phone, and sent Xia Ning a WeChat message. Are you there? Xia Ning replied quickly. Yes. I have something to do today, so I'm a little late. Wait a minute, I'll be home soon, and video chat with you after taking a shower. Chin-sun replied. Received. Xia Ning replied again. Received? Are you angry? Chin-sun replied. No. Xia Ning replied. Stingy. Chin-sun didn't reply again. After 5 minutes, he vaguely heard footsteps in the living room, and then another exclamation. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Getting closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. Chin-sun looked at the door, and soon Xia Ning, wearing a black work dress, appeared at the door. Xia Ning stood at the door, holding the door frame and not coming in, and asked, Didn't you say you would come back tomorrow? Chin-sun laughed. Men's mouths, lies, do you believe them? Xia Ning shook her head, somewhat helpless. Chin-sun glanced behind Xia Ning and asked, Don't Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun and the other two also live here? Why didn't they come back? Still working overtime at the company? Xia Ning walked in and said, No. Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun have been under too much pressure recently, so they went to the bar to relax. Chin-sun was surprised. You're not going? Xia Ning hesitated for a moment and said, There are too many boring people in the bar. It's annoying. I don't like to go. Chin-sun narrowed his eyes. You mean you are too popular? A lot of men will come to ask for your contact information? Xia Ning sensed a hint of jealousy, and turned defense into offense. Don't you have girls in the bar who want your contact information? Chin-sun looked resentful. My family is very poor. My mother has always told me that bars are not places for good people. I have never been there. After saying that, he laid down on the bed with his back to Xia Ning. Alas, I secretly work overtime at night, then go to the bar to play. And I can't get up the next morning, wasting another morning. What a time management master. Xia Ning stood by the window and looked at Chin-sun, listening to these sarcastic words. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Is it illegal to go to a bar? Let's take him there some other day. After a while, Xia Ning sighed. Wu Yu is really under a lot of pressure, especially since the movie is about to be released in less than half a month. The overwhelming publicity of Mystery Deep Eyes, and the publicity at all costs make you a little overwhelmed. We haven't even released a trailer yet. Netizens think that Fatal Identity has died, which really makes you panic. Jin Sun turned around and asked, "Are you not panicked?" Xiaoning said, holding two fingers at a small distance. "Just a little bit." Jin Sun thought for a while and said, "Then release the trailer early tomorrow morning and let Zhang Lei go to the bar to relieve stress." Xiaoning's eyes lit up. The horn of counterattack has finally sounded. Chapter 960. Be humble, low-key, and make a fortune quietly. The next day, at 8:08 a.m., the official Douyin and Weibo accounts of the movie Fatal Identity released a trailer. The video content is a thunderstorm night, and one after another people died, stabbed to death, hit to death, and blown to death. They died in a garish way, and died in all kinds of ways. At the same time, Yi Lan, Song Ying, Misier, and some other actors also began to forward the trailer. The pre-screening advertisements of Wii U's Sunny Cinema also featured Fatal Identity. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and netizens quickly gathered around in disgust. Jin Sun did not go to the company, and also pulled Xiaoning to stop him from going. At this time, the two of them were wrapped in quilts and lying on the bed, browsing various comment areas. Promotional video? Promotional video of Fatal Identity? Am I dazzled? Isn't this movie dead? Is it resurrected? Now they start to promote it, and the schedule has not changed. So does that solve the release crisis? Oh my god, a movie with 3 main actors' reputations collapsed, and it can still be released as scheduled. Jin Sun really has a way to reach the sky. I think this promotional video is okay. People keep dying. Is it from the beginning to the end? No wonder it is called Fatal Identity. It is really deadly. Almost all of them died. I didn't expect Yu and Yu, Mao Qianni, Gaoman escaped death by collapsing their reputations. I guess the character played by Jin Sun is the murderer. 666. Look forward to it. Jin Sun, Yi Lan's efforts have not been in vain after all. Xiaoning saw the comment area of the Douyin official account of Fatal Identity, and netizens expressed their expectations for the release of the movie, and the suppressed emotions of the past few days were swept away. She looked at Jin Sun and smiled. I didn't expect you to have a certain box office appeal. It seems that netizens are still looking forward to your movie. Jin Sun put down his phone, buried his head in Xiaoning's chest as a pillow, and closed his eyes to rest. No hurry. Don't be confused by the current comments. There is an old saying that praises and criticisms are buyers, and applause is idlers. How much box office this difficult movie can get depends on how many people scold us. Xiaoning thought about it. That makes sense. Xiaoning got up and washed up, and started working on her computer. An hour later, when she opened her phone again, she found that the voices of doubt were overwhelming. I don't know if there were any water army behind the scenes. The scenes of the 3 main actors in a movie were cut, but it was still released anyway. Isn't this a naked fraud? I admit that after Jin Sun wrote goodbye to Jingda, I did say that if Fatal Identity was released, I would support it with a movie ticket. But I'm just talking. You can't really release it. Jin Sun is taking advantage of the popularity of writing poetry to release a movie to make money from fans? What's the difference between this and those young handsome guys who rely on selling their faces to earn girlfriends, fans, and wallets? Disgusting. Writing poetry is writing poetry, movies are movies. Just like a chef who makes delicious 9-turn large intestines. Do I have to hire him to give me an enema? These are 2 different things. How dare they release an incomplete movie? Is this money-making attempt not concealed at all? Thinking that you can make money just by swiping Elon, Jin Sun's 2 faces? Whoever wants to buy a ticket to see me will be laughed at. Xiaoning looked at these comments, frowned, put down the phone, turned his head to look at Jin Sun who was still lying on the bed, said, "The box office had better be higher. Otherwise all the scolding will be in vain." Suddenly, her cell phone rang. And it was Wu Yu calling. "Hello?" She answered the call. Wu Yu's voice was very dissatisfied. "Hello. Hello. Hello. I know that a short separation is better than a new marriage. But now there are only 10 days before the movie is released. And today is the day to release the trailer. You actually skipped work? You are so addicted? Look online. Beijing Film and Television is leading the way again." Xiaoning was a little ashamed and angry, and wanted to explain something, but found that she lacked confidence. "Although I am working now. Jin Sun did a lot of work just now," Wu Yu said loudly. "I want to increase the investment in the promotion of Fatal Identity, and apply for another 5 million yuan in promotion fees. I will go through the process later, and you can approve it. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun, hesitating. Another 5 million yuan in promotion fees? Qin Sun jumped up from the bed when he heard that Wu Yu wanted to spend money, walked behind Xia Ning, and snatched the phone. Wu Yu, are you crazy? It takes 15 million yuan in box office to make back the 5 million yuan in expenses. You can spend it just like that? My money is not money. Wu Yu was anxious and scolded. Then what do you say we should do? There are so many negative comments online. Beijing Film and Television has invested heavily in publicity and promotion. Now the number of fans who want to watch Mystery Deep Eyes on the ticketing platform is more than 10 times ours. What do you say we should do? Don't fight back if you are beaten? Qin Sun heard the urgency in Wu Yu's tone. Yesterday Wu Yu danced until 3 in the morning, and today when he learned that the trailer was going to be released, he got up early at 6 o'clock and dragged the half-dead Niu Xiaojun to the company. Called Yilan, Song Ying, Mi Xier, Anka, other actors, and the main creators, and asked them to release the trailer at 8:08. She was as serious about the movie as the wife who caught the mistress. Audiences nowadays are not as easy to fool as before. It is not enough to just rely on traffic stars to reap a wave of box office. However, publicity and promotion are very important for any movie. Many bad movies can recover most of their costs, and even make a small profit in the first 2 days before word of mouth spreads, with excellent publicity and promotion. Some well-received works will also become cannon fodder due to weak publicity. Qin Sun stopped joking and said, there are many ways to promote. But you chose the most expensive one. Go to your father now, and ask him to find some professional and reliable film critics to taste the movie in advance in your theater. You must find a few film critics who have watched Mystery Deep Eyes at the same time and are easy to bribe. Then spend some money to tell these people. When John Lay asks them which one is better, Fatal Identity or Mystery Deep Eyes, you must say words like 50-50, equally matched, almost the same, etc. Just after he finished speaking, Wu Yu was a little dissatisfied and shouted, why should we be 50-50 with it? My dad said it was good after watching this movie. I used to be a professional film critic, and now I am a professional director. Although I haven't seen Mystery Case, I think our movie can crush it. Fuck 50-50. Qin Sun's head hurt a little, and he sighed and said, Wu Yu, can you stop being so arrogant? Be humble. Be low-key. Be quiet, and make a fortune. When Xia Ning heard this, she looked at Qin Sun in disbelief. Humble? Low-key? Make a fortune quietly? How could this man who always multiplies by 10 say such words as humble and low-key? Besides, hasn't he always been more aggressive than bandits in making money? Making a fortune quietly is not his usual style. Chapter 961. Your publicity and promotion expenses are in Zhang Lei's hands. Go ahead and have fun. Qin Sun held the phone and continued. If Zhang Lei knew that our movie could crush Mystery Deep Eyes, it would be like a kindergarten boxer who met a wild boar on stage. He would definitely just run away. If you are so arrogant, Mystery Deep Eyes might be out of the schedule. We just want him to feel that he can fight us on equal terms. The content of the movie can no longer be changed. Then, they can only work hard on publicity and promotion. Zhang Lei will definitely spend more money on publicity and promotion, trying to widen the gap with us. Let the first day box office explode and affect the theater's screening schedule. Wu Yu on the other end of the phone was a little confused, and quickly interrupted said, Wait. I don't understand. I called to apply for 5 million yuan in publicity and promotion expenses. You made me go through a lot of circles, and finally told me that you want to stimulate Zhang Lei to invest more in publicity and promotion. This way, the difference between the publicity and promotion of our two films will be even greater? Ah? You indulge too much. And your kidneys are weak, and you are confused? Qin Sun heard such shameless words, and showed a disgusted expression, and said, What are you barking at? Don't panic. Let Zhang Lei invest money. Let Zhang Lei promote. The more lively he promotes, the better. Then we can just copy Mystery Deep Eyes. I want to take his money. Do my business. As he said, he sneered. Okay, your publicity and promotion fee is in Zhang Lei's hands. Go have fun. Hang up the phone. Qin Sun returned the phone to Xia Ning, turned around and went to bed to continue resting. During this period, he studied hard at school every day for more than 800 million yuan of lazy value, and worked hard to write bugs at Hamiu Company. The intensity of this work is comparable to that of an intern in civil engineering. He needs to rest well. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, wanted to say something but stopped, and finally didn't ask anything, turned his head, stared at the computer screen in a daze, and carefully thought about what Qin Sun had just said about the fake mystery case Deep Eyes. Fraud? Put a poster of Fatal Identity next to every advertisement poster of Mystery Deep Eyes? Go to the official social account of Mystery Deep Eyes to brush Fatal Identity? But this will cost a lot of money. Looking at Qin Sun's current attitude, it is clear that he doesn't want to spend too much money. Is he going to ask film critics to do a pre-release preview of the two movies, make a comprehensive comparison from the main creators to the trailers to the publicity, and cause netizens to debate and hype up the popularity? This will break the rules of the industry. Right? And this kind of video can easily be reported and removed from the shelves. What is he up to? Xia Ning turned his head and glanced at Qin Sun, seeing that he had closed his eyes to rest, thinking, if he doesn't tell me, I won't ask. Otherwise, he will be so proud that his tail will be lifted up to the sky. Although Wu Yu didn't quite understand, he could only choose to believe it, and called Lu Gang. Lu Gang didn't know how to do the so-called touching porcelain either. But he believed in Qin Sun's marketing ability, and asked his assistant to contact some film critics. The next day, at 10 a.m., 5 film critics invited from all over the country watched Fatal Identity at Lu Gang's home. After watching it, they praised it generously. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is definitely the best suspense movie this year. No. This can even be said to be the best movie this year. Bar none. I thought Identity was aborted. But I didn't expect the finished film to be so wonderful. It seems that this summer season is going to be lively again. Lu Gang was not present. His assistant listened to everyone's praise, and asked his men to bring a small box. He opened it to reveal a box of money. Everyone was silent. Several of them felt embarrassed, thinking that they were being paid to find out the plot of the mystery of the Deep Eyes. This involved a confidentiality agreement, and they might face a big lawsuit. The assistant saw through their thoughts and said with a smile, here is 1 million. Divided among 5 people. Each person gets 200,000. It's not much money. But we don't need you to sell your conscience. And we won't ask you questions you shouldn't ask. Just when someone asks you about Fatal Identity, you just need to be more reserved. Don't praise it too much. Just say it's on par with the mystery of the Deep Eyes. 50-50. About the same. Everyone looked at each other. What's going on? How can this be a 50-50 split? This is clearly a fight. Everyone was confused. They thought that Mr. Liu was going to ask them which movie was good, but he didn't ask a single question. He also told them not to praise Identity too much. Others paid them to praise it to death, praise it against their conscience. How come it was the other way around for them? But these film critics didn't dare to ask more. They were just film critics. It was a great honor to be able to enter the private cinema of Liu Group to see such a good movie in advance. But I dare not pry into the boss's mind again. Half an hour later, they took the money and left. That afternoon, the news that the 5 film critics were invited to watch Fatal Identity spread like wildfire, and soon reached Zhang Lei's ears. Zhang Lei asked his assistant to find out the news. 2 hours later, the assistant walked into the office to report. Mr. Zhang, I have contacted these 5 film critics, 3 of whom have seen our mystery Deep Eyes. They never dared to disclose the plot. Zhang Lei nodded, showing his understanding. Before watching a movie, you have to sign a confidentiality agreement. If the leak is discovered, Lu Gang can make them lose everything. Zhang Lei's assistant continued. The 2 film critics, who haven't seen it, praised Fatal Identity, and said it is a rare masterpiece. Zhang Lei's face turned cold and asked, what do the other 3 people say? The assistant reported truthfully and said, they also said it is a rare masterpiece. I asked them how it compares with Mystery Case Deep Eyes, and their tone showed that they were very embarrassed. They said hesitantly that Fatal Identity and Mystery Case Deep Eyes are on par. 50-50. About the same. Anyway, the same idea. These 2 movies of the same type will be indistinguishable in this summer season. Hearing this, Zhang Lei's face sank and asked, Zhu Yuanju, Mao Qiani, and Gao Man scenes were not cut. Assistant, they were cut. They are not in the film. Zhang Lei was silent for a long time. What? The script of a suspense film is not a comedy. Every scene needs to be carefully polished. The story logic must be rigorous. And one move usually affects the whole body. If the scenes of the 3 main actors were cut, there should not be a complete story. How can Chin Sun edit another logically self-consistent movie, which is even comparable to the carefully crafted mystery Deep Eyes? What a ghost! We have been carving our script for 5 years. Suddenly, Zhang Lei slammed the table and started to curse. Those 3 people are lying. Their hesitant answers must be because they received dirty money and wanted to praise Fatal Identity. I thought they were so principled. They refused to praise Mystery Deep Eyes to death. Is it because they didn't pay enough? The assistant hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Zhang, I don't think they are lying from their tone. In fact, I heard a hint of something else. She stared at Zhang Lei's expression and said carefully, Identity may be a little better than the mystery of the deep eyes. Zhang Lei glanced at his assistant and saw her serious expression, and his heart sank. This assistant has been with her for many years. She is diligent and capable, and her ability to read people's expressions is first class. She said that she heard the film critics' sincere praise for Identity on the phone, so it is almost certain that this movie is a masterpiece. Zhang Lei lowered his head, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table, and the speed was getting faster and faster. After a while, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, This movie doesn't have to make money. As long as it doesn't lose money, we must maintain the company's reputation. Add another 10 million yuan for publicity and promotion. Spend money? Spend it to death. He thought for a moment, and said sternly, Shout out the promotional slogan, and say that Mystery Deep Eyes is one of the most anticipated suspense films in the past 10 years. Chapter 962 or illegal? Damn! Coming for me. In the next few days, Beijing film and television's publicity is overwhelming. Traditional media are on TV, radio, newspapers, magazines, etc., carrying out large-scale publicity. They also put advertisements on online media, Douyin, Weibo, Weixin, etc., organize online interactive activities, continue to expand the exposure and influence of the film. At the same time, their offline film activity plan is also circulating on the internet. Mystery Case Deep Eyes will hold a premiere, roadshow activities, audience meetings, etc. Advertisements come from all directions. The general manager's office of Yozu Company, Xia Ning, Wu Yu, Niu Xiaojun sat in front of the computer, looking at the movie information on the internet together, and found that the shadow of Mystery Deep Eyes was everywhere. Brain burning without limit, suspense upgraded again. Mystery Deep Eyes. This is not only a movie, but also a contest of wise men. After 10 years of hard work, a new benchmark for suspense. Mystery Deep Eyes invites you to a double feast of thinking and vision. When the truth is hidden deep in the pupil. Mystery Deep Eyes has an extraordinary perspective, and has become a must-see suspense masterpiece in the past decade. Reversal after reversal, surprises one after another. Mystery Deep Eyes allows you to redefine what is the new height of suspense movies. Wu Yu felt a momentum of impending storm, and slapped the table. The movie hasn't even been released yet. And these critics dare to shout out such a lame slogan as the best suspense film in the past decade. Aren't they afraid of losing the audience's trust in them? Now the internet is discussing Mystery Deep Eyes everywhere. Where is the shadow of Fatal Identity? Wu Yu stood up and walked out of the office, rushing from the office of Yuzu Company to Oak Company. Xia Ning and Niu Xiaojun quickly followed. The 3 of them broke into Chin Sun's office. Chin Sun was the only one in the office. Chin Sun was lying on the sofa, crossing his legs, playing games with a lollipop in his mouth. Wu Yu saw him so relaxed, and was furious. He turned around, closed the door, and said in a low voice, Chin Sun, Mystery Deep Eyes has spent at least 40 million yuan on publicity and promotion, and you are so stingy. Even the 1 million yuan to bribe the film critics was paid by my father. The movie will be released in a week, and you still have the mind to play games here? Didn't you say you wanted to cheat? You are cheating now. Chin Sun bit the lollipop, and didn't even look at Wu Yu, and continued to play games. Wu Yu was so angry that he was about to hit him with his fist. Xia Ning reached out to stop him, walked to the sofa and sat down, and gently placed her hand on Chin Sun's waist. Speaking calmly, Chin Sun, Beijing Film and Television has now marketed Mystery Deep Eyes as one of the best suspense movies in the past 10 years. It's the most popular movie at the moment. Our movie will be released only 1 day later than theirs. And it's only 7 days away. As she said that, she gently pressed Chin Sun's waist. If you don't do it, I will do it. Chin Sun felt the force on his waist and knew that if he said something wrong, he would be pinched hard. That's the closest part to the kidneys. You can't get hurt easily. He bit the lollipop, put away his phone and stopped playing games, sat up, scanned the faces of the three people one by one, and said seriously, "Don't think I've been playing recently, I've actually been paying attention to what's going on online." Zhang Lei must have lost his mind to promote one of the most anticipated suspense movies in the past decade. You're so arrogant, you're not afraid of hurting your waist. He's weighing the audience's appetite so high, after the movie is released, if the movie doesn't meet the audience's expectations, it will inevitably backfire. He's playing with fire. Xia Ning and the other two saw that he made sense, and nodded. Qin Sun continued. Zhang Lei and his team are very smart. And their choice of words is very particular. I've seen many film and television bloggers say that this may be one of the most anticipated suspense films in the past decade. It's maybe. Not necessarily. It's the most anticipated. Not the best. And it's one of the last. These words not only avoid legal risks, but also because of the overwhelming publicity. It has subtly made the audience think that this will be the best suspense film in the past 10 years. You saw that he was talking very clearly, and said in a hurry, "You obviously know everything. Why don't you make a move?" Qin Sun smiled, took a sip of Coke from the high-heeled cup on the coffee table, moistened his throat, and said, "I'm about to make a move. Aren't I?" He crossed his legs and said, "You can call Yilan, Song Ying, Messier, and other influential actors later. Just post a promotional message on the social platform. Let's be simple. Don't use so many fancy words. Just say, Fatal Identity is the best suspense movie in C country in the past 30 years. No doubt about it." As soon as the voice fell, the office was quiet. Xia Ning and the other two looked at each other, with a look of disbelief. Others said 10 years, but he said 30 years? Others said it was the most worth looking forward to, but he said it was the best. Others said it was one of the best, but he said there was no other. Is this what they call being simple? The three of them finally looked at Qin Sun's face. Wu Yu's eyes flickered, as if he understood Qin Sun's approach. So this is what he meant by touching a car? Directly hit the face and output. Apart from anything else, as long as such a slogan is released on the entire network, it will definitely attract enough attention. The audience attracted by Beijing film and television with tens of millions of dollars in publicity. And the netizens who like to watch the fun will definitely start a war of words on the internet. They will directly snatch the popularity created by Beijing film and television with tens of millions of dollars. Qin Sun is licking blood on the tip of a knife. However, as long as the quality of the movie is good, it may be able to make a comeback after the release by relying on word of mouth. Niu Xiaojun saw Qin Sun holding a goblet and crossing his legs, and mocked him. "You just said that he lost his mind? You also said that he was arrogant and was not afraid of hurting his waist. You also said that he kept the audience's appetite so high, and he might be retaliated after the movie is released? You are more arrogant than them now. If they are playing with fire, you are jumping into the crater," Qin Sun said with a smile, shaking the goblet, taking a sip of Coke. "Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Niu Xiaojun? Please, uncle." Xia Ning frowned, looking at Qin Sun, reminding him seriously, "Your slogan, Fatal Identity is the best suspense film in C country in the past 30 years, no one else. First of all, you will offend your peers." Qin Sun laughed. "Now we have broken up with Beijing film and television, are you still afraid of offending him?" Xia Ning laughed helplessly, spitting out a sentence softly. "Secondly, you may have violated the law. Your slogan violates the advertising law." Hearing this, Qin Sun turned to look at Niu Xiaojun, seeming that she frowned and looked puzzled, seemingly not knowing why he was looking at her. Qin Sun said with a smile, "If you deserve it. Go to jail, if you deserve it. Go to jail. We will definitely cooperate." He shook the goblet, took a sip of Coke, and said leisurely, "I'm not the legal representative of the company anyway." Niu Xiaojun? Fuck. Are you coming for me? Chapter 963. Close to the face and open the big gun, you are breaking the law. Do you know that? Niu Xiaojun stared at Qin Sun blankly. She knew that there is no free lunch in the world. Qin Sun said before that he would use his life to boost the company's fortune. Never expected that. He hasn't even received the dividends for the first year. The prison disaster is coming first? Fuck. Niu Xiaojun was so angry that he rummaged around the room, looking for fruit knives, screwdrivers, nail clippers, and other weapons everywhere, preparing to teach Qin Sun a lesson. "Grandson, listen to what you say. Are you talking like a human being? Should I go to jail or be shot? Just wait, I will stab you to death today. Jin Sun looked at her busy back and said with a smile, Sister, what are you looking for? Brother will help you find it. Niu Xiaojun got even angrier when she heard this joke. Unable to find the murder weapon, she simply picked up the flower pot on the desk and rushed towards Jin Sun. Die for me. Xia Ning couldn't stand it anymore. She opened her arms to stop Niu Xiaojun and said, Brother Niu, calm down, calm down. This level of violation won't lead to jail time, let alone execution. She explained when she saw Niu Xiaojun calm down a little. According to the law, advertisements may not use words such as national level, highest level, best and so on. If this provision is violated, you will be ordered to stop publishing the illegal advertisement. Generally, a fine of more than 200,000 yuan, but less than 1 million yuan will be imposed. Niu Xiaojun thought about it, and since the money was deducted from the company, it was none of his business. He felt much better, and put the flower pot back. He crushed the succulent in the pot. Hey, I slipped. Jin Sun ignored his provocation and said to Wu Yu, Fine. Black and red are also red. Why do you need face to make money? 1 million can achieve the publicity effect of tens of millions of others. If you hadn't met me, you would have found such a good thing even with a lantern. Seeing Wu Yu's tangled face, he continued, If we release such promotional language, we will definitely be ridiculed by the crowd. But when the movie is released and the word of mouth explodes, those trolls will naturally shut up. By then, there will definitely be a lot of people speaking for us, further boosting the movie box office. Wu Yu thought about it carefully. Things seem to be promising. Directly taking advantage of others' popularity. This is a common method used in commercial promotions. But others are sneaky, squeamish, extremely cautious in their wording, trying to avoid legal risks. Who would be as shameless as Jin Sun, prepare the fine first, and then directly shoot at others in the face? Wu Yu laughed. What a weird marketing method. That night. 8 o'clock. When most people get off work, have dinner, and lie on the bed and browse their phones. The official social media accounts of Fatal Identity, Jin Sun, Yilan, Song Ying, Mi Xier, Su Tongxue, and a group of actors, released a promotional video at the same time. This video consists of 3 pictures. The first one is the movie poster. The third one says, Stay tuned. There is a sentence on the second picture. Fatal Identity is the best suspense movie in C country in the past 30 years. No one else. Yilan has a lot of fans, and it immediately set off the internet. Her fans left messages in the comment area. The best, no one else, sister, you are so domineering. Oh my god, the crew of Mystery Case Deep Eyes said it is one of the most anticipated suspense movies in the past 10 years. You directly said it is the best suspense movie in the past 30 years, no one else? Close to the face, and open the big very cool. Sister, please delete, may be illegal. You must have been forced by Jin Sun to post this advertisement, I know, sister is also a victim. The storm centered on Yilan's social account, and spread rapidly, and netizens rushed to the official account of the Fatal Identity crew like locusts. Netizens ridiculed it. Are you out of your mind? Why are you so arrogant? Is the pressure from Mystery Deep Eyes so great? If you want to take advantage of the popularity, just take advantage of it. You should have a good attitude when you want to take advantage of it. You can't just stick your chopsticks into other people's pots. You make me sick. Why are you so anxious? I think Jin Sun and the others are very confident. Confident? The movie is missing 3 main actors. Where do they get their confidence from? I think they are inflated. There has been no publicity for so long. I thought you were holding back a big one, but you didn't expect it to be a big one. Many netizens who were just looking for fun and not afraid of trouble, ran to the official social account of Mystery Deep Eyes to complain. Are you still posting behind-the-scenes footage here? Your home has been robbed. Jin Sun had diarrhea right next to you, and you didn't react at all? If you don't let Jin Sun go to jail, I will look down on you. Take up the hammer of the law and smash him to death. You won't let others step on you and rub you it will without you even farting. Right? Fight, fight. Bon Lei comes home very late these days. He has to work overtime and attend meetings at the company every day. Although the content of the meetings is always the same, wasting time on meetings makes him feel at ease. I feel that if I work hard, the results will be better. Sometimes, frequent meetings are one of the ways for bosses to relieve stress. When John Lei took a shower and went to bed to play with his phone, he opened Douyin and was pushed the content of the official account of the Fatal Identity crew. He was not surprised at all. Recently, he often searched for the official account of the Fatal Identity movie to find out the enemy's situation. The system may have mistakenly thought that he was looking forward to the release of this movie, and it would automatically push it to him from time to time. However, what surprised him was that Fatal Identity only released some shooting highlights these days, and there were no outstanding or even out-of-the-box videos. This is not in line with Chin Sun's marketing god style. Zhang Lei picked up his phone and saw that this video had 200,000 likes and more than 70,000 comments. He was shocked. Chin Sun finally started marketing? Is this the result of his first move? There was no such video in the afternoon. Right? Such a high number of likes in just a few hours? And the ratio of comments to likes is so high? Zhang Lei watched the video with a gloomy face. This Douyin video is composed of 3 pictures. The first picture is a movie poster. He sneered. Nothing special. After 10 seconds of background music, the second picture was played. On this picture was a sentence written in a serious artistic font. Fatal Identity is the best suspense movie in China in the past 30 years, no one else. Zhang Lei sat up from the bed suddenly, and almost sprained his waist. He pressed the pause button, carefully read these sentences over and over again 7 or 8 times, finally confirmed that he had no fireworks. Zhang Lei was a little unbelievable. This? Can you do this? You're breaking the law. You know? After saying that, he laughed. You'd rather break the law than give us a wave of benefits, Chin Sun. You're a good person. Chapter 964. Tea cannot replace wine. It's unlucky. The crew of Fatal Identity was close to Mystery Deep Eyes. After fermenting overnight, it became a hot search on major platforms the next day. Netizens were arguing more and more. Not only were netizens discussing it, but some people in the entertainment industry were also discussing it secretly. Isn't Chin Sun a bit unkind? This breaks the rules of the industry. Rules? He is not a law-abiding person. Beijing Film and Television kicked him into the shit. He was half dead. But a starving camel is bigger than a horse, and he can hold on for a while. As a result, he is now strangled by Chin Sun. Hey, who knows what their hatred is? Isn't it that their movies competed during the Spring Festival? Zhang Lei hired a lot of water army to black Chin Sun, and the rumor that Chin Sun was selling dicks came from that time. Just because he was attacked by the internet trolls. Chin Sun is going to organize a group to take over other people's companies? Zhang Lei must be regretting it so much. Who would have thought that an intern would grow into a big Buddha in just 1 year? The big Buddha is a big Buddha, but his mind is really small. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Recognize your own identity. We are stars in the eyes of outsiders. But Chin Sun is capital. He sees us as just a group of tools that can make him money. I heard that Zhu Yuanji was really exposed. You guys should be careful. A whole morning passed. The official account of Fatal ID. Yi Lan, Chin Sun, Song Ying, Mi Sierra and others released promotional content, which was reported countless times. The released content was removed from the shelves one after another. The order of removal seemed to be based on the size of the celebrity, starting from Mi Sierra and ending with Yi Lan. Chin Sun's official account on Douyin was the last to be removed. An hour later than Yi Lan's. Chin Sun knew that Douyin gave him face and opened a backdoor for him for an hour under pressure. In a year, he didn't know how much traffic he would bring to Douyin, and Douyin covered him for an hour under pressure, which was understandable. After all the videos were removed, the statement of the crew of Mystery Case Deep Eyes came belatedly. Statement. To all colleagues in the film industry, media friends, and the general audience, recently, our crew of Mystery Case Deep Eyes felt deeply saddened and disappointed, because we noticed that the crew of Fatal Identity had unfairly dragged us down when promoting its movie. This behavior not only ignores the hard work and sweat of all our members in the creative process, but also blasphemes the spirit of film art. In this regard, we have to issue this statement to express our strong condemnation and dissatisfaction. Mystery Deep Eyes is a work that we have devoted our efforts to. However, facing the unwarranted accusations and denigration of our peers, we feel angry and helpless. We firmly believe that the healthy development of the film market requires the joint efforts and mutual respect of all practitioners. Any form of malicious pulling, it will only destroy the harmonious atmosphere of the industry. It hinders the emergence of outstanding works. Here, the crew of our Mystery Deep pupil stated solemnly. Finally, we hope that the crew of Fatal ID can face up to its own behavior and make corresponding apology and adjustments. At the same time, we also look forward to working together with all their peers in the future, jointly promote the prosperity and Development of the Film Industry and C. General Manager's Office of Grapefruit Film and Television Company. Wu Yu is going to prepare for the premiere of the movie. Flying to the capital, the core teams of the remaining Qin Sun are there. Qin Sun and others finished reading the statement in the office. Su Luluo frowned, feeling unconvinced, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was in the wrong first, so it was not good to go and argue. Niu Xiaojun laughed. Qin Sun, Van Lei is dissing you. One statement repeatedly condemns you 3 or 4 times. They want you to apologize? Qin Sun ignored Niu Xiaojun, sitting behind the desk, flipping through the model mochas. Model mochas are similar to the manual of models, which usually include the model's height, weight, measurements, etc., and several representative personal photos. Before, he asked Xiao Lele to recruit trainees for the company. The people on Mocha were those who passed Xiao Lele's initial interview, and were waiting for Qin Sun's re-examination. However, I don't know if Xiao Lele misunderstood Qin Sun's preferences. Those who passed the initial interview were all pretty girls. And they were all big-breasted, thin-waisted and long-legged. Seeing that Qin Sun ignored him, Niu Xiaojun felt bored and turned to ask Xia Ning, who was sitting at the coffee table and demonstrating tea art. Old nun, do you think Zhang Lei and the others have Alzheimer's disease? Why did you issue a statement so late? Our promotional videos have all been taken down, and we only issued it after paying the fines. Xia Ning was leisurely brewing tea, raised her head, and said with a smile, we tried to take advantage of Mystery Deep Eyes, although we took advantage of the popularity he spent tens of millions to hype. But because of this dramatic conflict, the popularity of Mystery Deep Eyes was hyped to a new height. This is a win-win situation. And in this matter, we played the villain, Zhang Lei and others were victims, and they are easy to be sympathized by netizens. Look at how many people support them under this statement, and how many people scold us. They hope our videos will not be removed. Niu Xiaojun thought about it, and felt a little pain in his head. Oh! It's so annoying to work with people like you who are so cunning. Xia Ning glanced at her, smiled and said nothing. Working together? Just now Wu Yu begged her to go to Beijing to prepare for the movie premiere, but who was tired and refused to go out. Qin Sun finished watching the model mocha, looked up at Xiao Lele who was sitting on the sofa, and found that she was watching Xia Ning brew tea seriously, as if she wanted to learn tea art. He also watched for a while. Xia Ning's technique was elegant and skillful. She played with the teapot, teacup, and teacup cover in her hands, muttering to herself. Good luck comes. Warm the cups and heat the bowls, turning the world around. Open the lid and pour in the tea. Crush the tea to make it fragrant. Flying dragon in the sky. Several cups of tea are ready. Xiao Lele was full of surprise, looking at Xia Ning's profile, and then at her slender jade-like fingers, said, Sister Xia Ning, you are so beautiful. Qin Sun was not happy, and hurriedly said, Xiao Lele, don't say such rude things to my girlfriend. As he said that, he pointed at a stack of model mochas on the table with his finger, said, the people you picked are all big-breasted girls. I now seriously doubt your sexual orientation. Xiao Lele explained with an embarrassed look on her face. I thought you liked this. Qin Sun said with a dissatisfied him. Are you scolding me? Xiao Lele stopped talking and swore in her heart. I must recruit some big and strong male trainees in a few days to teach Master Qin a lesson. Su Luluo saw that the atmosphere was not right, and put a cup on Qin Sun's table with a tactful look. Qin Sun took a sip and praised. It is indeed a tea brewed with tea art techniques. The taste is no different from usual. Niu Xiaojun said. TSK took a sip of tea and said, this cup of tea is 300 yuan, tea is 30 yuan, performance fee is 270 yuan. Qin Sun, you wild boar just can't eat fine bran. Xia Ning distributed tea to everyone, raised the teacup, said, when I was brewing tea just now, I said some auspicious words, one of which is flying dragon in the sky. Here, we use tea instead of wine to wish our movie a big sale, and truly achieve flying dragon in the sky. Everyone was infected by Xia Ning, took up the teacup and drank. Suddenly, there was a scream in the office. Ah! Hot! 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 Woo! 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 Tea can't replace wine, it's unlucky. Time passed quickly. Mystery Deep Eyes is released. On the same day, Fatal Identity premiered as scheduled. Chapter 965. It's just a premiere. Why are you making such a big fuss? Beijing, a big shopping mall in the city center. After Qin Sun, Xia Ning and his group met up with Yilan, Song Ying, Monsieur, Encore and others, under the escort of dozens of security guards, they walked into the mall and headed for the cinema on the 3rd floor. Because Wu Yu had previously announced the time and place for the premiere of Fatal Identity, the mall was crowded with people at this time. Qin Sun glanced over and estimated that there were several thousand people who were holding their phones and taking photos non-stop. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, which had the best view, had a long isolation belt outside the railings. Fans were screaming and shouting at them from above. Many security guards were trying to maintain order and avoid safety accidents. Qin Sun looked around and cursed silently in his heart. I'm so bored. The mall was full of screams. Ah! Yilan! Ah! Yilan! Look here! Look here! I love you! Qin Sun turned his head to look at Yilan beside him, and found that she had no expression on her face, wore sunglasses, and looked like she didn't love anyone. Qin Sun was a little puzzled, and asked, Why are you so cold to your fans? Why don't you smile? Who owes you money? Yilan snorted coldly, still looking ahead with a cold look, and whispered, Who owes me money? How dare you ask? Will you ask me to attend the premiere, but didn't give me a penny? Qin Sun. He felt that Wu Yu was taking advantage of Yilan, and said, Then you can refuse? Are you bored? Yilan didn't expect Qin Sun to say such a thing, and paused, turned to look at him, and said with a smile, Please shut your stinky mouth. You stinky man who has fallen into the dirty river of love. The fans around screamed. Ah! Yilan smiled at Qin Sun. They are whispering. So sweet, so cute. Ah! Qin Sun heard this boring shout, a little nervous, turned to look at Xiaoning before he opened his mouth to explain. Xiaoning said coldly, It doesn't matter, don't worry about me, I'm used to it. Anyway, it's not me who's angry. Qin Sun. It's a troubled time. Walked for a while. The fans probably called Yilan for a long time, but didn't see much interaction from her. So they started to change their target again. Qin Sun, I love you. You are so handsome. Ah! I like you so much. I wave my sleeves, I won't take away a cloud, but I want to take away your heart. Qin Sun listened to these calls, and felt a little embarrassed. Love you. Love, love, love. Why are you shouting as a man? And in such a loud voice. Suddenly, a full-bodied shout drowned out all the noise. I love you. Song Ying. The voice was so loud, like a tiger roaring in the forest. The bustling mall was quiet for a moment, and then a burst of laughter broke out. Qin Sun turned his head to look at Song Ying, just in time to see Enku smiling and saying to Song Ying, whose face was flushed, I'm happy again. Sister. Song Ying's face turned even redder, whispering, I hired this for 3,000 yuan, you get what you pay for. Enku smiled bitterly said, Sister, next time if you have this kind of business, come to me, I'm cheaper. You can also speak loudly. From the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, Qin Sun and his group took the escalator, which was obviously not far away, but he felt that he had walked for a long time. But Song Ying was enjoying it, smiling and nodding to the fans. If the security guards hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed out to get autographs. Even though the people were calling her Yilan. Qin Sun and his group walked into the cinema, and he saw Wu Yu waiting in the lobby, and was stunned. She was wearing a well-cut black work dress, black stockings on her feet, and a pair of high heels. Her short hair was obviously cut a few days ago, which made her look more capable. She is not ugly, just a bit androgynous, and looked strange in this outfit. Wu Yu came up, greeted Yilan first, and said to Qin Sun, Are you and Xiaoning staying here to entertain me? Or are you going to the theater to rest? Qin Sun was not good at entertaining people, so he joked, Director Wu, you combed your hair like an adult, put on a handsome suit, just to entertain guests here? Wu Yu knew what he meant as soon as he heard it, and waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother me. You go to the theater to rest, and leave Xiaoning to me. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Who are the people here today? Wu Yu said with a smug smile on his face, and he straightened his chest. Of course, the director must be invited to the premiere of a movie, and the screenwriter, producer, director of photography, art director and other behind-the-scenes personnel. Qin Sun frowned slightly and said, You mean you and me? Wu Yu was speechless at this time, but he had no choice. So he pretended to be big again. However, Qin Sun held several positions, which made a lot of space in the premiere hall today, so he could invite more people in. She lowered her voice, glanced at the direction of Yilan and others, and continued. There are also main actors. Sister Yilan, Licking Dog Sister, Big Boob Sister, Green Tea Sister, Songing, Licking Dog? Mimi Sierra, yes. I don't want to be one either. But I will suffer the consequences if I don't take what God has given me. Ank, Boss Chin. Look at her. Who is she calling green tea? Wu Yu made a suicidal joke, and her nervous mood relaxed a lot, and continued. There are also some industry leaders, such as leaders of the Film Association, well-known directors, producers, etc., partner representatives, distributors, theater representatives, reporters from major TV stations, newspapers, magazines, online media, etc., politicians, business elites, cultural celebrities, etc. Of course, there are film critics, movie lovers, and lucky audiences. Chin Sun had a headache after hearing this, and said dissatisfiedly, It's just a premiere. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Wu Yu said, somewhat embarrassed and somewhat proud. My dad said that this was my first film as a director, and he had never seen anyone so concerned about anything. And he had to bring so many people to support us. I couldn't help it. She patted Chin Sun's shoulder and said, I also invited your family. Your father, mother, grandparents, and grandparents. I invited them many times. But unfortunately they all refused, saying they had to harvest rice. Chin Sun nodded gently, without telling Wu Yu that their family didn't grow rice. He understood his family's concerns. According to Wu Yu, there should be many people coming to Lu Gang's house and Xia Ning's house today. If his family comes, it will be the first time the two families meet. This is almost a collision between two classes. They are not ready yet. They are afraid of embarrassing him. Not to mention them, even Chin Sun himself is not ready. For a young man with a net worth of less than 500 million, if people give you face, they can say that you have a promising future. If they don't give you face, you are just a poor boy of average value. If you really want to have the confidence to let your family come to the table to discuss marriage, you should at least wait until Original God comes out and reaps tens of billions, and become a small rich man. Xia Ning saw Chin Sun's thoughts, walked up to Wu Yu, and said, Wu Yu, don't prepare such an inappropriate surprise next time. If you want to contact my mother-in-law to give Chin Sun a surprise, at least let me know. We have the right to know about our family's affairs. Wu Yu, I was warned. Chapter 966. Competitors are idiots. Screw mystery deep eyes. Wu Yu was a little dissatisfied, not wanting to continue arguing with this couple. She pointed to the cinema and said, The premiere is still more than an hour away. You go into the theater with the staff to rest for a while. Wait for my news before going down to walk the red carpet and participate in the premiere ceremony. Don't make trouble. Chin Sun heard this and asked, We were watched like monkeys all the way just now, and we still have to go down again. We still have to walk the red carpet? Wu Yu snorted coldly and said, What else? When you entered the room, didn't you see a big stage built on the ground floor with a red carpet? The stage was surrounded by media friends. Chin Sun, so troublesome? Wu Yu, what else? Let me tell you. This premiere cost a lot of money. Chin Sun was even more dissatisfied. My money? Wu Yu said again. What else? If it's not yours, how can it be mine? Idiot. Just after she cursed idiot, she felt that something was wrong, grabbed Xia Ning's hand, walked out and said, Let's go downstairs to receive customers. She looked back every few steps, for fear that Chin Sun would come over and kick her, and she deliberately walked in front of Xia Ning, letting her be a human shield behind her. You can say that Chin Sun is stingy, but he gives employees a lot of benefits. You can say that he is generous, but he always wants to get something for free when investing in movies. Alas, there is no hope. Wu Yu and Xia Ning left. Niu Xiaojun quietly squeezed out of the crowd, watched their backs leaving, relieved, smiling. Hey, I escaped. I don't need to receive customers. Chin Sun looked Niu Xiaojun up and down, not understanding where her worries came from. Chin Sun and his group, led by the staff, walked into a large theater that could accommodate more than 200 people. At this time, there were only them, but they did not sit randomly. They sat according to the table set by Wu Yu, sitting in the center of the theater. Encore, Misier, and Songing were chatting, and occasionally laughed like silver bells. But it was almost always Songing who laughed alone. Yilan closed her eyes to rest. and Wang Chui sat aside to process work information on her mobile phone. Niu Xiaojun walked around the theater, walked to the last row, looked at the whole of the projection thoughtfully, and seemed to want to climb the wall and get in to find out. Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele played guessing games for a while, and finally played with their phones. Suddenly, Su Luoluo saw Wang Chui working on her phone, and felt that she was not competent as an assistant, and was immediately ashamed. She quickly checked the real-time box office of Mystery Deep Eyes on her phone. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked. It's only a little after 10 o'clock in the morning, and the box office has already exceeded 30 million. According to her experience, the box office of Mystery Deep Eyes should be over 100 million today. Su Luoluo was a little annoyed, turned her head to look at Qin Sun, who was concentrating on playing games, and whispered, Mr. Qin, the fact that you took advantage of Mystery Deep Eyes a few days ago brought us some popularity, but it also brought them a lot of popularity. Look, a suspense film turned out to be the box office champion today. It's only 10 o'clock, and it has already made more than 30 million yuan at the box office. It will definitely break 100 million yuan today. As she said this, she angrily hit the chair with her little fist. We should charge them for marketing. Qin Sun turned his head, saw her angry look, and said with a smile, Good idea. Go ask Beijing Films for money, and you'll get 90% commission. Su Luoluo. Her face showed a sad expression, as if she had eaten a bitter melon, and she felt a little regretful. I don't dare. Qin Sun laughed, and said nothing more, and continued to play games. An hour later, Qin Sun and others received the notice, and went downstairs to prepare for the premiere. Qin Sun stood backstage, and poked his head out to look around. The stage was surrounded by dense audiences. There were hundreds of seats in front of the stage. Many people were already sitting there. They were probably the leaders in various industries that Yu had mentioned before. Some of them were familiar faces. Lu Xiaoquan, Lu Gang, Zheng Mingquan, and even that bitch Lu Yisan were there. On the other side of the stage, a red carpet stretched several dozen meters forward. On both sides of the red carpet, the media reporters held cameras and microphones, waiting for the actors to enter. As the host's opening remarks sounded, the entire premiere officially kicked off. Qin Sun was in a state of half bewilderment. Yilan took him around the red carpet like a child shopping, and signed the celebrity autograph posters. When they arrived at the media interview area, Yilan was very familiar with it, and answered some tricky questions from media friends very appropriately. Qin Sun was not used to this kind of occasion, but just kept agreeing with her. Ah. Right. She's right. Suddenly, a reporter asked, Sister Lan, you have repeatedly become the #1 heroine in Qin Sun's various activities, and there are rumors on the internet that you two have a special relationship. Is that true? Qin Sun was not happy when he heard it. Every time there is a reporter interview, there are people who ask this question. It was fine in the past, but today, with Xia Ning's grandfather and his whole family present, I dare not say anything nonsense. Yilan remained calm and smiled. It's all in the past. He pursued me before, but I rejected him. At the end, she added. 3 times. The reporters laughed. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Yilan. He had scolded her 100 times in his heart, and was ready to find a chance to take revenge on her later. Suddenly, another reporter asked. A while ago, because Fatal Identity and Mystery Deep Eyes collided in the release date, there was a lot of controversy on the internet. Today, the box office of Mystery Deep Eyes was very high, and it won the box office champion of the day. What do you think about this? Yilan felt that this question was not suitable for her to answer, and turned to look at the film producer Qin Sun, but found that he still looked like he had nothing to do with it. She had to say, 2 movies of the same type, and the same release date, there will indeed be some controversy. I did notice some bad comments on the internet. Especially because Qin Sun was on the hot search for several days, because of such a small thing as slacking off. I don't know if there is a behind-the-scenes promoter. She did not mention the fact that Qin Sun took advantage of her to hype, but directly mentioned the fact that Qin Sun was cyberbullied before, implying to the reporters that they were just fighting back. Yilan continued. As for which of these 2 movies will have the last laugh at the box office? As she spoke, she smiled widely and made a witty remark. Of course it's me. As soon as she finished speaking, the Golden Medal supporting actor Qin Sun came on stage and said loudly, Ah. Right. Yilan is right. I agree with Yilan. He waved his fist. Competitors are idiots. Kill Mystery Deep Eyes. The reporters were stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Thank you for your speech, Brother Sun. You are so lively. What a great answer. Yilan turned her head and stared at Qin Sun blankly, saying a classic line from the richest man in Shihong City. Did I say that? You are just adding unnecessary details to my words. Qin Sun looked indifferent. The words are rough. But the truth is true. Yilan snorted coldly. That's too rough. The reporters were amused by the question and answer between the two, and laughed again, and the flashlights kept flashing to record this happy moment. Not far away, Xia Ning stood aside, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Qin Sun with a cold face. Behind him, Song Ying came over. It's all acting. Don't mind it. The more roles, the higher the box office. The higher the gift Qin Sun can give you. Xia Ning put down his arms, turned his head, and smiled at Song Ying. Who minds? I didn't even look at them. Chapter 967, I still need to practice the skill of flattery. The premiere continued. Song Ying, Messier, Anka and others also walked the red carpet, signed autographs, and answered reporters' questions. They were all very serious, just like elementary school students taking their final exams, fearing that they would bring shame to Qin Sun. The premiere process progressed step by step. Opening introduction. Guest speech. Wu Yu, as the director, was the first to walk onto the stage, picked up the microphone, looked around with a smile, and said, Hello, everyone. I am Wu Yu, the director of Fatal Identity. As you all know, I am not the soul of this movie. But Qin Sun is. But he is shy, and he doesn't want to show up on stage. So I, a little girl, had to go on stage to give a speech. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. There were cheers and whistles around. Qin Sun sat in the audience, knowing that many cameras were facing him. He could only smile, but cursed in his heart. I don't want to go on stage? Did you ask me? I don't want to. I really don't want to. But what does it have to do with shyness? I'm not a novice. Why should I be shy? You are just afraid that I will say something fierce on stage, and you won't be able to finish it. You have to make me sound so pure. On the stage, Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun and said, Qin Sun, I know that many people on the internet have some misunderstandings about you recently, and even abused you, saying that you are insane and a fool. But I never think so. I have always respected and admired your talent. Qin Sun was stunned. Hey, interesting. You really respect me, you don't call me fool, you just call me idiot. On the stage, Wu Yu's voice sounded more serious, and he spoke in official language. Here, I, Wu Yu, as the director of this film, sincerely express my deepest gratitude to Qin Sun. Qin Sun, you have added a lot of color to the film with your excellent acting skills and professional attitude. In the eyes of the world, you may have a stigmatized impression of being a slacker. But in fact, behind it is your endless efforts and sweat, your deep exploration of the role, and your unremitting pursuit. Your efforts, although not often shown to the public, are deeply imprinted in every inch of light and shadow of the work. With superb acting skills, you have injected soul into the character, which will surely move the audience. Your team spirit has inspired the entire crew to pursue excellence together. Your persistence and dedication to art have not only made the film a success, but also won the respect and admiration of all of us. In the future, I look forward to working with you again to create more brilliance together. Thank you again. Qin Sun, you are the mudslide in the film industry. As soon as the voice fell, there was a thunderous applause all around. Qin Sun noticed that almost everyone around him was looking at him, with a faint smile on his face. He quietly touched his arm to soothe his goosebumps. Oh my God! Is Wu Yu also a reincarnated flatterer? Is it necessary to praise me on the stage in front of so many people? And the words are so exaggerated. I have superb acting skills. Teamwork spirit. Does she mean giving red envelopes to employees? Or making a big pot of rice for everyone? The pursuit of art. Does she mean exploding Zhu Yuanju's anus? Or sleeping with Gao Man and Mao Qianyi at the same time? Is this flat girl not playing tricks on me? In the corner, Su Luoluo looked at Wu Yu on the stage with admiration. I still need to practice the skill of flattery. Next, Yilan, Song Ying, Messier and other actors came on stage to share their creative experience and interesting stories of filming. The special guests came on stage to give speeches and wished the movie a big box office success. After several cultural performances, everyone went up to the third floor under the escort of security guards, entered the theater hall in an orderly manner, and sat down according to the seating chart. The hall with more than 200 people was full. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Niu Xiaojun, Yi Lan and others were arranged together, all in the core area of the theater. Wu Yu had the demeanor of a great director, accompanying a group of bigwigs, that is, her father's friends. Song Ying, Misier, and Ku, Su Luoluo, Qiao Lele and others were arranged to sit in a slightly off-center position, but it was also a good viewing angle. Song Ying turned her head to look at Yilan, and whispered to Enku, "Sister Enku, I will sit there in the future." Enku gently patted the back of Song Ying's hand, and said, "Then I will ask you to be my spokesperson in the future." Song Ying, he. Some media reporters were also invited to the hall, and after a brief interview, their filming equipment was kept by the organizer. In the hall, the lights dimmed. Everyone looked at the movie screen quietly. Many people present had attended premieres before, and were familiar with the rhythm of watching movies. You cannot talk at the beginning of the movie, lest the organizers think you are not serious enough. Not serious enough. Not respecting the occasion. And not respecting the movie. But you can't not talk at all. When the movie is exciting, you should exclaim, cheer softly, or even discuss quietly. This will win the favor of the organizers. Most of the time, movie premieres are a feast of flattery. The movie starts. After the familiar dragon logo, it is the opening animation. These animations are specially designed by movies, TV series, or video streaming platforms to display their own brands, copyright information or sponsor information. The opening animation of Uzi Film and Television Company is a simple animation. The picture shows a 3 or 4-year-old kid sitting under a fruit-laden pomelo tree. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the pomelo fell to the ground one by one. Some rolled away. 3 more consecutive thump as hit the kid on the head. The kid ran away crying. A not-so-unbridled laugh broke out in the theater. Ha ha ha. This animation is interesting. Uzi Films, it's Ironhead Uzi. Qin Sun is really not an ordinary guy. Even the opening animation is so interesting. Xia Ning knew that Qin Sun made this animation, and asked Qin Sun, "Were you really hit on the head by a Uzi when you were a child?" Qin Sun answered, "How is that possible? After a grapefruit is ripe, it will not fall to the ground automatically, unless it is rotten. How can it fall to the ground because of a gust of wind? You have no common sense. If you really marry me and go home to farm, we will both starve to death." Xia Ning, I have no need to ask you. Xia Ning decided not to talk to Qin Sun throughout the movie, implying that he was angry. This time it will not be easy to coax him. She looked at the movie screen. After the opening animation of Sony Pictures, another investor of the movie, ended, the movie started. The screen was dark, accompanied by a thunder and rain from afar. A low monologue of a middle-aged man. When I walked up the stairs, I saw someone who was not there, and he was not there again today. I hope he will disappear forever. Chapter 968 Fatal Identity Wait for Death. After a conversation between a doctor and a criminal, a yellowed newspaper appeared on the screen, reporting some vicious cases such as robbery, murder of the whole family. The plot progresses. The scene changes. In a rainy day, the hotel owner is bored watching a movie at the counter. The door of the hotel was knocked open. A middle-aged man wearing glasses rushed in, with a bloody woman in his arms for help. She keeps bleeding. She keeps bleeding. Song Ying saw the scene and whispered to Monsieur, "I didn't expect you to be the first one to appear. It's a pity for your figure. You have to lie in bed and recuperate in bed scenes." Monsieur answered in a very small voice, "Bed scenes can show my acting skills." She looked at the screen with a smile on her lips. If she hadn't met Qin Sun, she would never have been able to act in a movie in her life. Right? And in the first movie, she was able to fully control it. The total number of lines was less than 2 minutes. And she was lying in bed the rest of the time. The plot progresses. Scene after scene. Yilan appears on the screen, driving a coupe, listening to dynamic music, holding a cigarette in her mouth, and reaching out to grope in the car storage box. But she finds nothing. She turns her head to look at the camera. The scene changes. A fat old man with big ears is lying shirtless on the bed, with a small cake full of candles on his chest. Yilan is wearing a sexy nightgown, lighting the candle with the old man's lighter, humming a song. Turning around and walking to the table, and quietly hiding the lighter in her bag. A burst of exclamations rang out in the theater. Some people whispered, "Oh my god, Elon plays a prostitute? She's not clean? Throwing a lighter? Although she didn't show it, I feel she made a big sacrifice. She's a queen." The plot continues to move forward. Jin Sun appears, playing the driver of a faded star who seems to be in menopause, listening to the stars nagging along the way. Song Ying appears. She plays a yellow-haired girlfriend, like a little gangster. Song Ying was a little excited. She had not seen the finished film before, but had only seen the trailer online, and it was only 1 or 2 seconds. That 1 or 2 seconds was the scene of her tragic death. Song Ying turned to look at Enku, then turned to look at Monsieur, and asked in a low voice, "How was my performance? Was my acting good? Is it a movie queen level?" Enku was helpless. "Yes." Monsieur had no choice but to say, "Absolutely." Song Ying was very happy. She filmed for several days. Each take was guided by an acting teacher, and they filmed over and over again. It seems that she has few scenes, but according to her observation, she should have more scenes than Monsieur, and even more than Anka, because Anka has no lines. She plays a passerby typing in the corner of the office. Who said she has no acting talent? He. The plot keeps moving forward. A murder happened. A house number was left at the scene of the crime. Jin Sun led everyone to find the real murderer, but still couldn't stop one person after another from dying. Monsieur died. Xiao Huamao died. Song Ying died. The little boy died. The audience in the theater was attracted by the plot. At the beginning, there were some discussions, but in the end, there was no sound, and everyone was watching the screen seriously. Think carefully about who is the serial killer. Everyone is almost dead. Who is the murderer? Could it be the male protagonist Jin Sun? The plot progresses, and the mystery is finally solved. Everyone was shocked, and there was a burst of exclamations in the theater. Everyone whispered to the people around them and discussed the plot. So he is mentally ill? Multiple personalities? That hotel is an illusion composed of multiple personalities? Multiple personalities appear at the same time? He killed himself? The doctor wants the male protagonist to go back to the illusion and kill the other personalities, leaving only the best personality. Can the protagonist still be a good person after killing people? If so, the worst personality will still be left in the end. Right? The plot progresses. Jin Sun picked up a gun and shot at the fake policeman. He didn't hide and died with the other party. Only Elon was left among the 10 people in the hotel. The rainstorm in the illusion passed, and the weather became clear. Elon drove to the orange orchard she had dreamed of. On both sides of the road, the leaves of the fruit trees rustled in the breeze, exuding the fragrance of oranges. Dusk. Elon bathed in the sunset, squatting on the ground to loosen the soil of the orange tree in front of the door. After a few shovels, she dug out a hotel sign. She realized that something was wrong, raised her head, and a little boy stood in front of her with a rake, with a cold and fierce face. It turns out that the little boy who had been silent like a mute was the murderer behind the scenes. Elon died, and the little boy became the only personality. The devil won. The theater was quiet for a moment, and then a burst of exclamations broke out. "Oh my god! What a reversal! I would never have thought of this. Who wrote this script, Jin Sun? How can his brain be so useful?" Song Ying, Monsieur, Encore was shocked and speechless for a long time. Song Ying was about to cry. Does my first movie have to go down in film history? Monsieur smiled. I must take my sisters to watch this movie, to see my superb performance. And sighed and smiled. If I had known that this movie was so wonderful, I would have put the matter of duty aside, and studied a few tricks from the acting teacher, and also wanted a role with lines. Monsieur comforted. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. Yulan sat not far from Jin Sun, turned her head to look at him, and then looked at Xian Ning, and said with some annoyance, "Fools have their own luck. But idiots don't." After a while, she sighed and said, "Does Jin Sun have more wrinkles in his brain than us? How can it be so useful?" Jin Sun heard the praises from all around him, and sighed in his heart. "My brain is not very useful. The 250 rune water has expired. I am just an ordinary fool now." The movie is over. There was a round of applause in the theater. Many people congratulated Liu Gang. "Boss Liu, congratulations on investing in another movie that is sure to be a big hit. Shocking, so shocking. Congratulations to Boss Liu for having such a wonderful daughter. She is so promising at a young age." Let's work together if we have a chance. By the way, don't forget to bring Qin Sun along, ha ha ha. Lu Gang and Wu Yu smiled and made polite remarks to everyone. Many of the people around Qin Sun turned around to congratulate him. Qin Sun, you are worthy of being a boy. Although I haven't seen Mystery Deep Eyes, but I know it's a sure thing. Qin Sun, you are still young and don't know a lot of things. If you want to make a movie in the future, remember to ask us uncles for investment. Don't always eat alone. I thought this movie would be very good, but I didn't expect it to be so good. Did you really delete the scenes of the three main actors? Praises, voices of flattery, came from all directions. Qin Sun didn't seem to know who to talk to first, so he could only giggle. Xia Ning stood silently by the side, wanting to speak several times but stopping himself. Finally he held back and helped him out. The sinner Qin Sun does not deserve sympathy. After a while, Xia Ning saw that the people around him were asking more and more questions, and Qin Sun was still grinning, sighed in his heart, and comforted himself. One thing is one thing. We'll settle this account later. Xia Ning smiled, reached out, and took Qin Sun's arm. A middle-aged man said, Uncle Jean, what are you talking about? It's our honor that you are willing to invest in us. How can we close the door and eat alone? Next time, next time. A slightly treacherous smile quietly crossed the corner of Qin Sun's mouth. Humph! Shall Xia Ning fight with me? A gentleman can deceive others with his own methods. After the premiere, Wu Yu invited everyone to attend the banquet again. It got dark very quickly. After midnight, Mystery Case Deep Eyes box office exceeded 100 million. Zhang Lei sat in the office, looking at the eye-catching box office data of 110 million. A stone fell from his heart. It's higher than I expected. I really want to thank you for giving me free marketing, Qin Sun. He stood up and opened the curtains, looking at the bright lights of thousands of houses outside the window, feeling that everything is so beautiful, everything is so promising in the future. With the fermentation of word of mouth, the box office of the next day will definitely set a new record. Fatal Identity wait for you to die. Chapter 969 You told dirty jokes in front of him? You are really looking for death. The next day, Qin Sun woke up from the bed, opened his sleepy eyes, yawned, habitually reached his hand to his side, but found nothing. He turned his head and saw that Xia Ning was gone. He touched her quilt again, and found that the quilt was cold. Xia Ning must have been gone for a long time. Qin Sun sat up, yawned, and felt a little confused. Last night, Lu Gang took Wu Yu, Xia Ning and him, holding wine glasses, and walked around the banquet hall. He had forgotten how he got back to the hotel yesterday. Qin Sun sat on the bed blankly, turned his head and looked out the window. Through the thick curtains, he could tell it was still morning by the sky outside the window. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, and saw that it was only 9:20. There was a bottle of fresh milk, and a sandwich on the bedside table. There was a note on the milk bottle. Qin Sun took it, and saw that it was a message from Xia Ning. After a hangover, remember to eat. I'll go to Wu Yu's room, you come after breakfast. There was a little heart at the end of the note. The writing was not skillful, it looked a bit like a butt. After Qin Sun finished washing up, he ate a cold sandwich and iced milk. And he immediately sobered up a lot. Xia Ning's habit of eating cold food is not good. It will definitely teach children bad habits in the future. It must be changed. After he finished breakfast, he walked out of the room, and went to Wu Yu's room next door. Today is the first day of the release of Fatal Identity. No matter how much Wu Yu drank last night, she will definitely get up today to pay attention to various data. Her ambition is terrible. As soon as he walked to the door, Qin Sun heard a faint complaint coming from the room. Smashed. Break it. What's the use? All trash. Xia Ning, don't look at me like that. I'm talking about Qin Sun. You're still protecting him. I'll let you protect him. You let him sleep. We women are all up, but he insists on sleeping. Are you going to call him or not? Why do you insist on letting him sleep? Then, there was another noise of fighting. They seemed to be fighting. Qin Sun knocked on the door, and it became quiet inside. After a while, the door opened. It was Xia Ning who opened the door. Qin Sun looked around and saw that the girls who flew to Beijing yesterday to attend the premiere were all there. Except Yilan. Of course. She didn't even attend the banquet last night, and flew away directly. Very high-end. This is a suite. A group of girls were already dressed and sitting in the living room, with a bunch of snacks on the coffee table, as if they were having a tea party. Wu Yu saw Qin Sun standing at the door, and said unhappily, What are you doing? Come in quickly. Qin Sun was startled, looked at Xia Ning, and asked, Ning Ning, was Wu Yu a little disrespectful to me just now? Xia Ning, a little. Qin Sun, just a little? Xia Ning, maybe. A little more. Qin Sun turned his head and glared at Wu Yu, swearing. What the hell are you eating? Who said on the stage yesterday that he respected me very much? Are you farting in public? The room fell silent. The other girls looked at Wu Yu, seeing that her face was getting worse, but no one spoke to stop the fight. A woman who is angry. A man who has always had a bad temper. In the Battle of Tianwang Mountain, mortals should retreat. Under Wu Yu's cold gaze, Qin Sun slowly walked into the living room, sat down on the sofa, picked up an orange on the coffee table and peeled it. Wu Yu, what happened? Wu Yu took a deep breath, took out his mobile phone, searched the real-time box office, slapped the phone on the coffee table, and said coldly, Porcelain marketing? It's a failure. Qin Sun looked down. The top real-time box office is Mystery Deep Eyes, which has been released for 2 days, and has a box office of 21 million. The second place is a comedy. The third place is a gangster film. The fourth place is Fatal Identity, which has been released for 1 day, and has a box office of 8 million. Qin Sun laughed when he saw the ranking and the box office and said, Fourth place, 8 million box office, isn't that pretty good? In the fiercely competitive summer season, it's okay, you can get it. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yu couldn't help but blurt out a swear word. What the hell? Qin Sun, do you want to hear what you are saying? You, Yilan, plus me, and this room of beauties have joined forces, and it's almost 10 o'clock now. And the first day's box office is only 8 million. Today's estimate is only about 20 to 30 million for the whole day, not even a fraction of Mystery Deep Eyes. Pigsy marketing, Pigsy marketing. Not only has it ruined your own character, it has affected the audience's enthusiasm for watching movies, and it has also helped Mystery Deep Eyes. You've hit a dead end. As she said this, she gave Qin Sun a thumbs up with both hands, yin and yang. You are really stupid. The girls who had been silent just now also started to criticize Qin Sun. Songing, Brother Qin Sun, you should have some ambition. Don't let Zhang lay right on your head. And Boss Qin. I admire your mentality. Monsieur, such a good movie, but the box office is only so little, I am not willing to accept it. Niu Xiaojun, Qin Sun, no wonder Wu Yu called you an idiot yesterday, you are such a big idiot. Su Luoluo and Xiao Lei are Qin Sun's subordinates, so it is not easy for them to follow the trend and mock Qin Sun, but their silence represents their attitude. Qin Sun was not angry when they shouted at him. He still had a smile on his face. After they finished talking, he said, Everyone drank all night last night. Did you drink fake wine? I've already woken up. And you're still confused? Everyone was silent. They thought of Qin Sun's shrewd character and felt that they might have missed a key point. So they didn't say anything back after being scolded. They waited for Qin Sun's next words. Wu Yu was angry and didn't consider this at all. He laughed out of anger. What do you mean? Are you so arrogant? She stood up from the sofa suddenly, pointed at Qin Sun's nose and started to curse. Platform marketing platform? You still have the nerve to say that this is the best suspense film in Sea Country in the past 30 years. There is no other. Your face is like a prostitute standing in a brothel, flirting with men on the street, selling a smile for a long time, boasting that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. What's the result? She spread her hands. No one buys your spring. When Wu Yu said this, everyone was shocked. Is this something a girl can say? Niu Xiaojun was not surprised at all. Among the 3 girls, Wu Yu was the best at telling dirty jokes. Super professional. Xia Ning closed her eyes and began to chant the mantra for Wu Yu in her heart. To use such a sexual metaphor in front of Qin Sun was like looking for death. Qin Sun smiled at Wu Yu, whose chest kept rising and falling, crossed his legs, and said, Wu Yu, if a club nearby advertises that there is a super male model in their family, who is handsome and capable, but everyone knows that his baby was punched 3 times in a row by a strong man, if it were you, would you spend money to order him? As soon as the words fell, the living room was quiet. Xia Ning opened his eyes, looking at Wu Yu with some sympathy. Song Ying encore, Su Luoluo and others drank water, ate melon seeds, ate grapes. I don't understand. I don't understand. What club? What male model? What is that? I've never heard of it. Niu Xiaojun tightened his face, pressed his mouth corners downward, trying not to laugh like a pig. There are even better hands among the yellow. Chapter 970. Yes. You know how good he is. But you don't know how good he is. Wu Yu was stunned for a long time. His face turned pale, then red, and then pale again. And he said, I won't order it. Qin-sun, that's it. You also said you won't order it. You must have to wait for your friends to tell you that the male model is really good looking and capable before you order him. Word of mouth is very important. Wu Yu was so angry that he picked up an orange on the coffee table and smashed it on the ground. And stepped on it hard. And the juice burst out. I said I can't. No matter how good the male model is, I won't go to the club to order a male model. She walked in front of Qin-sun, looking down at him, said angrily, Can you not be so vulgar when you use metaphors in the future? Qin-sun smiled. Who started it? Wu Yu was in the wrong, and had nothing to say, and her chest was a little bigger with anger. Qin-sun, do you understand now? Wu Yu hesitated for a moment, and said weakly, I understand. After saying this, she was silent, but there was a hint of relief in her eyes. Yes, as an ordinary audience. If 3 of the main actors of a movie are exposed, and their roles are deleted, who would dare to spend their own money to support the movie? These people are either rich or sick. Now, the people who buy tickets to watch movies should be a group of people who want to taste the saltiness even if a dung truck passes by the door. They are curious. They just like to hunt for novelties. And they just want to see how bad Fatal Identity can be. There are some people in this society who don't like bad movies. But if they are bad to a certain extent, they have to watch it. Now that the box office has reached 8 million, it is already a box office appeal of Yi Lan and Qin-sun that is against the sky. Wu Yu figured it out, and immediately calmed down, feeling that she had lost her composure just now. She glanced at Qin-sun, not knowing what to say, and sat silently on the sofa. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, as Qin-sun's assistant, Su Luoluo immediately jumped out and snatched an unpeeled orange from Qin-sun's hand, and said, Boss Qin, you can just leave the peeling of oranges to me. Why are you bothering with this? You are the scriptwriter, and every word is worth 1,000 gold. How can you do such a thing? Qin-sun. This girl's flattery skills are advanced, mainly because her face thickness is exponentially increasing. This boy will become the #1 trader around me. Qin. In the future. Su Luoluo's flattery livened up the atmosphere in the living room. The girls who had just criticized Qin-sun spoke again, with a smile. Songing. Brother Qin-sun, I have always known that you are a very ambitious person. You will never let others ride on your head. And Boss Qin has always been calm in times of crisis. We need to learn from him. Monsieur, now the audience thinks that a bad movie has a box office of 8 million. I think this movie will explode once the reputation reverses. Su Luoluo was glad that he didn't say a word just now, said, Boss Qin, I've always known this, and I've always believed in you. I just wanted them to stop talking. You work so hard every day, and they keep talking about you. But I'm timid, and I don't dare to interrupt them. Xiao Lele stared at Su Luoluo blankly. Weren't we afraid of being fired because we didn't talk just now? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and your flattery skills have reached this level? In order to please Master Qin alone, you don't hesitate to offend everyone in the room? You are indeed a college student. You progress quickly after entering society, unlike me. Niu Xiaojun swept his eyes across the faces of the women, and sneered. You've scolded me. Why are you still trying to make amends? As she spoke, she seemed to prove her courage, and angrily shouted at Qin-sun. Stupid. Big stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Yu yelled, Brother Niu, you've gone too far. Niu Xiaojun was shocked. Who went too far? Who am I venting my anger on? How did you become rebellious so quickly? You've gone too far. Qin-sun took the orange slices handed over by Su Luoluo, put them in his mouth and chewed them, and said, Today's moviegoers have been trained to be mature by the market. Most people will wait for word of mouth to come out before deciding whether to watch a movie. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. At the latest tomorrow. At the earliest tonight. Our word of mouth will reverse. Then it will be a good time for us to reap the box office. Wu Yu saw Qin-sun lightly revealing what happened just now, and she felt even more embarrassed. But she didn't mention it again, and picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table. After some operations, she handed it to Qin-sun. That's what I said. But take a look at the audience's comments on Mystery Deep Eyes. This movie has a great reputation. Qin-sun picked up his phone, and saw that it was a Douyin video. He clicked on it to watch it. It was a film and television blogger praising Mystery Deep Eyes, and calling on everyone to go to the cinema to support this domestic product. This video has 200,000 likes and more than 30,000 comments. He clicked on the comment area and read it. Most of them were positive reviews. You can only speak after buying the ticket. I bought it. I want to say, it's really good. Friends who like suspense movies, I say loudly, it's definitely worth the money. It's definitely worth the money. Friends who often kill people, please pay attention. Don't miss this movie. It's so brain-burning. There are so many twists and turns. It's good. Serial murderers, it's exciting. Ah, I don't understand. Can someone explain it to me? Trust me, if this movie is not good, I will eat it. I am a heavy fan of suspense movies. I also watched half of the movie before I knew who the murderer was. It's definitely worth watching. There are still some flaws, but the flaws are not enough to cover the merits. It's worth watching. Pick the tallest one among the short ones. It's not impossible to watch. There are also some doubting voices, and they didn't forget to criticize Fatal Identity. One of the most anticipated suspense movies in the past 10 years, overrated. Why overrated? I think it's pretty good. Waiting for Identity to be released tomorrow. Slap it in the face. What did you say? Waiting for Identity. Do you want to make my grandma's dentures laugh off? A movie with 3 main actors cut out. You also want to watch it. Don't be too much of a licker of Chin Sun. Watch the best suspense movie in 30 years, bar none? What's the matter? It wants to make back its fine from me. No way. Chin Sun read some comments and returned the phone to Wu Yu. Don't worry about the comments of those netizens. They haven't eaten any good pork either. Wu Yu heard this and smiled bitterly. Are you too confident? Whether our movie's box office can make a comeback depends on whether our reputation can surpass theirs, and it is much better than theirs. The audience of suspense films is quite picky. If the gap cannot be opened by more than 1 point, it will be difficult to make a comeback at the box office. From now on, Mystery Case Deep Eyes has a good reputation. Chin Sun asked back. Do you know that Fatal Identity is a good movie? Wu Yu was stunned, not knowing why he asked such nonsense. Of course I know. Yes, you know. Chin Sun's mouth curled up a smile. But you don't know how good it is. Chapter 971. What does it mean that if you have you? Why have Leon? Yes. You know it is good. But you don't know how good it is. Chin Sun said this sentence with great force, which made the living room quiet. Everyone's eyes fell on his face, as if waiting for his explanation. Chin Sun ate oranges silently, without saying a word. There were some explanations that he couldn't say. On Earth, people who like to watch suspense movies can't avoid Fatal Identity. This movie was rated 8.9 points by 900,000 people on Douban. The highest scoring domestic film on Douban is a low-cost movie called The Labyrinth of the Heart, which has a score of 8.8. On Blue Star, the best suspense film in Country C is a little worse on a certain software, with only one scoring 8.6. So he dared to say that Fatal Identity is the best domestic suspense film in the past 30 years. Bar none. There is nothing wrong with it. It was not domestic before, but it is now. Seeing Chin Sun silent, Wu Yu thought he was pretending to be unwilling to explain. So he had to ask again. Chin Sun, you said I don't know how good Fatal Identity is? Then tell me how good this movie is. Chin Sun raised his head, saw Wu Yu's eager eyes, knew he couldn't hide, thought about it, and gave another answer. This movie has a compact and suspenseful plot, has multiple personality settings, and a twist in the ending. You all know this from watching it yesterday. He paused and continued. But this movie has another advantage. It's not extremely brain-burning. Everyone was shocked, and all looked confused. Isn't it true that the more brain-burning a suspense film is, the better? Chin Sun continued to explain. Yes. Not being too brain-burning is its advantage. A huge advantage. When the audience finishes watching the movie in the cinema, they will be completely shocked by the story. In the cinema, they can get a complete experience, instead of going home to search for various analyses with a confused face. This means that its viewing threshold is very low. After completing all the elements that a suspense film should complete, this movie is still a good enough feature film, which can attract a large number of ordinary audiences. Its audience has never been just suspense film enthusiasts. You know, ordinary audiences are the largest market. Remember? A suspense film that the audience cannot understand after watching it, and even has to go home to search for bloggers' analysis, is unlikely to achieve great success at the box office. At this point, he thought of a movie Mulholland Drive, which he did not understand even after reading the analysis. The reputation is very high, but the box office is very poor, which makes the investors lose all their money. After listening to Chin Sun's words, the living room was quiet for a moment. Wu Yu thought of the comments about Mystery Deep Eyes just now, a large part of which said brain-burning, and some people even said incomprehensible and needed analysis. At first glance, this is a compliment to the high suspense of this film. However, on the other hand, it is that the threshold for watching movies is very high, and the audience is all suspense movie lovers. There has always been a market for domestic suspense films, but there has never been a big hit. The high threshold for watching movies may be an obstacle. Mystery Case Deep Eyes has a certain threshold for watching movies. After this wave of suspense movie lovers have watched it, it will be weak and the box office may decline at a faster rate. Fatal Identity has almost no threshold for watching movies. Isn't it just a killing spree? Wu Yu looked at Chin Sun and once again felt his shrewdness and long-term vision. She slowly raised her hands and clapped vigorously. The applause rang out. Gradually, Misiar clapped. Anka clapped. Soning clapped. Xiao Lele clapped. Su Luoluo clapped especially hard. Niu Xiaojun looked at the group of women clapping, and said with disdain, TSK. 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 Like a rapper. Xia Ning watched this scene with a smile on her face. But she did not applaud, because she felt that she had half of the military medal. She could also bear this applause. Outside the door, a waiter passed by the door with a small cart, heard the dense clap, clap, clap sounds from inside, turned his head to look at the door, and nodded imperceptibly. Awesome. The applause stopped. Chin Sun finished eating a slice of orange, clapped his hands, and said, Since we are free, let's go to the cinema to watch a movie together. Niu Xiaojun sneered. Buy your own ticket to watch your own movie. Isn't your way of boosting the box office a little too stupid? The cinema chain takes a cut. Chin Sun stood up and said, Who said we were going to watch Identity? Let's go watch The Mystery of the Deep Eyes. I want to see how good it is. As soon as the words fell, everyone was aroused, and there was a faint feeling of going deep into the enemy camp to investigate the enemy's situation. Wu Yu laughed loudly. Okay. Chin Sun, you treat us. But you can't use public funds? Wu Yu. Okay. Beijing Film and Television General Manager's Office. Zhang Lei was in a good mood. This morning, he had a very fulfilling life. He looked at netizens' comments on Mystery Deep Eyes on the internet, and then looked at the real-time box office forecast that it would exceed 100 million today. Then he looked at the stock price of Beijing Film and Television, and his mood became better. Finally, there was a little improvement. Zhang Lei put down his phone, held the back of his head with both hands, and turned around in his chair. A centipede is still alive even after death, and I'm not dead yet. You said you would eat me? Dream on. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Lei put down his arms holding the back of his head, sat up straight, and regained his serious look, and said, Come in. His assistant came in. Zhang Lei asked directly, Is it done? The assistant nodded and said, Yes. Mr. Zhang, because it's too early now, there are no word-of-mouth reviews about Fatal Identity on the internet, but I managed to get the list of people at their premiere. Some of these media friends have some connections with us. I found 3 reliable ones to ask about some information. Speaking of this, she looked at Zhang Lei and stopped talking. Zhang Lei was a little unhappy, said, Go on. What is the reputation of Fatal Identity? Before, when Lu Gang held a movie appreciation meeting in his home theater, he also asked 3 film critics, and the answer he got in the end was 50-50. About the same. On par. Even his assistant said that from someone's tone, Fatal Identity might be a little better than Mystery Eyes. This little bit became a thorn in his heart. But only one person said so. He always stubbornly believed that it was a matter of personal taste. Now he is eager to know which one is better. Mystery Deep Eyes or Fatal Identity. This is almost related to whether Beijing Film and Television will change its owner. The assistant hesitated and said, I heard them say Fatal Identity is very good. I asked them which one is better, Fatal Identity or Mystery Deep Eyes, but they always talked about other things and never gave a direct answer. When Zhang Lei heard this, his face sank. Sometimes not answering is also an answer. The assistant continued to speak carefully. One of the media friends said, he said, Since you was born, why was Liang born? Zhang Lei was stunned. Am I Zhou Yu? Is Chin Sun going to piss me off to death? Zhang Lei stood up suddenly and walked out of the office. Let's go to the cinema. I don't believe it. Chapter 972, is this force to be an external incarnation of my system? Cinema. A VIP cinema in a sunny theater in a shopping mall in Beijing, Wu Yu was charged. Although Lu Gang was looking for someone to do it to eat Beck Hans and television, however, the theater under his family still has mystery deep pupils, and the slices for it are not low. Bored, but it's Wu Yu's sentence, but money still has to pay. Qin Sun and his party participated in Deadly ID, and all wearing masks, go to the ticket gate. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Is it you? Qin Sun and Xia Ning turned around at the same time, looking at Qin Fanshu behind them. Qin Fanshu was wearing a bright red ancient-style dress, a bit like Shoha clothing, as if she was getting married. She was holding a movie ticket in her hand. Seeing Xia Ning glance at her hand, she quietly held the ticket in her palm and said to Xia Ning with a smile, "What a coincidence." Xia Ning smiled a little awkwardly. "Hello." She saw a group of them blocking the ticket gate, affecting the passage of others, and was afraid that Qin Sun and the others would reveal their identities. So she pulled Qin Sun to the side. Wu Yu and the others also tacitly made way, waiting for their old friends to finish their greetings. Xia Ning looked at the smile on Qin Fanshu's face, and remembered the ambiguous words she whispered to her ear when they parted. "I think you smell better than him." What does this mean? It's for both men and women? It's for both of us to get it? Xia Ning was alert, but she maintained the most basic courtesy on the surface. "Why did you come to Beijing?" Qin Fanshu smiled. "Travel. I travel every summer and winter vacation." Qin Sun snorted coldly, cursing in his heart. "Roast chicken. You can fly all over the country. And you still play cosplay?" Qin Fanshu heard this cold snort, turned his head to look at Qin Sun, and seemed to see through his thoughts, and said, "First, I'm not a roast chicken. Second, I can fly not only to the whole country, I'm going to fly to Country J next week. I can fly all over the world. Third, I'm free to dress in any way you want, don't look at people with yellow glasses." Qin Sun? Is this bitch the incarnation of my system? How does she know what I'm thinking? What a vicious woman. Qin Sun said expressionlessly. I didn't say a word. Xia Ning looked at Qin Fanshu, and was shocked. I could tell that Qin Sun's cold snort contained something special. But why could she do it too? And, next week, we will also fly to Country J. Is this girl named Xiaofeng really related to Qin Sun? Qin Sun looked at Qin Fanshu with a vigilant look. Could this woman have gotten Xia Ning's schedule from some channel, following her all the way here, and she's going to Country J with her? Dirty! Qin Fanshu saw that Xia Ning was silent, looked around, and deliberately lowered his voice and said, I'm going to J Country to eat. Bear paws, do you want to come with me? Xia Ning. She shook her head slowly, and said nothing. She didn't know what to say. Wu Yu saw that Xia Ning looked a little strange, and although he didn't understand why, he hurried over to help. The movie is about to start, and it's time for us to check our tickets. Xia Ning smiled, and nodded to Qin Fanshu, pointed to the entrance, and took Qin Sun to the ticket gate to wait for the ticket check. Su Lulu, the flatterer who was born with bad luck but worked hard, jumped out and said to Qin Fanshu, Thank you for supporting Fatal Identity. Qin Fanshu heard this. His face was a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and opened his palm, revealing a wrinkled movie ticket. It said Mystery Deep Eyes Sorry. We watched different movies. Su Luluo knew that Qin Fanshu was Qin Sun Sr., and was also one of the leaders of the graduation party. Later, she also boasted about Qin Sun's hard work on the internet. She never expected that Qin Fanshu would betray her. She went to watch Mystery Deep Eyes. Su Luluo's face was even more embarrassed than Qin Fanshu's. She glanced at Qin Sun quietly, and found that he just turned around and looked at her. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The flattery hit the horse's hoof. Wow! I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Su Luluo calmed down a little, tried to make up for it, said, Actually, we watched the same movie, we also watched this one. After saying that, she felt something was wrong. It seems that she didn't make up for anything? The situation seems to be more serious. What if others know that the main creative team of Fatal Identity collectively watched the rival movie? Will it cause huge losses to the movie box office? Su Luluo looked at Qin Sun, with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Qin Fanshu was surprised to hear this, and walked behind Xia Ning and asked, Really? Are we in the same theater? As she said that, She showed the movie ticket to Xiaoning. Before Xiaoning answered, Qin Sun said, "No. We are different. We are the VIP theater. And we have reserved the theater." Qin Fanshu was even happier. "Can you take me with you? I didn't even buy the VIP theater." Xiaoning looked embarrassed. Qin Sun sneered. "Sorry. It's full." After saying that, he took Xiaoning to the ticket gate, checked the ticket, and walked towards his own theater. Just after entering the theater, in the dim corridor, Qin Sun and Xiaoning looked at each other and said in unison, "Stay away from her in the future." Wu Yu and others followed behind them, and they were all confused when they heard this. They couldn't understand why the two people who were always generous were so abnormal today. They had a vague hostility towards the beautiful woman who was dressed beautifully and flamboyantly, but exuded an intellectual temperament. Wu Yu asked, "Did that beautiful woman interfere with your relationship?" Qin Sun and Xiaoning looked at Wu Yu at the same time and said at the same time, "No. Don't talk nonsense." Wu Yu and Niu Xiaojun looked at each other and laughed. Hee hee. There is no silver here. The VIP theater is not big, with less than 20 seats. However, each seat is a sofa that looks high-end and classy, even with massage function. And snacks and drinks are provided. Qin Sun and his group sat down casually. Most of them were lying on the sofa watching Mystery Deep Eyes. Niu Shijun's posture was the most unbridled, and he wanted to take a big head on the sofa. Wu Yu didn't lie down, but sat up straight and stared at the screen. "I want to see why Mystery Deep Eyes has such a good reputation." The movie started. After watching for more than 10 minutes, Wu Yu's solemn expression disappeared, and she lay down lazily and continued to watch. Half an hour later, she felt a little bored. It's not that Mystery Deep Eyes is not good, but after watching Fatal Identity, her threshold for suspense movies has been raised too high. Now watching Mystery Deep Eyes is like a child playing house. No matter how I watch it, I feel uncomfortable. I always feel that this movie is a little twisted for the sake of twisting, a little stiff, a little artificial, a little meaningless. After watching it for a while, Wu Yu's heart was completely at peace, and she laughed out loud. Suddenly, she felt that her loss of composure would affect other people's viewing, and immediately shut her mouth. She turned her head to the side, and found that Qin Sun had fallen asleep on the sofa. Xiaoning, however, was lying on the sofa and watching it seriously. Although Enku was also watching, she kept changing her sitting position, and it seemed that no matter how she sat, she was uncomfortable and felt like sitting on pins and needles. Maybe they thought the movie was too boring. Su Luoluo and Xiao Lele watched the movie seriously with a tense face, but their eyes were a little empty, obviously distracted, almost wandering. Suddenly, Wu Yu shook her head helplessly and continued to watch the movie. No matter how different it was from Fatal Identity, she should at least give the opponent the corresponding respect. Until the last moment, she couldn't show too much joy. Suddenly, she saw a pair of black shadows of feet projected on the screen. Wu Yu was startled and immediately turned around to look, and found Niu Xiaojun doing a handstand in the last row. Her fat body even made her stand upside down. Wu Yu was amused, could no longer suppress her inner joy, and laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Mystery Deep Eyes is really interesting. It's good. It's really good." Almost at the same time, in another cinema, in a shopping mall, not far away, Zhang Lei also walked into the theater with his assistant. Chapter 973. Just this? This thing dares to say if there is you. Why is there Liang? Zhang Lei did not choose to book the theater, nor did he go to the VIP room, but chose a theater with the largest number of people. He wanted to get to know the audience and observe their true emotions when watching the movie. Zhang Lei chose the last row, counted the heads in the dim light, and he was very happy after counting. There are only a dozen people watching in a theater with 200 people. Although it is not prime time in the morning, the attendance rate is too low. The movie started. Zhang Lei watched the movie with great energy. He had loved the film industry since he was a child. He was a popular actor when he was young. He had watched countless movies in his life. Even if the company went bankrupt, he thought that with his professionalism, he could still make a living as a film critic. The movie played for 10 minutes. Zhang Lei sneered in his heart. "That's it? How dare this thing be called since there is you? Why is there Liang? It looks like a serial murder case. This not only has the same subject matter as Mystery Deep Eyes, but also the main plot. It just adds a clue like a house number to mislead the audience. I have seen through it a long time ago. The murder case has nothing to do with the house number. It's a lame trick. It's really like hitting a stone with an egg to dare to touch Mystery Deep Eyes. It's overestimating one's own ability. 20 minutes in. Zhang Lei continued to sneer. A volatile policeman took a fierce criminal to the hotel, adding dramatic conflict and burying suspense. It was just a common routine. It was above the passing level, but I didn't see any explosive points. When he saw the 30th minute, Zhang Lei was startled, and heard the exclamations of the audience in the theater. He cursed in his heart. Qin Sun, are you fucking sick? A head rolled in the washing machine? What if the children were scared? Don't be thrilling for the sake of thrilling, damn. Zhang Lei continued to watch, and unknowingly watched for an hour. When he realized this problem, he was suddenly startled. I was attracted by the plot. Fuck. No, I was just distracted. Zhang Lei was a little worried, and then he got angry. What car explosion? The body disappeared. Even the ashes were gone. The dead person lying on the bed also disappeared? This is totally unreasonable. Don't suspense films need logic? Is this a ghost film? Zhang Lei continued to watch. His face became more and more gloomy. These people who survived all had the same birthday, and came from the same place? What does this mean? Don't be curious for the sake of curiosity. What's the point of deliberately doing these fancy things? Despicable. You'd better make it up. Otherwise, the tight and tense plots in the front will not stand up. It will be a story film with no logic under the guise of suspense. It's still a bad one. Super bad. Zhang Lei held his hands in front of his chest. His face was serious. His whole body was in a defensive posture, and he continued to watch. When he saw the protagonist being summoned out of the illusion, the doctor explained that the people in the hotel were his different personalities. They deliberately used drugs to design the illusion of the hotel, just to make them kill each other, leaving the kind personality behind. Zhang Lei's scalp tingled. So far, it has become an art. Psychopath? There are many movies about psychopaths, but who has played this routine? Heal yourself. Zhang Lei's breathing was a little rapid, slowly put down his arms, and leaned weakly on the sofa, staring blankly at the movie screen. Listening to the exclamations from all around, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Lost? Definitely lost. The movie continued. The protagonist played by Qin Sun sacrificed himself in a shootout with the fake police, leaving Yilan's personality behind. Zhang Lei had a blank expression. The theme was raised again, trying to make the audience cry. Qin Sun, you are so good at it. The movie continued. The heroine played by Yilan drove a car, driving on a country road, with lush orange trees on both sides. Everything was so beautiful. Zhang Lei didn't think it was beautiful. He didn't wait for the last few minutes of the movie to finish. He felt that he had known enough about the movie, and stood up directly, walking down the aisle beside the theater. Suddenly, he heard a chorus of fuck. In the theater, Zhang Lei's heart trembled, and he looked up at the movie screen. Just then, he saw Yilan squatting under the orange tree and digging out a house number. She looked up and saw a child holding a hoe and showing a sinister smile. The little boy, who had never had a sense of existence, and even the audience thought he was dead, had the last laugh. Zhang Lei was stunned. There is a reversal? So sudden and violent? Zhang Lei stood there in a daze, and quickly went through the movie in his mind. He is not an ordinary audience, and immediately appreciates more wonderful aspects of the movie. The unexpected revelation of the real murderer. Layer by layer of foreshadowing and foreshadowing. Shocking reversal. Thought-provoking irony. I don't know how long he was in a daze. Zhang Lei heard the assistant behind him reminding him, saying, Mr. Zhang, the movie is over. We want. He turned back suddenly, raised his hand, and slapped the assistant in the face, and cursed. What is the movie? Will you speak? Zhang Lei strode away from the theater. The face moved to the outside of the theater. Suddenly see the bathroom. It felt like I walked in. At this time, the bathroom people are full. Many people are waiting at the door. Some of the accompanying guys are discussing the movie. Passerby. Good looking, what a nice look, it's so exciting. I didn't expect Fatal ID to be so good. Passenger B asked. Buddy, are you talking about Fatal ID? Isn't that a movie that is incomplete to make money? Do you really look? Passerby said. I admit, I had a gambling element, but I won the bet. Fatal Identity is good, definitely good. Not incomplete at all, absolutely complete, absolutely perfect. This conversation attracted some people to look over. Passerby C, is it really that good? Anyway, I have nothing to do today. I just finished watching Mystery Case Deep Eyes. I will watch another one later. Passerby A, go, definitely worth the ticket. Qin Sun's production must be a masterpiece. Passerby see, brother, I tell you. Mystery Case Deep Eyes is also good. Brain burning, very good. John Lay was happy to hear this. His own film is still a masterpiece after all. It's okay to tie these two films. The quality of a film has a lot to do with the box office. But it's not an absolute relationship. Sometimes some films with bad reputations can sell well. Just when he was happy, he heard Passerby say, "No, I don't like watching suspense movies. I'm just a fan of Chin Sun. Brain burning? I don't like watching brain-burning movies. I like to watch movies without thinking. It's a pleasant surprise to see a good movie like Fatal Identity today." John Lay's face was gloomy, and he stared at Passerby hatefully. "Chin Sun gave it to you? You want to lick him like this?" Suddenly, John Lay saw a man in front of him turn his head and said to him, "Uncle, you look so bad, you must be going to the toilet, and it's urgent. Why don't you go first?" John Lay was stunned, and said coldly, "I can hold it." He turned and left, unable to say anything. The enthusiastic young man looked at his back as he left, shook his head, and sighed. "You can walk 1,000 miles holding your urine, but you can't walk an inch holding your shit. Uncle, don't be stubborn. Be careful not to pull your pants pocket." John Lay got into the car in silence, and returned to the company in silence. Their employees were in a happy mood because of the box office and word-of-mouth explosion of Mystery Case Deep Eyes, but suddenly saw John Lay walking towards the office with a gloomy face. They became quiet, confused, and didn't know what happened. The whole company returned to its previous low pressure. It was like a cemetery. Chapter 970 for the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau should return the fine to Chin Sun. Since John Lay entered the office, he has never walked out of the office again, and even didn't eat lunch. He sat behind his desk, swiping his phone again and again, wanting to see the first wave of comments about Fatal Identity, but also worried about seeing its comments, because he knew it must be a good review. Although the media who attended the premiere last night wrote a press release for Fatal Identity and praised it, it attracted a lot of ridicule. "Did you take bribes? I always thought you were an upright film critic, but I didn't expect you were also corrupted by money. A movie is missing 3 main actors' minor roles, which is equivalent to a person's internal organs being missing. How much money did you get for Identity? You got double for The Mystery of the Deep Eyes." Last night, John Lay saw these sarcastic remarks, and slept soundly, and even had a wet dream. The stock of a film and television company is closely related to the film and television works it produces. Yesterday, he thought that the only competitor, Fatal Identity, had already been a failure. The company's stock price would inevitably rise, as the reputation of Mystery Deep Eyes fermented. Is it that easy to acquire Baying film and television? But today, he watched the movie himself, and found that things were not simple. This movie may really be a hit. John Lay was in a tangled mood, and he kept scrolling on his phone until dusk. He found that there were more and more reviews about Fatal Identity. The reputation of Fatal Identity is really explosive. Some of the comments made him feel particularly irritated. Comparing goods will lead to throwing away goods. Comparing people will lead to death. I originally thought that Mystery Deep Eyes was good, but now it seems to be a joke. It's over. Mystery Deep Eyes was born at the wrong time. After watching Fatal Identity, I really feel that the ticket money for Mystery Deep Eyes was wasted. John Lay was so angry that he threw his mobile phone against the wall and roared. "Fuck 50-50. Fuck equal. Fuck almost the same. Fuck you. Why Leon?" He was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling, and after a long while, he smiled sadly. "Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang? Isn't this Pen Feng fighting Lu Bu?" At the same time, in a Jiangnan Garden-style club in Beijing, Wu scolded Chin Sun in the morning in order to express his apology, spending more than 50,000 to treat Chin Sun and his group to a meal. Beside the round dining table, Chin Sun and Niu Xiaojun drank and ate, and chatted. Niu Xiaojun chewed a small piece of boneless pig's trotter in his mouth, asked, "I heard that you were going to J Country to catch bears, and eat bear paws in a week. Are you the chef?" Chin Sun replied, "Well, it should be me. Bear paws are fat and smelly. If it's not a professional bear paw chef, it won't be as delicious as pig's trotters." Niu Xiaojun was shocked. "You have made it before?" Chin Sun shook his head repeatedly. "Are you kidding? It's illegal in our country. Where can you eat bear paws?" Niu Xiaojun lowered his head and smiled, pointed at the door of the private room with chopsticks, and said in a low voice, "It's for sale here, but you need to trust someone to make a reservation in advance." Qin Sun certainly knew that there were some people in this society who liked to jump on the edge of the law. Those laws prohibiting the consumption of game, for some people, are nothing more than driving up the price of game. For example, the three immortals of the earth originally used bear paws, deer antlers, and snakes as the main ingredients, but later became the three immortals of the earth, using eggplant, potatoes, and green peppers. Has this dish been lost? Who knows? Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Niu Xiaojun, and slapped the table with a look of disgust. Shut up. The fuck? Niu Xiaojun laughed. You're afraid too. Qin Sun and Niu Xiaojun ate, drank, and quarreled. The others were just busy browsing their phones. The room was filled with the excited voices of various film and television bloggers. Will you browse to a video? And the blogger's excited voice rang out on his phone. Dear audience friends, it's a blast, it's a blast. The Identity has a huge reputation. Today, with the first day of the release of The Identity, waves of fan reviews came out, and I never expected. It's a blast. It's awesome. Will you smiled and clicked into the comments section. I guarantee with my personality, the blogger is not lying, it's so good. Fatal Identity redefines suspense. After watching this movie, you will know what a reversal is. Mystery Deep Eyes is one of the most worth watching movies in the past 10 years. I guess that's why it is so cautious in its wording. I dare not say it is the best, I have to add one of the best. Because it is afraid of Qin Sun's Fatal Identity. Qin Sun is still modest after all. How can this movie be the best suspense movie in the past 30 years? Will there be a movie that can surpass it in the next 30 years? The Market Supervision Administration should return the 100 yuan fine to Qin Sun. He just told the truth. Xiaoning saw a video, the blogger said with a beaming face. If you like watching movies, you should watch Identity during the holidays. If you like watching suspense movies, then you should take a leave to watch Identity. You can't guess the ending of this movie until the last minute. She clicked on the comment area. Amazing drama, I guessed the ending, but it gave me goosebumps. I am a big fan of suspense movies. This movie is really good. It amazed me. This screenwriter is amazing. Is Qin Sun's brain really a human brain? I was so scared that I almost had a split personality. I will never watch horror movies again. Wow. I was asked by my roommate to watch it. I thought it was good even after the spoilers. I am so awesome. Song Ying was also looking at the netizens' praise crazily, and copied and pasted some wonderful comments into the memo. She was going to print it out and make a poster and put it on her bedside. This was her first movie, and she needed to record it. Downen, record the good life. Song Ying copied one after another, and felt that these netizens were very sweet. I thought it was an entertainment film, but it turned out to be a wonderful suspense film, and the truth was not revealed until the end. The first part may be a bit cliché, but the puzzle-solving stage in the middle was very tense. After the truth was revealed, the plot was pushed to a jaw-dropping climax. What is rare is that at the end, it actually gave the audience another stab in the heart. Good and evil are originally one. An exquisite script. A large number of detailed descriptions make the film very intriguing. And the slight changes in the camera, when switching focus, are very metaphorical. The ending is not beyond my expectation. This kind of film will definitely turn around and give the audience a shot at the end. The screenwriter is so amazing. And the clever echoes between the beginning and the end are simply admirable. I didn't expect that a film that was not optimistic about would be so lively. Without three main actors, it can still have such an effect. I dare not imagine how explosive it would be if it was a complete version. Please beg for the complete version. Please beg for the complete version. Please beg for the complete version. 2 hours passed. Qin Sun and Niu Xiaojun were both drunk. Suddenly, Niu Xiaojun put his arm around Qin Sun's shoulders and said with a big tongue, Qin Sun, that I can't go to J country. You must come back alive. Qin Sun was sobered up after hearing this. What do you mean? Niu Xiaojun said vaguely. When you go bear hunting, remember to raise your hands high and shout, come here. Ah. This way you can die with more dignity. Qin Sun. Fuck you, thank you. Chapter 975. How can Qin Sun make so much money? There is no point in being a rich second generation. Back to the hotel, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Qin Sun drank a lot of wine, with Xia Ning's help. He took a shower, and then lay on the bed and fell asleep. After Xia Ning finished washing up, she sat at the head of the bed, looking at Qin Sun's sleeping face, couldn't help but stretch out her hand and gently pinch it, and laughed. It was quite elastic. It felt good. No wonder men like to pinch women's butts so much. Xiaoning took out his phone to check the real-time box office. And took a quick look. He immediately saw that Fatal Identity was ranked 3rd in real time. And on the first day of its release, it had a box office of 49 million. Seeing this number, Xiaoning felt relieved. It seems that the good reviews online are not just the self-congratulation of a small number of people, nor are they just nonsense from some mindless followers. They really used real money to support the movie. You know, it was only ranked 4th at around 10 o'clock this morning. And the box office was only 8 million. And it was predicted that it would only be 20 million for the whole day. Now it has more than doubled. Compared with a comedy movie in 2nd place, it is only 2 million behind. After reading the information of Fatal Identity, Xiaoning looked at the real-time box office number 1. Today's box office number 1 is still Mystery Deep Eyes. The 2nd day of release, today's box office is 82 million, a total of more than 190 million. Seeing this number, Xiaoning smiled. This box office is not low. However, after yesterday's word-of-mouth fermentation, plus this morning before 10 o'clock, the box office has reached 21 million. Anyone with basic professionalism can tell that its box office today must be over 100 million. But, no! Mystery Deep Eyes was affected by Fatal Identity. Once the rise of movie box office is stopped due to word of mouth, there is almost no possibility of a comeback. In a few days, maybe tomorrow, Fatal Identity and Mystery Deep Eyes will attack and defend Alien, this box office champion throne. Co can go. And I can go too. After Xiaoning read the data, put down the phone, quietly kissed Qin Sun on the forehead, covered him with a quilt, turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next day, everyone went home, and each went to their own mother, and could continue to work as a professional manager in Shanghai, seizing the hot summer weather, and striving to achieve a new high in the turnover of Duduti. Misia returned to the tavern, and invited the boss Qin Sun to inspect the store before leaving. Don't open a store, and never look at it for almost a year. Be careful of being blackmailed by her. Songying continued to skip classes at school. In the next few days, Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun moved out of the Haicheng villa with great tact, and lived in a hotel, leaving Qin Sun and Xiaoning alone. This pair of bastards doesn't even want a nanny. How can they be allowed to stay here and be an eyesore? It would be more decent for them to leave. Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun went to Yuzi Film and Television Company almost every day, pretending to be very busy, but they even cancelled their roadshow plans. One is to save money, and the other is that it's not necessary. There is no one who can compete in this summer season. They hide in the office all day to check the box office data. Every time the data is refreshed, they can smile. The next day, the real-time box office champion Fatal Identity released for 2 days. The box office is 120 million, a total of 170 million. On the 3rd day, it collected more than 100 million yuan, and the total box office was 280 million yuan. On the 4th day, it collected more than 100 million yuan, and the total box office was 390 million yuan. On the 5th day, it collected more than 100 million yuan, and the total box office was 500 million yuan. On the 6th day, it finally showed signs of decline, and only collected more than 90 million yuan that day. The total box office has exceeded 600 million yuan. The reputation of Mystery Case plummeted due to the sniping of Fatal Identity. And the box office also fell again and again. And it has been ranked 6th or 7th. On the 4th day, on a relatively professional film review software in China, the 2 movies were scored at the same time. Fatal Identity scored 8.9 points, and won the highest score of domestic suspense movies in one fell swoop. And Mystery Case Deep Eyes was compared to the score that was lower than it should be, only 6.8 points. 2 points difference, a world of difference. The score is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Mystery Case Deep Eyes. Its single-day box office has fallen to several million. The total box office is also struggling to move towards 300 million. Suspense movies are like this, with a high degree of exclusivity. When the audience's threshold is raised, they will not allow others to fool themselves. In the suspense films released at the same time, there is almost only one winner. Wu Yu sat behind the desk, imitating Qin Sun's way of putting her feet on the desk, holding the back of her head with both hands. Looking at Niu Xiaojun, who was lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, said, "Hey brother Niu, what do you think of my sitting posture?" Niu Xiaojun looked up and said, "It's quite asking for a beating." Wu Yu shook her feet with joy, said, I used to think Chin Sun was asking for a beating when he sat like this. But these few days, I saw a suspense movie win the box office championship for 5 consecutive days, and I felt a little swelled in my heart. Only this sitting posture can reflect my inner state. Nyo Xiaojun raised his eyelids and sneered at her. Promising. What's the point of having a high box office? You are a director, is he a producer? You get a fixed salary, is Chin Sun the one who gets dividends? At this point, she sighed. Hey, you say? Will his share of the box office for the richest man in Shihong City be credited next month? More than 3 billion box office, I can get more than 1 billion. He also got Yilan, Baihong, and the photography team for free, with very low costs, and almost all of the box office share from the producer is his. After deducting company taxes, personal taxes, and other miscellaneous things, he personally got more than 400 million. Right? Fuck. It's a lot. When Wu heard this number, she was a little envious. She knew that Chin Sun not only made a lot of money from the movie The Richest Man in Shihong City, Oak Marketing Company also made tens of millions of dollars every month, and he also had song copyrights, and I heard that he also had stocks. All these things should add up to more than 500 million. Now the final box office of Fatal Identity is expected to be 2.5 billion. After half a year, wouldn't he get another 200 or 300 million? We are all young people. How can he have such a huge fortune at such a young age? There is no point in being a rich second generation. Wu looked at Nyo Xiaojun and said, Brother Nyo, have you forgotten that you are the legal representative of Yuzi Film and Television Company? You can get dividends by the end of the year. Nyo Xiaojun suddenly raised her head, her fat face showing an excited expression. She jumped up from the sofa, walked to Wu and shouted, Get out of the way! Wu smiled bitterly and stepped aside. Nyo Xiaojun sat down, with his feet on the table, his hands on the back of his head, and laughed. Don't say it. This posture is just good. Ha ha. Beijing Film and Television Office. Zhang Lei looked haggard, and his hair was much whiter than a few days ago. He sat at his desk with a pen, writing on a piece of white paper. Chin Sun died. Chin Sun died. Chapter 976 Kato Daiki, he is dead. Zhang Lei wrote in a daze. I don't know how long he wrote, and he filled up the whole paper. These days, he has experienced the lowest point in his life. At the beginning, he was a popular young actor, and the media announced that he was gay. A large number of fans quit and stepped on him. He was pointed at on the street, spit on, and even beaten. This difficult period he survived. But this time, he felt that he was about to give up. In recent days, the box office continued to fall to the point where he was almost nowhere to be found, and the company's stock price continued to fall. Many people on the board of directors were flirting with Liu Gang and his friends, seemingly cooperating with them secretly. Isn't this a bitch? They want to hack you, and you don't resist, but you stick your ass out? A few days ago, Zhang Lei slammed the table and shouted at the board of directors. We have another movie in editing. It's a comedy, with a gold medal screenwriter, a popular young actor, and powerful actors. Please give me some confidence. This year's Spring Festival, our Beijing Film and Television is bound to make a comeback. Wait a little longer. He shouted until he was hoarse. As a result, he was ridiculed by a group of old guys on the board of directors. Give you another chance? How much more do you want to ruin the company's stock price? Spring Festival, Spring Festival? It doesn't matter if this movie has no release date. Doesn't the publicity cost money? The publicity of Mystery Case Deep Eyes is almost 100 million, and now the box office is only 300 million. After deducting the cost, it doesn't make a penny, and it's a big loss again. Spring Festival? How many billions are you going to spend on publicity this time? What golden screenwriter? Can he compare with Chin Sun? What popular young actor can he compare with Chin Sun? Can he call Bai? Hang! And Yilan. Chin Sun became famous overnight in Fatal Identity. Now I don't know how many people are looking for a chance to work with Chin Sun without any pay. Believe it or not, you just said that a movie would be released during the Spring Festival. He wrote a script the next day, and started shooting on the third day, and another movie of the same type as ours was released a month later. Don't be angry, it's time to accept your fate. If Chin Sun could take your position, it might be a good thing for all of us, including you that day. Zhang Lei was shocked. What the hell do you mean? You betrayed me? The old man slammed the table and stood up. Where don't I have shares? Whoever can make the stock price go up, whoever can make us money, is our lucky cat. How can we have the leisure to watch you fighting with a kid? What a joke. Unless Qin Sun dies, you will never be able to beat him. You also have shares in the company. Don't you want the company's stock price to go up again? John Lay was silent. He swept his eyes over the group of directors, knowing that many of them were already shaken. If their shares did not drop too much after the company was acquired by Lu Gang, they would even be happy to let Qin Sun, the lucky cat, come over to push up the company's stock price. For directors who do not have a decisive say, it does not matter if they have a smaller share. The key is that the shares are valuable enough. 10% of the shares are only worth 300 million. And 3% of the shares are worth 1 billion. These old dogs know which is more important. In the office, John Lay turned the paper over and continued writing. Qin Sun dies. A low, beast-like voice came out of his throat. I don't want the company's stock price to rise. I just want Qin Sun to die. If he dies, I can raise the stock price myself. Die. 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 Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and it turned out to be Zhu Yuanju. After hesitating for a while, he answered the call. Hello? Zhu Yuanju's tone on the other end of the phone was a bit aggressive. Mr. Zhang, I want to ask you something. Did you spread those rumors about my tax evasion and chaotic private life? Did you spread them? John Lay took a deep breath, and his face turned gloomy. For a star like Zhu Yuanju, who is neither up nor down, it was a blessing for him to say a word to me before. Now he actually spoke to me in such a tone? I am temporarily down and out now, and I am not someone that a jerk like this can mess with me. John Lay said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Do you want to add insult to injury? Or do you want an explanation? Zhu Yuanju's breathing was heavy on the other end of the phone. Do you know what you cost me? You ruined my future. I had a chance to appear in the first suspense film in Sea Country. Fatal Identity. I'm telling you, I had a lot of scenes. I almost became a first-line star. John Lay sneered and said, You ass-selling thing. Get out. Zhu Yuanju was anxious and said loudly, You're still the same. John Lay roared, I'm the fucking top. After that, he hung up the phone. John Lay's face turned red with anger. He picked up the pen and continued to write on the paper. Qin Sun died. After a while, he heard the phone ring again. It was Mao Qianni. John Lay's anger subsided, and he held the phone tightly. Okay. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. He picked up the phone and answered it. He heard a sad cry from the other end. He cried for a long time. John Lay had a gloomy face and didn't speak. Mao Qianni on the other end of the phone couldn't help it after all, and said aggrievedly with a crying voice, Mr. Zhang, you know, I recently had my role cut because of that rumor, but that was an identity. Because of the bad influence, the company decided to freeze me for a while. Mr. Zhang, I'm not young anymore, and now those new female artists will do anything to get ahead. What should I do? John Lay snorted coldly. He knew what this woman meant by calling him. He didn't dare to directly point out that he was the mastermind behind her destruction, but just secretly said that he wanted his help. He was too lazy to pay attention to Mao Qianni said, I heard that when you were in the crew of Fatal Identity, you licked Qin Sun very happily. Go find her. Isn't he very capable, likes to turn shit into gold, turn waste into treasure? After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. John Lay continued to write on the paper. Qin Sun is dead. From time to time, he looked at the phone on the table, waiting for Gao Man's call. Gao Man was arrested by the police and detained, and it was time to count on his fingers. Her career was completely ruined. She will never be able to appear on the public platform again. She will probably become a prostitute. No. Sister. Zhu Yuanju. Mao Qianni kept finding faults. Lu Gang must have spread the news. Now the three of them might be sitting together. Gao Man was completely ruined. There was no reason for her not to find trouble for herself. After waiting for a long time, John Lay still didn't get a call from Gao Man. He snorted coldly and thought, You are smart. You know that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. I am now in a bad state, and I am not someone a lady like you can mess with. Seeing that you are so sensible, I will introduce you to more business in the future. John Lay continued to write on the paper. And Sue? He filled another sheet. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. John Lay crumpled the paper into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and spit on it. Come in. His assistant walked in, closed the door with his backhand, and walked quickly to the desk. She looked at John Lay's bloodshot eyes and said, Mr. Zhang, We have found out the whereabouts of Kato Daiki. John Lay, well, how is he now? The assistant looked a little strange, hesitated, and said, he is dead. Chapter 977 Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Dead? John Lay was shocked when he heard this. And then his face darkened. And he murmured, how could he die? When Fatal Identity made a comeback and trampled Mystery Deep Eyes under his feet, he had the intention to kill Chin Sun. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Since Chin Sun is not kind, he can also be unjust. That day, he asked his assistant to find out the news about Kato Oki. Based on his previous experience, an arrogant scum who can win the boxing championship must have a ruthless and stubborn spirit in his bones. How can he bear the huge insult given by Chin Sun? Spit in the mouth, holding his legs and spinning in circles. An iron mountain kick knocked him out, and he vomited 3 liters of blood. Finally, he was paralyzed in bed. And Chin Sun was still jumping around like nothing happened, active on the internet. If you put yourself in Kato Oki's mind, you can feel the deep murderous intent. A few days ago, John Lay found out that Chin Sun was going to fly to J Country to hunt black bears tomorrow, and a vicious plan came up in his mind at that time. Disclose Chin Sun's itinerary to Kato Oki. With Kato Oki's previous prestige in J Country, he should be considered a local tyrant. He would never let Chin Sun come back with good arms and legs. Right? It is not impossible for Chin Sun to die in J Country. After all, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Besides, no matter how good your kung fu is, can it be better than a gun? But now, Kato Oki is dead. All the plans are ruined. John Lay's face was gloomy. He exhaled heavily through his nose, and asked the assistant, when did Kato Oki die? How did he die? Did he die of the serious injuries from Chin Sun? The assistant shook his head, with a strange look on his face, and said, he died less than a month ago. According to the news reports from Country J, it is said that he starved to death. John Lay? Starved to death? And it was on the news. The assistant also had an incredible expression on his face, and explained, yes, Mr. Zhang. Kato Oki has no parents, wife or children, only an older brother. When he was taken to Country J by his brother, the two lived together. His brother was a gangster in Country J, and was considered a small leader. He was hanging out outside all day, and had no intention of taking care of Kato Oki. He often quarreled with his brother, so he rented a house nearby and moved out. He hired a nanny to take care of Kato Oki, but she was owed several months' salary. Finally, the nanny called Kato Oki's brother, and said she didn't care anymore, and left. But his brother disagreed, saying he would continue to take care of him, and would pay him right away. That afternoon, his brother paid the nanny a month's salary. But the nanny thought it was too little and left. When people found the body, it was already smelly. After listening, John Lay lowered his head and remained silent, and suddenly laughed for no reason. Heh heh. It's really ironic that a boxing champion ended in this way. He looked up and asked the assistant, how is the relationship between Kato and his brother? The assistant shook his head. It's hard for me to judge. It is said that when Kato often went out to box to make money, he had a very good relationship with his brother. His brother was a gambler, and often borrowed money from Kato. Of course, he only borrowed and never paid back. But after Kato was paralyzed, their relationship seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Kato was found dead more than a month later, and was found by a neighbor, which means his brother hadn't visited him for more than a month. His brother's rental house is not far away. Speaking of this, the assistant felt a little disgusted, looked at John Lay, and saw that he looked thoughtful, and continued to talk. And it is said that when Kato Oki's brother owed the nanny wages, he won a sum of money at that time. Hearing this, John Lay's eyes lit up, and he asked loudly, because of Kato Oki's death, his brother should be under great criticism now. Right? The assistant understood John Lay's thoughts and said, yes. He and the nanny are arguing and suing each other, because gangsters need to be loyal. His attitude towards his own brother has made him criticized. It is said that he found the nanny a while ago, beat her up when it was dark, and she looked at John Lay's eyes that were getting brighter and brighter, and said something that made John Lay feel warm in his heart. His brother keeps shouting that he will kill Chin Sun one day. John Lay leaned back on his chair and let out a long sigh. No matter whether what Kato Oki's brother said was true or false, as a gangster, He had to take some action to wash away the stigma of starving his own brother to death. Right? It's okay for Chin Sun to stay in Country C. Chin Sun is going to Country J. And Kato Oki's brother knows about it. If he doesn't keep his promise, he will probably be despised by the entire J Country's underground society. Maybe City Lights will kill this beast. As long as Kato Oki's brother and his gang know that Chin Sun went to Country J, he will have a reason to take action. John Lay sat up straight, restored his former elegance and majesty, said, "You know what to do. Right?" The assistant nodded. "Mr. Zhang, I understand." John Lay waved his hand. "Go ahead." The assistant turned around and left, but was stopped by John Lay. "Wait a minute." The assistant turned back. John Lay's face was serious. And he reminded, "Don't leave any trace of us. Otherwise, Chin Sun will die. And Xia Ning will go crazy. With the character of old man Xia Zheng. We will both be sunk into the sea tomorrow." The assistant was stunned, nodded slowly, and turned to go out. John Lay stood up, opened the curtains, looked at the red sun outside the window, and sighed. "The weather is clear. It's great. Haicheng Villa. Xia Ning has already packed her luggage and is ready to fly directly from Haicheng to Shanghai tomorrow morning, and then fly directly to J Country after meeting up with her family." At this time, Xia Ning stood in front of the fish tank in the living room, throwing food into the fish tank one by one. Chin Sun was tired of watching for a while, and asked, "Ning Ning, aren't you tired of feeding the turtle like this?" Xia Ning held a handful of food in her hand, turned her head, and said, "No, why would I be tired? Although it is black and won't interact with me like a cat or a dog, I just think it's cute when I look at it. Feeding it even feels like a massage for my soul." Chin Sun glanced at the turtle swimming leisurely in the fish tank, and inexplicably felt a little jealous. "Ning Ning, do you know about galangao? Turtle can be used to make galangao, which is very nutritious." Xia Ning knew he was joking, but she was not happy. "Be more polite. Country J is surrounded by the sea, and there may be some giant turtles there that will drag you into the sea and eat you." Chin Sun smiled. "Silly, turtles are amphibious reptiles, mainly living in fresh water, and only come ashore to lay eggs." "Xia Ning, I don't want to bother with you." The next day, early in the morning, Chin Sun and Xia Ning flew to the Magic City. At the same time, Kato Oki's brother Kato Mizukin received a message. Chin Sun landed in Country J today, and will go to Akita Prefecture to hunt bears. Chapter 978 Little Xia Shuheo must be taken down. Haicheng Airport. VIP waiting room. Chin Sun and Xia Ning sat on adjacent sofas, with a small table in the middle on which were placed some free drinks and snacks. Chin Sun ate melon seeds. Xia Ning chatted in the family WeChat group. Suddenly Chin Sun thought of the messy relationship between the two brothers Xia Shujie and Xia Shuheo, felt a little embarrassed, and asked, "Ning Ning, will your family members go to your brother's 100-day banquet?" Xia Ning shook her head slightly. "No. Just a few important relatives at home, because they are too far away. So we didn't invite the outside relatives. After all, flying to Country J is tiring, and we don't want to bother others. The younger generation didn't go, because they don't like to stay with their elders for several days." Chin Sun nodded, and continued to eat melon seeds, feeling a little bored. The important relatives all went? Will Xia Shuheo, Ning Ning's cheap father, show up? He didn't come when his wife was hospitalized, but his brother came instead. He didn't come when his wife gave birth, but his brother came again. The child's 100-day party. He couldn't keep hiding. Could he? Maybe his family deliberately went so far to J Country, just to avoid a lot of unnecessary interpersonal exchanges. After all, because of the preference for boys over girls, it was really shameful to let a nearly 50-year-old have a child. And the child was not from a legitimate family. Family disgrace should not be made public. Thinking of this, Chin Sun, as an outsider, was already awkwardly clenching his toes. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, who had a calm face, and couldn't help asking, "That? This time, will your father and uncle go?" This sentence was difficult to say, and it was a bit intermittent. Chin Sun was really embarrassed. She didn't know whether Xia Ning called Xia Shujie dad or Xia Shuheo dad in the family. Xia Ning turned her head and saw some nervousness in Chin Sun's eyes. She felt a little happy in her heart, thinking that Chin Sun attached great importance to this meeting, which was why he showed such emotion. He even called uncle by mistake. Xia Ning smiled. They all went. Chin Sun's eyes flashed with helplessness. Don't the two brothers quarrel? Xia Ning, yes. They quarreled since they were young. And they often fought over toys. Qin Sun, you beast. Xia Shujia, you beast. Just because your brother stole your toys when you were little, you're going to steal someone else's wife? And you've been cuckolded 3 times in a row? Does Xia Shuheo have infertility? So Xia Zheng just agreed? Alas, what a bad fate. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning quietly, with eyes full of heartache. Xia Ning noticed his eyes, and was a little confused. Why did he become so gentle? Is it because my brother is a boy, so he thinks I'm going to fall out of favor, and feels a little sorry for me? Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed when he was looked at, and joked. Don't be afraid. When the two brothers fight, they usually don't hurt innocent people. They won't take it out on you. Qin Sun forced a smile and asked. Then who will you help if they fight? Xia Ning said calmly, it's the adults' business. How can we, as juniors, interfere? Who wins or loses? Finally she added. But my uncle is a gangster. He cares a lot about his reputation and has a bad temper. You must not conflict with him. You should be more generous and coax him a little. Otherwise, he will be very difficult to deal with when he gets mad. Qin Sun noticed that Xia Ning said uncle. It seems that Xia Ning still regards Xia Shujia as her father. And Xia Shujia, the cheap father who is always on the road of prostitution, fighting and detention, is always her uncle in her heart. Qin Sun made an okay gesture and said, Don't worry. I always get along well with people with bad character. Xia Ning smiled. Birds of a feather? Qin Sun. In normal times, he would definitely retort. But thinking that Xia Ning would soon face the embarrassing situation of the real and fake father, he held back. Asked again, Let me ask you one more question. Can your uncle have a say in our marriage? Hearing this, Xia Ning was very happy, thinking that Qin Sun really wanted to have a good relationship with her relatives, even if it was an uncle with a bad reputation. She smiled. He definitely has a say. Just now I said that he has a strong sense of the underworld. As long as you have a good relationship with him, even if you become friends with him, he will definitely spare no effort to help you make our things happen. Qin Sun nodded. That's right. Even if Xia Ning is a child of unknown origin, she is nominally Xia Shuheo's daughter. When walking down the aisle at the wedding, you can't let Xia Shujia hold her hand. Right? Such a big family doesn't care about face? Seeing Qin Sun in a daze, with a serious face, Xia Ning comforted him. You don't need to be so stressed, and you don't need his help. My mother and my grandfather like you very much. If he objects, it won't cause any waves. Qin Sun waved his hands repeatedly, said, Hey, you can't say that. The righteous have many supporters, the unrighteous have few supporters. Just look at how I control him. Xia Ning smiled gently, a brilliant smile. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's smile, and swore in his heart. Little Xia Shuheo must be taken down. Get on the plane. Fly. 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 Get off the plane. An airport in Shanghai. Xia Ning's family chartered a plane, and the airport provided an independent VIP room separated from the terminal for commercial flights. Qin Sun walked in and looked around, and the number of people was indeed much less than he thought, and he knew most of them. Xia Zheng and his wife. Lu Shaoquan and his wife. Lu Jingyao brought Xia Jing and Xia Tian. Xia Ning's uncles, second uncles, and third uncles all came. Xia Shujia also came. But his wife didn't come. None of the younger generation came. Only Xia Jing and Xia Tian. There were more than a dozen aunts in maid costumes standing around, ranging in age from 30 to 40. They stood quietly aside, waiting for orders. On the other side, there were more than a dozen young and strong men in black suits, who were bodyguards, who were not careful with their actions. At this time, Lu Shaoquan was drinking tea and chatting with Lu Gang. Xia Zheng, Xia Shujia, and a tall and rough man were standing in the corner of the room whispering. Their expressions did not seem so happy. The tall man should be Xia Shuheo. As soon as Qin Sun entered the door, he was discovered by Lu Jingyao. She shouted in surprise. Xiao Sun! Then, she stood up from the sofa and walked quickly to the door. Qin Sun saw this and quickly quickened his pace, walked towards Lu Jingyao, gently supported her arm, and said, Auntie, you still stand up to greet me? I am so embarrassed, I am really flattered. Lu Jingyao walked Qin Sun inside with a smile on her face, without looking at the baby in the stroller, and brought him to an old lady. Mom, This is Shushu and I have been talking to you about, Qin Xuan. He is a good child. After saying that, she turned to Qin Sun and said, Xiao Xuan, this is Grandma. Call her Grandma. Chapter 979, If our Xia family has a bastard, I will strangle him to death with my own hands. Qin Sun looked at the old lady sitting on the sofa. She was covered in jewels, and looked very elegant and noble. She looked a bit like the Buddha in ancient times. At this time, the old lady looked at Qin Sun with a kind smile. Qin Sun squatted on the ground, his eyes slightly lower than the old lady's, and greeted with a smile. Hello, Grandma. Grandma smiled and reached out to grab Qin Sun's hand, and gently patted the back of his hand. Okay. I've heard Xiaoya and Xiaojing say good things about you for so long, and today I finally see you in person. Qin Sun said with an embarrassed look on his face. Grandma, this is my fault. I was always busy working for Xia Ning illegally, and I didn't have time to visit you. Grandma said with a smile. It's better for young people to be busy. It's better to be busy. My granddaughter has a stubborn temper. You should be more tolerant of her in the future. Qin Sun said with a smile. Grandma, you should tell Ning Ning to bully me less in the future. I can't be tolerant now. I can't be tolerant anymore. Grandma and Lu Jingyao laughed at the same time, feeling very comfortable. Not far away, Xia Jing raised her head from behind a book of selected essays by primary school students, glanced at Qin Sun, and snorted coldly. Flatterer. At the door, Xia Jing watched Qin Sun chatting with Grandma and Mother quietly, and suddenly felt like an adopted child. Extra. Qin Sun exchanged pleasantries with Grandma for a while, and stood up to greet every future relative. He just casually greeted those who were not familiar with him, and said a few more words to those who were more familiar with him. Lu Shaoquan stretched out his hand and squeezed Qin Sun's shoulder, nodding with satisfaction. Very strong. It seems that you haven't been lazy these days, and you practice boxing very hard. As he said, he lowered his voice and said, this time when we go to J Country, I will find a way to let you fight with the underground boxers there. Kung Fu is a killing skill after all. This that have never seen blood are too floating and not solid enough. Qin Sun looked embarrassed. Kato Daiki was crippled by himself. And this is not enough? Does he have to kill someone to count? Like to fight and kill. Is it the style of the older generation? Grandma came out to rescue and blamed Lu Shaoquan. Now we live in a society ruled by law. Knowledge is power. Practicing boxing is to strengthen the body. Don't keep telling Xiaoxu in this. She is so well behaved. How dare she fight like you did when you were young? She said, and held Qin Sun's hand with a smile. Don't listen to this old man. Listen to Grandma. We don't fight. Qin Sun could only smile foolishly. No one dared to offend. Qin Sun continued to greet others, and chatted with Lu Gang again. Lu Gang smiled. We will almost finish the Beijing film and television business by the end of the year. The release of your Fatal Identity has really given us a great boost. I will try to get you 1 or 2 more points of shares. It was agreed that Qin Sun could get 10% of the shares, which is not a lot, but it is not a small amount. After all, apart from making movies to attack Beijing film and television, he did not participate in any other things that required money to operate. Compared with what he paid and what he got for him, it was not much different from getting it for free. Moreover, the most profitable thing now is Original God, which is still fixing bugs. He no longer cares about 10% or 12% of the shares of this down-and-out film and television company. Qin Sun bowed and thanked him. Thank you, Uncle. Lu Gang laughed twice. Subconsciously reached for a cigarette in his pocket. Suddenly realized that it was not right. Put down his hand, and said to Qin Sun, Qin Sun, well, you told me that she fell in love with making movies. That? He asked me to ask you to give him the script of Wandering Blue Star to shoot. As he said that, he was afraid that Qin Sun would not be happy. So he immediately added a sentence. You know, she has been unstable since she was a child. Although she has done a lot of things, she has not been rooted in any industry for too long. She has some talent, and now she loves making movies. I hope you can help her. Money. Zheng Mingquan and I can invest. Let the child work slowly, and you can guide him, and he will eventually be able to work it out. Lu Gang said this in a very humble manner. After all, Wandering Blue Star is a science fiction film, which requires extremely high ability from the director, and requires a large investment, at least 300 to 400 million yuan. Under normal circumstances, such a film would not fall on the head of a new director like Wu Yu. Qin Sun answered casually. Everything depends on my uncle. Lu Gang did not expect things to go so smoothly. He did not even smoke a cigarette or drink a cup of tea. And the first project worth several hundred million yuan was negotiated. He was a little speechless for a moment, and reached out his hand and patted Qin Sun's shoulder heavily. Okay. If you need help from uncle in the future, you can always ask. Qin Sun bowed his hands in thanks. Thank you, uncle. Qin Sun continued to talk to Lu Gang for a while, and saw Xia Ning chatting with her mother and grandmother. He didn't want to talk to the adults anymore, so he sat on the sofa next to Xia Jing. He wanted to be free. He sat down, glanced at Xia Jing reading selected essays of primary school students, laughed, and said, I didn't expect you to be so diligent. You're still reading on holiday. Xia Jing put down the book, looked at Qin Sun with a face full of resentment, and said, I'm not on holiday. I asked for leave to come out and play. If I didn't read, they wouldn't let me come. Qin Sun took a look and found a school bag next to her sofa, bulging, which should contain a lot of homework. Suddenly, Xia Jing stretched out her hand to Qin Sun and said, Give me money. Qin Sun? Why? Xia Jing raised her eyebrows towards her grandmother, and said in a low voice, Didn't you hear my grandmother say that? Mom and I always say good things about you in front of her? You won't be ungrateful, will you? Qin Sun sighed. Is this how ungrateful is used? No wonder you have to read selected essays by primary school students. Qin Sun saw that Xia Jing never put her hand down, looking like she would not give up until she got the money. He said helplessly, Your sister is in charge of my money. I asked your sister to transfer tens of thousands of yuan to you? Xia Jing thought that if her sister knew about this, she would definitely be criticized. She narrowed her eyes in dissatisfaction, put down her hand, stared at Qin Sun for a long time, and said, Ungrateful. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Hey! This time I used it right. In the waiting hall, there were chattering sounds everywhere, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Suddenly, in the corner of the room, there was a sudden noise. Dad, I am the one who is most like you. Compared to me, my brother is like a wild man. Why don't you trust me at all? Qin Sun looked up suddenly. Xia Shuheo waved his arms, and roared. Why do I want my brother to do this project with the ideas and methods I thought of? Am I your biological child? Xia Zheng was so angry that he trembled all over, raised his hand, and slapped Xia Shuheo in the face, cursing. Asshole! Your words not only insulted me, but also your mother. What do you mean your brother is like a wild man? Xia Zheng turned his head, pointed his finger in the direction of Xia Ning and others, and said sternly, If our Xia family has a bastard, I will strangle him to death with my own hands. Qin Sun was startled, and his eyes quickly swept across the faces of Xia Ning, Xia Jing, and Xia Tian. Danger? Chapter 980. Do I look like a troublemaker? A dog's eyes look down on people. Qin Sun was frightened by Xia Jing's words. Why is Xia Shuheo's mouth as loose as a gay man's asshole? How can he fart? Yes, I guess he has been cheated on by his own brother again, and can only vent his anger in this way. The old man was so angry that he said he would strangle Xia Ning and the others to death. Isn't this just trying to cover up the truth? Will he really strangle them to death? Qin Sun looked at Lu Jingyao again and found that she was shaking her head gently, with a sneer on her lips. He was somewhat impressed. As expected, he had my master as his backer. He didn't look like he had done anything wrong. There was even a hint of sarcasm in the aunt's expression. For a moment, Qin Sun felt a little sympathetic towards Xia Shuheo, and understood why he screamed hysterically and said such irresponsible words. What if it was me? No, impossible. Ningning would never put a hat on me. In the corner of the room, Xia Shuheo's face was flushed, his neck was stiff, and he couldn't say a word. He shook his hand, and strode to the front of Xia Ning's grandmother. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground, knocking hard on the ground. With a thud, Xia Shuheo stood up. His forehead was already red. Mom, I said the wrong thing. I'm stupid. I deserve to die. He stood up, slapped himself 7 or 8 times with both hands. After that, he stood up and walked out quickly. Grandma's eyes were red. She didn't turn to look at him. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say a word. Xia Zheng looked at Xia Shuheo's back as he left, and roared. Get out, if you want to get out. Get out as far as you can. It's better to die outside. Xia Shujia ran out. The room was silent, and no one dared to express any opinions. Lu Shaoquan stood up and walked to Xia Zheng. Old Xia, shall we go smoke a cigarette? Xia Zheng nodded silently. The two old men went out together. Xia Ning was worried that Qin Sun would be frightened by this scene. So he walked to his side and said in a low voice with an embarrassed look. He has always been like this. He is not very careful with his words. But he doesn't have any bad intentions. In fact, he is very filial. My grandmother likes him very much. Qin Sun nodded, said nothing, and complained in his heart. Still like this at the age of 40, mostly lung heat, a beating will make it better. More than 20 minutes later, Xia Shuheo followed Xia Shujia back. Except for a red forehead and a swollen face, he looked like nothing happened. As if what happened just now had never happened. He stood directly behind Grandma Xia Ning and massaged the old lady's shoulders, with a smile on his face. The lackey's temperament is very outstanding. Qin Sun saw it in his eyes, and admired it in his heart. What a talent! Suddenly, he saw Xia Shuheo looking at him, and couldn't help but be startled, turning his head to look elsewhere. Xia Ning's cheap dad has a quirky personality. I'm afraid he's not easy to handle. After the farce, the atmosphere in the VIP room became much colder. Everyone was sitting on the sofa playing with their phones, waiting to board the plane. Xia Ning was worried that Qin Sun would feel embarrassed as the only outsider present, so he sat opposite him and played a double-row game with him. In less than half an hour, two beautiful staff members guided them to check in. Qin Sun and Xia Ning followed a large group of elders. Behind him was a large group of maids dragging suitcases. And there were bodyguards around with serious faces looking left and right, as if to prevent assassins from falling from the sky. And got on the plane. This plane was very large. The first-class cabin was more comfortable, and you could lie down and fly. Xia Zheng and his wife, Lu Shaoquan and his wife, and Lu Jingya and Xia Tian. They sat in the first-class cabin. There were 2 seats left in the first-class cabin. No one else sat there, so they simply called 2 maids over, saying it was convenient for taking care of the people sitting inside. Qin Sun knew that everyone was scared, afraid of being scolded. The rest of the people sat in the business class. There were more than 40 seats in the business class, in addition to the Xia and Lu families. The maids and security guards also sat in the back seats. On the plane, everyone was still quiet, and no one was in the mood to chat. Qin Sun sat in his seat and looked around, and suddenly met Xia Shuheo's eyes again. Seeing the other grinning at him, he had a bad feeling. Zhongning had lost face, and he was full of anger. Would he take it out on me? Qin Sun smiled at Xia Shuheo, but he didn't say anything. He quickly turned his head away and saw Xia Shujia looking at him again. He stopped smiling, rolled his eyes at Xia Shujia coldly, and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. In the darkness, he heard a hearty laugh. Ajay, I like this guy. He doesn't like you, but I like him. Qin Sun, although what you said is true, you can't be so straightforward. Right? You can't even maintain the superficial harmony and politeness. And you want to drag me into it? How difficult it is for a pure boy like me to be caught in the middle. The plane took off. There are generally no direct flights from Shanghai to Akita Prefecture, J Country. But as long as the money is enough, you can charter a plane to fly directly. 3 hours later, Qin Sun and his group landed, and were greeted by a middle-aged thin man less than 1.6 meters tall, and were warmly welcomed into a luxury bus. Everyone sat down. The thin middle-aged man wore a red hat on his head, held a loudspeaker, glanced at the baby in the maid's arms, put down the loudspeaker, and spoke in fluent Chinese. Dear bosses, hello everyone. Welcome everyone to embark on this wonderful journey. I am your tour guide. My name is Ho Xiaoping, from Hongri Travel Agency. You can call me Monkey. First of all, please allow me to represent all members of the travel agency, to extend the warmest welcome and most sincere thanks to every friend who has come from afar. Thank you for choosing Hongri Travel Agency, and choosing me to accompany you to explore this charming land. In the next few days, we will stroll along the historic streets, appreciate the magnificence of natural scenery, taste authentic delicacies, and experience the unique local culture. Whether it is ancient buildings or modern urban landscapes, I will take you to appreciate them one by one, allowing you to fully experience every wonderful moment of this trip. Qin Sun quietly watched his introduction with a beaming face. Traveling is like this. With a guide and without a guide are two different experiences. Natural scenery is okay, but for some scenic spots and historical sites, if there is no guide telling stories, it would be too boring. Most tourists feel that they have only seen a pile of sand and stones, and may even feel that their trip was in vain. Those stories that have settled in the dilapidated rubble need to be revived by the guide. However, Jin-sun knows that what the monkey director said are just some polite words. The most important entertainment activity for them is to hunt bears. It is that Mr. Liu Shaoquan is not sure whether he has really prepared an underground boxing match for him to practice. He has become the darkest underground boxing champion of his generation. Suddenly, Director Ho Xiaoping glanced at Jin-sun intentionally or unintentionally, and slowed down his speech intentionally or unintentionally, and said, "Please be sure to abide by the various regulations of the scenic area. Pay attention to personal property, safety, maintain environmental hygiene, and respect local customs and habits." Jin-sun noticed the look in Director Monkey's eyes, and always felt that he had a deep meaning, and felt a little dissatisfied. "What's the matter? Do I look like a troublemaker? I have never run around or fallen behind in spring outings since I was a child." "Okay." Dog eyes look down on people. Chapter 981 Qin Fanshu. Pay attention to your manners. Otherwise I will complain to you. The monkey tour guide was chattering about the scenery along the way, and Jin-sun looked out the window with his chin propped up in boredom. As a child who grew up in the mountains and rivers of Shuren, he was not very interested in the mountain scenery. It would be better to go to the internet cafe to play a few games. As the bus slowly drove through the winding mountain road, the scenery outside the window gradually transitioned from the edge of the bustling city to a peaceful and far-reaching natural embrace. In the mountains and forests, green trees are stacked one after another. The air is filled with the fresh fragrance of soil and leaves, and occasionally you can hear the gurgling sound of mountain streams in the distance. Finally, the bus stopped steadily on an open area halfway up the mountain. Jin-sun looked through the window. A typical Japanese-style homestay came into view. This homestay is built on the mountain, mainly made of wood, and the roof is covered with dark thatch, which blends in with the surrounding mountains and forests, looking simple and harmonious. Two paper lanterns are hung at the door, swaying gently in the wind, surrounded by carefully trimmed bamboo forests. A cobblestone path leads to the main entrance of the B&B, with wildflowers blooming on both sides, colorful and full of vitality. The bus opened the back door first, and 18 security guards filed out, and stood in line on both sides of the front door with serious faces. The front door of the bus opened. Xia Zheng and Liu Shaoquan pushed each other away, and finally Xia Zheng took the lead to get off the bus, followed by Liu Shaoquan. Jin-sun and his group followed. 16 mates followed behind them. Ho Xiaoping saw this scene, and suddenly felt that his worries were unnecessary. How could a poor leader of a local gang pose any threat to Jin-sun under such tight security? He might even have trouble approaching this B&B. Jin-sun and others walked towards the door of the B&B. A middle-aged man wearing a traditional kimono and smiling was standing at the door of the B&B. He was the owner of the B&B. The owner's face was filled with a warm smile. He bowed and saluted, speaking enthusiastically in fluent Japanese mixed with a few Chinese words. "Welcome. You've had a hard journey. Please follow me. Tea has been prepared for you. I hope it will make your rest time more comfortable." Following the boss's lead, the group walked through a small courtyard. There were several tiny stones in the courtyard, and next to it was a clear pond, where several koi fish swam leisurely, occasionally jumping out of the water, stirring up ripples. Walking into the room, a faint tea fragrance came to my nose. The whole space was surrounded by soft lighting and simple Japanese decoration style, making people feel comfortable and peaceful. There are several paintings depicting landscapes on the wall, which add a bit of cultural atmosphere. The tour guide Ho Xiaoping pointed at the boss and introduced him. "Dear distinguished guests, this is the owner of this B&B, Wang Taijin. He is also from Sea Country, and we are all from the same hometown. If you have any requirements, just tell him. He has a very good reputation in this area." The boss Wang Taijin bowed in the direction of Xia Zheng and Liu Shaoquan and said, "It is an honor for our B&B to receive distinguished guests like you. Our store will definitely provide you with emperor-like service." Wang Taijin exchanged a few words with Xia Zheng and then left. Ho Xiaoping sat in a corner, ready to be called. The group had been traveling all day, and although they had been sitting, they were very tired. So they sat on the tatami mats around the hall and drank tea. Suddenly, A waitress in a pink kimono walked in lightly, like a beauty walking out of a painting, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Her pink kimono was like a newly blooming cherry blossom, pure and sweet with a hint of shyness. The sleeves of her clothes swayed gently with her steps, showing an indescribable softness and agility. The delicate embroidery on the kimono shimmered slightly in the sun, adding a bit of refinement and nobility. She held the exquisite tea set in her hand, and her steps were light and steady, and every step seemed so unhurried. When she came to Xia Zheng, she bowed slightly and greeted him softly in gentle and standard Japanese. "Chachi. Welcome. Please let me add tea for you." The voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, clear and pleasant. In the process of adding tea, her movements were smooth and elegant, and every detail revealed her professionalism and care. Her face looked even more delicate against the pink kimono, and her eyes revealed a gentle and charming temperament, as if the whole hall became more lively and warm because of her presence. Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other, and both showed a bitter smile on their faces. "Qin Sun, who could have thought of this?" Xia Ning sighed. "Although it's not good to say it this way, I still want to use haunting to describe this coincidence. Do you really have some telepathy with her?" Qin Sun shook his head repeatedly, and said anxiously, "I was like a child today, and you carried me all the way. Before I got here, I didn't know where the destination was." As he said, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xia Ning. "Could it be that you and her?" "Huh?" Xia Ning's face turned cold. "I only know that there are so many homestays in Akita Prefecture, but I didn't know that she actually came here to work during the summer vacation. Didn't she say she was here to travel? To eat bear paws?" Qin Sun grinned. "She's bragging." After a while, Qin Fanshu tactfully filled the tea in order of age and walked in front of Qin Sun and Xia Ning. "Dear guest, please let me fill your tea." Xia Ning watched quietly. Qin Fanshu was kneeling on the tatame, holding the bottom of the tea bowl with his left hand, and pouring tea with the pot in his right hand. While pouring tea, her body was balanced and stable, and her movements were smooth and graceful. Xia Ning asked, "Have you learned the tea ceremony?" Qin Fanshu looked up at Xia Ning, with a puzzled look on his smiling face. "What's the difference?" "Sorry, I don't understand what you were saying." Xia Ning was stunned. Qin Sun was a little annoyed, and cursed in a low voice. "What are you talking about?" Qin Fanshu's expression froze, but he immediately returned to normal, tilting his head and showing a sweet smile. "Damn it, drink the water and die. Damn it, be careful, you will choke to death when drinking water." "Qin Sun? Is she scolding me?" Xia Ning couldn't stand it anymore, and retorted, "Waiter, pay attention to your personal and professional qualities. The customer is speaking rudely." Private words. "Waiter, pay attention to your personal and professional qualities. Don't speak rudely to the customer, otherwise I will file a complaint against you." Chapter 982. Don't peek under my skirt. I'm wearing underwear under my kimono. Qin Fanshu was shocked and immediately backed off. "Sister, I was wrong." She turned to Qin Sun and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry." "Qin Sun? You were scolding me just now. What did you scold me for?" Qin Fanshu put down the teapot, put her hands together, and said another sentence. "I'm sorry." She looked sincere, and her tone was sincere. "My family is very poor. My mother told me that children from poor families grow up early. In order to make money, I wandered to a foreign country to work during the summer vacation. Please don't complain that I called you a bastard and cursed you to choke to death when drinking water." She shook her hand. "Please, please. Qin Sun? I never thought there would be someone in the world who is more shameless than me. You cursed me to die young and told me not to complain? How weird." Xia Ning saw that Qin Sun's face was not right, reached out and pressed his shoulder, signaling him to be patient. She asked Qin Fanshu, "Aren't you here for tourism? Why are you working as a waiter here?" Qin Fanshu sighed. "My family is very poor, since I was a child." Xia Ning raised her hand. "Stop." Qin Fanshu laughed softly and said, "Xia Ning, this B&B is opened by my uncle, who is the boss who welcomed you in just now, Wang Taijin. Every time I come to J Country, I go to him and take advantage of him. But I feel embarrassed to take his money for nothing, so I will do some work within my ability. Only for a few days." Hearing this, Xia Ning felt helpless. First, this B&B belongs to her uncle. Second, she came first and didn't follow them. Third, isn't this just a coincidence? Thinking of this, Xia Ning turned to look at Qin Sun, who was standing quietly, with a somewhat unfriendly look in her eyes. Qin Sun, what does it have to do with me? Xia Ning thought of how Qin Fa-shu had been too calm when she saw them just now, and asked, You knew we would come today? Qin Fa-shu nodded. The night before yesterday. I looked at the guest list and saw your names. I was also shocked at the time. Xiao Ning, you and I are really destined to be together. Xia Ning was startled when she heard the name Xiao Ning. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun looking at her with a face full of resentment. What does it have to do with me? It was obviously her who was talking nonsense. Qin Sun looked at Qin Fa-shu and sneered. A C country person entertains a group of C country people. Why must he speak J country language? Qin Fa-shu looked calm. Speak J country language to C country people. Speak C country language to J country people, so you can get a higher salary. Qin Sun had nothing to say, because what she said really made sense. Speaking some messy words that others couldn't understand always gave people a high-end and classy feeling, and instantly raised the level of style. Just like some people who like to listen to English songs. They always feel that they are superior to those who listen to Chinese songs. Qin Sun glanced at the kimono on Qin Fa-shu, shook his head gently, and showed a look of contempt on his face. Kimono? Authentic kimonos don't wear underwear. What a jerk. Qin Fa-shu stood up and bowed slightly to Qin Sun and Xia Ning. Lo Lugua, I wish you a pleasant journey. She turned around and walked 2 steps. Then suddenly turned back and smiled at Qin Sun. Fawn, I have no meaning in private belongings. After that, she left the hall. Qin Sun was confused and turned to look at Xia Ning, wanting to ask what Qin Fa-shu said. But he found that she had a cold face and felt bad. Forget it. I won't ask. If I ask, I might be the unlucky one. Suddenly, Qin Sun noticed that Xia Ning slowly turned her head, smiled at him, and said, Don't you want to know what Qin Fa-shu said just now? Qin Sun, I don't want to. Xia Ning, she praised you. Qin Sun, I don't believe it. Xia Ning, you know her very well. Qin Sun? Oh, women's ability to blame others is indeed a natural skill. I didn't realize that Xia Ning was so talented before. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun's eyes and said slowly. Qin Fa-shu just turned around and said, Sir, please stop your meaningless fantasies. I'm wearing underwear under my kimono. Qin Sun was shocked. Oh my god. Is this Qin Fa-shu studying psychology? Or is he a worm in my stomach? I just secretly watched for 0.01 seconds. And she saw through my thoughts? Which? Qin Sun was about to explain to Xia Ning. But Xia Ning interrupted him directly. You don't need to explain. I know very well that you are indeed a person with an overactive brain and often ignores the sense of boundaries. Qin Sun's mouth, which had not yet opened, closed even tighter. After a while, he changed the subject and asked, Ning Ning, you speak J country? Why didn't you tell me before? Xia Ning didn't want to pay attention to Qin Sun, but on second thought, he didn't seem to be unforgivable, and his heart softened, and he answered coldly. This is not a skill worth showing off. Qin Sun, isn't it worth showing off? Xia Ning never thought that Qin Sun was a person who fawned on foreigners, and stared at Qin Sun with some surprise. Qin Sun chuckled. When working at night, say something like Yamati Aiku in J country, there will be a buff bonus. Xia Ning? I am too soft-hearted. Xia Ning turned his head and looked out the window, decided to ignore Qin Sun for half an hour and give him a hard lesson. Qin Sun saw that he had messed up again, sighed helplessly, picked up the teacup and drank tea. Not far away, Xia Shujia and Xia Shoheo sat together, intentionally or unintentionally looking at the position of Qin Sun and Xia Ning. They noticed that Qin Sun and Xia Ning seemed to know the waiter just now. Xia Shujia saw the malicious smile on Xia Shoheo's face and warned him. Ah how? I warn you. Don't have any bad thoughts about the waitress just now. Be careful or your dad will break your legs. Xia Shoheo secretly glanced in the direction of Xia Zheng and saw that he was chatting with Lu Shaohuan and didn't look here. So he lowered his voice and cursed. Ajay. You looked at people through the crack of the door. How can I have the courage to mess around under the old man's nose? Besides, except for being caught for prostitution a few times and being detained for fighting a few times, I have always been a good citizen who abides by the law. Xia Shujia sneered. Then what were you staring at just now? Xia Shuheo smiled. His eyes fell on Qin Sun and said, Looking at your son-in-law. Do you know what he was doing just now? Xia Shujia heard Xia Shuheo call Qin Sun his son-in-law, and felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly, and asked, "What is he doing?" Xia Shuheo smiled and said, "The sentence that the beautiful waitress turned around and said to Qin Sun just now probably meant, 'Don't peek under my skirt. I'm wearing underwear under my kimono.'" Xia Shujia was shocked. "Do you understand the J language?" Xia Shuheo smiled a bit embarrassedly and explained, "A while ago, I found a girlfriend from J. Although I can't understand everything, I still understand words like kimono and underwear are comfortable." Hearing this, Xia Shujia's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. "Peeping under the waitress's skirt in front of your girlfriend? Good boy. You are very nice." Chapter 983. Who is your future father-in-law? Me or him? Xia Shujia stared at Qin Sun coldly, recalling his previous evil deeds. Qin Sun was unconscious on the second floor of the massage parlor, and it was a resting room for a bunch of technicians. When this guy was unconscious in the ICU, he was still muttering, "The balls are so big. So much water. Speed up." And other lewd words. This man's lust is engraved in his bones. Otherwise, if he was just looking for someone with a bigger background, why didn't he go after Niu Xiaojun, but Xia Ning? Isn't it just because my daughter is pretty? Xia Shujie glanced at Qin Sun, and his eyes swept over Xia Ning, Lu Jingya, and Xia Zheng, and he was in a dilemma. It seems a bit difficult to break up this young couple. Even if it's difficult, we have to do it. Xia Shujia was getting more and more annoyed. He reached out and knocked on the table and asked Xia Shuheo, "Let's go outside to smoke a cigarette together." Xia Shuheo was delighted. "I can't hold it anymore." As he said that, he stood up and walked out with Xia Shujia. When the two of them walked to the door, they turned around at the same time and glanced at Qin Sun. Qin Sun was drinking tea, and suddenly he was looked down at by these two big men. He immediately felt a strong sense of oppression, and a mouthful of tea stuck in his throat and almost choked to death. Cough, cough, cough. He kept coughing, and cursed in a low voice. This Qin Fa Shu is such a bad mouth. Xia Ning was stroking his back gently, and when he heard him mention Qin Fa Shu again, he frowned and clapped his hands. "I'll go watch over the two brothers, to prevent them from quarreling again." As he said that, he stood up and walked out the door to chase Xia Shujia and his brother. Qin Sun watched Xia Ning walk out of the door, and also stood up and chased after him. The four of them came to a pavilion in the grove next to the B&B, which had a stone table and 4 stone benches. The four of them sat down one after another. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Shuheo, and found that this man, with a rough figure and a bit of madness on his face, was looking at him with a smile. That smile was neither gloomy nor positive, and made people feel uncomfortable. Qin Sun's heart sank. Alas! He doesn't seem to like me very much? He won't mess up my marriage with Xia Ning, right? Suddenly, Xia Shuheo took out a box of cigarettes, gave one to Xia Shujia, and handed one to Qin Sun. Qin Sun waved his hand and said, "Uncle, I can't." Xia Shuheo said with a smile, pretending to be innocent. "Qin Sun, I really can't do it." The smile on Xia Shuheo's face disappeared, and he became a little indifferent. He handed the cigarette to Qin Sun's eyes and said, "If you don't know how to smoke, then learn it. If a man can't smoke, can he still be called a man?" Qin Sun had no choice but to take it with both hands, but it was quickly snatched away by another hand. Xia Ning broke the cigarette into 2 pieces, put it on the stone table, and said, "Smoking is harmful to health. Qin Sun will not learn it." Xia Shuheo was startled, laughed, turned to look at Xia Shujia, and said, "Ajay, Xia Ning hasn't married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward. Qin Sun, smoking is harmful to health. Why doesn't anyone come to snatch our cigarettes when we two smoke? Isn't our life a life?" Xia Shujia was upset by Xia Shuheo's words. He glanced at Xia Ning indifferently, waved his hand, and said, "You go and accompany your mother and brother. We have something to talk to Qin Sun." Xia Ning didn't want to leave, but when she saw Xia Shujia's eyes, she knew he was angry. "If I stay here by force, it will only irritate him, putting Qin Sun in a more difficult situation." Xia Ning squeezed Qin Sun's hand under the table, and stood up and walked towards the door of the B&B. She took a few steps, looked back, and felt a little worried. Why do Dad and Qin Sun not get along? Are father-in-law and future son-in-law natural enemies? I can still be Dad's little cotton-padded jacket after I get married. Two adults are fighting like children all day long. It's unreasonable. Xia Ning turned around and walked quickly into the B&B. If the situation develops to an uncontrollable level, then we have to use our grandpa and grandpa to suppress these rebellious sons. All three of them. Every one of them. Are rebellious sons. Xia Shujie picked up the cigarette box, took out a cigarette from it, put it on the table and rolled it in front of Qin Sun, saying, Qin Sun, have you really never smoked? Qin Sun shook his head and lied. No. Ningning said that smoking is harmful to health. In fact, he stole his grandfather's cigarettes when he was in elementary school. They were a kind of local tobacco grown by farmers. And he rolled them with paper and smoked them himself. After taking a puff, he almost died. He didn't die from choking, but because of his violent coughing. His father discovered that he was smoking secretly, and he almost died from being beaten. However, that puff of cigarette made him feel uncomfortable, and he never smoked it again in his life. Qin Sun rolled the cigarette back in front of Xia Shujie. Xia Shujie looked a little unhappy. This guy and Xia Ning haven't even married yet. They still need my approval to get married. This is his attitude towards me. His future father-in-law? He won't smoke even if he is given a cigarette? If we get married in the future, won't he ask me to stand up and toast him? Xia Shuheo reached out and picked up the cigarette on the table and rolled it in front of Qin Sun again, saying loudly, 3 men are sitting here, 2 of them are smoking, and you are just sitting there and breathing in the secondhand smoke? I've read a popular science article, and the harm of secondhand smoke is greater than that of firsthand smoke. You'll lose a lot if you don't smoke. Qin Sun has also read similar popular science articles, and the blogger's explanations are very clear, which gives a group of smokers great comfort. But they seem to have overlooked that smokers are absorbing both first-hand and second-hand smoke at the same time. Qin Sun did not give Xia Shuheo a professional science popularization, but directly picked up the cigarette and said, Uncle is right. Xia Shujie was shocked. Damn it! I asked you to smoke and you didn't smoke? Xia Shuheo said a bunch of nonsense. And you gave in? Who is your future father-in-law? Me or him? After a while, the pavilion was filled with smoke. Xia Shuheo smoked very hard, and he could almost smoke a quarter of a cigarette in one breath. And then he held the smoke in his lungs for a long time before slowly exhaling it. Xia Shujie smoked in a much more elegant manner, taking a small puff and then exhaling quickly. Like his whole temperament, he looked weak and powerless. Qin Sun held the cigarette in his hand and saw the different smoking postures of the 2 men, feeling a little strange. These 2 brothers really don't look like real brothers, and their personalities are quite different. One looks rough, and the other looks gentle. One looks like a severe sex addict, and the other looks like a weak kidney. That's right. In addition to sleeping with his own wife, he also sleeps with other people's wives, and lets other people's wives give birth to children for him. Even the strongest kidneys can't stand it. Xia Shujie noticed Qin Sun's comment and felt offended. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and said coldly, Qin Sun, I heard that you were peeking under the skirt of that waitress just now. Hearing this, Qin Sun was almost choked by a puff of smoke and almost spiraled to heaven. Cough, cough, cough. Vomit. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 984. Do you often do the same as me? Not giving massages to the technicians at the appointed time, but giving them massages instead? You. Qin Sun stretched out his hand, shakingly pointed at Xia Shujie's nose, and cursed. You are a mature man in your 50s. How can you say such childish things? Peeking under someone's skirt? Is this something a man of my age can do? He stood up, threw away the cigarette butt, and gestured the length of the kimono with his hands open, said, That's a kimono. Although it has the style of a skirt, it's not a skirt, let alone a short skirt. The hem of the kimono almost covers the instep. How can you let me peek? Unless you crawl on the ground. Who can peek? Seeing Qin Sun's appearance, Xia Shujie slowly took a puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke, and smiled. Then why are you in a hurry? Qin Sun was startled, sat down, crossed his legs, and said, Who is in a hurry? I'm just a little bored. Xia Shujie was angry at this sentence, coughed twice, and said angrily, You know what kind of person you are. A sex-crazed devil. This curse was loud. Xia Shuheo, who was standing by, felt that he was being implicated and frowned tightly. Qin Sun was helpless. Although he was handsome, had a good personality, was popular with women, and had a scumbag temperament, he was an honest man in his bones. Chin-sun was slandered as a sex maniac by an old man, and decided to say a few good words for himself. What kind of person am I? The education I received since childhood destined me to be a greedy person, a lustful person, a knowledgeable person, a book addict, a drinker, and a joker. Don't cause trouble when there is nothing to do. Don't be afraid of trouble when there is trouble. Be upright outside, and be upright inside. Xia Shujie was stunned by these self-praises, and the cigarette butt in his hand slipped. Xia Shuheo's blocked heart suddenly became unblocked, and he became refreshed. He laughed and said, "Good, good, good. Well said. You hit the nail on the head. I've been trying to summarize my complex personality, but I haven't found the right words. Today I've met a soulmate. You can see through me at a glance. I'm greedy for money, lustful, addicted to drinking, and I'm both a troublemaker and not afraid of trouble." Xia Shujie narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Xia Shuheo say Chin-sun was his soulmate, and felt a little dizzy. Are you the same as Xia Shuheo? Will Xia Ning be doomed in the future? Chin-sun was also confused when he saw Xia Shuheo excitedly misappropriate and tamper with his life motto. Damn! This old ding looks like a bandit. I didn't expect that he would even want to snatch such a personal label. Xia Shuheo laughed loudly, and his laughter spread far in the woods. Suddenly, he looked at Chin-sun with admiration and gave a thumbs up. Good boy, I like you. I will definitely find a way to facilitate your marriage with Xia Ning. As he said that, he glanced at Xia Shujie secretly and found that he reached out to support the table and seemed to be so angry that he would drop the stool. Xia Shuheo was very happy. Meeting a friend regardless of age difference and being able to annoy Xia Shujie are both wonderful things. Xia Shujie, you don't like him, but I just want to like him. Chin-sun was happy to see Xia Shuheo speak sincerely, thinking that he was indeed the one who had a say in Xia Ning's marriage. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely take good care of Xia Ning. Leave Xia Ning to me, you can rest assured. Xia Shujie? You showed your loyalty to the wrong person, didn't you? Xia Shuheo saw that Xia Shujie was so angry that he was fuming and glaring, and seemed to want to speak, so he quickly waved his hand to interrupt him in advance and said, Hey! You have to be reasonable at home. When a woman is unreasonable, she has to be beaten. Chin-sun? Even if Xia Ning is not your biological child, you can't marry me yet. Just teach me how to beat your daughter? Xia Ning is your daughter in name after all. Xia Shujie was so angry that his face turned blue. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it, and smoked it fiercely. He stared at Chin-sun for a while, and then at Xia Shuheo for a while. Xia Shujie, Xia Shuheo, and Chin-sun were different. They were introverted and calm. They usually couldn't win a sudden quarrel, and they couldn't resist low-quality abuse. Xia Shuheo grew up with him, and he knew his brother's mouth was stinkier than a dog's ass. And Chin-sun, he was also well known for his poisonous tongue on the internet. For a moment, Xia Shujie didn't know how to scold people, and decided to smoke a cigarette to calm down his emotions, sort out a clear idea, and criticize these two men with reason and evidence. If necessary, call on the two major families of the Xia and Lu families to hold a three-court trial of these two people. Chin-sun noticed Xia Shujie's eyes, and seemed to want to skin him alive, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What are you looking at? Look at your uncle. Although you are Xia Ning's biological father, you have no right to decide on her marriage. I'm a fool. Xia Shuheo is a scumbag. You are a beast. You are nothing. Xia Shuheo saw that Xia Shujie's eyes were getting more and more gloomy, and he started to wonder in his heart, and was a little scared. He knew his brother, who had a relatively quiet personality, but was much more ruthless than him. And just now when he joked about Xia Ning's marriage, he didn't scold him directly. He is still smoking quietly now. He must be preparing a big move. Xia Shuheo was a little nervous. He laughed, turned around quietly, stretched his limbs, and gently patted his shoulders with his right hand. He forced to change the subject. I've been on a plane and bus all day today. I'm quite tired. I'm old, I'm useless. Chin-sun saw this, immediately stood up and walked behind Xia Shuheo, put his hands on his shoulders, and said with a smile, Uncle, I'll massage your shoulders. Without waiting for Xia Shuheo's response, he began to massage. He possesses divine medical skills, and massage is also a kind of medical skill. His massage technique is the best in the world. better than the best technicians in the club. Xia Shuheo wanted to refuse. But after Qin Sun needed him twice, his eyes lit up, and he moaned with satisfaction. Comfortable. Boy, your technique is very professional. You must have gone to the club for massages a lot. Right? Do you often massage them instead of the technicians like me? Qin Sun couldn't stand the fierce words for a while and laughed. Uncle, how could it be possible? I never go to that kind of place. Xia Shuheo smiled. Pretending to be innocent again? Qin Sun, no. Xia Shujia looked coldly at the two scumbags who were enjoying themselves, let out a long breath, and said, I don't know who was unconscious on the second floor of the massage parlor, or the technician's resting place, surrounded by a dozen technicians. Xia Shuheo turned his head and looked at Qin Sun, with a look of surprise, said, Good boy, you can do it. You went to the gathering place of the killing technicians, and you were knocked unconscious by a dozen technicians? As he said, he reached out and patted Qin Sun's waist. You have kidney deficiency. You need to replenish it. My dad got some aphrodisiacs called Go Danwan from somewhere. I'll steal some from his bedside table for you someday. Qin Sun? Chapter 985. What are you doing? Godfather? Father-in-law. You are my father-in-law. Steal the dog-eating pills from old man Xia Jing's bedside table for me? Qin Sun was stunned when he heard this. In just one sentence, he heard three meanings. First, the dog-eating pills were in Xia Jing's bedside table, which means that the old man is taking them, and he is still as good as ever. Second, although Xia Shuheo, the old man, has a certain decision-making power over Xia Ning's marriage, he does not seem to want Xia Ning to have a happy marriage. He actually wants to replenish his kidneys, so that he can go to the club more often. Third, the two brothers of the Xia family really like to steal things. The elder brother steals people, and the younger brother steals medicine. Xia Shujia couldn't help himself after hearing this, and slapped the stone table hard. It hurt, but he endured it very strongly, with a fierce face, and angrily scolded. Stealing. You only know how to steal. Can you steal anything? You have fallen into depravity by yourself. And your marriage has become unhappy. And you still want to lead astray. Led astray. He originally wanted to say lead young people astray. But when he thought that the target was Qin Sun, it seemed that there was no room for him to be a little worse. Xia Shujia looked at Qin Sun with disgust, and cursed in a low voice. They are all beasts. Qin Sun? Fuck. Xia Shujia is so thick-skinned. He still has the nerve to blame others for their unhappy marriages? Why are other people's marriages unhappy? Don't you have any idea? You are cheating on others with a clear conscience, and you don't allow others to steal some medicine? You really can't tell the difference between the big and the small. Xia Shuheo was so upset by Xia Shujia's words, and his eyes gradually turned red when he thought of his own marriage. His chest kept rising and falling. He endured and endured, but finally couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped the stone table hard and couldn't help but scream in pain. Fuck. It hurts. It really hurts. He picked up his hand and shook it quickly, blowing air on it with his mouth. When his hand didn't hurt so much, Xia Shuheo finally freed his mouth and yelled at Xia Shuheo. Is my marriage unfortunate to blame me alone? Ah? Is it my fault? Who was the first one between us? Ah. I'm nothing. And she is a pure and innocent saint. She just looks virtuous and family-oriented in the eyes of outsiders. But she has done so many bad things behind the scenes. Don't you know? I was in prison 3 times, and twice because of her report. Xia Shujia was so angry that he trembled all over, gnashing his teeth and speaking in a low voice. Family disgrace should not be made public. There are others here. Qin Sun heard the conversation between the two brothers and was shocked. He even slowed down the massage for Xia Shuheo. He raised his head and looked at the sunset through the gaps between the leaves and began to play dumb. Oh my god! It turned out that Aunt Lu Jingyao was the first to get involved with the old dog Xia Shujia. That's why Xia Shuheo started to engage in revenge prostitution and was arrested by the police? This, I didn't realize Aunt Lu was so cruel. Every time I see her, I feel like I'm bathed in spring breeze. She is the best actress. I have to be careful next time. But according to genetics, Xia Shujia and Lu Jingyao are not good people. How could they give birth to such a perfect Xia Ning? Xia Jing is not bad except being a little annoying and a little greedy. She is even a little loyal, and will secretly say good things to me. Xia Tian looks cute too. Could it be that a bad man plus a bad woman has a positive effect? Qin Sun is playing dumb. Xia Shujie and Xia Shuheo stared at each other coldly. I don't know how long it took. Xia Shuheo became more and more angry, and wanted to seek support. He turned his head, and looked at Qin Sun, who was looking up at the sky, and asked loudly, Qin Sun, the internet says that you are a talented person. A man who can write farewell to Jingdao must have a high literary accomplishment and a deep thinking depth. Tell me, can I be blamed for your uncle's unfortunate marriage? Qin Sun was named, and he could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb. He lowered his head, and saw Xia Shuheo's angry face, and felt a little embarrassed. He thought about it and sighed. It is said that home is a warm harbor. But if you can't feel the warmth at home, you will only feel more lonely. Lonely people are worse than wandering souls on the streets. This sentence touched Xia Shuheo's heart. He really felt like visiting graves every time he went home, especially when he saw his wife. He felt that the graves were resurrected. Without love, most people would get divorced. But their two families have too many business cooperations, many of which are based on marriage, and it is not up to them to decide whether to divorce or not. Besides, the child is so old. It's good for the couple to live their own lives, but I can't stand that woman always calling the police to arrest me. I am a good citizen, and I go to jail 3 or 4 times a year. Who can stand this? Xia Shujie saw that Xia Shuheo's eyes were red, and he didn't say anything, lest he would go crazy again. He looked at Qin Sun's face, and was a little confused. Why do I feel that this kid is deliberately trying to please Xia Shuheo? He called Xia Shuheo uncle all the time, and called me. He never called me. He didn't even say hey. This kid massaged Xia Shuheo's shoulders, but he pinched my neck in order to comfort Xia Shuheo. He even said something like lonely people are worse than wandering souls on the streets? Could it be that this kid would please everyone in the Xia family except me? He really can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Xia Shuheo felt comfortable when Qin Sun massaged his shoulders. He felt much better after being comforted by Qin Sun just now. He reminded him, Boy, I want to tell you something. Before you showed up, my good brother had already found several marriage partners for Xianing, all of whom were sons of other large financial groups. Rather than marriage partners, they are more like marriage partners. As he said that, he reached out and patted Qin Sun's thigh. Boy, come on. Hearing this, Qin Sun looked at Xia Shujie coldly. Although he could imagine that the children of big families usually don't decide on their own marriages, they mainly focus on getting a good match. But now that he heard this with his own ears, he felt disgusted. This old man is not legitimate, and he still likes to arrange other people's marriages. Shameless. Xia Shuheo saw the look Qin Sun gave Xia Shujie, and he became even happier, and someone admired this boy's temper. Big, very big. Bold as hell. He actually looked at his future father-in-law with such eyes. No wonder the internet rumored that he was the most powerful man. Sure enough. More powerful than me. Xia Shuheo was in a good mood, and said to Qin Sun, a popular internet meme said, Qin Sun, to make friends sincerely, I want to be your father. Qin Sun was delighted, and the hand massaging his shoulders became more and more forceful, said, I also want to be your son. Xia Shuheo was stunned. He did not expect Qin Sun to answer like this, and felt a little bit mean. He saw Xia Shujie's face was gloomy, and dared not be presumptuous anymore, prepared to make up for it, and continued to joke. Why don't you just recognize me as your godfather? Qin Sun said loudly. What godfather? Father-in-law. You are my father-in-law. Chapter 986. Dad? Uncle? My mom? Xia Shuheo's face immediately turned ugly. Looking at Xia Shujie, who was on the verge of exploding, he felt that he was going to be implicated by Qin Sun, and hurriedly said, How old is my daughter? Only 10 years old. You have such an idea? Dirty! Qin Sun was slightly stunned. This guy even forgot how old Xia Jing was? She was only 9 years old. Forget it. She is not a biological child anyway. You can't ask so much from others. Qin Sun said while pressing his shoulders and smiling. Uncle, I'm talking about the older one. I want to marry the older one. Xia Shuheo was shocked. Fuck. He actually knew that I had an 18-year-old illegitimate daughter outside? Why is Xianing so lax? She tells all the dirty things in the family? Although my wife also knows about this, if she dares to mention it again, it will be a bloody storm. Xia Shuheo stood up, reached out to push away Qin Sun's massage hand, covered Qin Sun's mouth with force, and cursed loudly. Shut the heck up. You disgust me with this kind of thing. You have no respect for elders and younger brothers. As he said this, he glanced at Xia Shujie, and saw that his face was already very bad, and said again, You should date Xia Ning properly, don't talk about marriage or not. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Qin Sun? Only allow me to date Ning Ning, but not marry her. What a beast. This old dang wants to play with a pure boy like me. Xia Shuhei covered Qin Sun's mouth, listened to him whimpering for a few times, and then quieted down, then let go of his hand and ran away. He walked very fast, looking back every few steps, looking at Qin Sun with an amazed look. Damn it! This grandson is even more of a grandson than me. His mouth is looser than a prostitute's belt, and he is as fierce as a knife. In the pavilion, Qin Sun and Xia Shujie looked at each other quietly, and neither of them was afraid. After a while, Xia Shujie smiled slightly fiercely and said, I have seen many people who couldn't find the temple door with pig heads. But you are different. You entered the temple with pig heads and worshipped Buddha, but you forgot to worship me, the biggest Buddha. His voice became louder. I tell you, my decision-making power in Xia Ning's marriage is much greater than you think. In this matter, Xia Ning's mother, grandmother, and grandfather are not as important as my words alone. Do you believe it? Qin Sun sneered, thinking that he was just pretending. He slowly raised his hand and raised a proud middle finger to Xia Shujie. Xia Shujie was startled and raised his right fist high, wanting to hit Qin Sun on the head. Suddenly, he thought of the miserable appearance of Kato Daiki being held by his legs and swung around in circles. He put down his hand in dismay and cursed. Hitting you dirty my hands. After saying that, he turned and left. Dinner time. The boss Wang Taijin prepared local specialties and invited some dancers to entertain. Everyone was very happy with the meal. Xia Shujie and Xia Shuhei did not come to the dinner at all. It is said that the two brothers went to find a place to drink by themselves. It is unknown whether they would fight. Qin Sun was like a hard-working little bee, sometimes accompanying Xia Zheng, sometimes accompanying Lu Xiaoquan, sometimes accompanying Lu Jingya. She looked more like a prostitute than those dancing girls. After dinner, everyone dispersed and walked around casually with the security guards following them. Qin Sun and Xia Ning also walked hand in hand in the woods. Suddenly Xia Ning asked, What did you say to my dad and the others at dusk today? Why are they both unhappy after they came back? They don't want to stay here for dinner and have to go out to eat? Qin Sun sighed and said, Isn't it our wedding? Xia Ning's face got a little hot when he heard this. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he asked in a low voice, What did they say? Did they make things difficult for you? Qin Sun stood still, turned around to face Xia Ning, looking at her clear eyes, asked, Do you know that old dog Xia Shujie has found several marriage partners for you? Is he planning to let you go on a blind date? Xia Ning was startled, feeling like she was caught for some reason, turned her head to look elsewhere, and said, Since the second year of high school, he has taken me to some cocktail parties intentionally or unintentionally. There were some other people's kids at the cocktail party. All of them were about the same age, and we, a group of young people, would drink together. I didn't realize anything at the time, but later I realized it might be a tacit understanding between the adults. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. The friends who drank with me at the beginning are already 2 or 3 couples. Do you think this counts as a blind date? Qin Sun was immediately unhappy when he heard this, and took a few steps back, looking at Xia Ning, and said loudly, Second year of high school, 17 years old? It's the age when love begins, and you're going to a cocktail party? Minor, drinking, blind date. These 3 words together are against the law. Do you know that? Xia Ning spoke very frankly, without hiding anything, but was angered by Qin Sun's behavior. Her face turned cold, and she asked, Did you attend a class reunion in high school? Qin Sun, yes. But less than 5 times. Xia Ning, were they all boys? Qin Sun, well, there were girls, too. But they were not good looking. Xia Ning, did you drink at the reunion? Qin Sun, yes. But just a little beer. Xia Ning, did you become an adult in high school? Qin Sun, not yet. But it will be soon. Xia Ning, are there no couples in your class? Qin Sun, there were a few couples. But they broke up now. Xia Ning asked coldly, with her arms folded over her chest. You are a high school student. A minor who attended a classmate reunion and drank alcohol. And there were actually several couples in the class. You are breaking the law. Do you know that? Qin Sun suddenly felt unjustified and embarrassed, scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and walked towards Xia Ning. That? I just found out too. Xia Ning didn't wait for Qin Sun to get close to her, and turned around and left. Qin Sun followed behind. And it was not in vain. He had been quietly admiring her graceful figure. This slender waist. Such long legs. Such waist-to-hip ratio. Oh my, or else they say that beauty is the root of trouble. Such a beautiful woman, who else but me can resist? The two walked on the cobblestones in the grove for a while. One in front and one behind. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw two drunken men coming towards him, holding each other's shoulders and staggering. They were followed by 4 bodyguards. Seeing this, Xia Ning ran over quickly. Qin Sun hurried to catch up. Xia Ning ran to the brothers Xia Shujie and Xia Shuheo, and saw the 2 big men drunk, their noses full of alcohol. She reached out and shook the staggering Xia Shujie, and called out, "Dad?" Seeing that he didn't respond, Xia Ning looked at Xia Shuheo again and said anxiously, "Uncle, why did you take my dad to drink so much? Aren't you afraid that my mom will cause trouble for you?" Qin Sun stood behind Xia Ning, heard these 3 names, narrowed his eyes, and felt that something was wrong. Uncle? Dad? My mom? Chapter 987 Uncle, the prodigal son has returned. Ning, what are you afraid of? Xia Shuheo chuckled and said vaguely, "Your aunt, the tigress, is not here again. Your grandmother will protect me. What's wrong with me drinking a little wine? What's wrong with me? I am not drinking with your father. It's not me who wants to drink." As he said, he turned his head to look at Xia Shujie, who was also drunk, and shook his shoulders. "Right, brother. Brother, say something, your daughter is blaming me. Say something. Fuck." Xia Ning reached out to support Xia Shujie, who was unconscious, and saw him drooping his head, half closed his eyes, looking like he was half asleep, and became anxious. "Dad, why did you drink so much? My mom will definitely kick you out of the room later." Xia Shujie gurgled twice in his throat, vaguely, and no one knew what he said. Xia Shuheo laughed, pointed at Qin Sun, who was dumbfounded behind Xia Ning, and said loudly, "It's all because your future husband has pissed off his future father-in-law." Qin Sun felt a dull pain in his head, and felt like he was going to grow a brain. Ah? What the hell is this relationship? Who is whose father? Who is whose father-in-law? Aunt Ning didn't come. So what is Aunt Lu's identity? The one who didn't come was Xia Shuheo's wife. So Aunt Lu was Xia Shujie's wife? Qin Sun's breathing became a little rapid, realizing that he was in a huge conspiracy, and he couldn't catch his breath for a long time. He looked at the drunk Xia Shujie, and his heart sank. If Xia Shujie was, this old uncle was Xia Ning's father, a legitimate father, then all my previous dislike for Xia Shujie, and my extreme behavior due to my dislike, didn't that offend him? I was so proud before, thinking that I was the light of justice that cleared away the evil. For a moment, Qin Sun felt a huge sense of loss that he estimated his college entrance examination score to be 700, but actually scored 70. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning shout, "Qin Sun, don't be in a daze. Hurry up and carry my dad back." He came to his senses, walked quickly to Xia Shuheo, looked at this rough man deeply, and had 1,000 curse words in his heart. But he held back, turned around and carried Xia Shujie on his back, walking briskly towards the B&B. Qin Sun walked with his head down, and heard Xia Shujie's intermittent voice. I don't want you to carry me. Put me down." Qin Sun was helpless. If he had heard Xia Shujie say such things before, he would definitely go to the stinking ditch and put Xia Shujie down. But now, that's my future father-in-law. Soon, Qin Sun carried Xia Shujie into the guest house, went up to the 2nd floor, and came to the door of a room. Xia Ning knocked on the door and shouted, "Mom, Qin Sun and I brought Dad in." The door opened immediately. It was a maid who opened the door. Lu Jingyao sat on the bed, teasing the baby in the crib, and 2 maids were waiting on the side. She saw Qin Sun carrying Xia Shujie in, and smelled a strong smell of alcohol. She stretched out her hand and gently fanned Xia Tian's nose, and ordered, "Sister Wang, take the child to the next room first." A maid carefully picked up Xia Tian and walked out of the room. Lu Jingyao got up and sat down by the bed, looking at the drunk Xia Shujie. She gently took his hand, frowned slightly, looked up at Xia Ning, and asked, Ning Ning, your father hasn't drunk like this in more than 10 years. You didn't eat dinner today and went out to drink with your uncle. What happened? Xia Ning thought of Xia Shujia's words. It's all because your future husband has upset his future father-in-law. She shook her head a little guilty and said, I don't know either. After saying that, she bent down to cover Xia Shujia with a blanket, not daring to look into Lu Jingyao's eyes. Lu Jingyao could tell at a glance that Xia Ning was lying, turned to look at Qin Sun. Qin Sun admitted it openly. Auntie, blame me. I hurt my uncle's heart. When Lu Jingyao heard this, she felt a little weird. You hurt his heart? Xia Ning suddenly looked up, glanced at Qin Sun, quietly stepped on the back of Qin Sun's foot, signaling him to keep silent. The relationship between her parents is better than most people think. If Qin Sun hurts her father, it may leave a bad impression on her mother. Her father doesn't like Qin Sun in the first place. If she loses her mother's love, it will be difficult for them to be together in the future. Qin Sun was stepped on, and immediately stepped back gently, looking at Lu Jingyao sincerely, and said, Auntie, at dusk today, weren't my two uncles and I chatting in the pavilion? Xia Ning's father asked me to smoke, but I didn't. Lu Jingyao frowned. Just because of this? Qin Sun smiled embarrassedly. But Uncle Xia Ning asked me to smoke. And I smoked. Lu Jingyao. Qin Sun continued. I also massaged Xia Ning's uncle's shoulders. But not Xia Ning's father. Lu Jingyao? Qin Sun said again. I also gave Xia Ning's father the middle finger. Lu Jingyao. She couldn't help it, and asked, Shao Sun, I know that there is a conflict between the two men. But you are a junior after all. Even if your Uncle Xia did something wrong, you can tell me. I will vent your anger for you. Why do you have to make the relationship so stiff? Qin Sun heard Aunt Lu's concern for her husband and herself, and looked at Xia Shujia lying on the bed, and sighed helplessly. Alas, what a sin! Qin Sun said with a sincere face, using a movie star level performance. Auntie, please listen to my explanation. This is my plan. Lu Jingyao? Xia Ning? Both of them were shocked by this sentence and asked, What do you mean? Qin Sun said seriously. I know Uncle Xia doesn't like me, so I want to do all kinds of outrageous behaviors to anger Uncle, so that he will hate me to the extreme. Then, I will use the trick of a prodigal son returning to his homeland. Be nicer to him, so that he can feel my change, so as to achieve the purpose of changing his impression of me. This is the so-called extremes will reverse. Lu Jingyao, she has heard of giving a sweet date after a slap, but she has never heard of beating someone to death first, and then giving a sweet date. The strength is not well controlled. However, why does this sound like the tactic of playing hard to get used by bad guys to chase girls? Xia Ning was also stunned for a long time. Fighting poison with poison? She shook her head and sighed. If you hadn't met me, a straight man like you would probably end up lonely for the rest of your life. Right? Qin Sun nodded. That's not good. Xia Ning was completely speechless. Turning to look at her father, who was limp on the bed, a trace of sadness appeared between her brows. My dad hasn't been this drunk in more than 10 years. You not only hurt his heart, but also hurt his body. What do you think we should do now? Lu Jingyao looked at Qin Sun quietly, wanting to see how this little genius in love can turn the situation around. Qin Sun knelt on the bed with one leg, put his hands on Xia Shujia, and said, Uncle, the prodigal son has returned. Chapter 988 Auntie. As long as you think it makes sense, I'll do it. In the shocked eyes of Lu Jingyao and Xia Ning, Qin Sun began a series of professional operations. He opened Xia Shujia's mouth, looked down and said, No vomit. Auntie, Uncle has to change his bad habit of drinking and not vomiting. After drinking a lot of alcohol, you can reduce the amount of alcohol in your body by vomiting, alleviate the symptoms of drunkenness, and reduce the damage of alcohol to organs. But avoid repeated vomiting, so as to avoid gastric acid reflux, stimulate the esophagus and throat, and easily cause esophagitis and throat mucosal damage. It would be much better if Uncle vomited once or twice. Xia Ning thought that Qin Sun was meditating and learning medical skills when he lay on the bamboo lounge chair every day in the courtyard, knowing that he could even perform brain tumor surgery. This kind of medical knowledge must be a piece of cake. Lu Jingyao was a little surprised and asked, Shao Sun, how do you know this? Qin Sun remained calm and fooled Lu Jingyao as he fooled Xia Ning. My family used to raise a few pigs. When those pigs got sick, I searched online for information and treated them. Humans and animals are actually similar. Otherwise, why would humans use mice for experiments? He patted Xia Shujia's back gently. It's all the same. Lu Jingyao was stunned when she heard this seemingly scientific fallacy. She turned to look at Xia Ning, and was even more stunned when she saw her nodding solemnly to show her affirmation. Why does Ning Ning believe everything? When did she become so gullible? Lu Jingyao asked. Qin Sun, have your pigs ever been drunk? Qin Sun was slightly startled, and then nodded. Yes, people in the countryside make some rice wine every winter, and the remaining leaves are used to feed pigs. Sometimes pigs get drunk. Lu Jingyao. What he said was unreasonable, but why was he so confident? That expression was particularly convincing. Lu Jingyao didn't plan to delve into it, guessing that Qin Sun had only learned the knowledge in the school's safety knowledge lecture, and echoed it without thinking. That makes sense. Qin Sun smiled when he heard it. As long as Annie thinks it makes sense. I'll do it. As he said that, he picked up Xia Shujia, carried him on his back, walked into the bathroom, and closed the door. Lu Jingyao didn't say anything because she was stunned. I just said something casually. You want to do it? What? Treat old Xia like a pig? Why go to the bathroom? Give old Xia a bath? In the bathroom. Qin Sun supported the unconscious Xia Shujia with one hand, and stretched out an index finger with the other hand, looking at his mouth with an embarrassed look. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't make up his mind. In his opinion, putting a finger into a man's mouth was as disgusting as putting it into a man's ass. Qin Sun secretly glanced at the bathroom door, quietly reached out to lock the door, and made up his mind. I'm sorry, Uncle. I'm doing this for your own good. Qin Sun gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and gestured with his hands to turn Xia Shujia over. His right hand tightly held his thigh, and his left hand grabbed Xia Shujia's hair to control the direction, so that his mouth was facing the toilet. He held his breath, held Xia Shujia upside down over the toilet, and shook him gently up and down, like shaking off a bag of flour. Wow! A vomiting sound was heard. A pile of sour vomit poured into the toilet from Xia Shujia's mouth. After a while, the vomiting sound stopped, and Xia Shujia made a sound full of doubt. Qin Sun immediately turned Xia Shujia upside down, and saw that he opened his eyes in a daze, looked at them for a while, and then closed them again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was very drunk. He couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Xia Ning shouted outside the door. Qin Sun, I'll help you. Qin Sun held Xia Shujia, opened the door, and saw Xia Ning coming in with a bottle of water. Xia Ning wanted to feed Xia Shujia water, but he didn't wake up. When he was in a dilemma, he suddenly saw him, say ah, and opened his eyes in a daze. Qin Sun quietly put down his hand that was touching Xia Shujia's waist. Just now, he pressed hard on a certain acupuncture point on Xia Shujia's waist. Xia Ning was delighted and handed over the bottle. Dad, drink some water and rinse your mouth. Xia Shujia subconsciously rinsed his mouth, drank half a bottle of water, and closed his eyes again. Xia Ning took a towel and wet it with hot water to wash his face. Lu Jingyao stood outside the bathroom door, watching the young couple serve her husband, with an ant smile on her face. Qin Sun said with a false heart but a sincere face, Why don't I give my uncle a bath? Lu Jingyao said hurriedly. No need. Xia Ning spoke louder. That's not necessary. She didn't dare to think, if her father knew tomorrow that she was stripped naked and bathed by a man tonight, would he be so disgusted that he couldn't eat for 3 days? Lu Jingyao looked at Qin Sun and became more and more satisfied. Xiao Sun, it's enough as long as the thought is there. Qin Sun grinned, carried Xia Shujia back to the bed, and put Xia Shujia's body in a side-lying position. Auntie, sleeping on the side can prevent Uncle's respiratory tract from being blocked by vomitus, causing suffocation. You need to send someone to observe Uncle's sleeping position at all times tonight, and never let him turn over and sleep on his back or prone. Lu Jingyao said with a smile. Auntie remembers it. Qin Sun picked up the air conditioner remote control, adjusted the wind direction, so that the wind would not blow towards the head of the bed, and covered Xia Shujia with a cool quilt. Lu Jingyao looked at him with a smile, walked to Xia Ning, and whispered, Ning Ning, you found a treasure. Xia Ning smiled gently. She was also surprised that Qin Sun would be so gentle to his father, as if someone had suddenly cast a spell on him. The prodigal son turned back so thoroughly? It was a 180-degree turn. Qin Sun sat on the bed, stretched out his hand to take Xia Shujia's pulse, and saw that his pulse was stable, and turned to Lu Jingya and said, "Auntie, Uncle Xia should be fine after a good sleep. Call me anytime if there is anything tonight." Lu Jingya smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Xiao Sun, you should sleep well tonight. You will go hunting with the old man tomorrow. Black bears are fierce beasts. How can you not get enough rest? We brought a family doctor. I will ask the doctor to come and take care of your uncle later." Qin Sun smiled and nodded, and was about to say goodbye and leave, but saw Lu Jingya walked up and held his hand. "Xiao Sun, I never thought you would be such a gentle and delicate person. You are so delicate to induce vomiting for your uncle Xia." Qin Sun thought of Xia Shujia being turned upside down by himself, and his waist being grabbed by himself, and laughed awkwardly twice. "Auntie, you're too kind. I'm not that gentle." Lu Jingya smiled happily. "It seems that you are not only gentle but also modest." Qin Sun smiled foolishly, and said goodbye. Xia Ning glanced at Lu Jingya, and when she nodded, she quietly left. As soon as she reached the door, she heard her father's voice behind her. "No! Live in the same room?" Xia Ning was startled and turned around. Xia Shujia sat up and said the sentence vaguely, and then fell on the bed and fell asleep. Lu Jingya walked forward, put him on his side again, covered him with a quilt, waved to Xia Ning, signaling her to leave. Qin Sun and Xia Ning went back to their respective rooms. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Qin Sun's room was at the front of the second floor. Xia Ning's was at the back of the second floor. There was a huge gap between them. Midnight. In the room, there was no light on. Qin Sun sat on the bed, crossed his legs, rubbed his temples with both hands. Headache? What went wrong? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Sun opened his eyes, slipped out of bed barefoot in the dark, and opened the door. He used the faint moonlight coming in from the corridor to see Xia Ning standing at the door in pajamas. Without waiting for Xia Ning to speak, he grabbed her in, locked the door, and asked, "Tell me, why did you lie to me?" Xia Ning? Putting the blame on someone else? Chapter 989, You are not an illegitimate daughter, I am so happy. Inside the door, it was dark, only a little light came through the curtains. Xia Ning was pressed against the door by Qin Sun, and she was a little confused. Just now, she tossed and turned in bed, and couldn't sleep. She felt that Qin Sun was too strange today, and his attitude towards his father changed too quickly, and without reason. The so-called prodigal son returns. Fighting poison with poison. Logic. Probably only a 3-month-old child like Xia Tian would believe it. Xia Ning decided to come over and ask clearly in the dark, but she didn't expect that she didn't say a word, and was pressed against the door by Qin Sun and questioned. She was a little unhappy, and said coldly, "Lie to you? What are you talking about? What did I lie to you about?" Qin Sun lowered his voice and asked, "Didn't you say Xia Shujie is your uncle? Didn't you say Xia Shuheo is your father?" Xia Ning was stunned. She remembered that when she was an undercover agent in Oak Company, and worked as Qin Sun's assistant, she was worried that Qin Sun would check her identity online. So she tampered with an old news article on the internet, and changed herself to the niece of Xia Shujie, the head of Xia Group. Qin Sun was deceived. Later, Dad came to the hospital to visit Mom and met Qin Sun. I asked Dad to play a play with me, pretending to be my uncle. But after the two men went out, Dad came back very unhappy. Then, Mom sent me a WeChat message to put pressure on me, asking me to make things clear with Qin Sun. Xia Ning kept recalling said, "That night, under the streetlight in the hospital. After you went up to get the grapes, didn't I explain things to you clearly?" "I remember I said." She recalled carefully said, "I said, I'm sorry, actually I'm Xia Shujie's. Then you covered my mouth with your hand, telling me not to say anything you already knew. Didn't you already know that I was my father's daughter?" Qin Sun recalled carefully, not much about the details of the conversation, but he remembered one thing very clearly. He remembered that day he fed Xia Ning grapes with his mouth, and lost his pure first kiss. He was also hit by grapes by Xia Ning all the way, like a runaway pea shooter. However, did they make it clear at that time? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun was silent. She took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and found the WeChat message her mother sent her, and handed it to Qin Sun. Qin Sun looked over. It was sent by Lu Jingya to Xia Ning. One lie needs countless lies to cover it. A relationship based on deception is like a castle in the air. Sooner or later it will collapse. Ning Ning, find a chance to tell Qin Sun clearly that you are Xia Shujie's daughter. Men are most tender when kissing. After Qin Sun read it, The memory in his mind gradually became clear. At that time, Xia Ning stood under the streetlight, with a face full of shame. Qin Sun, I want to confess something to you. Actually, I am Xia Shujie's. In order to take care of her self-esteem as an illegitimate daughter, she covered her mouth with her hand domineeringly, and said very gently, Ning Ning, you don't have to say it. I already know what you want to say. Damn it. Was there such a big mistake? In an instant, Qin Sun understood many things. Why can Xia Ning be the next candidate to lead the Xia group? Because his legitimate father is the current chairman of the group. Why has Xia Shuheo never come to Haicheng to visit Aunt Lu, even not when she gave birth? Why should a brother-in-law come? Come and knock on the door and shout, Sister-in-law, open the door, I am my brother. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun in a daze again, reached out, and pushed his chest. Hey, hey! Do you remember? Qin Sun came back to his senses and laughed happily. I remember now. But I thought you were going to confess to me that you were Xia Shujie's illegitimate daughter. So I covered your mouth to protect your dignity. Xia Ning was startled. A little speechless. You are a fucking idiot. Right? Qin Sun heard Xia Ning use two dirty words in her words for the first time. Although she didn't say it fluently. But she must have been really angry. He was not afraid. He laughed even louder, and held Xia Ning tightly with both hands and spun around. Xia Ning was a little confused, not knowing what he was doing, and gently hit his shoulder with her hand, saying, Are you crazy? Put me down. Don't think you can let me go just by pretending to be crazy. Qin Sun didn't care, and held her for several rounds before letting her go. He touched her cheek, but she felt like a pig struggling like the new year, and refused to let him touch her. He said softly, Ning Ning, you are not an illegitimate daughter. I am so happy. With one sentence, Xia Ning fell silent. This sentence is stupid, but it's so moving. Xia Ning's depressed anger, there is no trace for a moment. Instead, the infinite tenderness is raised, the eyes gradually wet. It turns out that Qin Sun has always been because of me. Identifying the unknown, worried about my sensitive inferiority. So take care of me everywhere? So good to me. Xia Ning blocked on his chest with a sip, after a while, then gently say a word. Fool? Qin Sun hugged Xia Ning into bed, dipped the clothes, start a hearty decompression movement. In the darkness, Xia Ning endured it silently, without any resistance. After a long time, in the darkness, the two people's low voices were heard. Xia Ning, so you always think that you are hostile to my father because you think he has a problem with his character? Qin Sun, what else? Why should I offend people for no reason when I am so smart? I am just doing justice for the heavens. Xia Ning, what was the worst time you offended my father? Qin Sun, maybe you strangled him and almost suffocated him. Call him an old dog. Give him the middle finger. Etc. Nothing else. Xia Ning, you? What did you say? What else do you want to do? Qin Sun, at that time, I only thought of him as a pervert who harassed my aunt, so I didn't hold back when I was doing it to vent your anger. Xia Ning, then thank you. Qin Sun, you're welcome. Xia Ning, now that your relationship with him has come to this, is there any possibility of saving it? Qin Sun, there is always a chance. At worst, I will cook bear penis for him to eat tomorrow. Don't talk about this, it's annoying. After a while, Xia Ning, do you think Xia Jing and Xia Tian are also illegitimate daughters? Qin Sun, Xia Tian is a boy. Xia Ning, don't change the subject. Qin Sun, I'm not that stupid. How is it possible that 3 consecutive children are illegitimate? Xia Ning, oh, I don't believe it. Qin Sun, don't expose people when things are difficult. Xia Ning, what does it mean to not expose people when things are difficult? Qin Sun saying, life is already so difficult. Some things should not be exposed. Xia Ning, when did you write a new song? And what was it called? Qin Sun, lying. Xia Ning, in yang me? But I had to explain it at that time. You were too self-righteous and stupid. Qin Sun, oh, woman. Xia Ning? The next day, before dawn, Xia Ning sneaked out of Qin Sun's room. As soon as she went out, she saw Xia Jing in the corridor with her hair loose, as if she had been waiting for the fish to bite. Xia Jing stretched out her hand. Sister. Hush money. 10,000 yuan. Xia Ning. She was helpless and whispered, I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan later. Tuition fees. For a moment, she felt like she had paid for sex. 7 o'clock in the morning. Chin Sun was awakened by the alarm clock and immediately got up to stretch his muscles. Today we are going to hunt bears in the mountains. Although we are shooting with guns. But doing some warm-up exercises can make you run faster. And in a corner where no one is paying attention. You can also try to fight with a black bear. Let's see how strong I am. The strongest man on the blue planet. And whether I can use the black bear's balls as a walnut plate. Chapter 980. Why do you always think the worst of people? Xia Shujie woke up leisurely from his room, feeling dry mouth and tongue, but fortunately his head didn't hurt. He picked up the water on the bedside table and drank half a cup in one breath, put down the cup, turned around and saw Lu Jingya sitting at the dressing table, asked, Xia Ya, we are going into the mountains to hunt bears today, why are you wearing makeup? It will be covered with dust anyway. Lu Jingya raised her eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil, turned her head, and looked at Xia Shujie, seeing that his face was ruddy, and he must have recovered, said, You men are going to hunt bears. And we women are going to take pictures. What's the difference between asking women to go into the mountains without makeup and asking men to go into the mountains without guns? Boss Wan also provided us with a professional photographer to accompany us all the way. After that, she asked, Are you feeling better? Xia Shujie shook his head gently, without any pain, and stretched his arms and said, I'm fine. He said this with a little embarrassment. Thank you for your hard work last night. Xia Ya. Lu Jingya waved her hand and said seriously, I didn't do anything. Yesterday, Chin Sun carried you all the way back, took you to the bathroom to induce vomiting, covered you with a blanket, and adjusted the air conditioning direction. More gentle and delicate than my wife. When Xia Shujie heard Lu Jingya saying nice things to Chin Sun, he felt like he was listening to a book of heaven. He could understand every word and sentence, but why did it seem illogical when they were connected? Chin Sun carried me? Induced vomiting? He also covered me with a blanket? He was even so careful as to adjust the air conditioning direction? What kind of science fiction story is this? He didn't press me into the toilet. Eh? Xia Shujie was stunned. He vaguely remembered a moment last night, when the blood pressure in his head was a little high. He opened his eyes, and there was a toilet in front of him. His face was less than a palm away from the toilet, which was full of vomit. Xia Shujie tried hard to think about it, but he still couldn't remember clearly, so he made a bold guess. Xiaoya, you said Chin Sun took me to the bathroom yesterday to induce vomiting. Do you think there is a possibility that he lifted me upside down and grabbed my head to induce vomiting in the toilet? Lu Jingya thought of the funny scene, shook her head helplessly, and felt that her husband had too deep a prejudice against his future son-in-law, and said dissatisfiedly, Old Xia, don't always think the worst of others. How can they have such great strength? You are not a random person who can be lifted upside down at will? Xia Shujie thought about it, and felt that it made some sense. As the CEO of a group with a net worth of over 100 billion, he should not be treated like this by a young man. Chin Sun is not a human. But he can't be a beast. Xia Shujie got up, opened the curtains, letting the morning light into the room. He took a shower first, and then went back to the room to start a series of stretching exercises to warm up for today's bear hunting. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his waist. He pulled up his clothes and found no wounds. But it was still a little painful. Xiaoya, did I fall off the bed yesterday? Lu Jingya, no. Why do you think so? Xia Shujie touched his waist, his face solemn, and hesitantly said, My waist is a little sore. It feels like someone pinched me. Did Chin Sun really beat me up when I was drunk? As soon as the words fell, Lu Jingya's face turned cold, and she slapped the lipstick on the table. Old Xia, are you done yet? Chin Sun is a young and hot-tempered kid who doesn't know the ways of the world. He has some trivial conflicts with you, so what's wrong with you as an elder letting him go? What about lifting you upside down and stuffing your head into the toilet? What about secretly pinching your waist? Why do you always think the worst of people? As she said that, she pointed 2 fingers at her eyes. What demons, ghosts, and foxy women can escape my sharp eyes? No matter how I look at it, Chin Sun is a good kid. If you have backache, go ask Dad for 2 dog egg pills to replenish it. Don't slander me. Xia Shujie didn't expect that his casual complaint would awaken the tigress at home, and even insult his poor kidney function. He hesitated to speak, and finally decided that a man should not fight with a woman. Xia Shujie continued to stretch. After a while, Lu Jingya finished her makeup, got up and chose a set of sportswear with a hint of foreign style. She looked at herself in the mirror, made a shooting gesture with her hands, pointed at Xia Shujie in the mirror, and said, "Old Xia, Qin Sun took care of you for a long time yesterday. You should be grateful. Today we encountered danger in the mountains. You should protect Qin Sun. He should not be able to play with guns." Xia Shujie thought of the basketball hall in the hospital. Qin Sun's athletic ability, which was like the arrival of a demon god, would probably be able to open up a gap with ordinary people in the mountains. He said, "Xiaoya, you think too much. You don't know Qin Sun. This beast." At this point, he heard Lu Jingya's dissatisfied him sound, and immediately changed his words. "This young man who just started out, how high is his athletic talent? If we encounter wild beasts in the mountains, the only one among our group who may survive is Qin Sun." Lu Jingya shook her head solemnly, and her voice was particularly firm. "No, it's Xia Ning. If only one can survive, Qin Sun will never let Xia Ning die before him." Xia Shujie sighed helplessly. Ning is in love. But she didn't expect her mother to be blinded by love. Will Qin Sun risk his life to protect Xia Ning? There is an 80% chance that he will. But there is also a slight possibility that he will run away. Just thinking about it. Xia Shujie heard Lu Jingya say again, "Old Xia, Qin Sun is to Xia Ning, just like you are to me. You will definitely not let me die in front of you." Hearing this, Xia Shujie straightened his chest and did a half split on the ground, forming a V-shaped cross. He opened his hands, like an eagle spreading its wings. An hour later, Qin Sun and his group had already had breakfast. Xian Ning's grandmother and Xia Tian stayed in the B&B. The others boarded a large luxury bus led by tour guide Ho Xiaoping and headed to the mountains to hunt bears. In Country J, the status of black bears is a bit like that of wild boars in Country C. At the beginning, due to excessive hunting, the number of black bears decreased sharply, and they became protected animals. As a result, after a period of reproduction, the number of black bears increased dramatically, and there were frequent incidents of injuring people and destroying farmland. Nearly 20,000 bear attacks occurred in a year, and as a result, black bears have made themselves huntable. In Country J, it is legal to hunt black bears, but that does not mean that all hunting of black bears is legal. However, since Xia Jing dared to bring a large family to hunt bears, he must have found professionals to avoid legal risks. At the back of the bus, Qin Sun sat next to Xia Ning, and Qin Fashu sat next to Xia Ning. Qin Sun frowned, turned his head past Xia Ning to look at Qin Fashu, and asked in a low voice, "Have you forgotten who you are? Why are you following me? Be careful not to feed the bear." Qin Fashu's expression remained unchanged. He held up the camera on his chest, and took a photo of Qin Sun's face, saying, "Dear guest, I am not only the tea artist in the B&B, but also the accompanying photographer. I need to take photos of your journey. Trust me, I will take good photos of you." Qin Sun said dissatisfiedly. "Then why do you want to sit next to my girlfriend?" Qin Fanshu smiled. "I feel so good sitting next to her." Qin Sun's temples were throbbing. "I really want to awaken the Wukong skill. When indecisive, deliberate punch." Chapter 981. Could there be assassins ambushing me in the mountains? After more than an hour, the car stopped. Qin Sun looked out through the window, and found that the car was parked on a flat land in front of a mountain range. There were already 10 middle-aged men dressed as hunters waiting on the flat land. There were several boxes piled up beside them, which should be the equipment prepared for Qin Sun and his men. There was a tent on the other side of the flat land. Qin Sun didn't know what it was used for. Would they still sleep here at night? Qin Sun and his group and 8 bodyguards got out of the car. As soon as they got off the bus, a middle-aged man with dark complexion came up to greet Xia Zheng and the others. And he actually spoke fluent Chinese. Through their conversation, Qin Sun knew that the leader of the hunters was called Zhang Biao. And he was indeed a Chinese. Of the 9 assistants he brought, 6 were Chinese, and the other 3 could speak fluent Chinese. Seeing this, Qin Sun felt the benefits of money. As expected, money can make people feel at home even in a foreign country. And he can communicate with anyone without any obstacles. Xia Ning stood beside Qin Sun, looked up at the lush mountains, listened to the birds singing, and was in a good mood. He asked, "Qin Sun, how many black bears do you think we can hunt today?" Qin Sun has god-level veterinary skills, and has a certain understanding of the living habits of bears. How many more? It would be a blessing to be able to hunt one. Black bears usually live alone. If you see a big and a small bear together, it means that the mother bear is raising the cubs. When the cubs grow up, the mother bear will leave. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, nodded with a smile, and asked, "The mother bear raises the cubs, but what about the father bear?" Qin Sun answered casually, "He left. The father bear left after mating." Xia Ning sneered, not refusing and not taking responsibility. "You know this very well." "Qin Sun? No way, you can also do this to me? I'm just giving you some general knowledge. We basically can't hunt more than 2 bears." Xia Ning laughed, seeing Xia Jing eavesdropping on their conversation, reached out and called her over, said, "Jingjing, tell him how many black bears there are on a mountain." Xia Jing came over, looked up at Qin Sun, and said, "Black bears may not appear together, but based on my experience, when I was 6 years old, they will appear one after another. I remember that year, we killed 4 bears, and 2 ran away. So there must be more than 1 bear on a mountain." After hearing this popular science, Qin Sun suddenly felt that he had lost 250 IQ points, and his IQ was frighteningly low. He actually got stuck in such a dead end. It is said that there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain, but no one has ever said that there can't be 2 bears on one mountain. Black bears usually don't appear at the same time. What does it have to do with how many bears there are on a mountain? Qin Sun was taught a lesson by the children. He felt a little embarrassed, snorted coldly, and said to Xia Jing, "What kind of popular science are you talking about? This is your extravagant life experience. You didn't go to the kindergarten transition class to recite Tang and song poems at the age of 6, and came here to hunt black bears. Really?" Xia Jing's mouth twitched. "Heh. You're only reciting Tang and song poems at the age of 6? Qin Sun felt insulted again. Suddenly, he noticed a line of sight falling on him, and turned his head to look. Xia Shujie and Xia Shihao were smoking not far away, but they were always looking in his direction. They seemed to be teasing me? Qin Sun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xia Shujie didn't drink too much last night? Remembering that I almost stuffed him into the toilet? Qin Sun walked over quickly and asked with a smile, "Uncle Jia. Uncle Hao. You two are in good spirits." Xia Shujie heard him call him Uncle Jia, and he coughed several times, his face flushed with coughing, and said, "Boy, what are you calling me? Uncle Jia? Can you call me uncle?" Qin Sun smiled, walked behind Xia Shujie, and without saying anything, put his hands on his shoulders and started to squeeze. "Uncle, isn't it a bit early to call you father-in-law? But if you want, I don't have any big objection." Xia Shujie was furious when he heard this. He felt that Qin Sun's hands on his shoulders were like the hands of a pervert, not massaging him, but taking advantage of him. He was uncomfortable all over, shaking his shoulders like a seizure, trying to shake his hand off. "Hey, get lost. Don't touch me." Qin Sun's hands kept moving. "Uncle, I didn't touch you, I was giving you a massage," Xia Shujie said angrily. "Who wants you to massage? Not even dogs will give you a massage." Hearing this, Xia Shihao raised his eyebrows, thinking of how comfortable Qin Sun had massaged him yesterday, feeling insulted, and said, "Hey Ajay, you can't say that. After all, the young man is sincere. You won't die if you massage him twice. It's more comfortable than the massage from the technicians in the club." Xia Shujie ignored Xia Shihao's jokes, reached out to push away Qin Sun's hands, turned around and looked at him coldly, and asked, "Boy, you have always disliked me. Why do you suddenly want to please me? What are you thinking?" Qin Sun put down his hand, sighed, looked at Xia Ning who was standing not far away with a nervous expression, and remained silent. After a while, he lied sincerely and said, "Uncle, you were drunk yesterday, and Xia Ning later heard that you were angry with me. Xia Ning felt sorry for you, and had a big fight with me. She told me that if we had a conflict, it was irreconcilable, and we had to choose one." He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a sad and painful look appeared on his face. Qin Sun slowly opened his eyes, his voice trembling. "She said she would choose you, not me." Hearing this, Xia Shujie was a little dazed at first, and then the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than AK, and he quietly curled up. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, lit it and took a deep puff, and felt refreshed and very proud. "Ningning chose me? That's for sure. I worked so hard to raise her to this age, and she can really elope with you? What a joke. You don't know the status of me as a father in Ningning's mind. And you want to touch me with a mere boyfriend? Chin-sun saw Xia Shujia's suppressed pride, and was not surprised at all. He didn't know what a woman liked to hear, but he knew a little about what an old man liked to hear. Seeing Xia Shujia so happy, Chin-sun struck while the iron was hot, and stretched out his hand to ask him for a cigarette, saying, "Uncle Jia, I'll have one with you." Xia Shujia immediately put the cigarette box in his pocket and sneered. "You know how to please me now? I tell you, it's too late." Chin-sun didn't mind at all, and said sincerely, "Uncle, I know you had some misunderstandings about me before, but I believe you will see my true self one day. In order to have more communication with you, I decided to stay with you after entering the mountain and be your bodyguard. I, Chin-sun, am the personal bodyguard of the billionaire president." Xia Shujia waved his hand impatiently and said, "Your flattery is worse than that of a 3-year-old child. Go play somewhere else. You still want to be my bodyguard? You are the only one here who can't use a gun. Just be careful not to get yourself into trouble in the mountains." Chin-sun stopped trying to please others and turned to Xia Ning, cursing in his heart. "Damn! You are so old, but you don't have any tolerance at all. I just scolded you, beat you, and insulted you. Is it necessary to bear a grudge like this? You even cursed me to die in the mountains. With my skills? Who can kill me unless someone points a gun at my head? Could there be a killer ambushing me in the mountains?" Chapter 982. She is a yin and yang. Am I a gay genius? Xia Shuheo looked at Chin-sun's back as he left, looking thoughtful, and suddenly said, "Ajay, if you really don't want Chin-sun, who has a bad character, a bad temper, and doesn't take you seriously, to be your son-in-law, I have a solution." Xia Shujia was a little surprised. He didn't know why Xia Shuheo wanted to belittle Chin-sun so much. In fact, Chin-sun was not so despicable except that he was lustful and incompatible with his personality. He asked, "What's the solution?" Xia Shuheo exhaled a puff of smoke, fakely laughed twice, said, "You know, I have an older daughter who just turned 18 this year and is in the first year of college. Now that you are an adult, you have to start thinking about the major events in your life." He put his arm around Xia Shujia's shoulders. "You don't like Chin-sun, but I have some similarities with him, or I will suffer a little." Before he finished speaking, he heard Xia Shujia's angry voice. "Get out! Xia Shuheo? Fuck, such a loud voice. Didn't you want it yourself? You don't want it, and you don't allow others to want it?" Xia Shujia's full-blooded shout attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked over, worried that the two brothers would fight again. Xia Shuheo waved his hand shamelessly at everyone, and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's okay. We were just joking." Seeing this, everyone stopped asking. Not to mention it's okay, even if it's something, the first thing they want to do is to get out of the way quickly, so as not to get involved in this mess. As soon as Chin-sun walked back to Xia Ning, he was asked, "Why was my dad so happy just now?" Chin-sun told Xia Shujia about how he had been courting Xia Shujia in the past, but was repeatedly rejected, and finally made up a lie. Xia Ning looked at Chin-sun in amazement and said, "Chin-sun, your words. I won't choose you. But her must have touched my father's heart. I didn't expect that. Your way of pursuing women is clumsy, but you are very good at coaxing men." Chin-sun felt a little strange when he heard this. She is yin-yang, and I am a lively gay genius? Suddenly, Chin-sun heard a click sound, his eyes were dazzled by a burst of light, turned around, and saw Chin Fanshu buried his head behind the camera. "Come on, the two newlyweds. Smile." Xia Ning was a little embarrassed. Chin-sun raised his middle finger openly. Chin Fanshu didn't care about their postures. Like a screw worker counting pieces on an assembly line, she snapped a few photos, and then went to take a few more photos elsewhere. Finally, she walked back to Chin-sun and Xia Ning. Her eyes wandered back and forth between their faces, and exclaimed, "You are so good-looking. Golden boy and jade girl." Xia Ning was a little shy after being praised, and smiled and nodded slightly to her. Chin-sun felt that Chin Fanshu had bad intentions, and even thought that she was talking about a virile boy and a lustful girl. He took Xia Ning's hand, and prepared to stay away from this evil woman. Chin Fanshu stopped him, and said with a smile, "I suggest you don't leave, because I have something very important to tell you next." Chin-sun turned his head, and glanced at Xia Ning's face. He saw that her expression was normal, but her eyes flickered slightly, and he knew that she was unhappy. Qin Sun pushed Qin Fashu and said in a deep voice, "You'd better have something important to say." Xia Ning smiled and asked, "Excuse me, is it convenient for me to listen?" When facing Qin Fashu, she felt more pressure than when facing Yilan. Because although Yilan had a bad temper, she still followed the rules. And she had an idle burden. She would not snatch men like an old lady snatching eggs. But Qin Fashu, who always had a smile on her face, gave people a different feeling. She seemed to be very stable, but she was so calm that people felt that she could go crazy at any time. Just very evil. Qin Fashu smiled lightly, winked at Xia Ning playfully, and said, "Why not?" Qin Sun stood in front of Xia Ning and said, "If you have anything to say, say it now." Qin Fashu ignored his unreasonableness, took out his mobile phone, pressed the timer, and spoke at a normal speed. "Kato Daiki is dead." Qin Sun was stunned, and then grinned. "It has nothing to do with me if he dies. Can he turn into a ghost and eat me?" Qin Fashu looked at the timer and said with a smile, "I sincerely suggest that you don't interrupt me. Otherwise you will suffer." Qin Sun glanced at her mobile phone, not knowing what she was selling, and wanted to say a few more words. But Xia Ning held his hand and signaled him to be quiet. Qin Fashu continued, "Last night, I was bored and browsed a forum in J Country, and saw a piece of news. Oh, not old news." She spoke slowly. "How did Kato Daiki starve to death? And his brother Kato Mizukin was collectively despised by society and the underworld because of starving his brother to death. Now he is clamoring to kill Qin Sun all day long." After saying the story, Qin Fashu looked into Qin Sun's eyes and said seriously, "If I were Kato Mizukin, I would only use your blood to wash away the stain on myself. He is so cruel that he can starve his own brother to death, and he is a small gang leader. In addition to a group of lackeys, he probably has a gun in his hand. So, I have reason to believe that. You are in great danger of life now." After saying that, Qin Fashu lowered her head and pressed the stop button of the timer. She raised her mobile phone and showed it to Qin Sun, and said, "Actually, I was an information dealer just now. I just spoke for a total of 4 minutes and 26 seconds. I'll give you a zero. For minutes, 40,000 yuan. Qin Sun was shocked and cursed. "Are you crazy because you're poor?" Qin Fashu remained calm. "Yes." Hearing her admit it so readily, Qin Sun didn't know what to say for a moment. Qin Fashu continued, "I love life, I like to enjoy, I like beautiful clothes, delicious food, and traveling everywhere. But, my salary really can't support such high consumption. So, I can only make some money from the side." As she said this, she put her hands together and clamped the phone in her palm and worshipped like a lucky cat. "Boss, please, please, you can't let me sell it." "Qin Sun? What kind of fucking logic is this? You want to put such a big shit pot on my head? You can sell it or not." Not far away, Xia Jing, who had been eavesdropping, looked at Qin Fashu, who was playing the lucky cat, and her eyes widened, as if she had discovered a new world. "This? Can you really make money from this?" Xia Ning took out her mobile phone and immediately transferred 40,000 yuan to Qin Fashu, saying, "It's not expensive. 40,000 is not expensive. This information is worth the price." After saying that, she took Qin Sun's hand, and was about to take him to talk to his grandfather about this matter, but saw Xia Jing running to Xia Zheng. Xia Jing quickly clicked the timer on her phone watch, coughed lightly, and spoke slowly. "Grandpa, I suggest that you stop chatting with this uncle, because I have something important to say to you next." Xia Ning was shocked. Qin Sun looked at Qin Fashu with dissatisfaction. "Look at what you have done. Teaching a child a bad lesson. And you even taught him to become a profiteer." Chapter 983. You can't make money with the safety of your own people. Xia Jing spoke intermittently like a little stutterer, slowly and leisurely, recording what she had just heard, almost without missing a word. During the period, there were also some long-winded and redundant words. Soon, her speech attracted everyone to come and surround her. I don't know how long it took. Xia Jing finally finished. "So, I have every reason to believe Qin Sun is now in a huge, extreme, terrifying, frightening, life-threatening situation." When Qin Sun heard her words with so many meaningless adjectives, she described herself as a dying person. He knew that this girl had bought the wrong version of selected excellent essays of primary school students. It's simply misleading young people. Xia Jing lowered her head and pressed the stop button on the timer on her watch. She raised her watch and showed it to Xiaozheng and said, "Actually, I was an information dealer just now. Just now I spoke for a total of 6 minutes and 12 seconds. I'll give you a 0. Rounded up to 7 minutes. 7 minutes, 70,000 yuan." Qin Fanshu stood at the end of the crowd and almost couldn't help applauding. Otherwise, people say that he is the child of a wealthy family. What a dark heart. Xiaojing looked at Xiaozheng, who had no expression on his face, nervously, and said, "Grandpa, how about 60,000? Xiaozheng smiled and said nothing. Lu Jingyao walked out of the crowd, put her hand on Xiaojing's mushroom head, pulled her aside, squatted down a little, looked straight into Xiaojing's eyes, and said, "Jingjing, you don't make money that way." Xiaojing was a little unconvinced, turned around, found Qin Fanshu pointing at her, and said, "But that sister made 40,000 just like that." Lu Jingyao glanced at Qin Fanshu, who looked a little embarrassed, smiled and nodded, and said hello, turned around and continued to talk to Xiaojing. "Jingjing, that sister can make this money, but you can't. Because Qin Sun is our family. You can't use your own life and safety to make money. Do you understand?" Qin Sun was standing in the crowd, eating his own melon with the mentality of a spectator, but now he heard Lu Jingyao's words, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Xiaojing bowed his head weakly, and said oh. Xiaozheng stretched out his hand to signal Qin Sun to come over, pressed his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Last night, our tour guide Ho Jiaoping told us about this situation. I have asked him to find someone to contact the local government, and we will talk about it tomorrow to see if we can donate some money to local charities. After we leave Country J, some people who should be arrested in Akita Prefecture will be arrested. I didn't tell you before because I was worried that it would affect your mood for traveling." As he said this, he turned around and pointed to the 10 bodyguards standing outside the crowd, who were using various positions to show a strict protective posture. These are all retired Special Forces soldiers. With their protection, you won't get into trouble. Qin Sun was even more moved. The old man donated money to the local government to eradicate the gang, probably because he wanted the government to take the lead and directly wipe out the gang that Kato Mizukin was in. He didn't know how much money he had to donate, but it must be a lot of money, at least over 100 million. For a moment, Qin Sun felt a little distressed. Actually, you can just find a killer. Cheap. High-cost performance. Damn, if I met Kato Mizukin, I would save a lot of money by killing him myself. Qin Sun didn't know what to say, but just kept saying, "Thank you." The Xia and Lu family members around him comforted Qin Sun again. He had no choice but to turn around and say thank you again. This episode passed quickly. The hunter leader Zhang Biao walked to several cardboard boxes on the ground, raised his hands high to applaud and attract everyone's attention, and shouted loudly, "Boss, it's getting late. We are about to enter the mountain. Now we will distribute equipment to everyone." As he said this, several assistants who looked like hunters behind him used knives to cut open the 7 or 8 large cardboard boxes on the ground, revealing the equipment inside. Qin Sun saw some hunting clothes, hunting communication headphones, backpacks, daggers, ropes, water bottles, hunting shoes, first aid kits, water bottles, food, flashlights, compasses, etc. The last box contained a box of guns that were nearly 1 meter long. Hunting rifles. The hunter assistants quickly distributed equipment to everyone. The men went back to the bus and changed into hunting clothes, while the women lined up to change in the tents on the ground. The hunting clothes and shoes were provided according to their body sizes, and they fit them very well. Qin Sun finally understood the purpose of those tents. They were temporary changing rooms. Although the sunshades on the windows on both sides of the bus could be pulled down, the front and rear windshields were transparent, so there was still a risk of exposure. Although except for the monkeys in the mountains, everyone present was a gentleman, and no one would peek. However, if Xia Ning was allowed to change clothes in the bus? No, absolutely not. She had to hide in the tent. Qin Sun changed his clothes and shoes, and then quietly observed others and learned to wear communication headphones, put on the dagger, and stuff the water bottle, rope, compass, etc. into the backpack. Seeing this, Lu Gang came over, sorted out some clothes and equipment for him, and asked with a smile, "Qin Sun, you have never hunted before?" Qin Sun thought of the wild rabbits, bamboo rats, sparrows and snakes that died in his hands since he was a child, and replied, "Yes, but not such formal hunting." Liu Gang sorted out Qin Sun's equipment and patted his shoulder vigorously. Very energetic. Don't just think about making money in the future, have more fun when you have time. You are now at the age of spending money. Xia Ning has lived a good life since she was a child. She is now devoted to her career. Don't follow her pace. Otherwise, when you reach my age, you won't be able to play many things you want to do. Qin Sun said with a smile. Okay, uncle. After a while, everyone was equipped. The hunter assistant distributed hunting rifles and bullets to everyone. In addition to the Liu family of the Xia family, even the bodyguards got a gun. In the whole venue, there was only one person without a gun. Qin Sun. Qin Sun felt a little bad and asked Xia Ning in a low voice. Why don't you give me a gun? Xia Ning explained. You have never played with a gun. A gun in your hand is a threat to you and us. If the gun goes off accidentally, it will be an accident. Qin Sun pointed at Xia Jing beside him and asked in a low voice. What about her? 9 years old, she can play with guns? Xia Ning, she's better at shooting than me. Qin Sun was slightly startled and said in a low voice. Which shooting club dares to let a 9-year-old kid practice shooting? I'm going to report it. Xia Ning pointed in the direction of Xia Zheng. Qin Sun. I didn't see it. Xia Ning smiled and whispered. Grandpa's club. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning with wide eyes and was very angry. I didn't hear it. Xia Ning smiled and laughed happily. The hunter leader briefly talked about safety precautions, trained on the use of various equipment, and then led everyone into the mountains. Inside the mountain, Kato Mizukin waited until the flowers withered. Chapter 994, Whether it is sincere or not. I will know after a try. In a valley a few hundred meters away from the entrance of Qin Sun and his group, 2 middle-aged men and a second-rate guy who looked like he had just reached adulthood sat on the grass and ate bread. The 3 of them communicated in Jade language. The young second-rate guy took a big bite of bread, swallowed it without chewing, and asked, Brother, this mountain range is so long. Are you sure we can really wait for Qin Sun here and avenge your brother? I still think that it would be more heroic for the 3 of us to go directly to their homestay base with 3 guns. A middle-aged man with a yellow mohawk hairstyle shook his head very seriously. He is Kato Oki's brother, Kato Mizukin. He said seriously. There is an old saying in Country C called fighting a rock with an egg. Nobita, you have become my little brother. You should not be so impulsive in the future. Be wise. As he said, he stretched out his hand to hook the collar of his t-shirt, pulled it down hard, revealing the tattoo on his chest. It was a portrait of Kato Oki. There is also an old saying in Country C called waiting for the rabbit by the tree. My brother in heaven will bless us with good luck. Recently, Kato Mizukin has been under tremendous pressure from public opinion. Some gangsters have already spread the word that they will seal him. The scum who starved his brother to death in an iron barrel with cement and sink him into the sea. He couldn't sleep well and suffered from neurasthenia. When the news that Qin Sun came to J Country and was going to hunt in Akita Prefecture reached him, he knew that he had to take action. Otherwise, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame, or even sent to see his brother. Kato Mizukin took out a black pistol from his waist and grinned. There is an old saying in C Country. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are afraid of kitchen knives. And I have a gun. The eyes of the middle school boy named Nobita lit up. Brother, you are really educated. The group entered the mountain. These continuous mountains are neither high nor low. And the trees are lush, and the weeds are overgrown. So it is not so easy to walk. However, the weather is cool today, and the hunting clothes are waterproof and breathable. So it is not so uncomfortable. The group walked slowly, and gradually divided into several teams according to their closeness. However, there are always 1 or 2 bodyguards and hunter assistants following quietly behind each team. The hunter leader Zhang Biao shouted through the communication headset from time to time, asking everyone not to walk too scattered, and be careful not to get lost in the mountains and forests. It's called bear hunting, but it's impossible to hunt only bears. Along the way, many people have already opened their business, and under the guidance of the hunter's assistant, they have shot some rabbits and pheasants. Qin Fanshu was very tired. In order to make the distinguished guests feel that they got value for money, she ran to wherever she saw movement and recorded their joy of victory. Xia Shujie and Xia Shaheo walked on the mountain road, watching Qin Sun and Xia Ning playing and fighting a few dozen meters away. Xia Shaheo laughed. Ajay, how can they come here to hunt? They are clearly here to flirt. Xia Shujie snorted coldly and said nothing. Xia Shuheo didn't understand why Xia Shujia had such a deep prejudice against Qin Sun, and asked, Ajay, why do you hate Qin Sun so much? I really think he's okay. When Xia Shujia heard that Qin Sun was recognized by Xia Shuheo, a frequent visitor to the detention center, he became even more annoyed and said, I admit that Qin Sun is an excellent young man, but he is too young. He has never seen anything, he has never eaten anything, he has never played anything. He has not yet determined his character, who knows when he will change his mind. As he said this, he sighed. Xia Ning's mother also said that if there was danger in the mountains, Qin Sun would never let Xia Ning die before him. But why don't I believe it? Xia Shuheo looked at the two lovers chasing and playing in the forest in front of him, and suddenly noticed that there was a steep slope about 10 meters away from them, and an idea came to his mind. Ajay, you see me, I will tell if Qin Sun is sincere to Xia Ning after one try. You hold Qin Sun back, I will send Xia Ning away and pretend that she slipped and fell down the steep slope. Let's see if Qin Sun yells on the slope, or climbs down to save people, or asks others to save her. After saying that, he quickened his pace and ran over. Xia Shujia thought it was so childish. But then he thought about it, and remembered a story about Zhu Yuanzhang. The crown prince Zhu Biao jumped into the water, and the guards jumped into the water to save him. Zhu Yuanzhang rushed over after learning about it. After seeing that Zhu Biao was fine, he suddenly noticed the guards' clothes. Some people's clothes were soaked. Some people took off their clothes and shoes first. Zhu Yuanzhang ordered people to drag out those who took off their clothes and jumped into the water and beheaded them. While the guards, who did not take off their clothes and jumped into the water to save people, were promoted 3 levels. Xia Shujia looked at the steep slope, which was 80 to 90 degrees, almost vertical. There were some thorns, bushes, and weeds growing on the slope. The height was as high as 3 or 4 stories. You wouldn't die if you rolled down from it, but you would lose some skin. Xia Shujia felt that the safety of this steep slope was controllable, and there might be something to be done. He quickly followed Xia Shuheo, ready to cooperate with his conspiracy. The devil is in the details, and you can tell whether you love it or not at a glance. I want to see whether you climb down directly, roll down, or take the rope and find a tree to tie a knot, and then slowly hang down all the way. Or don't go down at all. Just ask the bodyguard to go. Qin Sun and Xia Ning walked leisurely in the forest, with no intention of hunting at all. Xia Ning even handed the hunting rifle to the bodyguard behind him. At this time, Qin Sun squatted on the ground, pointed at a mushroom that looked like coral on a layer of pine needles, and introduced it. Ning Ning, this thing is called broom mushroom. When I was a child, I would go to the mountains to pick it up, but it was not easy to pick it up. I didn't expect that it was already August, and I picked it up in J country. Xia Ning recognized it as coral fungus at a glance, and asked, Do you like it? Qin Sun said, Of course I like it. My family is very poor. I have only been able to pick wild game in the mountains to improve my life since I was a child. This broom mushroom is stir-fried with garlic and chili peppers. It is crispy and sweet. Xia Ning said reached out to pick it, and took out a bag from his backpack to put it in. Qin Sun, I'm too lazy to cook one. Xia Ning smiled. I'll pick more later. Qin Sun smiled. A little girl picking mushrooms. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Xia Shuheo and Xia Shujia rushing over one after another. Xia Shuheo came over, grabbed Xia Ning's arm, and said with a big laugh, Ning Ning, come with me. Do me a favor. I found a prey. Help me make a trap. Xia Ning was grabbed by the arm by Uncle Xia, and her body was pulled to stand up. She was still confused, and was dragged to the side. Qin Sun was about to get up and follow him, but a hand was pressed on his shoulder. Boy, smoke with me. Xia Shujia sat down, took out a cigarette box, and gave Qin Sun a cigarette. I'm so tired. Let's take a break. Qin Sun took the cigarette, turned his head to look at Xia Ning and the others, and found that Xia Shuheo took out a rope from his backpack and tied a knot, as if he was setting a noose trap. As he was watching, Xia Shujia's dissatisfied voice sounded in his ears. Will you die if you don't look at a woman? Qin Sun looked embarrassed, turned his head, snatched the lighter from Xia Shujia, and lit the cigarette for him and himself in turn. He took a puff, but exhaled it out of his lungs. Xia Shujia, are you smoking fake cigarettes? Qin Sun chuckled, picked up the cigarette and prepared to take another deep puff. Xia Shujia said hurriedly, If you want to smoke fake ones, just smoke fake ones. It's really easy to get addicted to smoking. If you don't know how to smoke, don't learn. It's hard to quit after learning. Chin-sun held the cigarette and cursed in his heart. Damn it, you don't let me learn but let me smoke. Are you crazy? Xia Shujie and Chin-sun smoked in silence. After a while, half of the cigarette was almost finished. Suddenly, Chin-sun heard Xia Shuheo's sharp roar behind him. Xia Ning! Chapter 995. Who would have thought that he could jump down like this? This cry, Xia Ning, was extremely mournful, as loud as the morning sun's crying in the morning hall. At the same time, there was a rustling sound as if something was rolling down. Chin-sun's heart shrank suddenly, turned his head, and saw Xia Shuheo lying on the edge of a steep slope, beating the ground with his hands, crying in pain. Xia Ning! Chin-sun's heart tightened. He suddenly jumped up and rushed over. Xia Ning fell down? He had just noticed this steep slope, which was as high as 3 or 4 floors, and there were some thorny thorns on the slope. At the bottom of the slope were tall weeds, almost taller than a person. At that time, he discussed with Xia Ning. If a person fell down, he would definitely roll to the bottom very quickly, and be buried by the weeds. If he didn't die, he would be disabled, at least with blood streaks on his body. Chin-sun ran very fast. Xia Shujie sat on the ground, with a cigarette in his mouth, turned his head and watched with wide eyes. I want to see how you will get down the slope after running there. Behind a dense bush 30 meters away, Xia Ning was carefully setting up a trap, and suddenly heard a shrill voice. Xia Ning. She was startled, dropped the noose in her hand, and immediately stood up to look over. She saw Chin-sun rushing to the edge of the steep slope. Without hesitation, jumping high and jumping down directly, Xia Ning shouted anxiously. Don't jump. Plop, there was a sound. It seemed like someone fell to the ground. Then, there was another panicked shout. Fuck. Xia Shujie was so scared by the scene of Chin-sun jumping off the cliff that his mouth opened wide. And the cigarette, butt in his mouth, fell out of his mouth and burned a hole in his crotch. He jumped directly. It's over. Something's going to happen. A few dozen meters away, Qin Fengshu just knelt on one knee, holding a camera, and Chin-sun and Xia Ning formed a straight line, recording this scene. The picture freezes. Xia Shujie is lying on the edge of the steep slope, pounding the ground. Xia Ning yells anxiously. And Chin-sun is in the air, like an eagle. The movement here quickly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone hurried over. When Xia Shujie saw this scene, the chairman of a 100 billion group suddenly became like a child who made a mistake, feeling guilty, and ran over quickly. Everyone stood on the edge of the steep slope and looked down. There was a large sea of weeds below the slope. The weeds, which were taller than people, swayed gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound. There was no trace of Chin-sun in the vast weeds. Xia Ning rushed over and looked down. She didn't see any trace of Chin-sun. She was worried that he had fainted. So she slid down the steep slope. She had just slid down half of her body. In an instant, 3 or 4 hands grabbed her, and several bodyguards pulled her up. Ms. Ning, it's dangerous. Leave it to us. Let us do it. Lu Jingya rushed over, hugged Xia Ning tightly, and comforted her. Calm down. You'll just cause more trouble if you go down. Calm down. Xia Ning struggled to break free of her arms. But Xia Jing rushed over again and hugged her legs tightly. She was angry and anxious, and her eyes were red. The 4 bodyguards tied the rope, put on gloves on their hands, turned their backs to the slope and slid down quickly. As soon as they landed, they immediately went into the weeds and started looking for people. Xia Zheng saw Xia Ning in Lu Jingya's arms, half kneeling on the edge of the steep slope with red eyes, and was very angry. He kicked Xia Shuheo, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, Tell me what happened. Xia Shuheo thought of Chin-sun's cool jump just now, and felt that he had caused a lot of trouble. Damn it! It was already difficult to go down such a steep slope. You had to jump up and jump down. And you jumped so high. The height was originally 3 or 4 stories high. But you made it more difficult for yourself, and reached 4 or 5 stories high in an instant. With such a jump, you would be disabled if you didn't die. Xia Shuheo lay on the ground and didn't dare to stand up, lest he would be kicked to the ground by the old man again. So he simply skipped the middle step. He turned to look at Xia Shujie and asked, Brother, what's going on? Xia Shujie was startled, looked at Xia Zheng and Lu Shichuan's faces, and said hesitantly, Ahao said he wanted to test whether Qin Sun was sincere to Xia Ning, so he asked me to send Qin Sun away, and he sent Xia Ning away. Pretend that Xia Ning fell down the steep slope, and see if Qin Sun is really anxious? Xia Shuheo lay on the ground, turned his head to look at Xia Zheng with a forced smile, and gave a thumbs up, said, "Dad, I've tested it. Qin Sun is absolutely sincere to Xia Ning, which is more real than gold." He didn't hesitate for a second. "Jump high." As he said that, he looked at Xia Ning, and saw 2 lines of tears in her eyes. He felt a little embarrassed and said, "Ning, Uncle, I don't know. Qin Sun can jump like this. I can't even pull him. Alas, he is so easy to fool. Too impulsive." Lu Jingyao hugged Xia Ning tightly, fearing that she would do something stupid. Hearing Xia Shuheo's words, she was so angry that she cursed. Qin Sun is not stupid. He is not easy to fool. It's just that he thought the person who fell was Xia Ning. Even if it was fake, he would think, what if it was real? What if? Xia Ning looked at the bottom of the steep slope with tearful eyes. The 4 bodyguards had already crawled into the tall weeds, but they could only see the weeds shaking violently. I don't know if it was the wind, or the animals running inside. Apart from that, there was nothing to see. It was as if Qin Sun had just disappeared. Xia Zheng was getting more and more angry. He stepped on Xia Shuheo's butt and cursed. "How old are you two? Ah, how old are you? Almost 100 years old in total. You did something that only a fool would do? What are you trying? Your mother's head? Your mother's? Ah! This is Xia Ning's future husband. Do you want her to marry a cripple?" Xia Ning stared at the bottom of the hill. Her voice choked, and she murmured, "I'll marry a cripple. I'll marry him too." Hearing this, Xia Zheng kicked Xia Shuheo even harder. Xia Shuheo didn't fight back and kept shouting in pain. "Beat me to death, Dad, beat me to death. I deserve to die. Beat me to death." Xia Shujie was not beaten, but he saw the strange looks people gave him, and saw Xia Ning's face full of tears. He felt worse than being beaten. In fact, he wished someone could beat him up. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound came. Xia Ning supported himself on the edge of the steep slope with both hands, leaning his head forward, looking with wide eyes. Somewhere in the weeds there was a violent shaking. It seemed that something was running fast in the grass. Xia Ning shouted, "Qin Sun! Is that you?" Soon, Qin Sun's voice rang out from the weeds. "It's me!" Xia Ning seemed to have lost all her strength, and she sat on the ground, crying with joy, and shouted loudly, "Are you okay?" Soon, Qin Sun rushed out of the weeds at a very fast speed. As he ran, he waved to Xia Ning at the top of the slope and shouted, "I'm fine." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Lu Jingyao patted Xia Ning's back and comforted her softly. "It's okay. It's okay. What can happen if you run so fast?" Lu Shaoquan said proudly with his hands behind his back. "How can a martial artist fall to death or get injured so easily?" Seeing Qin Sun running fast, Xia Ning finally laughed. But after watching for a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did he keep running? Why didn't he stop? Xia Ning looked carefully and found that the weeds behind Qin Sun were still shaking violently. There seemed to be something running inside. A second later, a black bear rushed out of the weeds. It tumbled with its 4 hooves, bringing up a gust of mud, sand and grass debris, and chased Qin Sun violently. Chapter 996, Who is the prey? Qin Sun or the black bear? The moment the roaring black bear rushed out of the weeds, the people on the slope were shocked and the air seemed to freeze. They stretched their necks to look at the scene, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Qin Sun ran in front, and the black bear chased behind. After rushing out of the weeds, they ran one after the other to the flat ground on the side. The black bear ran faster without the weeds, and pounced several times, almost pounced on Qin Sun. But Qin Sun was even more beastly than an animal. He was able to distance himself from the bear every time, and he would look back from time to time, and shout something at the black bear, probably begging for mercy. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. Xia Ning looked over there, breathing rapidly, and sweat on his palms. Xia Shujie swallowed his saliva, glanced at Qin Sun secretly, and prayed in his heart that Qin Sun could escape. Otherwise he might lose a daughter forever. Xia Jing covered her mouth with both hands, and finally understood what her mother had said before. You can't make money with the lives and safety of your family members. What exactly did it mean? It is very scary to die. especially being bitten to death. Qin Fangshu raised the camera several times to aim at Qin Sun, and then put it down, raised it again, and put it down again. Her fingers trembled a little, and she never dared to press the shutter. She was afraid that this press would become Qin Sun's posthumous photo. After a while, Qin Fangshu took a few deep breaths, and started shooting with a determined face, to leave the last picture of Qin Sun before his death. Xia Shihao saw Qin Sun escape from the bear's mouth several times, and felt his scalp tingling, and couldn't help but pat the ground and shout, "Fuck! My nephew's husband is really rude. He was chased by a black bear, and bitten on the buttocks, and he said he was fine? Oh my god, he ran so fast! Really fast. Oh, this round-trip run is also very cool. It even made the black bear fall." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a few kicks on his buttocks. Xia Zheng cursed. "You still have the nerve to talk? Look at what you've done. If Qin Sun falls or is tackled, he will be torn to pieces by the black bear. Do you think he's Wu Song? And handsome? If you can't talk, shut up. You fucking think you're a boxing match commentator." Xia Shihao immediately shut his mouth and buried his head in the mud. Xia Zheng turned around and waved at the remaining 6 bodyguards behind him, saying loudly, "Save Qin Sun's life, each person will be rewarded with 1 million. Keep him safe, each person will be rewarded with 2 million. According to the order, the 6 bodyguards ran to the edge of the steep slope quickly, and slid down with the help of the speed skating rope tied by their companions just now. As soon as they reached the bottom of the slope, they rushed over with their shotguns in hand, pushing aside the weeds. Xia Ning watched Qin Sun dodging and moving over there, and was extremely anxious. She could no longer sit still, and struggled to break free from Lu Jingya's arms. She picked up a shotgun from the ground next to her, and threw it to the bottom of the slope, and slid down the slope with her bare hands without gloves, grabbing the rope. Seeing this, Lu Jingya stopped trying to persuade her, as she knew that it was useless. Xia Ning would never let Qin Sun die in front of her eyes, and do nothing. Lu Shaoquan put his hands behind his back, watching Qin Sun running wildly on the flat ground, turning and moving, and fighting wits and courage with the black bear. He didn't see any danger to Qin Sun. Suddenly, he smiled and shouted, "I'll help him." After saying that, he jumped directly onto the slope, stepped on the slope several times with his feet to gain leverage, and ran down the slope in a strange but steady posture. As soon as Xia Ning reached the slope, she saw her grandfather running down, and she was startled. She picked up the gun and handed it over. "Grandpa, the gun." Lu Shaoquan looked back at Xia Ning and shook his head. "No need." After saying that, he ran quickly towards the direction of Qin Sun, more than 100 meters away, against the tall weeds. Xia Ning grabbed the gun and followed quickly. Xia Zheng looked down at Lu Shaoquan. The old man, running so fast that Xia Ning, a young man, couldn't catch up. He suddenly burst into youthful spirit and laughed a few times. Okay, let's all go down. Let's all go down. I'll join in the fun too." After saying that, he snatched 2 hunting rifles from Lu Shaoquan and Xia Shujie, holding one in each hand, and sat down on the steep slope and slid down. The slope was slippery, with weeds growing everywhere, with occasional thorns, and even protruding sharp stones. Xia Zheng didn't care at all. He put his 2 feet together in front of him, and used the soles of his shoes to clear the way. Halfway through the slide, he tripped over a stone on the slope and rolled directly to the ground. His shotgun fell out of his hand and fell to the ground. A concerned cry came from the top of the slope. "Dad? Are you okay? Be careful. The bodyguards are gone. You don't have to be so anxious." Xia Zheng got up from the ground, regardless of the mud on his body and the bloody scratches on his face, and bent down to pick up the 2 shotguns. He turned around and shouted to the people on the slope, "I'm fine. Can I make Xia Ning a widow right under my nose?" After saying that, Xia Zheng held a gun in one hand and ran in the direction where Qin Sun and the black bear were chasing. "Beast, I'll hack your mother." The remaining people on the top of the slope were stunned. Is this the demeanor of the older generation of entrepreneurs? About 100 meters away, on a large open space, the black bear was chasing behind. Qin Sun was running in front, so fast that even Bolt couldn't catch up. He looked excited, pulling some distance, and deliberately slowing down, turning his head, and saying to the grinning black bear behind him, "Come and chase me. I'll let you hee if you catch me." The black bear didn't understand human language, but he knew it was a provocation, and he roared and quickened his pace to chase after him. Qin Sun ran madly, feeling comfortable all over, a kind of refreshing feeling that was all-pervading. Before, at the top of the slope, he heard Xia Shaheo's shrill Xia Ning, and rushed over and jumped down from the top of the slope. When the man was in the air, he heard Xia Ning shouting, "Don't jump." But it was too late. As a result, he landed in the weeds, and was frightened by a black bear in front of him. And he let out a cry that shocked the world and made the ghosts cry. Fuck. The black bear was also frightened by Qin Sun, who fell from the sky. After shivering all over, he rushed towards Qin Sun in anger. Qin Sun ran away without saying a word. He couldn't see the direction clearly in the weeds, so he just rushed forward. Perhaps it was a matter of life and death. He triggered the ability of the extreme sports devil, and ran very fast in the weeds, leaving the black bear a long distance away. He looked back at the black bear from time to time, and suddenly felt that it was not so scary, and even a little cute. So, he slowed down. When the black bear pounced on him, Qin Sun directly counterattacked and fought with it. After a fight, he found that he had beaten this 200 or 300 kilograms black bear, and he became more excited, and his hands became dirty. He took advantage of the chaos to play with the black bear's testicles. As a result, the black bear got angry, burst out with great strength, and knocked Qin Sun over. Qin Sun had no choice but to rush forward again, and finally rushed out of the weeds and rushed to a flat ground. On the flat ground, his vision was wider, and he could handle it more easily. He started playing with the black bear, wanting to see how extreme the ability of this extreme sports devil could be. How much death could he commit? Qin Sun, immersed in the happy bear walking sport, completely forgot that the people on the slope were anxious to death. 6 bodyguards arrived quickly, and they raised their shotguns and aimed at the black bear with a nervous look on their faces. But Qin Sun and the black bear were always moving at high speed, and it was not certain who would be shot dead. Moreover, now that they were observing closely, they felt that things did not seem simple. Who was the prey? Qin Sun or the black bear? Chapter 997. Grandpa, come and play as you like. The 6 bodyguards kept approaching, seeing more and more clearly, and feeling more and more puzzled. Suddenly someone said, do you think Qin Sun was playing with that bear? A bit like that. What did he just shout? Come and chase me, I'll let you hee when you catch up. Is that what you said? What should we do now? What else can we do? We must save the person, and we can earn 2 million by killing the black bear. We have to save him even if we don't want him to. The 6 bodyguards approached carefully with guns. Qin Sun kept running, and suddenly noticed several bodyguards trotting over with guns in hand. And they were not far away, pointing their guns at this side. They shouted, "Run to our side. Quick! Come here! Pounce! Pounce! We'll shoot it! Pounce!" Qin Sun felt a little disappointed. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, and his feet were like roots in the soil, shoveling the ground and stirring up a burst of mud and sand. The black bear roared, opened its mouth, and aimed at Qin Sun's neck, and pounced on him. Seeing this, several bodyguards were startled, raised their hunting rifles, and aimed at the black bear, but did not dare to shoot, because the black bear and Qin Sun were only 1 meter apart. It was very easy to accidentally hurt them. They shouted in a hurry, "Pounce! Fall! Quick!" They shouted until their voices were almost hoarse. But in a moment, they were all stunned. The black bear jumped high and pounced on Qin Sun. Qin Sun took a quick side step, and the black bear pounced on nothing. The black bear was still in the air, and had not landed. Qin Sun hit the black bear's back with an elbow, and the black bear let out a painful cry and fell to the ground and rolled several times. The black bear was thrashing around on the ground in pain. Qin Sun rushed over, holding one of the bear's legs tightly against his waist with one hand, and began to swing it around in circles. The 6 bodyguards were dumbfounded. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoquan, who was dozens of meters away, slowed down his pace and stared blankly at his most proud disciple. No skills, all strength. Is his physical fitness so good? This kind of physical fitness can beat many professional boxers to death even without boxing practice. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun having fun like a child, knowing that everything was under his control, completely relieved, and threw the shotgun on the ground. She bent over with her hands on her knees and panted for a while. Then she stood up and continued to trot over, cursing in a low voice with some anger. Play. Play. You only know how to play. See how I deal with you. Xia Zheng looked at that place from a distance, also slowed down his pace, put the two guns on his shoulders, shook his head and smiled bitterly. This child is really ignorant. If you want to pretend, let everyone pretend together. You make it seem like a joke for us to come and save you. On the slope, everyone looked at this scene in silence for a long time. Xia Shujie decided to be a little more polite when talking to Qin Sun in the future, at least when there are not 10 or 8 bodyguards around him, otherwise he would even insult the black bear. This is probably the first black bear in the world to be grabbed by the thigh and swung in circles. Let alone that Qin Sun, the beast, will grab me and do a set of heartbreaking circle exercises one day. Xia Shihao sat up from the ground, holding a straw in his mouth, and laughed. Damn, he said he was fine, and it turned out he was fine. I have never seen such a dignified black bear. I am not a chicken. How can you grab me and do it in this position? Qin Sun's fighting power is comparable to that of an adult hyena. Xia Jing looked at this scene, shook her head, trying to throw out a brainwashing song, but after shaking it a few times, it became clearer and clearer. She simply sang in a low voice. The magic of love is spinning. I miss you so much that my heart is full of joy day and night. But I am afraid that love is only a moment. It will be gone in a blink of an eye. I have to take risks slowly. Lu Jingyao glanced at Xia Jing. It's over, another crazy one. Qin Fangshu took the camera and kept shooting at that place. For a moment, she even thought that the photo she took could win an award. This is definitely a unique photo in the world. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, anyone would think that this photo of a human teasing a black bear was photoshopped. Pervert, Qin Sun is really perverted. Even more perverted than a black bear. On the open ground, Qin Sun grabbed the black bear's legs and spun around. The black bear's front paws flapped wildly, and the howling from its mouth changed from anger at the beginning to wailing later. The black bear's howling could be heard very far away. There were cries of birds and beasts in the mountains, as if they were mourning for it. The bodyguards around put down their hunting rifles and stared at the scene blankly. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether Qin Sun or the black bear needed to be rescued more. They felt a little disappointed. The 2 million bonus was gone. After dozens of laps, the black bear didn't cry much anymore. Qin Sun felt bored. Turning around a black bear that didn't bark was like doing something without anyone making a sound. Both were unsatisfying. Suddenly, he saw Lu Shaoquan, Xia Zheng, Xia Ning, and the other 3 rushing over. They stood not far away and looked at him, as if they were watching an animal show. Qin Sun felt a little embarrassed. He loosened his hands and threw the black bear on the ground, like throwing a dead dog. He waved at Xia Ning and the others, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to play too?" Xia Ning was both angry and amused. She glanced at the black bear on the ground that was only breathing in, but not breathing out. "No, I don't want to." Xia Zheng twisted his neck, and walked towards the black bear with 2 shotguns, laughing. "I want to play. I, Xia, have always been upright and honest. And I am the best at finishing off the enemy." He walked closer and closer, and was only 2 meters away from the black bear. Suddenly, the black bear turned over, roared at Xia Zheng, and was about to pounce on him with his limbs bent. Xia Zheng was startled, and quickly stepped back several steps, raising his 2 guns and aiming at the black bear. The black bear roared and was about to rush forward. Qin Sun cursed loudly. "Evil beast, how dare you show your teeth?" As he said that, he jumped to the black bear's side, and kicked the black bear's belly with his right foot. Puff! A loud muffled sound. The black bear was kicked, and its whole body flew half a meter away, and it wailed at the sky with its face up. Qin Sun knew that black bears had high bone density, thick fat, and strong resistance to blows, so it was impossible for them to lose their fighting power so easily. He ran over quickly, jumped high, and kneeled down with both knees on the bear's chest. Heart-wrenching dumpling. The black bear was hit hard, and it screamed, almost breathing in without exhaling. Qin Sun stood up, clamped his right hand on the black bear's thick neck, and lifted the black bear up with force, and said to Xia Zheng, "Grandpa, play. You can play as you like." Xia Zheng was stunned, looking at the black bear held by Qin Sun, and was a little confused. "Why do I feel like I'm being solicited by a girl in a club?" He looked at the half-dead black bear, and didn't know how to play for a while. Lu Shaoquan saw that a black bear weighing more than 200 kilograms was beaten like a dead dog by his favorite disciple. And he felt proud and itchy at the same time. He said lightly, "Let me play." Chapter 998. It's the 21st century now. What's the point of kissing someone else? Lu Shaoquan stepped in a vigorous Bajiquan step and approached the black bear in 3 or 5 steps. He hit the black bear's chest with a fierce iron mountain lean. There was only a muffled crack. The black bear's sternum seemed to be broken. Qin Sun was very good at understanding the signs. When he felt the huge impact, he staggered back a few steps while holding the black bear. He cried out, "Ouch!" His hands seemed to lose strength, and he dropped the black bear to the ground. Qin Sun walked towards Lu Shaoquan and praised him loudly. "Grandpa, you are so good. With more than 200 kilograms of flesh between us, you almost hurt me with this Iron Mountain backstroke." Lu Shaoquan put his hands behind his back, felt proud, and laughed. "I held back." Qin Sun clasped his hands together. "Thank you, Grandpa." The black bear lay on the ground, howling softly. It really couldn't understand why, when it came down the mountain a few days ago, it encountered this upright ape, and it bit them so hard that they ran around like wild boars. Each of them was as weak as a rabbit. Why was it so scary to meet this upright ape today? Seeing that the black bear was dying, Xia Zheng couldn't let Lu Shaoquan steal all the limelight. He walked quickly to the black bear with 2 shotguns. Before it died, he pointed the muzzles of the 2 guns at the black bear's heart and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. The black bear was dead. Xia Zheng carried the 2 shotguns on his shoulders, turned his head, and looked at Lu Shaoquan, laughing. "Old Lu, it's still me. My shooting is accurate." Lu Shaoquan remembered the scene when Xia Zheng pointed a homemade gun at his forehead and said, "You don't accept it, my shooting is always accurate." He felt that Xia Zheng was demonstrating to him, and snorted coldly, saying, "Without my apprentice to kill this stupid bear, and without me to beat it with my Iron Mountain claw, how dare you shoot so close? Look at how capable you are." Xia Zheng was thick-skinned, and didn't break his defense at all, and laughed loudly. "Don't call him your apprentice all the time, he's my grandson-in-law." Lu Shaoquan said angrily, "He's my grandson-in-law." Xia Zheng laughed loudly. "You also know he's an outsider." Lu Shaoquan was so angry that he cursed. You he. He glanced at Xiaoning, and never said the word hack. It's the 21st century now. What's the point of saying that you're not related to someone else? Fuck. He never said the word hack. Xia Zheng was as happy as if he had won a great victory, and laughed loudly. "Old Lu, you're still pretending to be polite. And you don't say dirty words? Were there not enough people who were beaten to death by you secretly?" Lu Shaoquan waved his sleeves, turned his back, and said angrily, "It's the 21st century. A society ruled by law. And you're still slandering me? Really? Damn it!" Xia Zheng laughed up to the sky, as if he had grabbed the top spot in the club. Xiaoning watched from the side, feeling very embarrassed. And it would be bad to help anyone in the worship of personal force. Are men, no matter how old they are, so naive? Do they have to compete with each other? If they can't compete, they quarrel, then start to expose each other's secrets? After a while, almost all the hunters came over, and dozens of people saw the black bear up close and found that it was not small. At least more than 200 pounds, which shocked them even more. How did Qin Sun swing the black bear around in circles just now? Everyone looked at Qin Sun from top to bottom, and saw that he had almost no wounds except for some dirt on his body. There were only a few traces of blood on his face, which should have been scratched by weeds. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. "Good boy, you scared us to death just now. How can you hunt like this? You are going to die. You are so strong, you are the modern Wusong. This black bear died in your hands like this, it will not be able to swallow this breath in the underworld." Qin Sun scratched his head embarrassedly, showing a shy smile that was harmless to humans and animals, and said, "I didn't torture it." Xia Shuhao laughed. "But you insulted it." "Qin Sun, what do you mean by insult? This is a male bear." Everyone laughed. Lu Jingyao saw that Qin Sun was a little dirty, and took out a pack of wet wipes from her backpack and handed it to Xiaoning. Xiaoning understood immediately, and didn't care that there were people around. She took the wet wipes and gently wiped Qin Sun's face, neck, and palms. She looked into Qin Sun's eyes, frowned and blamed him. "Can you not be so impulsive in the future? Why do you jump off the cliff at every turn? Is it handsome?" Qin Sun smiled. I was worried that you might get hurt, so I didn't have time to think about it. Who would have thought that I would run into a black bear right after I jumped down? I was so scared. Xia Ning turned around and looked at the black bear with a huge bloody hole on its chest, and shook her head. Scared him to death? I didn't see it at all. Thinking of the seemingly dangerous scene just now, Xia Ning felt a little wronged, and punched Qin Sun's chest. With red eyes. You scared me to death. When everyone saw the young couple showing their affection, the women couldn't help but smile like ants. Especially Lu Jingya, who almost smiled like ants. Xia Shujie felt that Xia Ning was too careless about the occasion, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was a criminal now. Xia Shuheo was shameless, and stepped forward to apologize to Qin Sun with a smile. My nephew-in-law. I was sorry for you just now. As he said that, he turned around, revealing the dense footprints on his buttocks, and said, But I have been punished by the old man. So don't do it. Don't grab me and turn me around. I am just thick-skinned, not shameless. I will give you a sports car to make up for your sin when we return to China. There was another round of laughter. Qin Sun laughed a few times, but didn't say anything. This Xia Shuheo is indeed a frequent visitor to the detention center, not a good person. I can't catch you and spin you around today, but if you mess with me in the future, I can't say for sure. Xia Shuheo patted Qin Sun's shoulder, raised his thumb, and said with a smile, But I really didn't expect you to jump like this. Without hesitation for a second, you even ran to help you jump up a few meters and then fall down. Aren't you making it difficult for yourself? Qin Sun laughed a few more times, still didn't say anything, and complained in his heart. Running from where I was sitting to the edge of the slope, from low to high, at such a fast speed, due to inertia, it will definitely fly up a bit. Uneducated. How terrible. Xia Shuheo saw Qin Sun's smiling face, thinking that he was magnanimous, and felt better, and was not careful with his words, asked, Hey, nephew-in-law. Let me ask you something. You thought Xia Ning was at the bottom of the slope. You jumped down so fast, aren't you afraid that you will step on Xia Ning when you fall? Will your intestines be stepped out by this? As soon as the voice fell, before Qin Sun could explain, a series of scoldings and shouts rang out from all around. Shut up. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. Haven't you been beaten enough by the old man? How can you be like a child when you're so old? Go to the cooler. Xia Shuheo heard the scoldings from all sides, and was a little confused. Damn, Qin Sun has become the favorite of the two major families of the Xia and Lu families. Am I an outsider? Outside the crowd, Xia Shujie saw this scene, and smiled quietly. A younger brother is still a younger brother after all. Look how smart I am. When I make a mistake, I just stand aside and pretend to be dead. Why do you have to show off? And why do you have to get angry? Suddenly, Xia Shujie saw Lu Jingya coming over with a smile on her face, and whispered to him, Old Xia, don't be so proud. Your account, I will settle it with you when I go back tonight. Xia Shujie. Alas, I can't avoid what I should avoid. But being criticized can test Qin Sun's sincerity towards Xia Ning, which is not a loss. Xia Shujie smiled. And suddenly, he thought something was wrong. Qin Sun jumped from a height of 4 or 5 floors on the muddy ground without getting hurt. And he could even play with the black bear, as if it were a chicken. With his skills, he jumped off the cliff. Did he know that there was no danger at all? Since it was not dangerous, could it be considered a test? When Xia Shujie thought of this, he felt depressed again. He quietly stepped aside and started smoking, watching Qin Sun quietly. Forget it. So be it. I dare not try again. A few hundred meters away, in the bushes behind a slope, Kato Mizukin lay on the ground, watching the whole process of Qin Sun playing with the black bear to death with a telescope, and thought of his boxing champion brother. He put down the telescope, his eyes red. My brother was also grabbed by the legs by the idiot Qin Sun and spun around. Chapter 999. Is this a wise idea? Hearing that his elder brother's younger brother was humiliated, the middle school boy was so angry that he grimaced, and suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand to push aside the bushes, and rushed out. Brother, we have found their location now. Let's rush out and kill them together. Kato Mizukin was startled. He grabbed the middle school boy's legs with both hands, and pulled him down hard, pulling his pants a little, exposing half of his buttocks. Nobita, don't be impulsive. We must be patient, and be wise. Nobita looked back at his elder brother, and always felt that there was some fear in his eyes, and he couldn't help but wonder, What is he afraid of? Nobita pulled up his pants, crouched down, and asked in a low voice. Brother, the enemy is right in front of you. Don't you want to avenge your brother? Kato Mizukin was helpless, and said seriously. Nobita, remember what your brother said? If you want to make a name for yourself, courage is not the first priority, but wisdom is. There is an old saying in Country C called the courage of a common man. You are rushing out without thinking now. What is the difference between that and committing suicide? We must be patient like hunting beasts, and seize the opportunity to kill with one shot. When we are 100% sure, we must put the gun hole into Chin Sun's mouth, and make him kneel on the ground and repent for his crimes. Nobita thought of the black bear that was just caught by Chin Sun's legs and turned around, and felt that it was not auspicious for his brother to compare himself to a beast. However, as a younger brother, he had no experience in participating in a killing operation for the first time. So he had to do what he was told. Nobita lay on the ground, staring at Chin Sun with sharp and intelligent eyes, and did not forget to flatter him. Brother, you are so cultured. Kato Mizukin picked up the telescope and stared at Chin Sun from a distance, sneering. Not bad. In the open space, Xiaozheng had just killed a black bear with 2 shots, and his addiction was aroused. Seeing that Chin Sun was not injured, he left 2 hunter assistants to deal with the black bear. He led the rest of the people to continue walking into the mountains. A good start today. It's a lucky day. Good for going into the mountains. Good for playing with guns. Chin Sun and his party, led by the hunter leader, bypassed the weeds and used a machete to cut a small path to continue moving forward. A few hundred meters away, Kato Mizukin stared at that place with a telescope and saw them walk into a small forest. The forest was dense, and they lost their whereabouts in a short while. He was anxious and cursed in a low voice. Bada! 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 Where did they go? Bada! Nobita couldn't help it, put down the telescope, reached out and grabbed Kato Mizukin's arm and shook it, and said, Brother, they may not be heading this way. Let's sneak over here under the cover of the woods, weeds, and shrubs. Brother, don't let them get away. Kato Mizukin waved his hand, and continued to pua this middle school boy. There is an old saying in Country C, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Nobita, killing is an art, and assassination is an art among arts. You must have enough patience. Nobita sighed helplessly, and punched the ground in anger. Seeing this, Kato Mizukin looked unhappy. But he didn't say anything. He lay behind the bushes, looking for Chin Sun and his group with a telescope. But he couldn't see where they were. After a while, he heard the sound of a shotgun from time to time. As time passed, the gunshots got closer and closer. Kato Mizukin was a little nervous. He didn't expect Chin Sun and his group to really come here. He turned around and looked at his 2 younger brothers. One of them was a younger brother who had followed him for a long time and was also a gambling friend. The other was a middle school boy named Daxiong, whom he had recruited 2 days ago. Nobita is a small hoodlum hanging around on the streets. He has always wanted to join the gang and make a name for himself. However, due to his lack of intelligence, he has been rejected by various gangs. A few days ago, Kato Mizukin decided to kill Chin Sun with a snipe. He asked all the good friends in the gang, but only his gambling friend was willing to come. So, he found Nobita and told him that if he helped him kill Chin Sun, he would let him be his younger brother, and he would also give him an extra 40,000 island dollars. Nobita was very excited and followed him without saying a word. Kato Mizukin originally thought that he was here to make up the numbers, but he didn't expect that this guy was more active than himself, as if it was his father who died. Kato Mizukin listened to the gunshots getting closer and closer, and a look of pain appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice and said, Retreat! The gambling friend's younger brother said immediately. Okay, big brother. Nobita was unhappy, looking at Kato Mizukin with surprise, and said loudly, Big brother, why do we have to retreat? They will be here soon, and we will succeed soon. Big brother, we can't leave. There is a saying in Country C that if you miss this village, you will miss this shop. Don't you really want to avenge your brother? Kato Mizukin looked weird, and he wanted to shoot Nobita. He had never thought that he could really avenge his brother. Last night, he brought these 2 brothers to the mountain to ambush, suffering from the cold and mosquito bites, but it was just a self-torture trick. He wanted to use the malice of his brothers to tell others that he had endured great pain in order to avenge his brother. Moreover, he waited until Chin Sun and the others were so close before leaving today, also to prove that he had indeed taken a high risk. He had really licked a mouthful of blood on the tip of the knife. Now the gunshots were so close, but he couldn't find anyone with a telescope, and Chin Sun and the others were as scary as the ghosts in the mountain. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later? Kato Mizukin put his hand on Nobita's shoulder and said in a deep voice, Nobita, there is an old saying in Country C that a man who knows the times is a hero. The strength of our two sides is not at the same level at all. Let's withdraw first and look for opportunities tomorrow. Nobita shook his head repeatedly, looking reluctant. Brother, you must consider whether this is your only chance in this life. Kato Mizukin said angrily. I said, the strength of our two sides is not at the same level. They have more people and more guns. Nobita, we can't die in vain. Do you understand? Nobita thought about how he endured the cold and mosquito bites yesterday, and finally waited for the prey this morning. But now his brother said he wanted to give up, and he felt very painful. He always thought that the battlefield was the ultimate romance. Daxiong hurriedly defended, saying, Brother, that's not the case, it's not like that. Although they have many guns, they are all hunting rifles, we have noble pistols. Although they have many people, they have women, old men, children, most of them are burdens. I'll deal with the 8 or 9 bodyguards. Second brother will deal with the remaining hunters, brother. You can just go and kill Chin Sun. Is this a wise idea? Chapter 1000. The atmosphere has been set to this point. It seems that killing is necessary. Kato Mizukin was shocked, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. He turned his head and looked at his gambling friend. The gambling friend shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not that powerful. Nobita's idea is too crazy. Kato Mizukin turned his head and glared at Nobita. Just as he was about to scold him, he suddenly heard a faint chat. It seemed to be a man and a woman. His heart shrank suddenly, and he pulled the two brothers down the hillside and rolled down to a pit, hiding in the dense weeds behind a pile of bushes. Kato Mizukin squatted on the ground and made a gesture to keep quiet. Be quiet. Don't let them find out. Don't let them find out. The gambler's younger brother shrank like a quail, and wished he could get into a hole in the ground. Nobita was extremely disappointed, struggled to break free from Kato Mizukin's arm, rolled to the side for a few rounds, turned his head, and said with a determined look, Brother, there is an old saying in Country C that to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. I'm going to tie up Chin Sun's girlfriend now, and threaten him with a gun to make him kneel in front of you. If you blow his head off again, you'll avenge your brother. After saying that, he took out the pistol from his waist, bent over and disappeared into the weeds. Kato Mizukin? Baga. In the forest, Chin Sun and Xiaoning, a young couple, were walking around in the mountains. They had no intention of hunting, but just picked some red wild fruits, picked some pink flowers, and told some dirty jokes. After a while, they left behind those who were too obsessed with hunting. The bodyguard and hunter assistant who followed them were also very tactful, and did not follow them closely, but kept a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Leave a world for the couple whose love has just been sublimated. If there were no outsiders in the mountains, they believed that this loving couple would definitely let the summer mountains be dyed with the strong spring atmosphere. Xiaoning held Chin Sun with one hand, and held a bag with the other hand, which contained the mushroom she picked up. In addition to coral mushrooms, there were some other mushrooms, some of which were good in appearance, and some were bitten by insects and rotten. However, Xiaoning was not picky at all, as long as Chin Sun said it was not poisonous. She would pick it from the bag, just like those crazy collectors in the open world. Suddenly, Xiaoning saw several coral mushrooms under a tree, released Chin Sun's hand, trotted over, squatted on the ground and carefully picked them. She raised the mushrooms to Chin Sun, and said with a smile, We're rich. You're in for a treat tonight. Chin Sun glanced at the coral mushrooms in her hand, and said, Ning Ning, why don't we just not pick them? There are several kinds of broom mushrooms, some of which are poisonous. What if someone dies if they eat them? Xiaoning took a closer look at the coral mushrooms in her hand, and didn't see any difference between this and the previous ones, and said in a cold voice, Crow's mouth. What's the matter? As she said this, she put the coral mushrooms into the bag. After Xiaoning picked the few flowers under the tree, she looked up and found that there were coral mushrooms growing under several trees in front of her. She got up and stepped on a fallen leaf and ran quickly. I'm really rich. A good omen. Chin Sun smiled and felt that she was a little childish now, without the cold aura of the past, and quite cute. However, He knew that Xiaoning picked mushrooms all the way because he had just said that he liked to eat broom mushrooms, and he was also touched. Qin Sun looked around, and saw that the other hunters were still far away. He walked to the back of a bush beside a small slope, untied his belt, and started to urinate. Before entering the mountain, he drank a large pot of water. There were always people around him along the way, so he had no chance to relieve stress. This amount of urine was enough to fill him up. Qin Sun was urinating while looking around, worried that someone would suddenly come and discover his strengths. So he exerted a little force on his bladder. This urine came out quickly and urgently. It fell into the weeds at the bottom of the hill, more than 20 meters away. The bodyguards and hunter assistants behind Qin Sun saw this, smiled at each other, and turned their backs to him. On the hillside, Qin Sun urinated as much as he could and looked into the distance, and he was in a good mood seeing the green mountains. Suddenly, he heard an angry Bagayalu. Qin Sun looked down and saw two middle-aged men running towards him in the weeds behind a bush at the bottom of the hillside. One of them had a yellow mohawk hairstyle, and his whole head looked a bit like a pineapple. The pineapple-headed man shook his head, and the crystal-clear urine beads flew from the ends of his hair into the air, and looked a bit like pearls under the sunlight. Qin Sun was startled, and quickly moved his water gun to the side, and continued to pee. Sorry! Who would have thought there was still? Before he finished speaking, he saw the pineapple-headed man took out a pistol from his waist, and pointed it at him. Baka! 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 The small pistol was pointed at the big water gun. All around was quiet. Qin Sun held his water gun, and after peeing the last drop of urine, he shook it habitually and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. Kato Mizukin pointed the pistol at Qin Sun, shook the urine off his head, pulled up the collar of his t-shirt and wiped his face. But he spread the urine on his face evenly. He smelled the foul smell, and angrily shouted at Qin Sun. Surrender. Qin Sun was confused, staring at the gun in Kato Mizukin's hand without blinking, and carefully put on his pants, and said, What are you doing? Kato Mizukin was startled, shook the pistol in his hand, and said angrily, Baga! Tuanluo, get down from here. Qin Sun showed a panic expression, raised his hands high in surrender, and said, Yamadi! Yamadi! I can compensate you for mental damages. Don't be so impulsive. I can give you a lot of money. Kato Mizukin looked at Qin Sun coldly, his chest rising and falling, and said nothing. He was hiding in the weeds just now, and suddenly heard a movement above his head, and looked up quietly. Qin Sun, the enemy who killed his brother, was actually standing on the top of the slope to urinate. Urine splashed on his head. Kato Mizukin immediately covered his younger brother's mouth, fearing that he would jump out on impulse. But as a big, urgent and smelly urine fell, frequent urination, urgent urination, and incomplete urination, he urinated all over his body and face. Kato Mizukin could no longer bear it, and jumped out of the weeds, and pulled out a gun at Qin Sun. Yet he said he came to avenge his brother, but he was peed on by his enemy, and didn't dare to come out. Wouldn't it be laughed at by others if it got out? Without anyone else's help, he would hang himself. After Kato Mizukin pointed the gun at Qin Sun, he was a little embarrassed for a while. Kill Qin Sun. He can't run away. If he doesn't kill him, but the gun has been pulled out. The atmosphere has been set to this point. It seems that he can't help but kill him. Chapter 1001. Did you just want to blame me for your brother's death? Qin Sun saw Kato Mizukin was silent, extended his right thumb and index finger, and rubbed them together, making a money gesture. I can give you money. Money! Very much money. When Kato Mizukin heard money, his eyes gradually brightened, and he felt a little itchy in his heart. If Qin Sun can give me hundreds of millions, it's not impossible for me to take it and leave J country to start a new life. My brother is still alive. Kato Mizukin stared at Qin Sun fiercely, and said in C country dialect, You come down and work. Qin Sun was overjoyed when he heard the Chinese language. He knew that there was room for negotiation. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would have shot him just now. In reality, villains would not like to talk so much. He jumped off the small earth slope, put his hands together, bowed and apologized sincerely again. This big brother? I'm sorry. I really didn't know there was anyone here. As he said that, he gave a thumbs up. Your Chinese is great, Kato Mizukin said coldly. Are you Qin Sun? Qin Sun heard him call out his name, took a look at the yellow mohawk on his head, guessed that he was Kato Daiki's brother, and his heart sank. Damn. Ambushing me in the mountains? Are all their family perverts? Chin-sun nodded and said, Yes. I am Chin-sun. Kato Mizukin shook his pistol excitedly and said angrily, I am Kato Daiki's brother. Chin-sun showed a look of embarrassment on his face, and his Chin Dantian was ready to find an opportunity to counterattack. Are you Kato Oki's brother? Kato Mizukin. Yes. My big brother is. His face darkened. My brother is dead. My brother is dead. As he spoke, he held a gun in his right hand and stretched it a few centimeters in front of Chin-sun's forehead, and pulled the collar of his t-shirt with his left hand, revealing the tattoo on his chest. Kato Oki is my brother. My brother. He looked excited, and his body was trembling. My brother is dead. I tattooed my brother on my body, because I don't want to forget this hatred. When I see you, he will awaken in my body, and let me gain the power of the devil. Trembling. Fear. Pain. Suddenly, he noticed that Chin-sun's eyes suddenly looked to the right, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Kato Mizukin was a little surprised, and turned his head to take a look. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow passing by quickly from the corner of his eye, and then he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Then, empty! Kato Mizukin turned his head, and saw that his right hand was empty. The pistol was already in Chin-sun's hand. Chin-sun looked impatient, and slapped Kato Mizukin in the face with his backhand. You talk too much. Kato Mizukin was stunned. When the gambling friend saw that Kato Mizukin's gun was taken away, he was so scared that he quickly reached for his waist. Chin-sun saw this, and with lightning speed, he took out the weapon from his waist before he could. It was a dagger. Chin-sun looked at the dagger in his hand, frowned, and spat. Shit! You scared me. I thought it was another gun. After saying that, he swung his right hand. The dagger flew out and nailed to a tree 10 meters away. Half of the dagger was inserted. Kato Mizukin and his gambling friend looked at the dagger in shock, slowly turned their heads to look at Chin-sun, and their eyes finally fell on the pistol in his hand. They both felt cold all over, and felt like they were going to die. Kato Mizukin put his hands together, and his voice was trembling. Kong and I Jiwa. Chin-sun sneered. Kato Mizukin forced a smile, and said in not very standard Mandarin, I'm sorry. Chin-sun thought it was funny, and pointed the gun at Kato Mizukin. Kato Mizukin's legs were shaking, and he waved his hands in panic, and said in a hurry, Yamete. Yamete. Chin-sun was startled, and remembered that these words were said just now, and said angrily, You're fucking imitating me? As he said this, he put the gun against Kato Mizukin's forehead. A smell of urine filled the air. Chin-sun looked down, and saw that Kato Mizukin's crotch was wet. He said angrily, You're fucking imitating me and peeing? Kato Mizukin wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't want to either. Chin-sun shook his head in disdain, spit a mouthful of phlegm on Kato Mizukin's face, and cursed. Although your brother is not a person, he at least has some temper. You, as a brother, are really like an old dog. Why are you so cowardly? Kato Mizukin didn't dare to speak, letting a mouthful of phlegm slide from his forehead to the tip of his nose, not daring to wipe it off. Chin-sun held the gun against Kato Mizukin's forehead with his right hand, and grabbed his collar with his left hand, and pulled it down hard. With a rip sound, Kato Mizukin's t-shirt became a piece of rag, and his entire chest was exposed. There was a portrait of Kato Oki tattooed on his chest. Kato Mizukin's clothes were suddenly torn, and he felt a chill in his upper body, and he felt more clearly the humiliation of his brother being lifted up and spun in circles. But he was powerless. Chin-sun glanced at his chest and sneered. Tattoo. Gangster? Kato Mizukin didn't dare to speak. Chin-sun saw that the tattooed portrait looked a bit like a tattoo on a deceased person's portrait, and felt it was a bit unlucky. So he asked, Is your brother really dead? Kato Mizukin, really? Dead. Chin-sun, did I beat him to death? Kato Mizukin hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice, No. No. He died of illness. Chin-sun sneered. Those who were starved to death, by you died of starvation or illness. Did you just want to blame me for your brother's death? Kato Mizukin was so guilty that he didn't dare to speak. Suddenly, Chin-sun noticed that the gambling friend next to him was staring at him without blinking, with a trace of fear in his eyes. He was unhappy, threw the pistol into the air, and slapped the little brother in the face with his backhand, cursing. Look, look, look! Look at your father! As soon as the voice fell, Chin-sun didn't even look, stretched out his hand in the air, and firmly grasped the falling pistol. The gambling friend's little brother covered his face with both hands, and tears welled up in his eyes because of the pain. Didn't I want to look at him with a horrified look to show weakness, to show submission? Why are you still hitting people? It's too unruly. Chin-sun saw Kato Mizukin's eyes fall on the pistol in his hand, and asked with a smile. Do you want it? Kato Mizukin lowered his head, daring not to look again, shaking his head like a rattle. No. 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 I don't want it. Chin-sun knocked Kato Mizukin's head with a pistol, then threw the pistol 30 or 40 meters away, into the weeds, and cursed. If you want it, crawl over like a dog to pick it up. Kato Mizukin turned his head and looked, only to see the weeds, and there was no way to know where the pistol was. Suddenly, he felt a heavy kick on his buttocks, and fell to the ground. Chin-sun put his hands on his hips, looking down from above, sneered. Do you really want to pick it up? Kato Shuijian was lying on the ground, and shook his head violently. No, no, I don't have it. He was lying on the ground, and shaking his head to beg for mercy. Suddenly, he saw from the corner of his eye that a few dozen meters away, Da Xiong was crouching and holding a gun and quickly sneaking into the grove. It seemed that he had found prey. Chapter 1002. I'm sorry, I'm holding you back. On the hillside, Chin-sun and Xia Ning's bodyguards looked at everything that happened at the bottom of the hill with a look of embarrassment. He didn't expect that, just to respect the privacy of his employer. He turned his back. When he turned back, Chin-sun was gone. When he rushed over, he saw Chin-sun beating two men at the bottom of the hill. He was holding a pistol in his hand. Chin-sun didn't bring a gun, which means the pistol belonged to the enemy. So Chin-sun was pointed at the head with a gun just now. And then, he took the gun and killed him? The bodyguards also received some training on taking guns with bare hands, but except for training, they had never really tried it. Gun seizure usually only exists in movies and TV dramas. The possibility of it happening in the real world is extremely low, and the probability of success is even less than 1 in a million. I don't know how Chin-sun did it. Was it dangerous just now? The bodyguard saw Chin-sun throwing the pistol into the weeds in the distance, and he kept cursing at the two people who came out of nowhere. He felt a little relieved. Luckily, it was Chin-sun, a martial arts master, who encountered these two people of unknown origin. If it were someone else, then something big would happen today. Thinking of this, the bodyguard's heart trembled. Miss Ning? The bodyguard turned his head suddenly to look at the direction where Xia Ning went to pick mushrooms. He only saw the sunlight and shadows in the woods, and couldn't see the scene inside clearly. Where is Xia Ning's shadow? The bodyguard shouted urgently. Mr. Chin, please confirm whether they have other accomplices. I'm going to find Miss Ning. When Chin-sun heard this, his eyebrows raised. He was murderous. He grabbed Kato Shuijian and his younger brother's necks with one hand each, and pressed them directly to the ground. He said angrily, Do you have accomplices? The two were quickly pressed down by the huge force. Their legs flew into the air, and were smashed to the ground again. Kato Mizukin felt his internal organs rolling and squeezing inside his body, and his lungs hurt so much that he almost vomited out of his mouth. He was pinched by the neck, and his face was red. He whimpered and waved his hands in a hurry to indicate that he had no accomplices. Chin-sun slightly loosened his hand. Kato Mizukin took 2 breaths and answered immediately. No. No. We don't have any accomplices. He was afraid that if he answered too slowly, he would be beaten by Chin-sun again. This is a man who would catch a black bear to play with, and he can play with him easily. Right? Chin-sun looked down at Kato Mizukin lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a cold face, It's better not to. Otherwise, I won't leave you with your whole body today. Hearing this, Kato Mizukin's anus tightened. Suddenly, Chin-sun heard a loud scolding. Bakayalu. Then, the bodyguard yelled, Calm down. Put down the gun. Calm down. Calm down. Chin-sun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he turned his head suddenly. On the hillside, in the shadow of the grove, a person walked out slowly. Xia Ning had a solemn face, holding a bag full of mushrooms in his hand, and walked slowly into the sunlight step by step. A tall young man followed closely behind her. Da Xiong pointed a pistol at the back of Xia Ning's head. Seeing this, Chin-sun's eyes were about to burst, and veins popped on his arms. He grabbed Kato Mizukin and his gambling friend with both hands, and lifted them into the air like two sandbags. Qin Sun carried a man weighing 150 to 160 kilograms in one hand, and walked up the small slope. He looked at Xia Ning with heartache, and yelled at Daxiong, "Don't hurt her. I'll trade one with you too." As he said that, he let go of Kato Mizukin, and let him fall to the ground. Qin Sun urged him urgently. Translate it. Kato Mizukin coughed a few times, not daring to neglect, and shouted at Nobita in Jade language. "Nobita," he said, "you shouldn't hurt her. Qin Sun is willing to let your elder brother and second brother exchange this woman. You need to calm down. Big brother's life is in your hands." Qin Sun didn't understand, and was anxious, and his eyes were always on Nobita's pistol. This pistol is silver, and it looks like a desert eagle. It looks much more advanced than the one Kato Mizukin just used, and it should be much more powerful. If he pulled the trigger, Xia Ning's head would explode like a watermelon. Outside the grove, Nobita heard what Kato Mizukin said, stared at the back of Xia Ning's head with a pistol, and laughed out loud. He spoke in Japanese. "Brother, you just said you should be wise. Where is your wisdom now? If I let her go, even if you come over, we will have no hostages. And they will start to beat us up. We will die. Just come over. If they dare to attack you, I will kill this woman. At least 3 of us can exchange for one." Kato Mizukin didn't expect Nobita to suddenly become so smart, and cursed a few times in anger. "Baga," and suddenly heard Qin Sun say coldly. What did he mumble? Kato Mizukin thought about it, and thought of the information he had read before. Qin Sun seemed to like this woman very much. Maybe Daxiong was right. This woman was enough to threaten him. Kato Mizukin looked at the gambling friend, who was pinched by Qin Sun's left hand, and saw that his face was a little pale, and his body was trembling. He mustered up the courage to test him. "Qin Sun, put my brother down first." After saying that, Kato Mizukin saw Qin Sun's eyes turn cold, and he was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back a few steps, looking at him nervously. Qin Sun stared coldly at Kato Shuijian, and then glanced at Xia Ning, who was not far away. Xia Ning smiled bitterly, and said loudly, "I'm sorry. I'm holding you back." Qin Sun's eyes turned red, and he let go of his hand. The gambling friend fell to the ground like a broken sack. He coughed a few times, rolled and crawled to Kato Shuijian's feet, hugged his legs, and cried a few times. Qin Sun took a few deep breaths, controlled his voice, and made his voice as majestic as possible, but not to the point of angering people. He said sincerely, "Kato Mizukin, men's affairs should be resolved between men. Don't involve women, okay?" When Kato Mizukin saw Qin Sun let go of his hand, he immediately realized that he didn't dare to take risks. He felt a surge of courage in his heart, bent down to help his gambling friend's younger brother up, looked at Qin Sun with a vigilant face, and said viciously, "Qin Sun, if you are willing to exchange the lives of the 3 of us for your girlfriend's life, then do it. I don't mind." As he said this, he helped his younger brother and looked back every few steps, and saw Qin Sun standing still, and the bodyguard also pointed the muzzle of the shotgun to the ground, knowing that he had finally made the right bet. He simply ran. Very quickly, Kato Mizukin ran to Nobita, took a look at the pistol that was pointed at the back of Xia Ning's head, thought for a moment, and didn't try to snatch it for himself. He laughed and spoke in Japanese. "Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Nobita, from today on you are my official little brother." Qin Sun didn't understand Japanese, and kept looking at Xia Ning, seeing that she always had a faint smile on her face. His heart shrank tighter and tighter. Chapter 1003 Friends, do you know what is the most important thing for a person to live? Just to live. Very quickly, Xia Jing, Lu Xiaoquan, Xia Shujie, Lu Jingya, who heard the noise, ran over like crazy. Xia Jing glanced at Xia Ning, her mouth shrank, tears fell from the corners of her eyes, but she didn't dare to open her mouth and cry out loud, for fear of angering the robbers and causing trouble. Lu Jingya's legs were unstable, and she sat down on the ground with her body tilted. Xia Shujie held her arm tightly, and kept whispering comfort. "It's okay. It's okay. It'll be okay. It'll be okay." Nearly 20 people from the Xia and Lu families, 10 hunter assistants, and 10 bodyguards stood on the grass, confronting Kato Mizukin and his men. Xia Zheng and Lu Xiaoquan stood at the front of the crowd. Through the introduction of the tour guide Ho Xiaoping, they knew that this was Kato Mizukin, the gang leader who shouted every day to avenge his brother. Unexpectedly, he was lying in ambush in the mountains. Kato Mizukin's eyes swept over the hunting rifles in their hands. He felt a little uneasy. But he put on an angry expression on his face, and shouted loudly, "Baka!" After a while of baka, he didn't say anything. And he didn't know what to say. He didn't want things to develop to this point. It's all Nobita's fault. If he had run away earlier, it would have been fine. Why did he have to use his brother's life and death to blackmail me? Xia Zheng took a step forward and turned to the people behind him and said, "Put down your guns." As soon as the words fell, dozens of people pointed their guns at the ground at the same time. Xia Zheng turned around and looked at Kato Mizukin, with a gentle smile on his face, and clasped his hands in a martial arts salute. "My friend, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my granddaughter's life, I can give you a lot of money. A lot of money." The tour guide Ho Jiaoping was about to translate. Kato Mizukin jumped up and cursed in Sea Country. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." He pointed at Qin Sun, and said angrily, "Just now Qin Sun said he would give me a huge compensation, a huge amount of mental damage compensation, but he snatched my gun. He spit on my face. He almost beat me to death. Baga. Liar. All liars." Hearing this, Xia Zheng's smile remained unchanged. "Friend, it will be convenient for us to communicate if you can speak Country C. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Xia Zheng. I am a famous entrepreneur in Country C, known for my good credit. As long as you let my granddaughter go, I can guarantee to give you 50 million RMB, and I will not hold you responsible for anything. I guarantee with my character that I will never deceive you." When Kato Mizukin heard 50 million renminbi, he was stunned for a moment. The greedy devil in his heart immediately broke out of the cage and raged wildly. 50 million RMB. I never dared to dream of such a big sum of money in my gambling dreams. Qin Sun saw Kato Shuijian was stunned, and knew that he was tempted. He took off his backpack, found an empty cloth bag from it, walked quickly to Xia Zheng, and said, "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Xia Zheng was stunned, not knowing what he was going to do. Qin Sun grabbed his hand, took off his watch, and asked, "Grandpa, how much is this watch?" Xia Zheng immediately understood. This guy not only doesn't make promises to the company's employees, he doesn't even make promises to the robbers. He said, 12 million. Qin Sun turned to face Kato Mizukin, raised the watch high, the watch shone brightly in the sun, and shouted loudly, "This watch 12 million. Soft sister currency." Kato Mizukin took a look at the watch, and was dazzled by the luster. When Qin Sun landed in J Country, he checked the information of this group of people, and knew that this group of people were all very rich people. That watch must be worth a lot of money. He knew that the watch of such a big shot would not be less than 1 million RMB, but he did not expect that it would be worth 12 million renminbi. Qin Sun saw Kato Mizukin's eyes stay on the watch for several seconds, and knew that he was greedy, so he relaxed a little. He put the watch into the cloth bag, walked to Lu Shaquan, and whispered, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Ningning." Lu Shaquan did not say much, took off a green jade pendant from his neck, held it high to show it, and shouted loudly, "Emperor green pendant. 6 million. He said, and gently put it into the bag. Qin Sun was about to walk to the next person. Xia Shujie came over, took off his watch and held it up to show it, and put it in. 4 million. After shouting, he glared at Qin Sun fiercely, and said in a low voice, "Qin Sun, if Xia Ning gets into trouble, you." He didn't say anything else, but his tone was ruthless. Qin Sun looked guilty, nodded vigorously, and his tone was resolute. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I promise I won't live 1 minute longer than Ningning." Lu Jingya's face was full of tears. She took off a pair of earrings, held them up high to show them, and said with sobs, 1.2 million. Qin Sun shouted in a low voice, 1.2 million. Lu Gang took off his watch, pendant, and ring and showed them one by one, and shouted, 3.8 million. 3 million. 500,000. After a while, the Xia and Lu families put all their valuables into the cloth bag in Qin Sun's hand. Men mostly had watches, women mostly had jewelry. Xia Shaheo sold his watch for money, and the most valuable thing on his body was his belt, which he took off without hesitation and put into the bag. 200,000. Qin Sun held the bag high, looked at Kato Mizukin, and asked loudly, "A total of more than 40 million RMB, are you satisfied?" Seeing Kato Mizukin staring at the bag without saying anything, Qin Sun walked over slowly with the bag in his hands. Kato Mizukin looked at Qin Sun holding a pile of treasures. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his eyes gradually became excited. It is said that the scholars can kill. But for a gambler for money, you can humiliate again. There is no dignity when the gambler is on it, no affection, no righteousness. They are full of their heads to work, one card changes. And now tens of millions are walking towards him step by step. For a moment, Kato Kinji has some regrets that there is no earlier business. Kato Shuijian saw Qin Sun getting closer and closer, suddenly woke up God. He thought that Qin Sun's technique just now won the gun like a ghost. I dare not let him approach at all. What if the gun is taken away again? Kato Mizukin was anxious. Bada. Bada. I want that old man to send it over. I don't want you to send it over. Qin Sun saw that Kato Mizukin was stressed, and didn't dare to provoke him anymore, stopped and turned to look at Xia Zheng. Xia Zheng walked out of the crowd, took the cloth bag from Qin Sun, and said as he walked, "Friend, do you know what the most important thing for a person to be alive is? Just to be alive. If you take the money and are willing to stay in J country, then continue to stay in J country. If you are worried, you can also take these tens of millions of dollars to live your life abroad. Why do we have to lose both sides?" Xia Zheng walked over slowly, and handed the cloth bag to Kato Mizukin. "Friend, check the goods." Chapter 1004. Is she so brave? Not even afraid of guns. Kato Mizukin looked at the heavy cloth bag in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot. He reached out and grabbed a piece of imperial green pendant, feeling the warm touch of his palm. His face trembled slightly with excitement. Yoshi, Yoshi, Yoshi. Xia Zheng saw Kato Mizukin so excited, and saw at a glance that money was much more important to him than his brother's hatred, and asked with a smile, "Friend, are you still satisfied? If you are satisfied, can you?" As he said, he pointed at Xia Ning, and said slowly, "You let her go." Kato Mizuki sneered, raised his eyelids, and looked at Xia Zheng sarcastically, as if he was looking at a fool. Xia Zheng understood and said, "Friend, I can exchange with her. I am the head of the Xia group. I am more expensive than her. Within 3 days, in addition to these jewelry, I can also let them collect another 100 million renminbi. You get the money, go abroad, and tell them the address where you hide me. How about it?" Xia Ning said anxiously when he heard it. "No. Grandpa, you can't be a hostage. Let me do it, I'm not afraid." Kato Mizukin turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, seeing her beautiful eyebrows and graceful figure, waving his hand impatiently at Xia Zheng said, "What do I need an old man like you for? You are my good friend. I won't tie you up." Xia Zheng had a murderous intention in his heart, but his face was still smiling, and he said in a very low voice, "Friends, if you don't touch her, I will raise 200 million for you." Kato Mizukin looked at Xia Zheng's eyes carefully. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he was immediately overwhelmed by a huge sense of excitement. He patted Xia Zheng's shoulder vigorously, and said loudly with a smile, "Friend, you go back and raise money quickly. Prepare a car for us right now." Xia Zheng nodded with a smile, turned around with a gloomy face, walked back, and ordered loudly, "Mr. Ho, please prepare a car for these 3 friends immediately. Let them leave on their own, and do not alert the police. When it's ready, call me immediately. I'll only give you half an hour, so that your friends won't wait any longer." Ho Xiaoping responded, turned around with an assistant, and ran out of the mountain quickly, falling several times on the way. Qin Sun stood 10 meters away from Xia Ning, staring at her face without blinking, trying to comfort her with his eyes, so that she wouldn't be too scared. Xia Ning and Qin Sun looked at each other, with a faint smile on their faces, and said silently with their mouths, "I'm not afraid." Qin Sun's eyes immediately turned red, opened his mouth, and said silently, "I'm afraid." Xia Ning laughed silently. Her eyes were a little wet. Suddenly, she heard the gangster behind her, who was pointing a gun at the back of her head, whispering in J country, "Brother, she smells so good. Can I sleep with her tonight?" Kato Mizukin said in a low voice, "Yes, but we need to use drugs, so she can't find out. This way we can sell 100 million more. This is the reward from brother." The two whispered, with a hint of dirty excitement in their voices. The gambler's younger brother also joined in, saying something in J country's language. "I've suffered a lot today, and I want a reward too." Nobita chuckled twice. "Brother, I told you I have the potential to be a gangster godfather. When they pay the ransom, let Qin-sun come. I'll use the money from selling the watch to buy a submachine gun, and I'll kill him to avenge my brother." Xia Ning heard their discussion, sighed quietly. and slowly swept his eyes over every relative present. That look was full of nostalgia, but it seemed like a farewell. Lu Jingya and Xia Shujia knew their daughter, and seeing that look, their hearts shrank, and they kept shaking their heads at Xia Ning, shaking his head frantically. No! Can't! No way! Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's eyes. His mind went blank. He didn't even realize that tears were already flowing out of his eyes. He opened his mouth, but felt his throat was blocked, and couldn't say a word. Xia Ning's sight finally fell on Qin Sun. She smiled gently, just as cold and beautiful as when she first met him. She said loudly, "Qin Sun!" She shouted once, felt that it wasn't intimate enough, and shouted again. "Fool!" She threw the bag of mushrooms in her hand to Qin Sun's feet. "Eat breakfast every day from now on. And take good care of Xiaohei." Qin Sun felt cold all over, pointing at Xia Ning and cursing. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! King, shut up!" Kato Mizukin heard Xia Ning seem to be saying her last words, angry and panicked, cursing loudly. "Shut up! All of you shut up! No one is allowed to talk! Baka! Baka! You are too rude!" As he said that, he glanced at the pistol in Nobita's hand in a panic. It seems that she is worried that Nobita might accidentally discharge his gun out of anger and kill the hostages in advance. Xia Ning ignored Kato Mizukin's noise, smiled and made a gesture to Qin Sun to keep quiet. She stretched her arms and looked at Xia Zheng, and said loudly, "Grandpa." They broke their promise. Just now the three of them were discussing something dirty. "Kill them. Don't worry about me." As she said that, she turned around, glanced at the black muzzle of the gun in front of her, sneered, and slapped Kato Mizukin in the face with her backhand. Despicable. "Pa!" The slap was loud and crisp. The air around seemed to freeze. Kato Mizukin was shocked. After a long while, he felt the burning pain on his face. This woman can understand the J language? But what's the big deal? In J country, a woman's chastity is like a eunuch's genitals. Both are legendary things. What's the big deal? Hit me. The gambling friend opened his mouth. His eyes wandered between Nobita's pistol and Xia Ning's hand. He couldn't believe his eyes. She is so brave. Nobita felt his dignity was offended, and his face turned red with anger. He pointed his pistol at Xia Ning and cursed loudly. "Baka! Baka! Baka!" Nobita's eyes were red, and he was on the verge of going berserk. Every time he swung the pistol, it seemed that a tongue of fire would spit out from it, ending Xia Ning's life. Qin Sun panicked and shouted loudly, "Calm down! Calm down!" Suddenly, he heard Xia Zheng's order behind him. "Raise your guns." Qin Sun turned his head sharply, and found that 10 bodyguards had raised their shotguns, and pointed them at Kato Mizukin and the others in a very professional posture. He ran over quickly, opened his arms and blocked the guns, and shouted, "Calm down! Calm down! Everyone!" Kato Mizukin looked at the black gun muzzles. His face turned pale. He turned his head to look at the pistol in Nobita's hand, and swallowed his saliva. He took a step forward and shouted, "Friend, what does this mean? We don't intend to kill her. It's this hostage who is disobedient. I'm worried that we will accidentally shoot each other. Should we calm down again? Friend?" Qin Sun saw that Kato Mizukin actually suggested calming down, and knew that he was drooling over the ransom of several 100 million yuan, and could tolerate Xia Ning's slap. He shouted to Kato Mizukin with an anxious face, "Exchange hostages. She is as stubborn as a donkey, and is not a qualified hostage. I will be a hostage, and I will never resist. Absolutely obedient." Chapter 1005. This hostage is too awesome. Qin Sun opened his arms, blocked the 10 gun barrels with his body, and stared at Kato Mizukin nervously. Kato Mizukin glanced at Xia Ning, and felt that this crazy woman was indeed not a qualified hostage. This hostage is too stupid. It's not impossible to change the hostage. Kato Mizukin looked at Qin Sun, who volunteered, and thought of the scene of him taking the gun and insulting him just now, and his heart was a little nervous. He shook his head and shouted at Qin Sun, "You are so awesome. Your hands are like the tentacles of the devil, so scary. I don't want you to be a hostage." As he said that, he looked at the group of people behind Qin Sun, and his eyes swept over their faces, and finally landed on Xia Jing's face. She had a mushroom head, a thin body, tears in her eyes, and she must be timid. She looked only 13 or 14 years old, which was the age to be easily deceived. Qin Sun noticed Kato Mizukin's eyes, followed his eyes, and saw Xia Jing take a step forward. He glared at Xia Jing and cursed in a low voice. Go back. Don't kill your sister. Xia Jing stopped, turned to look at Xia Shujia, and pursed her lips. Qin Sun turned his head and shouted at Kato Mizukin. Kato Mizukin! Kato Mizukin looked over. Qin Sun took a deep breath, raised his left hand flat, reached out his right hand to hold his wrist tightly, twisted and pulled hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, the left forearm drooped in a weird posture. Then, Qin Sun grabbed his left upper arm with his right hand, yelled "Ah!" and pulled it back and forth violently. Crack! There was another crisp sound. Qin Sun's left arm hung by his side like a willow branch, swaying, and he could no longer use any strength. He looked painful. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. His lips trembled and he took a breath and said loudly, I have no hands. I am disabled. Can I be a hostage? Everyone was shocked. Xia Jing's face was twisted with fear. Tears kept flowing down. Lu Jingyao's eyes were red. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her mouth with both hands to stop herself from crying. Xia Zhen looked at Qin Sun's broken arm and was slightly moved. Lu Shaohuan saw Qin Sun's technique, and a vicious martial arts skill emerged in his mind. The bone-breaking hand. Qin Sun was probably the first person to use it to cripple himself. Kato Mizukin on the other side saw this. His face turned pale with fear, and he took a step back. Damn it! If you do this, I will never dare to let you be a hostage. You are simply a devil. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun sweating profusely, reached out to wipe the tears from his face, turned around, glanced at Kato Mizukin, and snorted coldly. She raised her hand and slapped Da Xiong in the face. Beast! Shoot! Beast! Shoot! Xia Ning wanted to die. It was very likely that she would survive in the hands of these three scumbags, but she would definitely suffer some insults. But if Qin Sun became a hostage, even if he could survive in the end, during the period, he would definitely be tortured inhumanely, and he would probably become a cripple. Da Xiong was slapped, and screamed in anger, and the gun was pressed against Xia Ning's forehead and hit several times. Private killing. Xia Ning did not move, did not hide, and stared at Da Xiong. The atmosphere was tense. On both sides of the archers, everyone's heart was hanging. Xia Zheng raised his hand, and shouted, Ready to shoot. If he shoots, you shoot. 10 bodyguards shouted at the same time. Yes. The voices were uniform, loud, and impressive. Xia Zheng was a great hero of his generation. When he was young, he had dealt with many messy people. Through these rounds of fighting, he had confirmed that Kato Mizukin loved money very much, and was afraid of death, and was unwilling to exchange his life for Xia Ning's. The middle-aged younger brother next to Kato Mizukin looked harmless, but the young man had a mad look in his eyes. He was the most dangerous. Xia Zhen asked the bodyguards to raise their guns twice in a row, putting pressure on Kato Mizukin just to make him, the boss, take the gun back from the younger brother. But for some reason, Kato Mizukin was always unwilling to take the gun. It seemed that he didn't have enough control over his younger brother. Nobita saw 10 black guns pointed at him. His eyes turned red, and he grumbled and cursed. Fortunately, no shots were fired. Kato Mizukin tugged at Nobita's clothes and whispered in Japanese. Nobita, Nobita, you must stay calm. You are still young, and you haven't enjoyed many things. When I get the money, I will take you around the world. You must stay calm. Kato Mizukin glanced at Xia Ning, who was desperate to die, and wanted to slap her to make her behave. But he didn't dare to do it. Qin Sun saw that the two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the atmosphere was tense, and took 2 steps towards Kato Mizukin. Me. I'll be the hostage. I'll do it. Kato Mizukin saw Qin Sun coming, and saw his broken arm dangling, and then looked at his other intact arm. He shook his head suddenly, and pointed at Qin Sun's right hand. No, no, no. I don't want it. I don't want you. Qin Sun understood, and immediately trotted to a short tree nearby. He inserted his right hand into a branch, and pressed his body down suddenly to pull in the opposite direction of the joint, and then leaned back and pulled again. Crack! Crack! 2 more crisp sounds. Qin Sun's right arm also dropped. He was sweating profusely from the pain, and his whole body was shaking. His arms were dangling beside him, like 2 broken branches after a rainstorm, and they seemed to fall to the ground at any time. Qin Sun gritted his teeth, watched Kato Mizukin, and walked slowly towards them step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Kato Mizukin was stunned. Seeing that Chin Sun was completely disabled, he felt a sense of revenge in his heart, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Xia Ning turned her head, and saw Chin Sun dragging his 2 broken arms, and walking closer and closer. She burst into tears. Chin Sun ignored Xia Ning. His eyes were fixed on Kato Mizukin and Nobita, and he walked over carefully step by step. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters, 2 meters. 1 meter. Chin Sun stood in front of Xia Ning, glared at her angrily, and then turned to Kato Mizukin and said, "Exchange hostages." "I'll do it." Without waiting for Kato Mizukin to answer, he turned to look at Xia Ning and said, "Get 200 million as soon as possible and rescue me." Kato Mizuki's eyes lit up, and a stone fell from his heart. Kidnapping a disabled person is a wiser choice than kidnapping a strong-willed woman, and the ransom is not less, which is a good thing. Xia Ning ignored the muzzle on the back of his head, walked to Chin Sun, opened his arms and hugged him, and gently touched his arms with both hands. Through Chin Sun's strong skin and flesh, he could clearly feel the twisting, deformation, and dislocation of his joints. Xia Ning said coldly in his ear with a trembling voice, "Do you think you are handsome? Do you want to piss me off to death?" Chapter 1006. 7 steps away. The gun is fast. Within 7 steps, I am fast. Chin Sun smiled bitterly. "I didn't." Xia Ning's voice was choked. "Does it hurt?" Chin Sun smiled. "No." Seeing the two of them talking about love under the muzzle of the gun, Kato Shuijian pushed Xia Ning impatiently and urged, "Get out of here! Get out! Get out! Get out! You crazy bitch!" Xia Ning was indifferent. Chin Sun stared at Xia Ning's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I think you want to piss me off to death." Hearing this, Xia Ning loosened her arms around Chin Sun, gently touched his face with both hands, and walked away, looking back every few steps. She returned to the crowd, and Lu Jingya immediately hugged Xia Ning in her arms, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We will definitely give you the money. We will find the best surgeon for Chin later, and we will definitely not let him have any root cause of illness. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." She spoke very quickly, and it was unclear whether she was comforting Xia Ning or comforting herself. Xia Ning and Chin Sun stared at each other from a distance of several dozen meters. Her face was full of tears. Chin Sun smiled. Suddenly, Nobita took a step forward, put the muzzle of the pistol against the back of Chin Sun's head, grinned with a smug look on his face, and made a strange sound in a low voice. "Bio! Bio! Bio! Bio!" Chin Sun was motionless, his 2 arms hung by his side like dead, swaying gently with the mountain breeze. Kato Mizukin was anxious, and scolded Nobita in a low voice in J language, as if he was afraid that his behavior would intensify the tense situation. Nobita quieted down. In the distance, Xiaozheng said loudly, "Friend, you have to believe in my character. We will definitely give you 200 million. The car will be ready soon. You can leave without worry. We will never follow you, and we will never call the police. If possible, I hope you can find a doctor to check my grandson-in-law's arm. I can give you another 50 million. When Kato Mizukin heard 50 million, his eyes lit up again. He didn't say anything, and made an okay gesture to Xiaozheng. "Find a doctor?" "Yes. Find a doctor to put thick plaster on Chin Sun's hands and feet, which can not only limit his movements, but also be considered as treatment." Chin Sun glanced at Xiaozheng, smiled, then lowered his head slightly, and silently looked at the shadows on the ground. The sun shone obliquely. There were the shadows of several of them on the ground. The shadow of Nobita holding a gun against the back of his head. After that, the two sides stopped shouting loudly. The two sides confronted each other quietly. Kato Mizukin saw Chin Sun lower his head slightly. His eyes were dull, he looked like a fool, and felt better. Thinking of being peed on, spat on, and strangled by Chin Sun just now. He felt a little angry. He hesitated for a moment, and whispered in a proud voice, "Chin Sun, I like you as a hostage very much. You are so obedient." Seeing that Chin Sun was indifferent, he became bolder. But his voice was still not loud. "Your wife is a stubborn donkey, and you are a good dog. Although I won't kill you, I want you to kneel in front of my brother's urn for a day and a night." "Ha, ha ha." Chin Sun lowered his head. His eyes seemed to be dull, and staring at the ground without blinking. Kato Mizukin felt that it was boring to see that he didn't react. But he didn't dare to really hit him. He thought that he would pee on his head after escaping. No. Poop on his head. It's diarrhea. Kato Mizukin smelled the fragrance of the grass and trees in the mountains, and began to look forward to his happy life in the future. He was the local boss of J Country. When the car came, he would stuff Qin Sun into the car and get rid of Xia Zheng and the others in a few turns. After 3 days, he would get 200 million renminbi and disappear completely in J Country. After a while, when he reappeared in this world, he would definitely be on the beach in the beautiful country, hugging a blonde and blue-eyed foreign girl and basking in the sun. Qin Sun kept his head down, staring at the ground with dull eyes, as if his arms had become numb due to the pain. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. 3 or 4 minutes passed. Qin Sun noticed the shadow on the ground. Da Xiong behind him scratched his head with his left hand, and his body was no longer as straight as before. Qin Sun adjusted his breathing, waiting for that moment of opportunity. For a martial artist, he knew how difficult it was to maintain a posture for a long time, no matter how light the posture looked. Especially when holding a gun in the air with your arms, a few minutes will make your arms sore. Unless you are professionally trained, ordinary people can't last more than 10 minutes. Nobita will definitely change hands. Based on the fact that Nobita always likes to wave the gun to intimidate people, like waving a dagger, Qin Sun judged that he is not an expert in using guns. So when Nobita changes hands with the gun, from the right hand to the left hand, there will always be a moment when his finger will leave the trigger. At this moment, with Nobita's proficiency in guns, it may even take 1 or 2 seconds. 1 or 2 seconds. The cold light in Qin Sun's eyes became stronger. 1 or 2 seconds is enough for you to die 10 times. Then let's see whether your gun is faster, or my Iron Mountain is faster. Qin Sun stared at the shadow on the ground like a patient hunter. Suddenly, the shadow moved. Da Xiong still held the gun against the back of Qin Sun's head with his right hand, and raised his left hand to his right hand. At the moment when the two palms overlapped, in a flash, Qin Sun moved. His shoulders suddenly leaned back. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. Da Xiong, ah, screamed, and his body flew backwards, and the gun fell out of his hand. His whole body drew an arc in the air, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, which seemed to be mixed with some mincemeat. With a thump sound, Nobita fell to the ground, and his entire chest collapsed, flatter than before. It seemed that his sternum and internal organs were all shattered. His body shook a few times on the ground due to nerve reflex, like a chicken with its neck cut off. Several large mouthfuls of black blood gushed out of his mouth, and he never moved again. Quiet. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. This sudden change made Kato Mizukin stunned. He stared blankly at Nobita, who was dead as hell on the ground, and his face was suddenly distorted with panic. He glanced at Qin Sun, whose arms were still hanging limply beside him. His pupils dilated, as if he was looking at a killing god. How did this devil do it? The sun shone, the mountain wind blew, and the leaves rustled. Qin Sun twisted his neck and moaned with satisfaction. Ah! Killing beasts is so satisfying? His eyes swept coldly over Kato Mizukin and his gambling friend, and he said slowly, 7 steps away. The gun is fast. Within 7 steps. I'm fast. Chapter 1007. This kid must not be allowed to get addicted to gambling. He dares to gamble with his life. Qin Sun was pretending to be cool, when he suddenly heard Xia Ning shouting hysterically. Gun! Grab the gun. Stop pretending to be cool, grab the gun. Xia Ning shouted, while snatching a shotgun from the hunter assistant, and rushed over. The bodyguard seized the opportunity, and rushed towards Qin Sun and his team with shotguns, and shouted at Qin Sun. Run away! Run away! Give us a shooting angle. We'll shoot them into sieves. At this time, Qin Sun and Kato Mizukin and others stood together, although they were more than half a meter apart, but the bodyguards did not dare to shoot randomly. Just watch the one-shot killing in TV dramas. It takes an average of 20,000 to 30,000 rounds of bullets to kill an enemy on the battlefield. The effective range of a shotgun is only 30 meters. At this time, Kato Mizukin and his men were 30 meters away. Even if he stood still and let them aim with the shotgun, the bullets might fly over Qin Sun's head. Kato Mizukin and his gambling friends saw a group of people rushing over with guns, and they were scared pale. Qin Sun looked at the Desert Eagle on the ground calmly, but did not move. The gambling friend yelled "Ah!" and rushed to the pistol on the ground. Before his fingertips touched the pistol, he suddenly felt a shadow passing over his head. He didn't have time to look back. A big foot came down and hit him hard on the back of his head. There was a crisp sound of crack, which seemed to be the sound of the skull breaking. His head hit the ground hard, and half of his head was buried in it. Jin Sun's foot rolled hard on the back of his head, looking coldly at the petrified Kato Mizukin, and said, "I've said it before. Within 7 steps. I'll be quick." After a short pause, he said in a deep voice, "Revenge is revenge. Rob is rob. Rape is rape. You rob and rape and still want revenge. Where in the world is there such a good thing?" Kato Mizukin was so scared that his teeth were chattering. He glanced at the head under Jin Sun's feet, and saw blood gushing out from the joint between the face of the gambling friend's younger brother and the soil. The younger brother was motionless, dead, not far away. Xiaozheng and the others saw that Jin Sun had killed 2 people in just 10 seconds, and they were all shocked, seeing their miserable deaths. Lu Jingyao reached out to cover Xiaozheng's eyes. Xiaozheng was not happy, and she forced her fingers apart, for fear of missing a second of Jin Sun killing them. For a moment, she felt that she was quite perverted, because she felt quite good. Jin Sun loosened his foot that was stepping on the head, kicked the pistol to Kato Mizukin's feet, and said, "Pick it up. I asked you to pick it up. I'll give you another chance. The last chance to kill me." Kato Mizukin glanced at the pistol at his feet, and his legs trembled. He yelled, threw the cloth bag of treasure in his hand to the ground, turned around and ran like a mad dog. He ran to the grove nearby. Jin Sun sighed, ran after him, and his 2 arms swung irregularly, making him lose his balance and fall forward on his back. He took advantage of the situation and rolled on the ground, rolling several times, using his body weight to press down his dislocated arms. After rolling several times on the ground, Jin Sun stood up with his hands on the ground, and he looked at the grove. Kato Mizukin's back had disappeared into the woods. He roared and chased after him. "I will not leave you with a whole body today." Everyone was shocked. Xia Shuheo held up his pants with both hands, and was inspired by Jin Sun's iron-blooded methods. He could not help but shout loudly, "Fuck! Did his 2 arms really break, or were they just pretending?" He rolled on the ground for a few times, and got his arms back. "What a miracle, doctor!" Lu Shaoquan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Country C has a martial art called bone shrinking, which can dislocate and restore various joints of the body freely. Perhaps Jin Sun has also been exposed to this kind of martial arts?" Xiaozheng looked in the direction of the grove, feeling extremely happy, and turned to look at Lu Shaoquan and smiled. "Old Lu, Jin Sun kills faster than you. He can kill with a gun pointed at the back of his head. He is worthy of being my grandson-in-law," Lu Shaoquan said proudly. "That is our Lu family's Bajiquan." Xiaozheng snorted coldly. Jin Sun's counterattack against the robbers is a matter of character, not his boxing skills. We must not let this kid get addicted to gambling. He dares to gamble with his life. Xia Ning chased Jin Sun, and was about to run into the grove, when someone grabbed her arm, and she looked back and saw that it was her bodyguard. The bodyguard said, "Ms. Ning, even Kato Mizukin couldn't beat Mr. Qin with a gun, let alone now. You might affect his performance if you go over there. Let us go. And you can't catch up with him." Xia Ning thought for a moment, dropped the shotgun on the ground, and quickly ran into the grove. Not to mention that he had lost his hunting rifle. He ran very fast. 4 of the 10 bodyguards stayed behind to protect Xiaozheng and the others, and the other 6 all rushed over. Suddenly, the leader of the hunters shouted in the direction of the grove, "Mr. Qin, the 2 you just killed were considered legitimate defense. You can't kill the one who is running away. If you beat him to death, there will be legal risks. It's considered intentional homicide. You will go to jail." Hearing this, Xiaozheng frowned, glanced at the leader of the hunters, and said coldly, "What legal risks did you just mention? Who committed murder on purpose?" The leader of the hunters stopped talking. He received a high commission from Xiaozheng, but he did not want to get involved in a murder lawsuit. However, since Xiaozheng had really said it, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Lu Shaoquan stepped forward and said, and shouted at the woods, "Jin Sun, just let go, I'll take care of it." Lu Jingyao looked in the direction of the grove, and saw a group of bodyguards chasing after him, and then thought that Kato Mizukin had no weapons, and was just meat on Jin Sun's chopping board. She breathed a sigh of relief, completely relaxed, and her body could no longer stand steadily. Xia Shujia held her in his arms, patted her shoulder, and said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's really okay now. Lu Jingyao looked up at Xia Shujie, with tears in the corners of her eyes, and said fiercely, Old Xia, I don't care whether you like Qin Sun or not. I tell you, I've decided on his marriage with Xia Ning, and no one can object. Xia Shujie couldn't quite understand the woman's train of thought. Why did she say such things at this time? Then, he heard Xia Zheng say again, I approve this marriage. Xia Shujie, if you have any objections, you can sit at the same table with the dog at their wedding banquet. Xia Shujie. Lu Shakuan turned his head and glanced at Xia Shujie, and said in a deep voice, When you were with Xia Ya, did I like you very much? Aren't things fine now? Xia Jing looked up, squinting at Xia Shujie, with an angry expression on her face. How could she look at an old father? How could she be called a little cotton-padded jacket? In an instant, Xia Shujie felt that he had become a public enemy, and was neither a human being nor a person. And he stammered, I didn't say I didn't like him. He turned his head and looked at the grove, said in a deep voice, Qin Sun is indeed a man. Xia Shuheo came over, holding his pants tightly with both hands, said, Pure man. He yelled at the 4 bodyguards, who were cleaning up the battlefield. First, bring my belt over. The 4 bodyguards brought the cloth bag containing jewelry and the pistol, handed the bag to Xia Shuheo first, and then handed the pistol to Xia Zheng. Mr. Xia, the gun is fake. Chapter 1008 Don't run. I'll give you a big gift. Fake gun? Xia Zheng took the pistol and weighed it. He felt a heavy metallic texture in his hand, but he didn't feel it was fake. He took out the magazine, and saw that it was filled with BB bullets. Xia Zheng was so angry that he threw the pistol on the ground and cursed. Damn it! This fake gun is pretty scary. I was wondering why Kato Mizukin didn't want to take the pistol into his own hands to control the situation. It turns out that he knew it was a fake gun. Lu Jingyao saw the BB bullets scattered on the ground, and smiled inexplicably, feeling it was so absurd. If Qin Sun knew that he had been threatened by a fake gun for so long, he would definitely shoot Kato Shuijian into a sieve with a real gun. Lu Jingyao stepped hard on the BB bullets on the ground, turned to look at Xia Shujie, and said seriously, Old Xia, although this gun is fake, Qin Sun's friendship with Xia Ning is real. Don't find any messy excuses to make trouble. Xia Shujie saw his wife's serious face, and felt very wronged. The billionaire president turned into a pitiful little baby, and said weakly, I didn't say anything. In the grove, Qin Sun ran quickly, swinging his arms, and ran a few dozen meters in the grove. There were mottled light and shadows in the woods, bushes and weeds. Where was Kato Mizukin's shadow? I don't know where he ran to, or where he hid. Qin Sun slowed down his pace, and scanned the woods with a pair of bright eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a figure hiding behind the bushes 5 meters away. He rushed over quickly, jumped high into the air and kicked, shouted, Die for me! A figure rolled out from behind the bushes, shouting in panic, Brother! Don't kill me! Brother! Don't kill me! It's me! It's me! Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Sun held back his strength in midair, and saw that it was Qin Fan Shu. She rolled wildly on the dead leaves with the camera in her arms. Quite fast. Qin Sun landed. Qin Fan Shu rolled several meters before stopping, sitting up, and her face was covered with dust and grass debris. She was terrified. She had just followed Qin Sun and Xia Ning and taken photos secretly. She had followed Xia Ning into the woods and taken photos of her picking mushrooms. Unexpectedly, she actually took photos of Xia Ning being kidnapped by bandits. She didn't dare to jump out, and kept hiding behind the bushes, and continued to take photos secretly. She never expected that she would be almost kicked to death by Qin Sun just now. Qin Fan Shu sat on the ground, looked up at Qin Sun, and pointed to the northwest corner. Kato Mizukin fled in that direction. Qin Sun nodded and said, Thank you, you also contributed to his death. I'll pay you the information fee after I kill him. After saying that, he ran over there quickly, like a galloping beast. Qin Fan Shu blinked as he sat on the ground, a little confused. I? Become an accomplice to murder? Information fee? Qin Fan Shu shouted at Qin Sun's back. I don't need it. I don't make this money. Qin Sun leaped in the grove like an experienced hunting dog. After a while, he ran out of the grove. In front of him was a large, slightly flat open space. Without the obstruction of the trees, he saw Kato Mizukin at a glance, and ran over with all his strength. Soon, Qin Sun was only about 40 meters away from Kato Mizukin, he shouted loudly. Run! You should run faster. Are you taking a walk? Kato Mizukin looked back, and found that Chin Sun was approaching at a terrifying speed. He screamed in fear, quickened his pace, panted, and begged for mercy loudly. Let me go! Ah! Please let me go! I'm sorry. Chin Sun heard him gasping for breath, sneered, and shouted without blushing. With your old lady-like physique, you want to kidnap others? Do you still have shame? During the conversation, he was only 10 meters away from Kato Mizukin. Chin Sun raised his casserole-like fist high, and rushed towards Kato Mizukin's head, preparing to cut him open. I'll tell others later that Kato Mizukin was tripped by a stone, and fell to his death, while running. With Xia Zheng and Lu Shichuan's abilities, if you give them an excuse, they should be able to settle this matter. At most, you can spend some money. Kato Mizukin's brother just died, and he is the only orphan left at home. Who will help him? Kato Mizukin heard footsteps behind him, turned around, and saw Chin Sun's fist raised, and screamed in fear again. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Chin Sun didn't care about him at all, and rushed forward. Suddenly, he noticed a dark object a few dozen meters away, and stood up because of the movement here. It turned out to be a black bear weighing more than 200 kilograms, holding half a bloody hair in its mouth. Chin Sun came up with a plan and quickened his pace. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer behind him, Kato Shuijian didn't dare to look back, and rushed forward, shouting non-stop. Mercy! 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 In just 1 or 2 seconds, he saw Chin Sun's figure from the corner of his eye, and was so scared that he covered his head with his hands, and suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Kato Mizukin fell flat on his face, rolled several times on his back, and his limbs curled up tightly. He was so scared that he was yelling, but he saw Chin Sun striding over him with a big step and running forward. Kato Mizukin was stunned, and almost peed himself with joy. He let me go? Not going to kill me. Kato Mizukin turned his head, and looked at Chin Sun's running back, and saw a black bear a few dozen meters ahead of him. And Chin Sun went forward without hesitation, and ran straight towards the black bear. Kato Mizukin was even more confused. This madman likes fighting with the black bear more? He is even more excited than killing me? Suddenly, Kato Mizukin heard a rustling sound of footsteps not far away, guessing that Chin Sun's bodyguards were coming, and quickly got up and ran in the opposite direction. Chin Sun rushed towards the black bear, and rushed quickly and urgently. The black bear, who was originally eating snacks and watching the show, saw an upright ape running towards him at an incredible speed, and realized the danger, and left the rabbit behind and turned around and ran. Chin Sun roared. Evil beast, where are you running? He leaped into the air, and pounced on it fiercely, and threw the black bear to the ground. The man and the beast began to fight. The black bear roared wildly, and each claw attack was easily avoided, and it could not even reach it when it opened its mouth to bite. And this upright ape was even more beastly than a beast. It was strong, fast, and ruthless. It also attacked the lower 3 routes. After a while, the black bear was at a disadvantage. It roared loudly. The voice was full of strong humiliation and unwillingness. Suddenly, the black bear felt itself flipped over by a huge force, its belly facing the sky, and its whole body floating in the air. It was stunned for a moment, and turned its head hard to look, and found that it was lifted up. The black bear roared wildly, and its limbs slapped and beat wildly. Chin Sun turned around, and saw that Kato Mizukin had run away 50 or 60 meters. He held the black bear in both hands and ran towards him, shouting, Don't run! I'm giving you a big gift. Chapter 1009, I feed you meat with good intentions, but you repay me with hatred? Kato Mizukin heard Chin Sun shout, turned his head and was shocked. He saw Chin Sun holding a furious black bear in both hands, running towards him at a rapid pace. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he was talking nonsense. Wow 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 wow. Da 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 ah. Lu bu. Lu bu. Kato Mizukin roared wildly, and ran away faster. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe that a person would actually catch a black bear as a weapon? This is not a summoned beast battle game. People still have humanity, bears or beasts, and if they don't use enough strength, they will really bite people to death with their mouths. Chin Sun ran with the black bear in his hand. The black bear growled louder and louder, and its limbs trembled and struggled more and more violently. He felt his arms were getting more and more tired, and a little sore, but he didn't dare to hold the black bear in his arms, lest the black bear with its anger value fully drawn, directly ripped open his belly with one claw, or bit his throat. Shin-sun quickened his pace, looking at Kato Mizukin's back, and found that he seemed to have broken through his own limit, and his speed was frighteningly fast. He gritted his teeth and exerted force with his legs, and kept approaching Kato Mizukin. After a while, Shin-sun was only 2 meters away from Kato Mizukin, and he roared, "Kato Mizukin! Your father is here!" Kato Mizukin couldn't help but look back, and saw Shin-sun shoving with both hands, pushing a black and plump black bear towards his face. The black bear hit Kato Mizukin, and instantly knocked him down. The black bear was held upside down in the air, and its anger value was already full. At this time, it finally landed on the ground and had a foothold, and it suddenly burst into cruelty. The black bear roared wildly, and slapped Kato Mizukin on the back with one claw. There was only a crack sound. Kato Mizukin's spine was broken. He only felt a sharp pain in his back, but his lower body was numb. He burst into tears. Paralysis? I'm paralyzed. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his neck turn cold and hot, and his throat was bitten to pieces. Blood spurted out, spraying more than 2 meters high. Kato Mizukin lay on the ground, letting the black bear bite him, without any resistance, and his eyes suddenly became bright and dark. He looked at Shin-sun dully. Shin-sun leaned against a tree, his arms folded across his chest, holding a straw in his mouth, watching all this with interest. Kato Mizukin grumbled twice, his eyes wide open, never closing. Outside the grove, Xia Ning and 6 bodyguards stood outside the grove, watching the black bear tearing at Kato Mizukin's body, all stunned. The moment they ran out, they saw the black bear tearing at Kato Mizukin, while Shin-sun leaned against a tree not far away to watch the fun. After a while, the bodyguards reacted and whispered, "Did Mr. Chin drive the black bear to bite Kato Mizukin? How is that possible? It's not a pet. It's a wild beast. How could it listen to humans? We heard the black bear's cry in the woods just now. Could it be that Mr. Chin caught the black bear and bit Kato Mizukin? Is that so? That's possible. After all, Mr. Chin is born with supernatural powers, and can be called the reincarnation of the Yuanbo. That's impossible." Xia Ning heard their discussion, turned his head, and glanced coldly at the bodyguards, and said with a serious face, "If there is no basis, please don't say anything, and don't spread it, no matter how you look at it. It seems that Kato Mizukin panicked and disturbed the black bear, and was killed by the black bear. This is completely an accident." As she said that, her eyes were stern. "Do you really want to define Shin-sun as a murderer? Where is the evidence? People are responsible for what they say." When the bodyguards heard this, they felt uneasy and avoided Xia Ning's sight. As a qualified bodyguard, protecting the employer's safety is the first responsibility. They don't need to think too much about their employer's private lives, personalities, good deeds or bad deeds. This group of bodyguards are well trained, but they were shocked by the scene before them and talked more than usual. Seeing that the bodyguards avoided her sight, Xia Ning knew that the beating was almost over, and said coldly, "I'm standing here because I'm worried that I will become a burden to Shin-sun in the past. But you are bodyguards. Why are you standing here with me to watch the fun?" As she said that, she pointed at Shin-sun, who was leaning against a tree in the distance. "He is less than 5 meters away from a black bear. Shouldn't you protect him?" When the bodyguards heard this, they came to their senses immediately. They looked at each other, all ashamed of their professional ethics. But it seems that they can't be blamed entirely. Although Shin-sun was only 5 meters away from the black bear that was biting people, they really didn't think Shin-sun was in any danger. The black bear was the one in danger. Just now, Shin-sun grabbed the black bear's legs and spun around, and picked it up, and let the 2 old men play with it to death. This black bear is not as big as the previous one, and it can't pose any threat to Shin-sun. The bodyguards thought so. But 4 of them rushed towards Shin-sun with shotguns, and the remaining 2 protected Xia Ning. Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, and slowly walked towards Shin-sun. The 2 bodyguards behind her smiled at each other. Just now she said she was worried that she would become a burden to Shin-sun. So what did she mean by sneaking over now? It's just talk. But in fact, she doesn't think Shin-sun is in any danger from the bottom of her heart. Xia Ning slowly walked towards Shin-sun, walked a few steps, and stopped pretending, quickened her pace, and ran behind. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. In the distance, the black bear bit Kato Shuijian and suddenly rushed towards Qin Sun like crazy. The black bear roared, jumped high, and pounced on Qin Sun. Qin Sun stood up straight, looking at the flying black bear. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What the hell? I fed you meat with good intentions, and you repay me with hatred? Qin Sun's face was stern, and he rushed towards the black bear. He bent his knees, leaned back, and dodged the black bear's pounce. The black bear was on top, and Qin Sun was on the bottom. A man and a bear passed each other. Qin Sun was lying on his back, seeing the black bear flying by, with its two hind legs stretched out in front of him, and he grabbed it like lightning. He kicked his legs hard, and at the same time, he turned around with his waist, and stood up straight. The black bear was about to land, when he suddenly felt his legs being grabbed, and then, the flowers, plants and trees in front of him shook. The world was spinning. Qin Sun grabbed the black bear's legs, and turned in circles. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles. The black bear's eyes went black, and he vomited. The 6 bodyguards who rushed towards Qin Sun slowed down, and suddenly felt that they were redundant. Alas! What a pitiful black bear! What a pitiful bodyguard! They are all creatures with no sense of existence and no dignity. Qin Sun grabbed the black bear, and spun it in circles. When he saw the bodyguards coming over, he spun in circles and shouted, "Do you want to play?" They all waved their hands and shook their heads. No. No! I can't play. I can't play. You are not an ordinary person. We can't compare with you. After a while, Xiaoning came over. She saw Qin Sun dragging a half-dead black bear in circles, and kept spinning, and opened her mouth to interrupt. As soon as her mouth opened, she saw Qin Sun having fun, and seemed to be venting his emotions in this strange way, so she closed her mouth. Xiaoning watched and laughed. Qin Sun spun, laughing. The black bear vomited and cried. Chapter 10. Grandpa, you don't have to wipe my ass. Qin Sun kept spinning in circles, and the people watching around him felt dizzy, but he was still enjoying it. 3 minutes later, he increased his speed and threw the black bear hard, rolling it close to the ground onto a thick patch of weeds. He patted the dust off his hands and said, "Rebellious son, go play." A bodyguard stepped forward, pointed his gun at the black bear lying on the ground gasping for breath, and said, "Mr. Qin, don't you need to hunt it back?" Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Kato Shuijian, who had become a pile of mincemeat not far away, felt like vomiting, and ran away with his mouth covered like a pregnant woman. It ate people. It's so scary. It's so scary. As soon as I chased it out of the woods, I saw the black bear beating Kato. It's so scary. This black bear is a murderer. The bodyguards were stunned, turned their heads to look at the pile of mincemeat, and the half-dead black bear, and the screams of the bear just now in the woods came to their minds. As soon as I got out of the woods, I saw the black bear beating Kato? Could the screams of the black bear just now have been caused by Kato? If he was so brave, how could he be broken into pieces of meat? As soon as we came out, we saw you leaning against a tree, like a bystander, with your hands folded in front of your chest, watching the black bear eat people. I don't know who shouted when he chased after him. I will never leave you with a whole body today. Sure enough, he didn't leave it. But who can prove that Qin Sun called the black bear to eat Kato? This doesn't make sense. Qin Sun ran to Xiaoning, grabbed her hand, and ran into the grove. The 6 bodyguards stared blankly at Qin Sun holding Xiaoning's hand and running briskly on the grass. After hesitating for a while, 4 of them followed from a distance. 2 people stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. Qin Sun held Xiaoning's hand and ran into the grove, and his pace slowed down. The mountain wind blew, and the leaves rustled. The air was filled with the fragrance of wild grass. Xiaoning turned her head to look at Qin Sun's profile, and reached out to gently brush away the dust on his ears. Over and over again. Very carefully. Very gently. Qin Sun was like a cat being stroked. And he stopped walking comfortably, turned his head, and smiled at Xiaoning. Xiaoning looked at him, smiling, smiling, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She put her hands on Qin Sun's arms, carefully touching them from top to bottom, and touching his joints delicately and gently. Xiaoning felt a little stuffy in her chest, and wanted to cry again. She took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" Qin Sun touched his left elbow with his right hand and pressed it hard. With 2 crackling sounds, the joint opened and closed. He smiled. What's the pain? It's not a big deal. Xia Ning was startled, raised her hand, and gave Qin Sun 2 chestnuts. You are so annoying. She hugged Qin Sun tightly, buried her head in his chest, and sobbed softly. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to die today. Qin Sun hugged Xia Ning with both hands, with great strength, almost embedding her into his body. Me too. I thought you were going to die today, he said. He was a little angry, pushed Xia Ning away a little, stared at her face, and questioned. How dare you? Just slap them all. Have you always been so brave? Don't you know they have guns? Xia Ning was a little unconvinced, pushed Qin Sun a little, said coldly. How dare you? The gun is faster at 7 steps away. How can you be faster within 7 steps? The muzzle of their gun is against the back of your head, and you still want to kill them back? Will you die if you don't pretend? Qin Sun laughed twice. In fact, there will definitely be a better opportunity when they take me to the car. But I am impatient and can't wait. Handsome. But it's a lifelong thing. Xia Ning heard him say this, and knew that he had fully recovered. She closed her eyes in anger and amusement, and was too lazy to look at his face again. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt a rough kiss on her lips. She was startled, and her hands habitually rested on Qin Sun's chest, trying to push him away. But she put her arms down again. Forget it. Let him go. Not far away, the 4 bodyguards turned around awkwardly and faced the 2 of them diagonally. I didn't turn my back to them because I had to keep an eye on them. It wasn't peeking, it was the bodyguard's duty. On the other side, Qin Fengshu knelt on one knee, his head buried behind the camera, pressing the shutter frantically, recording this young couple who survived the catastrophe. Qin Sun and Xia Ning kissed each other passionately. I don't know how long it had been, but my mouth was a little numb. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of footsteps around. Xia Ning opened her eyes and saw her grandfather, father, and mother standing not far away, staring at this side, with a strange look on their faces. Xia Ning was anxious, pushed Qin Sun away, wiped his mouth, and gave the dozens of onlookers an awkward smile. Qin Sun opened his eyes, saw Xia Ning's relatives looking at him, and laughed twice. Hee hee. Xia Shuheo whistled, laughed loudly. My nephew-in-law, keep going. You look so handsome today. Even if you shit in my bowl today, I won't scold you. Lu Jingya covered Xia Jing's eyes with one hand, and laughed with her mouth covered with the other. Hearing others praising Qin Sun, she was very happy, even a little proud. Among Xia Ning's family, I was the first one to find that Qin Sun was a good kid. When he was delivering food, I saw that he was not an ordinary person. Xia Shujie glanced at Qin Sun, feeling a little complicated. My relationship with him is so bad. If he doesn't toast me in the future, will I be scolded by the old man and Xia Ning's mother if I turn my face away? I have no dignity as a father-in-law. It's so annoying. Everyone walked towards Qin Sun, and soon surrounded him in the center. Lu Shaoquan looked at his favorite disciple, put his hands gently on his shoulders, touched his joints from top to bottom, said in a deep voice, You really have some solid skills. To dismantle your own joints is the art of breaking tendons and dislocating bones? To dismantle joints freely is the art of shrinking bones? To instantly exert force to shake off the young man is not just the Iron Mountain support, but also the force of internal boxing? To step on someone's head in the mud is the diamond leg? To chase someone with flying steps is the light skill? Qin Sun looked embarrassed, and couldn't answer for a while. He killed these people in a flash. And his fists and feet were there, as soon as he thought of it. He didn't really know which martial arts he used. However, the master's sharp eyes should be similar. Lu Shaoquan looked strange, and he looked at Qin Sun several times, wanting to say something but stopping, and finally asked, How many masters do you have? Qin Sun said sincerely, I have learned a lot of martial arts, but I only recognize one master. Lu Shaoquan put his hands behind his back and laughed happily. It's okay. I just asked casually. When you recover, I will teach you a few more boxing moves. Xia Zheng glanced at Lu Shaoquan with disdain. He didn't want to lose, so he patted Qin Sun's shoulder and said, Good boy. You are very good today. No, you have always been very good. When you recover, I will teach you how to shoot. It's the 21st century, and guns are still the most useful. Lu Shaoquan snorted coldly. Xia Zheng was very happy, turned his head and looked outside the woods, and asked, Kato Mizukin is dead? Qin Sun nodded. Dead. Xiaozheng smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. I'll clean your ass myself, Qin Sun said hurriedly. Grandpa doesn't need to clean my ass. Because I didn't kill anyone. Kato Mizukin was unlucky. He ran out of the woods and ran into a black bear. He was bitten to death by the black bear. Xiaozheng? You're kidding. Qin Sun smashed Kato Mizukin's body with stones and framed it on a black bear? The wounds from stones are different from those from being bitten by wild animals. They can't fool the eyes of the forensic doctor. We can make up other reasons. This child is really smart at one moment and stupid at another. Chapter 10:11 You know nothing. He doesn't practice boxing. He's just a reckless man. Qin Sun swept his eyes over the crowd, seeing that they all looked unconvinced. He said to Lu Jingya, Auntie, Kato Mizukin's death was horrible, not suitable for children. Lu Jingya understood, grabbed Xia Jing's hand, said, You and Mom wait here. Xia Jing muttered several times, finally sighed. Lu Jingya took Xia Jing with her, and a few timid female relatives, and 2 bodyguards stayed in the grove. The others followed Qin Sun out of the grove. As soon as they walked out, everyone was stunned. They saw Kato Shuijian's body in pieces, like a few rotten watermelons smashed on the ground. Meat was all over the ground, blood was flowing. The eyes on the round head were wide open, staring at the blue sky. Not far away, a half-dead black bear had blood all over its mouth. It was tied up with ropes by 2 bodyguards. Xiaozheng had seen a lot of storms in his life, and he also felt that the matter was too absurd. Kato Mizukin was killed by a black bear? But he was killed by a black bear, which saved him a lot of trouble. Xiaozheng turned his head and looked at Qin Sun, pointing at the half-dead black bear, asked, What's wrong with this black bear? Qin Sun scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and said with a smile, I am kind and righteous. I saw that the black bear wanted to run away after eating a person, so I couldn't let it go, and I beat it twice. I will hand it over to the police. Its stomach is full of evidence of its crimes. Xiaozheng nodded with satisfaction, and laughed. You are a good citizen who is brave enough to do what is right. Everyone laughed. Qin Sun laughed, and suddenly saw not far away. Behind a bush, Qin Fanshu was holding a camera and shooting at this side. He frowned. Could it be that I was caught by this bitch? Qin Sun stared at the direction of Qin Fanshu motionlessly, and saw her head sticking out from behind the camera, and grinning at him. She looked very innocent. Qin Sun snorted coldly. In this mountain, even the youngest Xia Jing has 800 thoughts. Why is this slut pretending to be innocent here? There must be something wrong. Qin Sun walked towards Qin Fanshu quickly. Seeing this, Qin Fanshu stood up and hung the camera around his neck, and walked towards Qin Sun without fear. When the two were about to meet, Qin Fanshu said in a low voice, Qin Sun, I advise you not to grab my camera. It's hanging on my chest. If you dare to reach out, I will ruin your reputation. Qin Sun's hand, which had just been raised, was immediately put down. Of course, he had a way to choke Qin Fanshu unconscious in an instant, making her unable to speak. But knocking a woman unconscious in public, that was really like yellow mud on the crotch of pants, which was shit if not shit. Qin Fanshu saw Qin Sun's hand put down, and said, I know you have always been hostile to me, because you think I like your girlfriend. Her eyes passed over Qin Sun's shoulder, and saw Xia Ning looking at this side silently. Qin Fanshu smiled gently at Xia Ning, and continued to talk to Qin Sun. But I tell you, Xia Ning, a girl who dares to give up for love, who doesn't like it? Qin Sun didn't speak. The sight fell on Qin Fanshu's camera. Qin Fanshu took the camera on his chest and shook. Don't think about falling my camera. I am all the evidence of your legitimate defense. What can save your life? After speaking, she walked directly from Qin Sun. Qin Sun turned to look at Qin Fanshu's back, slightly frowned. My girlfriend is of course very flattering. But does the slut Qin Fanshu mean the kind of love that is used to grind tofu? Slutty. Qin Fanshu walked in front of Xiaozheng and Lu Shaoquan, and said in a low voice, Two big guys, can I have a word with you? The 2 old men were not fools. They knew that when they were admiring Kato Mizukin's miserable state, they still came over to ask for a word. There must be something important to say. Xiaozheng glanced at the camera on Qin Fanshu's chest, guessing that she must have recorded something that was not suitable for public. He nodded, and walked into the woods. Lu Shaoquan followed. Qin Fanshu followed and walked a few steps, and turned around to see Qin Sun following quietly. She glared at Qin Sun and signaled him to stop, and then continued to follow quickly. In the grove. In a shadow. Xia Zheng and Lu Shichuan's heads were almost touching, looking down at Qin Fangshu's camera. This is a camera that can take photos and videos. A video is playing at this time. In the picture, Kato Mizukin fell to the ground, and Qin Sun jumped over his body and rushed to the black bear eating melons not far away. Qin Sun threw the black bear down without saying a word, and knocked the beast unconscious with a few punches. Then, he lifted the black bear up with both hands, turned around and ran towards Kato Mizukin. The two were about 50 to 60 meters apart, but he was holding a 200-pound black bear, and he actually caught up with Kato Mizukin, who was running for his life. Qin Sun shouted, "Your father is here." He smashed the black bear hard on Kato Mizukin, and the black bear began to bite Kato Mizukin. Qin Sun leaned against a tree and watched the show. After watching, the two were shocked, and they were speechless for a long time. Holding a 200-gene black bear in both hands and running for more than 100 meters? Even the world's weightlifting champion and sprint champion combined can't do it. Right? This is not a barbell that won't resist, but a roaring black bear. If you don't see it with your own eyes, anyone would think that they are filming with props. After a while, Xia Zheng turned his head and looked at Lu Shaoquan with a slightly sarcastic tone. "Old Lu, do you think Qin Sun needs to practice any boxing with his physical fitness? Two fancy things can only be an obstacle to him. With his physical fitness, all he has to do is put his fist on the enemy's head, and all the other long-winded things are a burden." Lu Shaoquan was not convinced, snorted coldly, and said, "You know nothing. Boxing has some special ways of exerting force, which can make the already amazing physical fitness of the practitioners even better. If Qin Sun doesn't practice boxing, he's just a reckless man. If he practices boxing, he's a master. Do you know the difference between the two?" He became more and more anxious. If Qin Sun didn't practice Taishenko, just now, he had his back to the enemy and someone pointed a gun at the back of his head, how do you think he should exert force to kill with one blow? His physical fitness is so good now, it can't be wasted, and he should practice boxing well. Xia Zheng waved his hand. What is there to practice? Practice with guns, swords, and even sticks are better than boxing. It's the 21st century, and some things should be thrown away. Lu Shaoquan said angrily. Let's have a fight. Xia Zheng rolled up his sleeves. Wait for me to get the gun. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Fangshu saw that the focus of the two old men's discussion was Qin Sun's physical fitness, and they even started arguing. She lowered her head and glanced at the video. In the picture, the black bear was still biting Kato Shuijian's body. Didn't the two old men notice that Qin Sun seemed to kill someone? Hey, Qin Sun killed someone. He killed someone. Chapter 10-12 Guns? As expected of you, you only play tricks. Qin Fangshu opened her big eyes, looking at the two bickering old men blankly, feeling more and more terrified. For those who don't care about the life and death of others, their hands must not be clean. My father said that the underworld was rampant in the past, and then they cleaned themselves up and became entrepreneurs. Could it be that these two old men were not good guys when they were young? Suddenly, Qin Fangshu saw Xia Zheng turn his head and look at her. Her heart skipped a beat, squeezed out a smile, and tried to speak gently and sweetly. Hello, Grandpa. Xia Zheng was startled. He didn't know why this girl suddenly became so sweet. He half grabbed the camera from Qin Fangshu's hand and said in a deep voice, I want this camera. Qin Fangshu swallowed quietly and said carefully, Mr. Xia, I bought this camera with the money I earned from working part-time for a long time when I was in school. Either I give you the card, or you give me back the camera? Xia Zheng nodded, picked up the camera and searched for it. But he didn't know how to remove the memory card. Seeing this, Qin Fangshu reached out to take the phone to help operate it. But he saw Xia Zheng frowning impatiently, saying loudly, the design of things nowadays is not reasonable at all. It's so annoying. Qin Fangshu was startled and put down his hand. Xia Zheng hung the camera around his neck and saw Qin Fangshu's embarrassed face, but didn't dare to speak. His voice was a little softer, but still full of majesty. Sell this camera to me. I will give you 1 million. Qin Fangshu was shocked. Old man, I dare not take this money. Xia Zheng heard that she said she dare not take it. Not that she did not want to take it. Xia Zheng sneered, his voice full of oppression. Little girl, you better take this money. I'm old. If you don't take this money, I won't sleep well at night. Qin Fangshu, as the only eyewitness to Qin Sun's crime, felt great pressure. She smiled bitterly and said, "Old man, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Fa-shu, and I am the niece of the owner of the BNB. My father is the president of Haicheng University of Science and Technology, and he is a department-level cadre. This school is also the school where Qin Sun graduated. In fact, I am a senior. Our family has a good family tradition since childhood, and we don't eat charity." Xia Zheng understood. Qin Fa-shu emphasized her background. She was the niece of the local boss. She had a stronger family background. Her father was a department-level official. Department-level officials in the system, who knew many bigwigs, probably knew more bigwigs than these businessmen. Qin Fa-shu was worried that she would be silenced. Xia Zheng patted the camera and said with a smile, "This 1 million is the result of your hard work, not just a gift from a beggar. Our Xia family has always been law-abiding and honest businessmen. We will definitely give corresponding compensation to others for their hard work. Miss Qin, you have to take this money. Don't make it difficult for us." Qin Fa-shu lowered her head and frowned with a tangled look on her face. After a long while, she raised her head and smiled with an embarrassment, and said, "Then I will obey your order." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to Xia Zheng. Xia Zheng smiled. "Hey, you are so impatient." After Xia Zheng and Qin Fa-shu made a dirty deal, they walked back to the outside of the woods, took a look at the corpse, and took everyone to the grove to cool off. The Xia family, the Lu family, and the hunter assistant. More than 30 people sat on the dead leaves in the grove. 10 bodyguards formed a big circle outside, holding their shotguns and facing outward to pay attention to any danger. Xia Ning was held hostage today. They will definitely be criticized when they go back, and it is inevitable that their wages will be deducted. However, the salary given by the Xia family is high enough. As long as they are not laid off, they cannot slack off now, and they must perform well. Xia Zheng walked aside and called his lawyer for consultation. After listening to Xia Zheng's narration, the lawyer immediately determined that it was self-defense, but still suggested that Xia Zheng call the police so as not to give the local police any reason to talk. After all, 3 people died, and it must not be escalated into an international incident due to improper handling. Moreover, Qin Sun has a special identity and has a huge amount of traffic. Any slight problem will be magnified infinitely on the internet. The most sensible thing to do now is to call the police and wait for them to arrive. Tonight, the lawyer will immediately fly to Country J with an elite team. Xia Zheng hung up the phone and shared the content of the call with everyone, which was recognized by everyone. "Call the police if you want to. We are not afraid of our own shadows. We must call the police. Damn it! We are here to travel. How come 3 killers suddenly appeared when we were hunting? Do you want to keep the tourism industry in Akita County? We must compensate us for mental damages." That's right. The 3 killers were carrying guns. Even if they were fake guns, they were scary enough. Qin Sun smiled awkwardly when he heard this and said, "Actually, there is another gun." The scene fell silent, and everyone looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun felt that as a criminal suspect, he should not conceal the case from his own people, lest the confession be messed up later, which would be disadvantageous to him. He spoke calmly, telling everything in detail. How he urinated on the hillside, and urinated out 2 hidden people, and was pointed at by Kato Mizukin with a pistol. He jumped down and was pointed at his head with a gun, and then he grabbed the gun and snatched the dagger and threw it away. In the end, he also threw away the pistol. After that, the grove was quiet. Everyone stared at Qin Sun blankly, with an incredible look on their faces. A breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. Quiet. Silence. Speechless. After a while, Xia Ning broke the silence. She smiled and whispered, "I said, why did I smell a strong smell of urine when I was held hostage? It turned out to be yours." Qin Sun waved his hands and immediately denied it. "Hey, you can't say that. When I pinched Kato Shuijian's neck, he thought I wanted to kill him, and he was so scared that he peed, and peed all over his pants pocket. His urine is smelly." Hearing this, Xia Ning frowned slightly. She could accept the smell of Qin Sun's urine, but Kato Mizukin's urine was too disgusting. Everyone laughed. Xia Shuheo said loudly, "My nephew-in-law. I didn't expect you to have a gunfight with them before. As expected of you, you only play tricks." Lu Jingyao looked distressed. "Shao Sun. You kid. Don't do this in the future." You can't always think about killing others. They have guns in their hands. Too hard will break easily. You have to learn to be soft. Xia Shujia looked at Qin Sun, hesitated, and decided to ease their relationship and say a few soft words to break the ice. Xiao. Xiao. He really couldn't call him Xiao soon. Boy, don't just act cool when you do things in the future. You are not alone now. Consider Ning Ning before taking any risks. Qin Sun heard this, knowing that Xia Shujia recognized him, and was overjoyed, said with a smile, I know Uncle Jie. Let's drink tonight. Xia Shujia laughed. Then let's drink. The two smiled at each other. Xia Shujia breathed a sigh of relief. This guy doesn't seem that annoying. It's not entirely his fault that he fainted on the second floor of the bath center before he had heat stroke. Outside the grove, in the sun, the bodies of Kato Mizukin and others soon attracted a group of insects to bite. In the grove, in the shade, there was a gentle breeze. Everyone was talking and laughing while waiting for the police to arrive. Chapter 1013 Who did this? This is definitely a serious crime. In the small woods, everyone was chatting casually, talking about everything. The prey was thrown under a tree nearby, and there was quite a lot of them piled up. There were pheasants, hares, big birds, and even an elk. Xia Ning picked up the mushrooms and put them at his feet. Qin Sun was a little angry when he saw the bag of mushrooms, and kicked it not far away. The bag opened, and the mushrooms fell all over the ground. Xia Ning was startled, and slapped him hard on the thigh, and scolded him. What are you doing? Qin Sun said, looking at the mushrooms on the ground. You almost died for picking some mushrooms. I feel upset when I see them. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun and said nothing. She stood up with her hands, brushed off the leaves and dirt on her body, walked over and squatted to pick up the mushrooms one by one into the bag. Qin Sun sighed and also stood up to pick them up. Xia Ning's movements were gentle. She picked them up one by one, blew off the dust on them, and then gently put them in. Qin Sun grabbed a handful of mushrooms with his big hand and threw them in, not afraid of breaking the cap of the mushroom. Seeing Qin Sun's rough movements, Xia Ning held his hand and said anxiously, Okay, don't help pick them up. The more you pick, the busier you get. When Qin Sun's hand stopped struggling, she let go of his hand and said gently, You also know that we both almost died. How can you just throw away something you paid for with your life? Cook it for us tonight. I want to see how delicious your favorite food when you were a child is. Qin Sun felt a headache when he heard the word most. Xia Ning's maternal radiance awakened again? His mother likes to say. Most, especially likes to add it before food. Today carrots are the most nutritious, tomorrow kelp is the most nutritious, the day after tomorrow eggplant is the most nutritious, anyway. It will never be the turn of fried chicken to be the most nutritious. Xia Ning squatted on the ground and continued to pick mushrooms, and said, And every year on this day in the future, you must fry a plate of coral mushrooms for me. Today is our coral mushroom anniversary. Qin Sun's eyes widened, and he was speechless. Women's train of thought is always so strange. A mushroom has become an anniversary. Just when Qin Sun wanted to make a sarcastic remark, he heard the crowd behind him start to make a noise. Lu Jingya said with a smile, Wow, this is too romantic. The women of the Lu family also laughed and agreed. Wow, this is too romantic. Wow, this is too romantic. Wow, this is too romantic. Qin Fanshu leaned against a big tree, took out his mobile phone to take pictures of them, and took advantage of the chaotic noise, whispered, Wow, this is too fucked up. Just after she finished speaking, she found that the mushroom-headed girl not far away turned her head to look at her, and a disdainful smile appeared on her cold face. Qin Fanshu? This little brat can definitely get full marks in English listening. She doesn't think I'm jealous of this couple. Right? Qin Sun listened to these flattering voices, and was even more speechless. Wow, this is too second year. J Country is indeed the birthplace of the second dimension. Can it turn every normal and cold queen into a second-year girl? Too scary. Xia Ning lowered her head to pick mushrooms, not daring to look up at people. Her ears were red. More than an hour later, Xia Jing's cell phone rang. It was Ho Xiaoping calling. He answered the call. Hello? Have you arrived? On the other end of the phone, Ho Xiaoping's voice was trembling. Mr. Xia, yes. The police and I are here just outside the grove, not far from the two bodies. It was obvious that he was frightened by the tragic state of the two bodies. Xia Jing stood up and said in a deep voice, We are enjoying the cool in the grove, and will be out soon. Wait for me there. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Xiaozheng turned around and said to everyone, "People without hunting licenses in Country J, give your hunting rifles to the hunter assistant. We are going to see the police soon. Don't give them something to talk about. We are far away in a foreign country. We must cooperate with them." As soon as the voice fell, the Lu family, the Xia family people stood up one after another. But they all held their hunting rifles without moving. Only Xiaojing handed the hunting rifle to a hunter assistant beside him. 3 or 4 of the 10 bodyguards handed the hunting rifles to the hunter assistant. Qin Sun was surprised to see this. His eyes fell on Xiaojing's face. He asked Xia Ning beside him in a low voice, "Is it so easy to get a hunting license in Country J? Xiaojing is the only one in your family who doesn't have one." Xia Ning hesitated and explained in a low voice, "People from Country C can obtain a hunting license in Country J. But they need to meet some conditions. They must not have a criminal record of illegal hunting of wild animals. They must be over 18 years old. They must have the ability to identify the type of wild animals they are applying to hunt. In addition, they must provide a written application report, valid documents and explanatory materials to prove the purpose of hunting, and a work plan for implementing the hunting. If you need to hunt with a gun, you must also obtain a gun license issued by the relevant department." Qin Sun heard these conditions one after another, and knew that it was not easy for people from Country C to obtain a hunting license in Country J. But it was not difficult for their family. Sure enough, money can solve most of the troubles in the world. It can also expand your living radius. Rich people really enjoy the world. Xia Ning saw through Qin Sun's thoughts, put his hands on Qin Sun's arms, and said, "You are very rich now. You are good at making money. I will teach you how to spend money in the future. Go wherever you want." Qin Sun thought about it, and nodded vigorously. Before, he was focused on making money and getting slacking points, and was not very keen on spending money for pleasure. Now that Genshin Impact is about to be released, there are more than 800 million in stock for slacking off, and the abilities gained are enough for one to live a carefree life. It's time to start being a nouveau riche. Buy 2 bowls of soy milk. Drink 1, and pour 1. Outside the grove. Even though the 10 policemen were well informed, they couldn't help but want to vomit. One corpse had a deep chest, and the white and bloody ribs pierced the flesh and were exposed to the air. Another corpse, one with half of its head buried in the soil, was face down. The soil here is not soft, but rather hard. He couldn't figure out how half of the head was smashed in. The face was rotten. Judging from the strange twisting of the neck, the cervical vertebrae should be completely broken, with only a layer of flesh connecting the head and the body. The 10 policemen were terrified and felt that there were too few people coming. What happened here? This is not an ordinary murder case. This is a super vicious case. Who did it? Suddenly, footsteps sounded. The police looked up. Led by 2 old men, one tall and one thin, there were about 40 or 50 people. Most of them were holding a shotgun. On both sides of them, there were 5 people in camouflage uniforms. One look at their physique showed that they were tough guys, who were not easy to mess with. The group was so powerful. Suddenly, the faces of the 10 policemen changed. One of the trainee policemen couldn't help but scream, and pulled out his pistol, and pointed it at Xiaozheng and the others. Xiaozheng's eyes were fierce, and he yelled, "How dare you!" Dozens of people behind him raised their guns at the same time, and pointed them at the police. Xiaozheng was not to be outdone, and made a pistol gesture with her hand in the crowd, and pointed it at the police. The atmosphere was tense. Chapter 1014. It's already stuck in the tree. Is this called throwing it away casually? Baga. The young policeman looked at the dozens of black guns pointed at them. His face turned pale with fear, and roared, to encourage himself. This roar intensified the tension at the scene. The remaining 9 policemen were frightened by this scene. Even the most experienced policeman among them had never encountered a situation where dozens of guns were pointed at them at the same time. This was just like a gang fight. The police looked at the muzzles of the guns. They were clearly armed, but they dared not act rashly, so as not to alert the enemy. Xiaozheng stepped out and said loudly, "Did you draw your gun right away? What does this mean? Didn't we make it clear when we called the police? We were ambushed, attacked, kidnapped, and we killed the criminals. Have you figured out who is the criminal and who is the victim? We are good people. Should good people be pointed at with guns?" The tour guide Ho Jiaoping turned pale with fear, and stood in front of the crowd with his arms outstretched. Facing the police, he explained in Jade language, These are the people who called the police. They just experienced a terrorist attack. And now they are very nervous. Don't provoke them anymore. These are international friends, who are well known in Country C. Don't expand the situation into an international incident. The leading police captain was called Chiu Meixiong. He turned around and glared at the young policeman, mumbling a lot of curses, and reached out to grab the gun. Chiu Meixiong turned around and looked at Xia Zheng, mumbling a lot in Country J. Ho Xiaoping breathed a sigh of relief and immediately translated. The captain said, "Old man, I'm really sorry. This young policeman's psychological quality is not good enough." He was a little panicked when he saw the two bodies on the ground so miserable. "Just now, I saw dozens of you walking out of the woods, holding hunting rifles in your hands. I panicked for a moment and pulled out the gun on impulse. I apologize to you on his behalf." Xia Zheng nodded with satisfaction, and he turned around and waved. Dozens of guns were put down, with their muzzles pointed at the ground. Suddenly, Xia Zheng saw Xia Jing still making a pistol gesture with her hands, and took a step forward, slapping Xia Jing's hand hard. "What nonsense!" Xia Jing felt pain, but she didn't shout or make a fuss, but laughed instead. As a result, Lu Jingyao slapped her hand again. Xia Jing couldn't laugh anymore. General Chiu Meixiong led the police to start working. A group of police began to draw lines with lime around the body, demarcating the cordon, taking various photos, and carefully observing the surrounding area, looking for clues that might have been missed. Qin Sun saw them looking for evidence around, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Something happened. Outside the grove, I held the bear and chased Kato Mizukin, and every step I took on the ground was so strong and powerful. Although the ground here is hard and covered with weeds and vegetation, it might leave some footprints. Is there a genius detective like Detective Conan here who can infer that I am a murderer through these subtle clues? Chiu Meixiong brought two policemen to talk to Xia Zheng, Qin Sun, Xia Ning and other major participants in the case. With Ho Xiaoping's translation, he began to understand what happened, and his expression became more and more exciting. The other policemen working nearby were also attracted by this absurd plot. After finishing their work, they came over to listen to the story. Qin Sun finished his narration calmly, with a faint smile on his face, looking at the group of policemen. He just hoped that they would not notice anything. However, with his acting skills, they should not be able to see through his thoughts. The group of policemen looked at each other, as if they didn't know what to say. After a long pause, 7 or 8 policemen walked to the side in tacit understanding, away from Qin Sun and the others. And then, they whispered in Jade language. "Is it true? He was pointed at the back of his head with a gun, and he just used his shoulder to shake him to death? The collapsed sternum and the ribs that pierced the flesh were shaken out by his shoulder? The body that was face down with half of its head buried in the ground was chopped off by Qin Sun's kick. Do you think he is making up a fake story to fool us? I don't believe Kato Mizukin would be so unlucky that he was bitten to death while escaping. It's possible. Besides, they have enough time to collude with each other. I heard before that Kato Mizukin wanted to avenge his brother. I remember he was a softie. How could he really dare to do that? Kato Mizukin is really unlucky. There is no one left in his family." Suddenly, a policeman noticed that Qin Sun had been looking at this side intentionally or unintentionally, and immediately stopped him in a slightly louder voice. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk about revenge or not. I know that Qin Sun and Kato Daiki have signed a contract to compete in the octagon cage." Everyone understood and gradually quieted down. Chiu Meixiong took a deep look at Qin Sun and resisted the urge to take out handcuffs and handcuff him. Under normal circumstances, when facing such a thug, he should be controlled immediately to prevent him from rebelling during the investigation. But Xia Zheng and his men had too many guns in their hands. Their attitude was very good, so Chiu Meixiong had to give up. After a while, at Chiu Meixiong's request, Qin Sun led a group of policemen to the place where Kato Mizukin urinated. Qin Sun took them to a small mound not far away, and repeated what he had just said while gesturing. He jumped off the mound, pointed to a bowl-sized tree on the right, and said, "The dagger nailed to the tree was the one I snatched from the bandit's waist and shot onto the tree." As he said that, Qin Sun raised his hand high again, pointed to the weeds in front of him, and said, "I threw Kato Mizukin's pistol into that pile of grass. I don't know if it's real or fake, to prevent it from being picked up by others and endangering society. Police officers, please go and get the pistol back." The direction Qin Sun pointed to was the wrong direction, which was more than 50 meters away from the weeds where he actually threw the gun. The purpose was to delay the time for the police to find the gun. See if there is a chance to deal with the other side of the grove, the footprints left by Kato Mizukin's body. Suddenly, Qin Sun noticed that the surroundings were quiet, and the atmosphere was a bit strange. He turned his head, and saw that dozens of people behind him were all shocked and staring at the direction of the small tree in amazement. Qin Sun asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Xiaoquan looked at Qin Sun with a strange expression, walked quickly to the small tree, and stared at the dagger with a serious face. Only 2 fingers of the dagger were exposed outside, and the rest of the blade was completely immersed in the tree trunk. It was unknown how long the blade was in the wood. He stretched out his hand to pull it out. Xiao Meixian was very anxious, mumbling something, and pushed Ho Jiaoping. Ho Jiaoping immediately translated, "Grandpa, please show mercy. The police need to take photos for evidence." "This is evidence." Xiao Meixian rushed over, and 9 policemen followed him. They surrounded the tree trunk, looking at the dagger embedded in the tree trunk, and were shocked. One of the policemen took a camera and took pictures of the dagger from all angles, just like taking pictures of a work of art. Qin Sun walked back to Xiaozheng and the others and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xiaozheng snorted coldly, glancing at Qin Sun with some dissatisfaction, said, "Is this what you just told us in the tree? Just throw the dagger aside? It's already stuck in the tree, and you call it just throwing it aside?" Qin Sun laughed awkwardly twice, thinking to himself, "If I didn't just throw it aside, but threw it with all my strength, the sapling would have been broken." Chapter 10:15. Are you addicted to helping others? You even help people find guns? Seeing the policemen surrounding him, Lu Xiaoquan was unwilling to stay with them, and turned back. He looked at Qin Sun with a complicated expression and finally sighed. "What beautiful hidden weapon skills! How much of your skills are you hiding from me?" Qin Sun looked embarrassed, after looking around, took Lu Xiaoquan and Xia Jing's hands and walked aside, looking like he was going to have a secret conversation. It was not easy for others to follow him. "I just think Qin Sun is just saying something to make the old man happy. And he might say something that is not very strict. So I have to hide aside." Qin Sun held the 2 old men on the left and right, and after leaving the crowd for more than 10 meters, he lowered his voice and said, "Grandpa, Grandpa, save me." The 2 old men looked stern at the same time, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Qin Sun said in a low voice with a heavy face, "Just now, you should have seen some photos in Qin Fangshu's camera, and know how Kato Shuijian died." Seeing the 2 old men nodded, he continued, "Just now I was busy comforting Xia Ning, and forgot to clean my own ass. I lifted the black bear from 50 or 60 meters away and rushed towards Kato Shuijian, and there might be obvious footprints along the way. If we meet a criminal investigation expert, it might cause some trouble." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoquan frowned impatiently. "Is this what you want to tell us? I thought it was a big deal." Qin Sun was a little confused. "Isn't this a big deal?" Xiaozheng laughed, and seeing that people not far away were attracted by his laughter, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "Qin Sun, you just don't have enough experience in committing crimes. You don't have 1,000th of your master's style. In this wilderness, there are no surveillance cameras, and no witnesses. The black bear has been controlled by us. Its mouth is filled with Kato Mizukin's blood, and its stomach is filled with Kato Mizukin's meat. Who the hell dares to convict you? Have you watched too much TV? There are not so many detectives in the world. I tell you, a few decades ago, the crime-solving rate in the entire world was less than 10%. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pushed Lu Xiaoquan. "Is that right, old Lu?" Lu Xiaoquan snorted coldly, shook his body slightly, shook off Xia Jing's hand, and said, "Don't ask me. How should I know?" Qin Sun saw that the 2 old men didn't take this matter to heart at all, and a stone fell from his heart. He also knew from the data on the internet that most of the cases nowadays are solved by surveillance. And without surveillance, there would not be so many magical reasonings. However, when the matter fell on him, he was still a little nervous, and he always felt that Conan and Holmes would join forces to kill him. At that time, I could only transform into a native, and fight from Nanchunmen to Penglai East Road. Seeing Lu Xiaoquan was angry, Xiaozheng smiled a few times and then restrained his smile, and said to Qin Sun with a serious face, "Don't worry. I will take care of the police. I believe they also want to close the case as soon as possible and give everyone an explanation. Besides, I have asked people to notify various media to interview you. In terms of public opinion, we will also put pressure on them. Xia Zheng had just hidden Qin Fengshu's camera and asked someone to remove the memory card, hiding it deeper. If necessary, he will provide the police with a video that can be provided to the police. Hearing Xia Zheng's words, Qin Sun clasped his hands and bowed to him, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa. You've spent money on me again. Originally, I was thinking of asking you to ask 3 bodyguards to go to the bushes and pretend to help the police find a gun to distract the police's attention. Then you can use the excuse that the weather is too hot to go to the grove to cool off, and ask a few people to destroy my footprints." Xia Zheng and Lu Shaoquan looked at each other, and both had a smile on their faces. Xia Zheng laughed. "I thought you were timid just now, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. You don't take the police seriously at all?" Lu Shaoquan nodded and said, "It's a good idea. Maybe it can save us a lot of money." Qin Sun laughed, looking harmless. Suddenly, Lu Shaoquan turned his head to look at Qin Sun, looking a little helpless, and asked, "Qin Sun, don't blame me for being hypocritical. I have a question for you. Do you feel a little wrong to recognize me as your master?" Qin Sun shook his head repeatedly, holding Lu Shichuan's hands with both hands, said, "How could that be? You are not only my master but also my grandfather. How about this? We will talk to each other from now on. You call me your disciple, and I call you my grandfather. It's like a kinship." Lu Shaoquan is not a conservative person, but he can't accept such a forward-thinking statement. He waved his sleeves and said angrily, "Aren't you kidding me?" As he said this, he turned and walked towards the crowd, with a smile on his face. Qin Sun immediately chased after him. When they walked back to the crowd, they saw that the 10 policemen were still surrounding the tree and studying the dagger. They tried to pull out the dagger one by one, but because the dagger was too high, it was difficult to exert force, and it was too deep in the wood, they never pulled it out. The policemen gathered around the dagger and whispered in jade language. Did Qin Sun really throw it over and nail it into the tree? Just like our ninjas use kunai? This is incredible. I don't quite believe it. I now feel more and more that Qin Sun was lying to fool us just now. But if it wasn't thrown in, how did it get in? There are no marks of being hit by a hammer on the dagger. Qin Sun saw that they couldn't pull it out after a long time, so he walked over and spoke in a genuine London accent. "Can I help you?" They all understood this English sentence, and their faces became a little embarrassed, and they all looked at Xiao Meixiang. Xiao Meixiang hesitated for a moment, and forced a smile on his face. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Meixiang saw Qin Sun gently stretch out his hand, and he didn't see how he exerted any strength, but he pulled out the dagger that was nailed to the tree trunk. The dagger was nearly 20 centimeters, and it almost pierced through the tree just now. The hearts of the 10 policemen trembled. Seeing Qin Sun lift heavy objects with ease, they somewhat believed that the 2 battered bodies were Qin Sun's masterpieces. This strength was too great. The young policeman couldn't help but move his fingers, subconsciously wanting to touch the pistol on his waist, to give himself a sense of security. Qin Sun handed the dagger in his hand to the stunned Xiao Meixiang, and turned back to the crowd. He looked like a master who was leaving after doing something. Suddenly, Qin Sun raised his hand and pointed to a bush, and said loudly, "The gun is right there. Let's send a few people to help the police find it." The people behind him looked at each other, wondering what Qin Sun meant by this. Is he addicted to helping others? Going through the bushes in this hot weather to find a gun for someone? Not only is it thankless, but it may also be illegal. Xia Zheng had already told the 3 bodyguards. Hearing Qin Sun's words, they immediately went to the direction Qin Sun pointed, crawled into the bushes, crouched down and searched. Xiao Meixiang saw this. His face changed, and he ran over quickly, saying to Xia Zheng in awkward English, "What are you doing?" Chapter 10:16 Don't worry, people from country C don't cheat people from country J. Xia Zheng didn't understand English, but he could understand this sentence, but he didn't bother to pay attention to him, and turned around and walked into the grove. Qin Sun stays to assist the police. Everyone else, follow me to the grove to rest, don't bother them. Seeing that they all turned around and walked into the grove, Xiao Meixiang shouted a few times, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" But except for a few people who turned back and looked at him with a slightly playful look, no one stopped. Xiao Meixiang watched Xia Zheng and the others walk towards the grove, and then turned his head to look at the bushes. The 3 bodyguards had disappeared into the bushes. He was anxious for a moment, and was about to speak. Chin Sun reached out and pressed his shoulder, showing a harmless smile. Easy. Easy. He took out his mobile phone and opened the travel translation software that Xia Ning had prepared for him, and said to the phone, Uncle Police, my grandfather asked 3 retired Special Forces bodyguards to help you find a pistol. Others go to the woods to cool off. It's noon now, and the weather is too hot. They will get heat stroke. The translation software translated this paragraph into J language in a moment and displayed it on the phone. Chin Sun handed the phone to Chiu Meixiang. After reading this, Chiu Meixiang's expression eased a little, and he turned to give instructions to the policeman behind him. He asked 4 people to follow Xia Zheng and his friends, and to keep an eye on their movements. The 4 policemen ran out and chased Xia Zheng and his friends. Chin Sun took a small side step and stopped them, saying with a smile, Thank you. Thank you. They can protect themselves. No need your help. The 4 policemen who were stopped were confused and stopped. They had seen Chin Sun's fighting ability from the way he pulled out the dagger. Thinking of the 2 horrible corpses, they knew that there was a giant beast hidden in the humanoid creature in front of them. They had guns in their hands, but they didn't dare to pull them out now. After all, he had more guns. Otherwise, if they were ordinary murderers, they would have handcuffed Chin Sun. Chiu Meixiang could understand a few words, but he didn't understand the overall meaning. He immediately stepped forward, took out the translation software on his mobile phone, and began to communicate with Chin Sun in a difficult manner. After several exchanges, Chiu Meixiang was a little annoyed. Chin Sun was very strong, but his brain seemed to be a little slow. The conversation between the 2 was always irrelevant. Chin Sun would smile and say Yoshi. Yoshi from time to time. No one knew what he was saying. Chiu Meixiang lost his patience and waved his hand to ask the 5 policemen to search for the pistol in the weeds. They had to be quick and get ahead of the bodyguards. Chiu Meixiang didn't dare to think about it. What if the pistol was secretly hidden by these 3 retired Special Forces bodyguards? How serious would he be punished? Chiu Meixiang shouted into the bushes. Stop! Stop! But no one would care about him. Chin Sun stood aside, showing a harmless smile, said, Don't worry, they are all good people. See, people don't cheat J people. Chiu Meixiang? What? Xia Jing sighed. After they walked back to the grove, the 7 bodyguards immediately scattered and sneaked into the grove to provide protection in various directions. They disappeared from everyone's sight with the help of bushes, weeds, and earth slopes. However, everyone knew that they were there. This is the so-called secret protection. Xia Zheng sat on the ground, looking excited, and loudly led everyone to talk. Lu Xiaoquan echoed loudly. They were the heads of the family, and everyone was very supportive. The atmosphere of the live chat was very lively. Laughter and joy were heard continuously. In a place that no one could see, 7 bodyguards quietly walked out of the grove. After the 4 policemen broke free from Chin Sun's crazy entanglement, the 7 bodyguards had already quietly returned to the grove and continued to protect him secretly. It seemed that nothing happened. After more than 20 minutes, a J-country policeman took out a black pistol from the bushes, raised it high, and shouted excitedly, Captain, see you. Captain, I found it. Chiu Meixiang ran over. He put the pistol in the evidence bag. His face was weird, and he looked at Chin Sun. There really is a pistol in the bush. And it's a real gun. Could it be that what Chin Sun said before about taking the gun with bare hands really happened? This is too incredible. Next, Chiu Meixiang asked Chin Sun to lead them to the grove to meet up with Xia Zheng and the others. As soon as he entered the grove, he exchanged glances with the 4 policemen sent to keep an eye on them, and saw them nod. He was relieved to learn that Xia Zheng and the others had been sitting in the woods quietly, enjoying the cool and chatting, and had not made any other moves. Yes, if they want to destroy the scene, there is plenty of time before they arrive. So why take advantage of this moment to do it? Chiu Meixiang, led by Chin Sun, walked outside the grove and saw Kato Mizukin's body scattered on the ground. A lot of blood had been dried into dark red blood scabs by the sun, and as the mountain wind blew, it fell everywhere. A group of green-headed flies buzzed above his body. Not far from Kato Mizukin's body, a black bear with its limbs tied up was rolling on the ground, growling softly from its mouth. The police were stunned. This is really ridiculous. Kato Mizukin was really eaten by a black bear. I never thought there would be such a coincidence in the world. Is this what the old saying in country C means? You will suffer for your own sins? A scoundrel will be punished by heaven. Chief Chiu Meixiang took the police to take pictures, draw lines with lime, set up cordons. After that, he took out his mobile phone and called his leader to request more police resources. This is a big case. This is an important case. This is a case that will make an international sensation. After Chiu Meixiang hung up the phone, he took his men to take the corpse as the center of the circle and walk slowly and carefully around to look for any remaining evidence. Qin Sun stood by the grove, watching all this quietly. He was surprised to find that there were indeed some traces around the body. But it was no longer possible to see the footprints of him holding the black bear and running towards Kato before he went to bed. It should have been handled by professionals. Qin Sun smiled slightly. The old man really had experts under him. After a while, the other police were still looking for clues everywhere. Chiu Meixiang led 2 policemen to Xiaozheng, glanced at the translator Ho Xiaoping, and said in J country, Mr. Xia, I need to take you all back for investigation. Especially Qin Sun. He slowly took out handcuffs from his waist. Before the truth is completely clear, he is the first suspect. I need to handcuff him back. Ho Xiaoping translated it with an embarrassed look. Xiaozheng snorted coldly and cursed loudly. Hack you. Did I give you face? Before my lawyer arrives. I don't want to waste another word with you. I'll stay in the BNB. If you have the guts, drive a tank to take people away from under my nose. After saying that, he turned and left. Dozens of people followed. 6 of the 10 bodyguards held shotguns, pointed their guns to the ground, and faced the police with a vigilant look, slowly backing away. Chiu Meixiang watched them disappear in the grove, and was so angry that he threw the handcuffs on the ground and cursed loudly. Baga! Wait! Chapter 1017 Xiaozheng, is this all you can do? Qin Sun and his group descended the mountain in a mighty procession. They did not forget to ask the hunter assistants to bring back the prey, including the bear whose chest was shattered by Xiaozheng's shots. They got on the bus. Qin Sun and Xiaoning still sat in the last row, and Qin Fanshu still sat next to Xiaoning. Suddenly, Lu Jingya took Xia Shujia's hand and walked to the last row. The last row had 4 seats, and if they squeezed together, it could also accommodate 5 people. Qin Fanshu stood up and gave up his seat when he saw them coming, and sat down in an empty seat in front. Lu Jingya sat next to Xiaoning, and Xia Shujia sat next to Qin Sun. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lu Jingya brought Xia Shujia over to strike while the iron was hot, to ease the relationship between her husband and future son-in-law, and to make them an enviable father-in-law and son-in-law. Xia Shujia sat next to Qin Sun, and the president, who usually made his subordinates tremble with fear with a glance, was like a student at a parent-teacher meeting, and was a little at a loss. He took out a cigarette box to pass out cigarettes, but put it back when he thought that it was a public place. Qin Sun saw this and wanted to laugh. This old ding is quite shy. Qin Sun was thick-skinned, and without saying a word, he raised his hands and pressed them on Xia Shujia's shoulders, saying, Uncle Jia, I'll give you a few presses. Thank you for your hard work today. I worked hard. Xia Shujia was startled, turned his head to look at Qin Sun, and saw that he looked sincere before he was sure that he was not playing tricks on him. He laughed twice. What's the hardship for me? Thank you for your hard work today. He paused and said, even if you are not with Xiaoning anymore, you can come to me if you encounter any problems. I will definitely help if I can. And if I can't, I will find a way to help. The smile that Lu Jingya had just shown on her face froze immediately, and she took Xia Shujia's hand and walked back to the original position. You are such a jinx. Don't talk if you don't know how to talk. A burst of laughter rang out in the bus. Xia Shuheo laughed particularly loudly, and seemed to be afraid of laughing his pants off, and subconsciously grabbed his belt with both hands. More than an hour later, the bus drove back to the BNB and stopped at the entrance of the BNB. A group of people got off the bus, and Xiaozheng led everyone back to the BNB to rest. As soon as they entered the door, many women surrounded Xiaoning's grandmother and chattered about what happened in the mountains today, exaggerating it. The 2 old ladies were terrified and stretched out their hands to call Xiaoning and Qin Sun over. Sometimes they hugged Xiaoning, and sometimes they held Qin Sun's hand. They kept wiping their tears, and called my dear and my treasure one by one. Finally, Xiaoning's grandfather said to Lu Shaoquan, Old man, you can't let Qin Sun get into trouble, or I I won't go back to China with you. Lu Xiaoquan nodded seriously. Nothing will happen. Xia Ning's grandmother was not to be outdone, and said to Xia Zheng, Old Xia, except Qin Sun, I don't recognize other grandsons-in-law, you can do it yourself. Xia Zheng snorted coldly, and said loudly, It's already being done. If I hadn't helped, the police would have surrounded the BNB long ago. He walked in front of Qin Sun, and said in a deep voice, You should have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow we will go through the formalities. You may have to stay in the detention center for a few days. Xia Ning's grandmother stood up, and said dissatisfiedly, Is this all you can do? Xia Zheng looked a little embarrassed, waving his hand, said, It's just a formality, it's just a formality. He has to eat meat when he stays in there for a few days. I will definitely not let him lose weight. If Qin Sun can't get out, I will take people to jailbreak him. Okay. Qin Sun didn't want to see the two old people quarreling because of him, so he stood up, stood between them, and said with a smile, Grandpa, Grandma, please stop arguing. I'm fine. I've never been to jail before. Being in jail for a few days is a novel experience. Maybe it can give me some inspiration for movies or songs. Xia Shihao walked over with a smile, took Qin Sun's hand, and walked to the side. Brother, I have experience in jail. I'll teach you a few tricks secretly. When you are in jail, you can't be tough. You have to learn to take advantage of the situation. You have to see who is the boss in a cell. With your looks, you can seduce. Qin Sun? When Qin Sun and the others returned to the BNB to rest, some media in Country J received the news. In addition to some local media in Country J, there are more branches of major media in Country C stationed in Country J. They received a piece of explosive news almost at the same time. The super popular idol of Country C, Qin Sun, killed someone. He will be taken away by the police tomorrow morning. Reporters booked the nearest air tickets and high-speed rail tickets to the BNB in Akita Prefecture. Privately, the media's communication groups were blown up. Qin Sun killed someone. Can you believe this? I dare to believe it, but the news I heard is that Qin Sun killed Kato Oki's brother Kato Mizukan and his younger brother. A total of 3 people. 3 people? So many? Not only killed, but also brutally killed. The deceased's death was extremely tragic. We are all reporters, although we are just chatting casually in private, but we must also pay attention to a rigorous attitude. After calling many sources, I got the news that Qin Sun was kidnapped and then killed himself. He was acting in self-defense. This is not easy to deal with. If it happened in China, it would be fine. But Qin Sun brutally killed a citizen of J country in J country. Even if it was self-defense, it would cause a fierce public opinion in J country. Yes, if the law enforcement department is under too much pressure from public opinion, in order to take care of the public sentiment. Once Qin Sun is identified as intentional homicide, they will try every means to kill the case, so that many public officials will not lose their jobs. That being said, they should not be able to classify this case so easily. After all, the trolls in C country are not vegetarians. They will also put pressure on the J country police, but they have been slow to classify the case. During the classification period, because the vicious case is too bad and the impact is too great, Qin Sun should be detained in the detention center. Even if he is not detained in the detention center, he cannot return to Country C. If this case drags on for 1, 2 or 3 years, Qin Sun's career is now on the rise. Wouldn't it be delayed if he is locked up in Country J? The murderer must be a bad artist. The box office of Fatal Identity will suffer. Hey, really, no matter where Qin Sun goes, even if he goes abroad, he is a man who steps on the G-spot of traffic. From dusk that day, reporters arrived one after another. The police quietly surrounded the homestay. There were police sentries at every intersection, and no one was allowed to approach. Xia Zheng asked his assistant to arrange for the reporters to stay in a hotel not far away, giving them the highest courtesy. Good wine, good food, hot springs, geishas, everything. As long as they asked, even prostitutes would be arranged to sleep with them. Xia Zheng's assistant only brought them one sentence. I hope everyone will report Qin Sun's case in a fair, just, open, objective and realistic manner. When the reporters heard this, they knew that Qin Sun was very confident and the case was most likely self-defense. As long as the local relevant departments did not make mistakes, Qin Sun should not be hurt too much. It might even help his reputation rise to a higher level. Chapter 10:18 I advise you to be honest and stay in jail peacefully. It was 12:30 in the night. Xia Ning quietly opened the door. With a faint moonlight coming in from outside the corridor. She walked barefoot on the wooden floor of the corridor, and walked towards Qin Sun's room at the end of the corridor. She had just walked a few meters. Suddenly, the door to her right opened, and a mushroom head poked out. And then a hand stretched out and shook. Money! Xia Ning glanced at Xia Jing coldly and whispered, Why are you still not sleeping so late? Xia Jing saw her sister's expression, sighed like a little adult, retracted her hand, and closed the door. Forget it. Now everyone believes that they are as close as a rock, let alone sleeping together secretly at night. Even if she accidentally got pregnant and had a miscarriage, Qin Sun would not be beaten up. In this world, it's hard to make money. Xia Jing walked to the bedside, plopped back into bed, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. So she punched the bed. If my sister gets pregnant today and gives birth to a child next year as her aunt, I will definitely not give her a big red envelope. I am a child. I don't have to give her a red envelope. I will also steal his. Qin Sun's room. He was lying on the bed watching a movie, when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in. He had the habit of locking the door when he went to bed. But he didn't lock the door these 2 days, because he guessed that Xia Ning would raid the man's house at night, so he specially left a door open for her. It was not good for him, a grown man, to knock on a woman's door at night, because he would easily be cricket. But the Xia and Lu families were much more tolerant of Xia Ning. Otherwise, why can't a woman forcing herself on a man be defined as rape? The door opened. Xia Ning walked in slowly. Qin Sun looked over. His eyes lit up. Xia Ning was wearing a light and flowing nightgown. This nightgown was made of soft chiffon material, and the color was cool mint green, which perfectly matched the freshness and romance of summer. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, like a breeze in summer. The neckline of the nightgown was a simple V-neck design, which perfectly showed her elegant clavicle and neckline. The skirt fit her body, neither too tight nor too loose, outlining her graceful figure. Even in such a private moment at home, Xia Ning still maintained her charming charm, which made people fantasize. Qin Sun dared to guarantee with his life that he had seen this nightgown before, but he didn't see the charm today, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Why do I feel this nightgown looks particularly good on you today? Is it because we too survived the disaster? Our mentality has changed? Xia Ning smiled without saying anything, and didn't explain. If it was Enku or Qin Fanshu, they would definitely be able to see the clues at a glance. The same skirt can be worn in different ways to show different styles, and even different walking postures can have different flavors. How can Qin Sun, a straight man, see how many tricks I have designed? I don't want to be a green tea, but I don't want to be one. Not because I don't have the ability to be one. Xia Ning folded her hands behind her, leaned her back against the door, and looked lazy and comfortable. She looked at Qin Sun with a smile and said, Does it look good? It looks good. Just look at it for a while. Qin Sun suddenly jumped up from the bed and yelled, Then come on, baby! Today we will decide who is better, and who is better. Xia Ning was speechless, closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and naturally reached out to touch the switch on the wall. After turning off the lights, the room darkened. She slowly walked to the head of the bed. After a long time, Qin Sun's voice rang out in the darkness. Ning Ning, you are so smart today. Xia Ning, shut up. Qin Sun, oh! Xia Ning, don't be afraid tomorrow. Grandpa said it has been arranged. So it must be arranged. Don't say you have no problem. Even if there is a problem, he will definitely clean you up. Tomorrow we will go to the police station to go through the formalities. We can be released on the same day, and you will stay a few more days. But it's okay, you will be able to be released in a few days. She talked a lot. I don't know if she was comforting Qin Sun or comforting herself. Qin Sun, so you worked so hard today just to squeeze me dry? Xia Ning, shut up. Qin Sun, shut up. After a while, Xia Ning asked, What are you thinking about? No one responded. Xia Ning sighed. You can talk now. Qin Sun, I'm thinking about my first time in jail in my life. This jail can't be in vain. How to maximize the benefits? Is it possible for me to make myself a perfect victim, to win the sympathy of the audience, to make our movie box office go up a bit, to make a few more 100 million? Xia Ning? I advise you to be honest, and go to jail with peace of mind. She paused, with a hint of smile in her voice. Reform yourself and become a new person. Qin Sun, Heh. Shut up. Xiaoning? The next day. At dawn, the reporters were woken up by the alarm clock and quickly rushed to the surroundings of the B&B. In less than half an hour, there were nearly 30 media waiting around the B&B. The sky was getting brighter and brighter, and it was 7:30 in a blink of an eye. More than 20 police cars of different sizes drove to the open space in front of the B&B, and more than 40 policemen with live ammunition walked down from them, following the order from the chief. More than 20 policemen with guns dispersed and surrounded the guest house. A few more policemen ran out, blocked the reporters who were swarming in, and set up a long cordon. The chief was a middle-aged man with gray hair, named Yuto Mikami. He squinted his eyes slightly, and saw that bodyguards in camouflage uniforms were standing at various important positions in the guest house, thinking of them holding shotguns. He felt a headache. Baka! Why did they give me this job? Just because I speak Chinese well? Baka! Baka! Mikami Yuto didn't dare to be too radical and just rushed in, so as not to escalate the matter. He sent 2 of his men who could speak country C to the guest house to test the waters, but they were stopped by 2 bodyguards at the door of the guest house. The bodyguard spoke in country J. Excuse me. Mr. Xiao and his friends are having breakfast now. If you need anything, please wait a moment. I will inform you in half an hour. The 2 policemen were stopped, frowning, but they did not do anything radical. If it were normal, they would definitely force their way in. But they knew that today's matter was special and very tricky. If they made any mistakes, their careers would be in jeopardy. The 2 policemen looked back at Yuto Mikami with an embarrassed look on their faces. Chapter 1019. What are you anxious about? Are you addicted to jail? When Mikami Yuto saw his subordinates looking for help, he let out a heavy breath and cursed in his heart. Taking over this case, he was under tremendous pressure. Catching a murderer is not like treating someone to a meal. Of course, the more fierce and majestic the better. Chiu Meixiang returned to the police station yesterday and wanted to come directly, but was stopped by his superior, who said that he had set a secret sentry to watch them, and they couldn't run away. At that time, Mikami Yuto smelled a strange smell. Why not arrest him immediately? The other party's background must be complicated. Later, after asking around, it was found that this case involved foreign citizens and a national superstar. Things were much more complicated than expected. They reported to the higher authorities one by one, and requested support from surrounding police forces. After all, the other party had more than a dozen retired Special Forces bodyguards, and dozens of hunting rifles in their hands. If it is not handled properly, if there is an accidental discharge of a gun, it may be a vicious case that will alert the foreign ministries of both countries. Who can take the blame for this? But today, no matter what, this Qin Sun must be arrested. 3 citizens of country J died, although they are not good people, but we must let these people of country C give an explanation. You say self-defense is self-defense? Being a dry worker in the police system of country J? As soon as Yuto Mikami stretched out his hand, Mr. Chiu Meixiang immediately handed over a loudspeaker. Yuto Mikami cleared his throat, spit out a mouthful of old phlegm, cleared his throat again, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and drank half a bottle of water, cleared his throat again. Chiu Meixiang was anxious watching from the side. If he didn't understand C language, he would have wanted to grab the loudspeaker to speak for him. In the B&B, the lobby, Qin Sun and his group were having breakfast. Almost half of the people in J country don't have the habit of eating breakfast. Even those who eat breakfast, most of them eat rice, bread, vegetables. Last night, Lu Jingyao specifically told the owner of the B&B, Wang Taijin, to prepare some soy milk, fried dough sticks, Zilong Bao and other seed breakfast today. A group of people were eating breakfast. Just now, they heard the sound of a car outside the B&B, and saw a bodyguard come in to report to Xia Zheng, and guessed that the police were surrounding the outside. They were in no mood, and had no appetite, and ate in small bites. After a while, they all put down their bowls and chopsticks. Qin Sun was different. He buried his head in eating. He ate 1 steamed bun in 1 bite, 1 fried dough stick in 3 bites, and half a cup of soy milk in 1 bite. Seeing this, Xia Ning took out a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth, and cursed in a low voice. Eat slowly. Why are you starving like a ghost today? Qin Sun raised his head. His cheeks puffed up like a hamster eating nuts, and said vaguely, You will be released in half a day or a day after questioning. But I have to stay for a few more days. I don't know what the food is like in there. I have to eat more. This made Xia Ning silent. She pushed the tray of steamed dumplings in front of her to Qin Sun and said softly, Eat hard. In the hall, many people were secretly looking at Chin Sun. After a while, many people stood up and put the food on their table on his table. Here you go. Eat more. Eat more. Chin Sun? This is too much. Xia Shuheo came over slowly, with a tray of steamed dumplings in his hand. He looked at Chin Sun and saw that there was no place to put them on the table. He smiled bitterly and said, Chin Sun, don't panic. I have also been detained in J country. Let me tell you this. Although J country people are mean, they provide good food for prisoners. They are even better than some factory canteens in China. There are rice, meat, vegetables and soup. The portions are not small. Otherwise, why do so many old people in this country who commit crimes intentionally go to prison to retire? Chin Sun looked up at Xia Shuheo and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, a man's voice came from outside the door, and it was actually in J language. Criminal suspects in the house, please pay attention. We are the police of Akita Prefecture, and we have blocked the scene to ensure that any action you take is under our control. You are suspected of serious criminal offenses, and running away is not the solution to the problem. We understand that you may feel fear and despair now, but please believe that active cooperation is the best way for us to solve the problem together. Your behavior has caused irreversible consequences, but if you choose to come out now and accept the trial of the law, you still have the opportunity to fight for a fair verdict for yourself. We promise that as long as you give up resistance, we will ensure your personal safety and protect you according to the law. Please put down any weapons or dangerous items in your hands. Walk slowly to the door. Raise your hands above your head. Let us see your sincerity. We will give you a few minutes to think about it, but please understand that the longer you delay, the worse it will be for you. The weather outside may be bad, but it is not a long-term solution inside. Please think about yourself and your family and make a wise choice. Finally, we emphasize again that escaping is not a way out. Facing it is the solution. Please open the door. Let us end this unnecessary confrontation together. Chin Sun swallowed the bun in his mouth, drank a sip of soy milk, and was about to get up. Xia Shuheo put his hand on his shoulder and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Are you addicted to jail? I'll go and chat with them. Xia Shuheo walked out of the hall slowly, with a tray of steamed dumplings, crossed the yard and walked to the door of the B&B. He put one foot on the head of the small stone lion at the door and looked around. On the open space more than 10 meters away from the door of the B&B, there were more than a dozen policemen with explosion-proof forks, explosion-proof shields, and pistols. Behind them, outside the cordon, dozens of reporters excitedly picked up their cameras and took pictures. Xia Shuheo put a steamed bun into his mouth and chewed it slowly. His eyes fell coldly on the face of the leader, Mikami Yuto. He swallowed the steamed bun and started with 0 frame. Fuck your mother. You are not allowed to eat breakfast. You are so powerful. We called the police. The one who wanted to kill was from Country J. In the end, the one who was arrested was from Country C. Wow. Country J is really a society ruled by law. If you want to arrest my nephew-in-law, you have to step over my dead body. This sarcasm made the 4 or 5 policemen who understood Country C very angry. What did we say? We said nothing, but he came up and put the blame on us. When we interrogate him later, we will interrogate this person for a few more hours. Mikami Yuto's face was gloomy, and he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. A vicious murder occurred in Akita Prefecture, and now the 3 dead are lying in the morgue, and they can't speak now. You can't say it's self-defense. Everything has to wait for the results of the investigation. I promise that the investigation will be fair and just. Now I'm going to take you back for investigation, especially Chin Sun, the key person in the case. No matter what. Today, we must take him away. Xia Shuheo threw the steamer in his hand to the ground, and put his hands on his waist and cursed like a shrew. Take him away? Damn it! Do you believe I'll pick up your mother and run around? Chapter 1020. Cursing people with the word mother is like fluffing cotton. Xia Shuheo cursed very dirty. This was his best trick in the past when he cursed others. Today, he just used it after a few words, trying to catch the other party off guard. As a result, the 4 or 5 J country policemen, who could understand C country's language, looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't understand why Xia Shuheo used such a high momentum to shout such a harmless word. After shouting, there was a hint of pride in his expression. This guy must be sick. Putting our mother in a basket and carrying it around, does this make him look very strong? Stupid. This powerful curse word reached the lobby of the B&B. Everyone's face changed slightly, and they all felt that Xia Shuheo's mouth was really dirty. Qin Fanshu leaned against the door frame at the intersection of the lobby not far away, and shook his head helplessly. Using such a curse word to scold a J countryman, it's like playing the lute to a cow. Not to mention that the J countryman's C language level is not high. The difference between the first and third tones of the word tiao is not distinguished by them at all. Even if they heard it, they would not think it was such a huge insult. While swear words in all countries of the world are more or less vulgar, Japan is a little unsociable and likes personal attacks. Calling the other party stupid, scumbag, trash, incompetent. Baga sounds like a spoiled child to see country people, but it is one of the most vicious curses in Japan. And the other party insulting his mother is not a big curse. In the film and television culture of Japan, isn't this a common thing? There is no entrance to the guest house. Seeing that the policeman had no reaction, Xia Shuheo felt like he was hitting cotton balls. And he became even angrier. He started to rant and insult all the women in their family tree. I hack you big as hack you as I hack you butterflies. Mikami Yudo saw that Xia Shuheo's mouth was like a machine gun. Although the words he spewed out were weak. But his dignity, as a policeman, was still offended. However, in front of so many media, he couldn't use Baga to retort. And just stopped him irritably. Pay attention to personal quality. Insulting the police is also a crime. I advise you to take care of yourself. Xia Shuheo didn't care about him at all, and continued to fire. Mikami Yudo heard the laughter of the reporters behind him, and his face was a little embarrassed. He raised the loudspeaker angrily and yelled. The sound was so loud that it reached the lobby of the B&B. Are you still eating? Do you want to eat more? Can you send someone who can talk to us instead of sending a little gangster to talk to us? It's a serious matter for the police to arrest a suspect. Please don't make it like a farce. Xia Shuheo was unhappy when he heard it, and he cursed loudly. Man is made of iron, and rice is made of steel. If we don't eat, we will be hungry. If we don't eat enough, and you interrogate us for 10 days or half a month, and we faint in your police station, can you bear the responsibility? I tell you, Qin Sun is our national treasure, more precious than the giant panda. He was starved to death in your police station because of self-defense. You can't bear the responsibility. Then, he started a new round of greetings to the women in the family tree. And it was not the same as before, with many different ways. Xia Shuheo was cursing happily when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Xia Shujia leading the others out. Xia Zheng, Lu Xiaoquan, Qin Sun, Xia Ning, and the others were not there. Xia Shujia patted Xia Shuheo on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, Ajay, that's enough. Be careful with your words and accumulate some good karma for yourself. Xia Shuheo wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, smiled, and retreated behind Xia Shujia with satisfaction. Xia Shujia nodded to Yuto Mikami, took a step out of the crowd, and said, Officer, please wait a moment. Qin Sun will come out soon after eating 2 more bites. Seeing Xia Shujia's gentle appearance, Yuto Mikami thought that he should be easier to communicate with than the scoundrel just now, and he should be able to scold him. He instantly became more confident. He wanted to regain some faith in his words, and said loudly, Qin Sun is a murder suspect. I have given him enough patience. I hope you don't know what's good for you. Xia Shujia frowned slightly when he heard the words murder suspect, took a step forward, and said, I can prove that Qin Sun was acting in self-defense. Lu Jingya stepped forward. I can prove that Qin Sun was acting in self-defense. Lu Gang stepped out. I can prove that Qin Sun was acting in self-defense. More and more people stepped out, and everyone said the same thing. I can prove that Qin Sun was acting in self-defense. Mikami Yudo saw dozens of people step forward, saying the same thing, seemingly wanting to put pressure on him. One of the mushroom-headed girls even secretly raised her middle finger. Suddenly, Mikami Yudo was furious, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted at the group of people in front of him. Whether it is self-defense or not is not up to you to say. All the police officers present here cannot judge a person's right or wrong with their own words. We must go through careful investigation and fair trial to determine whether a person is guilty. He turned his head with the loudspeaker to look at the reporters outside the cordon behind him, and his voice suddenly became louder. But the current situation is, Kato Mizukin, Taishan Daxiong, and Nakahara Hinata died in the mountains. The death was extremely miserable. It was simply horrifying. And the criminal suspect Chin Sun is still eating breakfast leisurely? This is a disrespect for life. This is a blasphemy against human nature. This is a disregard for the law. Reporters took pictures and videos. And flashes flashed for a while. Mikami Yuto turned around, facing Xia Shujia and dozens of other people, and continued, I know you are also well-known figures in Country C. Please cherish your reputation and cooperate with our work. He held a loudspeaker in one hand and waved his fist in the other, shouting word by word. No! Don't make things so ugly. The sound was so loud that the loudspeaker made an electric sound. Xia Shuhei used his fingers to pick his ears, jumped out of the crowd, and said loudly, Oh! Hack you. What do you mean? Whoever dies is right. Right? He said, pinching his neck with both hands. His eyes turned up to show the whites of his eyes, sticking out his tongue, and said in a vicious manner, Then I'll kill one of you too. Xia Shuhei loosened his hands that were pinching his neck. Can't we, the Sea people, resist when we are kidnapped and blackmailed by bandits in your J country? With guns pointed at our heads? Should the J people use guns to shoot our Sea people's heads? Are we, the Sea people, inferior to others in your J country? We have legal visas. We enjoy basic human rights. We should be protected by the law, not punished by the law. Xia Shuhei imitated Yuto Mikami just now, waving his arms and shouting loudly, Never be a slave. After his impassioned speech, the whole place was silent, with only the sound of cameras clicking. Xia Shuhei felt like he was going crazy. Chapter 1021, Is the person coming Chin Sun? Xia Shuhei's words directly put the C country people and the J country people on the opposite side, accusing the C country people of the injustice they encountered in the J country, and directly putting the police on the fire. Mikami Yuto felt it was difficult. His face became more and more gloomy. He knew that the current scene would definitely be recorded by reporters and uploaded to major media. Even if it did not pass the review in the J country, it would definitely appear on the overseas C countries network. He must not be timid now, and must not side with the C country people, otherwise he would have no place to stand in the J country. Yuto Mikami picked up the loudspeaker and shouted with a gloomy face. This is Country J. We are the police of Country J. Those who died on the territory of Country J are citizens of Country J. We should be responsible for them first. How should this case be characterized? We should not only seek confessions from the living, but also seek evidence from the dead. Your Country C has an old saying, Death is the greatest. After hearing this, Xia Shuhei jumped again, almost jumping in front of Yuto Mikami. You are such a sharp-tongued old man. You are as stinky and hard as a stone in a cesspool. Aren't you? You must label my nephew-in-law as a murderer? He put his hands on his hips, raised his hips, and said loudly, Do you believe that I will pick up your mother and run around? Without waiting for Mikami Yuto to retort, Xia Shuhei said some words that were both mother-in-law and milk-in-law, specializing in the lower three ways, like a torrent of water. In Xia Shuhei's mouth, the chastity of the female policemen's families and their moral integrity were shattered all over the ground. The reporters around him first murmured in a suppressed voice. But then, they couldn't help themselves and stopped pretending. They started to laugh wildly. They had no professional manners at all. When Yuto Mikami heard the laughter around him, his face turned blue with anger. He didn't mind the dirty words that Xia Shuhei cursed. But the laughter of the reporters made him feel like a fool. And the anger in his heart continued to accumulate. His fingers moved closer and closer to the pistol at his waist. Suddenly, behind the crowd, a powerful voice came. Xia Shuhei, that's enough. I don't mind you swearing. But you're swearing too much. The crowd parted, making way. Xia Zheng and Lu Shaoquan held Chin Sun's hands, one on each side, and walked out slowly. Xia Ning followed behind. The four of them walked to the front of the crowd, letting Chin Sun stand in the center. Xia Zheng glared at Xia Shuhei and laughed out loud. Fortunately, we are in Country J, where people don't take sex seriously, and this police officer is magnanimous. If it were Country C, you would be sentenced to 3 years just for your disgusting words. The crowd laughed. As Chin Sun showed his face in front of the crowd, there was a burst of clicking sounds from the reporters, and flashbulbs flashed. Someone kept shouting, Chin Sun, did you really kill someone? Did you really kill those people? What do you want to say now? I heard that you acted in self-defense. Can you briefly describe the case? Chin Sun? Chin Sun? They shouted until their throats were hoarse, but they saw Chin Sun standing in front of the crowd, with a faint smile on his face, looking very calm. No answer. The reporters continued to shout, with some doubts in their hearts. The words that the policeman said just now out of shame and anger have already expressed it very clearly. In Country J, when a citizen of Country C kills a citizen of Country J, the trial will be slightly biased towards their own citizens. Even if they need to be beaten with 50 lashes each, the lashes given to Chin Sun and his men will be even harsher, and they may even use some shady tricks secretly. Chin Sun is about to face the biggest crisis in his life, which is also the biggest black spot. I don't know whether the currently showing Fatal Identity will be removed from the shelves. Even if it is not removed from the shelves, it will definitely have a fatal impact on the box office of the movie. This movie has been the box office champion for many days, and now is the critical time to break through the 1 billion mark. If the news of Chin Sun's murder is reported back to China, from tomorrow on, there is a high probability that Fatal Identity will not have such a person. Mikami Yuto was irritated by Xia Shuhei just now, and now he heard the excited shouts of the reporters behind him, and his heart was burning with anger. He knew he couldn't back down. Even if his behavior was a little bit out of line. He had to give an explanation to the people of Country J. He had to get back at Chin Sun, the murder suspect. Mikami Yuto picked up the megaphone and turned around, yelling at the reporters. Silence! Shut up! The reporters were shocked by the shout, and immediately shut their mouths. Mikami Yuto turned his head, staring at Chin Sun with a pair of cold eyes like a poisonous tongue, and shouted loudly with the megaphone. Is this Chin Sun? Chin Sun glanced at the cameras of the more than 30 reporters opposite him, knowing that most of them were from Country C, and he needed to maintain his demeanor. He took a step forward, and walked in front of the crowd. It's me, Mikami Yuto. Did Kato Mizukin and his group meet you in the mountains yesterday? Chin Sun, yes. The three of them ambushed me in the mountains, the reporters exclaimed. Mikami Yuto frowned unhappily, and said in a cold voice, Did you kill Taishan Daxiong, and break his sternum and ribs? Chin Sun, yes. The reporters exclaimed again. Yuto Mikami's voice became louder. Did you step on Hyuga Nakahara's head into the mud, fracture his skull, face and skull, and shatter his brain? When the reporters heard the words, fractured skull, shattered brain, they screamed in shock, and many people took a deep breath. Is it so cruel? They all looked at Chin Sun, holding their breath and waiting for his answer. Chin Sun nodded gently, as if he was talking about how many steamed dumplings he had eaten in the morning. I did kick him, but I didn't expect the damage to be so severe. I'm so sorry. He put his hands together and said with a smile, I hope his broken body and soul won't affect his next. He swallowed the 3 words hell and said transcendence. It won't affect his transcendence. The reporters exclaimed louder, mixed with a few beautiful Chinese words. Mikami Yuto took a deep breath and said loudly with a loudspeaker. Suspect Chin Sun, just answer yes or no, don't say anything. Chin Sun frowned slightly. Mikami Yuto continued to shout with the loudspeaker. Did Kato Mizukin get chased by you, and he ran into a black bear in a panic, and was killed by the black bear, with his head, limbs, and intestines torn to pieces? He was killed. Mikami Yuto looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun looked at Mikami Yuto, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Yes. Chapter 1022. This kid has a bad temper. Why has he changed now? Yes. Chin Sun slowly put down his hands clasped in front of his chest, and said calmly, What you said is indeed true. But they have brought this upon themselves. They attacked us first, held us hostage, and pointed a gun at the back of my head. So I fought back. I was justified. Before he could even say the word defense, he was interrupted by Yuto Mikami. He held up the loudspeaker and shouted loudly. Okay. I have reminded you just now. You only need to answer yes or no. If you have anything to say, come back with us and tell us. We will interrogate you thoroughly. Chin Sun glanced at the reporters and said loudly, Why did you judge me openly in front of the reporters just now, but did not let me make any defense? You are? Mikami Yuto held the loudspeaker in his right hand and slapped it with his left hand, making a series of bang bang sounds and roared. You also know that I am judging you on behalf of the laws of J Country. Not you questioning me. Please recognize your identity. Is it okay? He stared at Chin Sun and began to pace back and forth, his voice getting louder and louder. Every criminal suspect Yuta Mikami met would make up a perfect reason for himself and make himself a perfect victim. But the result is often the opposite. They were finally exposed as people who were good at making flattering statements, smooth talking, and like to gossip. Is what you said true or false? Right or wrong? We will judge you through professional criminal investigation methods and give a fair verdict based on the evidence. He glanced at the reporters and said loudly, instead of trying to use the power of the media to incite public opinion and influence the verdict like you did. Chin Sun's eyes widened. What the hell? Who on earth wants to use the power of the media to put the blame on the other party? You've already finished pretending. And I haven't even started pretending yet. Chin Sun stared at Yuto Mikami, thinking about how to get back at him, and saw him talking to several J-Country policemen around him. Several policemen were holding explosion-proof shields, explosion-proof forks, handcuffs, shackles, and even one policeman was touching the pistol on his waist, and walked over slowly. They walked over without blinking, with vigilant faces. Seeing this, Xia Shuheo was furious and jumped out and yelled, "What are you doing? Are you going to kill someone?" Chin Sun turned his head and smiled at him, saying, "Uncle Hao, I'm fine." As soon as the voice fell, the policeman handcuffed Chin Sun with lightning speed, put on leg irons, and tied a rope around his waist and arms. Chin Sun looked at the rope and was shocked. What the hell? Cosplay? Are you called Mikami Yuto or Mikami Yua? Chin Sun was admiring the art of tying ropes. He saw a policeman approaching from the corner of his eye. He looked up and saw him holding a black cloth bag with both hands. The hood is coming. Suddenly, Chin Sun felt that everything in front of him was dark, and he couldn't see the surrounding environment clearly. The sky seemed to be dark all of a sudden. Chin Sun felt ashamed of being hooded, and a little angry arose in his heart. Just when he was about to say something, he heard Xia Ning's voice. Why are you wearing a hood? Take it off. Take it off. Then, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and a voice scolding someone in J language. Xia Shuheo said angrily. Fuck, Chin Sun's head is not a gland's. There is nothing shameful about it. You are still wearing a hood. Are you afraid that he will vomit on you? Ah? Damn it. Chin Sun was very embarrassed when he heard this, and he didn't want to take off the hood so much. He said loudly. It's okay. That's it, it's good too. The surroundings were quiet. Xia Shuheo's puzzled voice sounded. This kid has a bad temper. How come he has changed now? Chin Sun. Changed. Ha ha. This condom. This headgear is not bad at all. When my fans in China see it, they will be so heartbroken, and will cyberbully the J-Country police. After a while, Chin Sun felt two policemen on his left and right holding his arms, and walking forward, he followed their footsteps, and walked forward. He just looked at the terrain, and knew that he had to pass by the reporters to get on the police car. Those reporters would definitely seize the opportunity to interview him. Maybe he could give Mikami Yuto a slap in the face, and let him see what the real power of inciting public opinion is. In the darkness, Chin Sun was led away, and felt that he was walking down a slope, and came to a flat road. The surrounding noises became louder and louder. Chin Sun slowed down his pace. The police on both sides pulled Chin Sun harder, but they couldn't pull him faster, and he couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. The reporter shouted to Chin Sun. The distance should be about 2 or 3 meters. Chin Sun, did you really kill someone? Is the man named Kato Mizukin that the police officer just mentioned the brother of Kato Daiki? It is said that Kato Mizukin wanted to avenge his brother, so he went to find you. And you were just forced to kill him back? Excuse me. How did you kill them back? How did you kill them back with a gun pointed at the back of your head? What do you think about whether you can come out again after you go in today? Do you think you are acting in self-defense? According to the legal standards of J-Country, will you really be considered to be acting in self-defense? The reporters chattered. A group of policemen around them shouted at them in J language, mixed with some C language. Don't squeeze in here. Don't hinder us from performing our duties. Back off. Please back off. If you ignore the warning again, I will take strong legal measures against you. Chin Sun walked slower and slower, feeling that the two policemen beside him were holding his hands harder and harder, as if they were using all their strength. They made a hum sound, like shitting. The reporters continued to ask questions. Their voices became sharper, and a little harsh. Chin Sun, your acting in Fatal Identity is superb. Many people speculate that you are really suffering from schizophrenia due to overuse of your brain. Do you really have a murderer hidden in your body? Do you also have multiple personalities? A criminal personality? hearing the miserable deaths of Kato Mizukin and others. It is really not something that ordinary humans can do. Shin-sun, do you often have the desire to kill? Did you kill intentionally or in self-defense? As a public figure in Sea Country, you represent the image of Sea Country. So please don't avoid the question. Give us an explanation. Give us an answer. Okay? Are you a murderer? Hearing this, Shin-sun stopped and turned his head to follow the voice. 4 or 5 policemen immediately went up to push Shin-sun. But his feet seemed to have taken root in the ground and could not be pushed at all. The surroundings fell silent, and reporters pointed dozens of cameras at Shin-sun, who was wearing a black hood, waiting for his answer. Chapter 1023. Maybe the world is like this. I am still on the road. Shin-sun wore a black head, silently looking at the group of reporters. Although he could not see clearly, he suspected that there were people sent by other competitors among these reporters. The reporters before all asked questions seriously. Asked him if it was self-defense? This group of policemen were so anxious that they kept interrupting the reporters' questions in J Country and C Country. As a result, a group of reporters asked him if he was a murderer. Except for some policemen who were still blabbering and scolding them. The others who were speaking C language were quiet. However, gradually, they also stopped making any noise. These people should have been hinted by Yuto Mikami to let these reporters throw dirty water on them. Shin-sun wore a black hood and faced the reporters. There was silence for a few seconds. Suddenly, a sharp and high-pitched shout rang out from the reporters. And the question was shouted again. Shin-sun, please face the problem. Don't evade. Give us an explanation. Give us an answer. Are you a murderer? Under the black hood, Shin-sun was so angry that he laughed. Damn. Is this the so-called media? Prostitute? For a little traffic, he put the blame on himself without saying anything, and wanted to nail himself to the pillar of shame. What about the public figure of Country C? Put such a big hat on me, and must label me as someone who destroys the relationship between the two countries? What violent maniac? What mental illness? What murderous desire? And I need to give him an explanation? Give him an answer? Fuck. His authority is greater than that of the police. Shin-sun followed the voice and took a step forward, dragging the 2 policemen beside him, making their feet rub against the ground with a hissing sound. There was a burst of exclamations around, and the reporters retreated in panic, fearing that Shin-sun would go berserk and beat them to death. Shin-sun wore a hood and spoke in the dark. Are you asking me if I am a murderer? He paused and said slowly. Yes or no? This is a question. Do you want to hear the answer from my heart? A reporter's high-pitched voice sounded. Yes. You owe everyone an answer. Shin-sun laughed and said, Okay. I will tell you my answer now. He took a few deep breaths, and his chest rose and fell slightly. The surroundings immediately became quiet. The reporters pointed their cameras at Shin-sun and walked a few steps forward, getting a little closer, but always maintaining a relatively safe distance. Xia Zheng and Xia Ning were escorted into the police car by the police, and they all stopped when they heard the noise. No matter how the police pulled them, they stopped moving forward, and turned around to look at Shin-sun. Only a deep and magnetic singing voice was heard, coming from Shin-sun's black hood. Maybe the world is like this. I'm still on the road. No one can tell. Maybe I can only keep silent. Tears wet my eyes. But I'm not willing to be a coward. He lowered his head slightly, and continued to sing. Head down, look forward to the day. Accept all ridicule. Facing the wind, embrace the rainbow. Go forward bravely. Shin-sun suddenly raised his head, facing the sky, as if he wanted to see through the black bag, see the clouds in the sky. The chorus followed. The light of dawn will pass through the darkness. Break all fears, I can find the answer. Even if I have to go against the light, I will dispel the darkness. Discard all burdens. No longer alone. No longer alone. Shin-sun wore a black hood, handcuffs on his hands, shackles on his feet, looking pitiful. At this time, he sang such a song with his god-level singing skills. The emotions of the song burst out, and instantly infected everyone. The reporters closest to him had goosebumps on their bodies. Their eyes were moved, and their hands holding the camera were trembling slightly. Many of Xia Zheng and others heard Shin-sun singing live for the first time, and they were directly shocked. They did not expect Shin-sun's live performance to be so terrifying. The unwillingness, resentment, and emotions in the song were as hot as the magma in an active volcano. And people wanted to cry when they heard it. Xia Ning was stunned. Shin-sun cried? Did he really cry? I felt so bad. Most of the policemen around Chin Sun didn't understand sea language, but they could feel the emotions. But they didn't understand why the reporters looked like they had seen a ghost. And why did Chief Yuto Mikami look so bad? Chin Sun started singing again. Maybe the world is like this. I am still on the road. No one can tell. Maybe I can only keep silent. Tears wet my eyes, but I am unwilling to be a coward. Yuto Mikami was so anxious that he shouted. Suspect Chin Sun. Shut up. Stop singing. Shut up. His shout was so loud that it drowned out Chin Sun's voice. But just like the sound of cars near the school, it did not affect the students listening. Under Chin Sun's influence, everyone who could understand sea country became a student, and they could hear his singing clearly. Chin Sun's rhythm was not messed up at all. His singing was still stable, and his emotions were more abundant. Keep your head down, and look forward to the day. Accept all ridicule towards the wind. Embrace the rainbow. Go forward bravely. After singing this, Yuto Mikami was anxious and directly reached out to pull Chin Sun, and his subordinates also joined in. At one time, 7 or 8 people held Chin Sun's hands, dragging him towards the police. Chin Sun's soles made a sizzling sound when hitting the ground, and he was pushed towards the police car inch by inch. The singing continued, and the one-man army had the momentum of a tsunami. The light of dawn will pass through the darkness. I can break all fears and find the answer even if I have to go against the light. I will dispel the darkness, discard all burdens. No longer alone, no longer alone. Mikami Yuto was anxious, and shouted Baga, and stretched out his hand to tear off Chin Sun's hood, trying to cover his mouth with his hand. As soon as the hood was untied, he just stretched his hand to Chin Sun's mouth, and was stunned. There was an uproar around. Flashes flashed. In order to grab the best shooting position, reporters started pushing and shoving, and several people fell down. Those who fell down did not have time to curse, and they lay on the ground with cameras facing Chin Sun. Chin Sun's hair was messy, and his bangs were mixed with sweat and stuck to his forehead. His eyes were red, covered with a layer of mist, and it seemed that tears would fall at any time. There was silence all around. Chin Sun turned his head to look at the reporters' cameras. A smile appeared on his lips. His voice was a little choked. Maybe the world is just like this. I'm still on the road. After saying that, he turned around and walked slowly towards the police prison van, his shackles rubbing against the ground, making a rustling sound. The sound spread far and wide with the mountain wind. Chapter 1024. He is in the limelight now. Others will be killed in seconds if they show up. The police hurriedly stuffed him into the car. Mikami Yuto breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly found that the reporters and Xia Zhang's family members were staring at him fiercely. He swallowed quietly, and got into the prison van quickly. Okay. The reporters were silent, running after the police car with their cameras, and silently watching the car drive away from slow to fast. Suddenly a reporter ran out quickly, and shouted at the top of his voice. Chin Sun, tell us the name of this song. The car turned a corner, and disappeared from everyone's sight. There was only the roar of the car going away. The reporters looked disappointed. Suddenly, a powerful voice came from the other side of the bend. Your answer. The reporters were stunned. A sentimental female reporter had red eyes, and lowered her head and murmured. The light of dawn will pass through the darkness, break all fears. And I can find the answer. She raised her head, looked in the direction where the car disappeared, and smiled. No matter what other people's answers are, I already have the answer in my heart. The roar of the car gradually faded away, and the scene became quiet again. The reporters were immersed in the scene just now, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Chin Sun was originally a singing god. His live singing ability was world-class, and had great appeal. The moment he opened his voice, he brought the audience into it. In addition, he was an actor. While being pushed into the police car by the police, every step, every tone, every angry sound, was carefully designed but looked like a true expression of emotion. The whole thing was extremely natural, without any feeling of affectation. Chin Sun's headgear was roughly torn off at the end, revealing a pair of eyes that were about to cry but not yet, which pushed the atmosphere to a climax. The reporters seemed to be watching the climax of a stage play, and their hearts were filled with excitement. They could hear 4 words from Chin Sun's every song, every sound of his shackles rubbing against the ground, and the last sentence. If the world is like this, I am still on the road. Fate is unfair. The reporters knew Chin Sun's hot temper. If fate is unfair, then fight him to the end. Will this guy escape from prison? While many reporters were sad, some hard-hearted reporters quickly came to their senses, sat down on the ground, and opened their laptops. They wanted to send the photos and videos they had just taken back to the company headquarters. Quick! 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 Big news! Absolutely big news! International news! This song is incredible. It adds another layer of dramatic conflict to the absurd incident of Chin Sun's murder. This story must have a terrifying ability to spread. He is worthy of being the god of marketing. Even when he is in prison, he still promotes his news song. Even if Chin Sun dies, this song will definitely be passed down. No. Chin Sun dies, this song will definitely be passed down. You deserved it. If he is shot at the highest point in his life, he will be directly deified. A female reporter couldn't stand it anymore and roared. Bullshit! Chin Sun is still young, his life has just begun. Where did he reach his peak? This voice defending Chin Sun immediately quieted the scene. After a while, the female reporter started cursing again. Ah! I'm going crazy! Why is the internet so slow here? Most of the people here are reporters from major media outlets in Country C stationed in Country J. After they shoot the news, they usually go through the process at the branch office in Country J before sending it to the company's headquarters in China. But today's news is too explosive. Chin Sun was arrested for suspected murder. He sang a song on the spot when he was arrested, telling the world his answer, I just don't accept it. Most of the reporters present decided to bypass the chain of command for this news. Both J and C countries sent it directly. They wanted to be fast. Even if it can't be 1 step faster, it must be 1 second faster. No need to choose words. Beautiful layout. Concise language. That's the requirement for general news. Real explosive news only pursues one word. Fast. 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 Quickly catch the attention of the onlookers, and hold the traffic tightly. Don't let others get ahead. Xiaosheng and others also got on the prison van. It's called a prison van. But it's actually a bus, and there are about 10 policemen with live ammunition sitting on it. Xiaosheng and his friends are not key personnel involved in the incident. They are all victims and witnesses. They cannot be treated as criminals. Lu Jingya, Xia Shujie, Xia Ning, and Xia Jing, a family of 4, sat at the back of the bus. Xia Ning leaned on Lu Jingya's shoulder, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, Chin Sun is so pitiful. Lu Jingya hugged Xia Ning and comforted her in a gentle voice. It's okay. It's okay. She lowered her voice and said, Chin Sun's acting is so good. It's probably acting. Xia Ning nodded. I know. But I still feel bad. Lu Jingya patted Xia Ning's back vigorously. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Xia Ning sniffed lightly, sat up straight, turned her head to look at her mother, and found that her eyes were redder than hers. She was a little embarrassed, hugged Lu Jingya's shoulders, and patted her gently. Mom, it's okay. It's okay. Xia Shujie glanced at the mother and daughter, and felt a little jealous that they cared so much about Chin Sun. But he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that Chin Sun was in the limelight now. If others dared to say anything, they would be killed in seconds. Xia Jing sat quietly, constantly thinking about Chin Sun's performance just now, and felt excited, as if she had watched a good cartoon. However, she felt a little regretful. If Chin Sun was dragged by the police by his hands, dragged from the ground to the police car, and bloodshed along the way, this would win more sympathy. Xia Jing grinned and whispered, This is not bad, it's still awesome. If he can escape from prison, it will be even more awesome. Xia Shujie glared and shouted, Don't say dirty words. Xia Jing. Killed as soon as he shows his head? The prison van Chin Sun was in was leading the way. In the car, Chin Sun sat on a long bench, recalling his impromptu performance just now. The song Your Answer once became popular on the social media platform of Country C on Earth, and with the spread of inspirational movies and short videos, it made more people know and love it. Your Answer has been played billions of times on short video platforms. Whether it is frontline medical staff, athletes who are training hard for their dreams, or students who are about to take the college entrance examination, they all found resonance in this song. Mainstream media such as People's Daily also selected this song, and made MVs for it. This song, coupled with the story of being wrongfully imprisoned, will surely spread rapidly in a viral way. Chin Sun leaned back against the carriage and snorted coldly. You want my answer? Okay, I have given the answer. Now please tell me. What is your answer? Chapter 1025. Killing people for a joke, you have such great authority. In the prison van. In addition to Chin-sun, Mikami Yuto and 4 other policemen were in the van. Mikami Yuto looked at Chin-sun leaning against the van, resting with his eyes closed, as if nothing had happened. And suddenly he was furious. His face was ashen, turning to look at the other 3 policemen, and started to curse. Baka! Mikami Yuto vented his anger, scared the other 4 policemen, to quietly sit close to each other. Chin-sun still closed his eyes. Mikami Yuto looked at Chin-sun, took a deep breath, and digested the anger in his heart. Before coming to arrest him today, he had read Chin-sun's information, and knew that he was a singer, an actor, a philanthropist, and a writer. Chin-sun's work The Three-Body Problem also has a large number of fans in Country J. This Chin-sun's reputation in Country C is mixed, and those who criticize him are all targeting his personal character problems. But for his talent and character, everyone has nothing to say, and he can be said to have a good reputation. Mikami Yuto thought that today's arrest would not be too difficult. Just now, Chin-sun stood up, was handcuffed obediently, and put on a hood without any resistance. He thought Chin-sun would be very cooperative today, so he became more excited and said a few harsh words. Mainly, he wanted to save his face after being scolded by Xia Shujiya for a long time, and show the reporters how powerful he was. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Chin-sun actually sang such a song on the spot. Mikami Yuto became more and more angry. As he thought about it, his face became more and more ugly, and his hand unconsciously grasped the pistol. What does it mean if the world is like this? Has the world treated you, who is rich and beautiful, and famous all over the world, unfairly? I am the unlucky one. What does it mean that maybe you can only remain silent, with tears in your eyes, but you are unwilling to be a coward? Didn't you sing loud enough just now? I am the one who should cry. How are you a coward? You are as brave as a mad bull. What does it mean that the light of dawn will overcome the darkness? Isn't this a veiled criticism of our J Country police being dark? I don't know who is dark. If it wasn't dark, you would have been taken away by the police last night. I clearly felt that there was a big shot in the police system, clearly leaning towards your side. Moreover, the evidence collected by the police station is all favorable to you. As long as no new evidence emerges, you can be released after going through the motions. You can just go through the motions. But I am here to arrest people. I need to give an explanation to the people of Country J. We cannot politely ask you to go back when we arrest people in front of reporters. We must be fierce and ruthless. And it would be best if we drag you and make you cry and shout all the way back. This is called a full performance. What happened? You fucking kicked everyone off the stage and started to sing a one-man show? You sang so beautifully. And so sadly. What is going through the motions? Do you know what going through the motions means? You shined on the stage. And you trampled me to death under the stage? Damn it, you pissed me off. And I turned the table over and convicted you of excessive self-defense. And let you die in a J Country prison. Yuto Mikami had a lot of things to say but couldn't. And he almost got a uterine malformation because he was so depressed. He glared at Chin-sun, who had his eyes closed, turned around and yelled in Chinese. When Chin-sun was singing just now, why didn't you tear his mouth to pieces? Why didn't you stuff a stinky sock into his mouth? The 2 people who could understand Chinese felt very aggrieved. Didn't you take off Chin-sun's hood? Why did you tear his mouth to pieces yourself? Why didn't you stuff a stinky sock into his mouth? You don't dare? Then, I don't dare even more. The other 2 policemen, who couldn't understand Chinese, looked at each other, wondering why the boss was so angry. Didn't this person get caught? He was just scolded, and neither side took action. It was pretty smooth. We caught such a big shot. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Chin-sun heard Mikami Yuto scolding in Chinese, knowing that he was scolding for himself, and secretly disgusting himself, and didn't care. Oh, if you dare to tear my mouth, I will dare to tear your anus. If you dare to stuff smelly socks into my mouth, I will dare to stuff bloody sanitary napkins into your mouth. Want to fight with me? Seeking death? Thinking about it, Chin-sun showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't look like a good person. Suddenly, he heard a clang-clang sound of metal knocking. He opened his eyes, and looked at Mikami Yuto, who was sitting opposite him. He saw him knocking on the iron carriage with a pistol in his hand. Mikami Yuto's face was gloomy. What are you laughing at? Chin-sun glanced at the pistol in his hand without even taking off the holster, knowing that he was just trying to scare him, said with a smile, I remembered something happy. Ms. Hang Yudo asked in a deep voice. What happy thing? Chin Sun smiled slightly. My wife told a very funny joke. Ms. Hang Yudo sneered. There is an old saying in country C that happiness is better shared than happiness alone. He pressed the pistol hard on the stool, crossed his legs, said, Tell me about it. Chin Sun smiled and began to speak. There is a question and answer on the internet. Asking, if you killed your enemy's family with your own hands, looked at the corpses on the ground, and suddenly found a girl hiding in the closet, what would you do? Mikami Yudo looked indifferent. Is this funny? Chin Sun remained calm and continued. One of the answers is, pick up the girl and carry her around the house. If she can't help but scream, it means there is someone hiding in the house. If you find that she is very nervous while walking, it means that there is someone around. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Mikami Yudo lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally figured it out. His face became very interesting. Ah, is this something that a human can come up with? So this is the way to pick? Using a girl as a radar? Suddenly, Mikami Yudo thought of Xia Shuheo's previous words, that he would jump up and run all over the floor. And he immediately understood that this was the way to pick. He was furious. And he stood up and walked in front of Chin Sun, and grabbed his neck fiercely. Baga, don't be so proud. You may not be able to get out of the police station. Chin Sun felt a little short of breath, and his neck suddenly shook. Yudo Mikami felt his palm shaken, and his palm actually felt a little painful, which surprised him. He believed that Taishan Dashion was killed by his shoulder. Does this man have such a strong neck? Chin Sun slowly opened his eyes. His expression was normal. His tone was calm, and he smiled. Because a joke doesn't suit your taste. You want to kill people to silence them? You have such a great official power. Ash, pay attention to your identity, and your words and deeds. Is it okay? Chapter 1026. A popular star is suspected of a major murder. The police take compulsory measures. The truth is yet to be revealed. Okay. Mikami Yudo gritted his teeth, squeezed out this sentence from his teeth, loosened the hand that was pinching Chin Sun. The prison van is equipped with cameras, and his behavior of pinching the suspect's neck is indeed inappropriate. If he is sued by Chin Sun, this scoundrel, he will have to bear the consequences. Chin Sun closed his eyes and leaned against the car, habitually wanted to cross his legs, but was restrained by the shackles, so he had to give up. The prison then went all the way to the Akita Prefectural Police Department. Chin Sun was escorted to the interrogation room. Mikami Yudo did not go to the interrogation immediately. He lost his temper in the office, kicked over the water dispenser with his foot, and slammed the folders on the table. After he lost his temper like a mad dog, he called a few men, walked towards the interrogation room with a cold face, and said loudly in J country, Go, go, go! Interrogate Chin Sun. This is a murder case, a major case, an important case. The suspect is as cunning as a fox. We must take a serious, solemn, professional attitude, and find out the real incident hidden under the existing evidence. The two men did not dare to say a word, and followed him carefully. After Yudo Mikami left, the other policemen looked at each other, and Policeman A asked, What happened to Chief Yudo Mikami today? Why was he so angry? I'm really afraid that he would get violent in the interrogation room. Policeman B said in a low voice, I heard that Mr. Mikami was scolded today. Policeman C asked, Oh, is that so? Did they call him stupid, scum, waste, etc.? Policeman A whispered, No, they scolded Chief Mikami, and said they would pick up his mother and run around. The other policemen were even more confused. What's there to be angry about? His mother jumped up and ran all over the floor. You can't stand it. Innocent insults. Mikami-kun's temper is getting worse and worse. All the interrogation rooms in the Akita Prefectural Police Department were used. Chin Sun occupied one alone, was held on the steel interrogation chair, facing Mikami Yudo's bombardment. Xia Zheng, Lu Xiaoquan, Xia Ning and dozens of others lined up to be questioned in the other interrogation rooms. While they were being interrogated, a hot search exploded on major domestic media platforms, and quickly took the top spot. Title: Super popular star Chin Sun is suspected of a major murder, police take compulsory measures. The truth is yet to be revealed. Early this morning, an incident that shocked the whole country occurred in the entertainment industry. The well-known super popular star Chin Sun was raided by the police in the homestay in Akita Prefecture, J country where he stayed. According to eyewitnesses and official reports, Dozens of police officers carrying professional riot control equipment quickly surrounded the homestay, and then controlled Chin Sun and his entourage. A total of dozens of people, one by one, and took them away from the scene. This operation was extremely fast and strict. The police took extremely strict security measures for Chin Sun, including wearing handcuffs, shackles and hoods, and placed him alone in a special prisoner van for transportation. This series of actions stems from the police's accusation that Chin Sun was suspected of a vicious murder. According to preliminary investigations, the police accused Chin Sun of brutally killing Kato Mizukin, the brother of the famous boxing champion Kato Oki, and two of his entourage. It is said that the scene was horrific. One of the victims suffered a severe sternum injury. One of the victims had a shattered face and skull, and his brain was shattered. Kato Mizukin was attacked by an unknown creature. His body was shattered, and the scene was shocking. Faced with such serious accusations, Chin Sun insisted that his actions were legitimate defense. But the specific details and evidence still need to be further investigated and verified by the procuratorate. During the police escort, facing the repeated questions from the media reporters, Chin Sun did not directly respond whether he was the murderer, but unexpectedly sang a song called Your Answer. The lyrics, "If the world is like this, I am still on the road and I can break all fears and find the answer," seem to have a profound meaning and are thought-provoking. This incident quickly sparked heated discussions on the internet. The public was curious and speculative about the reasons why Chin Sun was involved in the case, the definition of self-defense, and the truth behind the case. All sectors of society call for rationality and restraint before the truth is revealed, and wait for the fair judgment of the judicial organs. At present, the case has entered the stage of in-depth investigation. The procuratorate will conduct a comprehensive review of Chin Sun and related evidence in accordance with the law, strive to restore the truth, and give the public a satisfactory answer. At the same time, it also reminds the general public that the internet is not a lawless place, and any speech should be based on facts, respect the law, and avoid unnecessary harm to the parties and the case. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. News articles, photos, and videos about Chin Sun's arrest quickly spread on major domestic media platforms. This incident has dominated the charts on Douyin, Weibo, Smoothhand, and pornographic books, triggering a massive discussion among netizens. This Your Answer is so exciting. Ancient talents wrote poems to express their feelings, and modern talents sang to denounce injustice. The light of dawn will pass through the darkness, break all fears, and I can find the answer. Maybe the world is like this, and I am still on the road. Chin Sun said this with red eyes before turning around, and the sexual tension was full. This guy always plays tricks, and he can still think about singing at this critical moment. This song is so infectious. I can feel the frustration in Chin Sun's heart. I am experiencing the failure of entrepreneurship, and I am experiencing the low point of my life. I rekindled my fighting spirit after hearing this song. I have decided that I will never look back until I lose 1 million. The light of dawn will surely overcome the darkness. How far must a man be pushed to sing so touchingly? If Chin Sun died in Country J, was shot in Country J, it would be a huge loss to the global music scene. The music scene cannot do without Chin Sun, just like the West cannot do without Jerusalem. This song is so exciting. I am so strong now. I even want to break out of the prison. Handcuffs, shackles, and a hood, a single prison van escorted by 4 or 5 armed policemen. Do they treat Chin Sun as a vicious criminal? With so many devices and so many people on Chin Sun, do they still treat him as a human being? Does the suspect have no dignity? Besides, he was acting in self-defense. That Kato Oki's family is extinct. It's understandable that the police were a little more cautious. A family should be in good order. Chin Sun did a good thing. Oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, and those grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines. Chin Sun was doing well in Country C. He was an outstanding young man. How come he became a murderer just a few days after arriving in Country J? Self-defense? Definitely self-defense. Brothers, it's time to test us. It's a bit difficult to break into the prison, but we can watch Fatal Identity and give Chin Sun the litigation fee for the lawsuit. I'll watch it twice. I'll watch it 3 times. I'll watch it 4 times. Go watch it quickly. If you don't watch it, it will probably be taken off the shelves urgently. A little after 9 o'clock in the evening, Xia Zheng and others were released one after another. Xia Ning walked out of the Metropolitan Police Department, looking up at the sky. The moonlight was clear. The night wind was slightly cold. There were many people standing around her, but she felt a little lonely. Chapter 1027, I have cooperated very well. Officer, did I not cooperate? It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. The Xia family, the Liu family, the bodyguards, and the hunter assistants all came out. Dozens of them were interrogated by the police, and the things they described and the confessions they gave were exactly the same. Xia Ning was held hostage by Taishan Daxiong, and Kato Mizukin and Zhongyuan Hinata were able to escape from Qin Sun and ran back to Daxiong. Afterwards, they took Xia Ning as a hostage, and looted the watches and jewelry on everyone, and demanded a ransom of 300 million renminbi. After Xia Ning heard that Taishan Daxiong wanted to insult him, he wanted to die, turned around and slapped Kato Mizukin. He slapped Taishan Daxiong again. The atmosphere was tense. Qin Sun dislocated his arms, and replaced Xia Ning as a hostage, and was hit on the back of the head by Taishan Daxiong. Finally, he found the right opportunity, and killed Taishan Daxiong with a kick. Zhongyuan Hinata rushed to grab the pistol, but was stepped on by Qin Sun. Then he chased after the fleeing Kato Mizukin. When they rushed over, a black bear was biting Kato Mizukin. The police interrogated nearly 50 people, and the confessions they obtained were consistent. Even the details of the actions described. The mushroom-headed child said exactly the same thing. Children generally don't lie. And even if they do, they are easily exposed. Among the hunter assistants, 4 were from Japan, and their testimonies were the same as those of others. The police used professional interrogation techniques to obtain nearly 100 confessions, and felt that the facts were clear enough. Qin Sun was acting in self-defense. Kato Mizukin is an unlucky guy. This huge case is not that difficult to interrogate except that it is physically tiring. In the Metropolitan Police Department, a group of policemen were eating hamburgers and discussing in Japanese with relish. Kato Mizukin is so unlucky. I got the news before that he wanted to ambush in the mountains to avenge his brother, but he really died in the mountains. It's just that Taishan Daxiong is too lustful, otherwise Qin Sun and the others might not have risked counterattack and chose to pay the money. It's all because the woman named Xia Ning is too beautiful. The woman named Qin Fangshu is also very beautiful. She was crying when she was interrogated just now. It seems that she was scared to death. Ha ha, little woman. This case is. It is really clear. And the confession is complete. So it is not difficult to determine whether it is self-defense. Hey, do you really think Qin Sun's fighting ability is so strong? Can he kill people with one shoulder? Can he also step on people's heads into the mud with one foot? They all say so. It should be possible. Right? I have seen the video of Kato Daiki being humiliated in the octagon cage on the internet before. And I think it is really possible. Just ask him to do the experiment tomorrow. Suddenly, a policeman stood up with a hamburger in his mouth and called everyone to come over. I have a video evidence from Qin Fangshu. Come and take a look, and you will know how powerful Qin Sun is. A group of policemen immediately surrounded him, fighting for the best position. The policeman began to play the video. The screen showed Qin Sun's arms hanging weakly at his side. And suddenly he leaned back quickly, knocking Taishan Daxiong away. Taishan Daxiong flew into the air, blood spurting from his mouth. The pistol fell to the ground, and Zhongyuan Hinata rushed to grab the pistol, but was kicked on the back of his head by Qin Sun, and his head sank directly into the mud. Qin Sun kicked the gun in front of Kato Mizukin, but Kato Mizukin was so scared that he ran into the woods. Qin Sun chased him. The first video ended here. The police played the second video. The content was a black bear biting Kato Mizukin. Qin Sun was not in the picture. After watching the video, the office was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded. They talked in J language. Oh my god. There's a video. Qin Sun is so strong. Heavenly power. Lu Bu reincarnated. He's so brave. How dare he fight back when someone pointed a gun at the back of his head? And he actually fought back with his shoulder. There's a video. The facts are clear. The evidence is clear. And the evidence is complete. Will Qin Sun release it or not? The video was copied to a USB flash drive. According to Qin Fangshu, the source file broke when it was copied to the computer and pulled out of the card reader. The memory card has been discarded. There may be something fishy here. What else is there? Did Qin Sun raise a black bear in the mountains a few years ago? Did he call the black bear to eat Kato Mizukin? Ha ha. Too funny. How can you have such a rich imagination? Suddenly, A roar came from the interrogation room at the end of the corridor. I've cooperated very well. Officer, didn't I cooperate? The police put down their burgers, picked up their weapons, and rushed over, immediately crowding the back of the corridor. The first few people looked inside through the glass on the door, and their faces suddenly changed. Baga. It's really Lubu. Jin-sun fell to the ground while sitting on the interrogation chair, and Mikami Yuto pointed a gun at Jin-sun. Jin-sun lay on the ground, looking up at Mikami Yuto, said, Interrogation. Interrogation. Interrogation for the whole fucking day. You only gave me a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and you want me to show my natural strength. See if I have the strength to shatter someone's sternum with one shoulder. Now I've performed for you, you've seen the monkey show, can you give me a meal? Fuck. Mikami Yuto had a horrified look on his face, pointed his gun at Jin-sun, and looked at the 4 small pits on the cement floor. These were the points where the 4 legs of the interrogation chair were fixed with screws. Jin-sun's body shook for no apparent reason just now, and he actually pulled the chair off the ground. The interrogation chair was also slightly deformed. Mikami Yuto looked at Jin-sun lying on the ground, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he hadn't been controlled by the interrogation chair, he would have killed me before I drew my gun. Right? What a scary man. There must be a giant beast hidden in his body. Mikami Yuto put away his pistol, and signaled with his eyes to the 2 policemen around him to help Jin-sun up. The 2 policemen looked at each other, and shook their heads slightly. Don't dare. Mikami Yuto glared. And the 2 policemen walked over carefully, and helped Jin-sun up from the ground. Mikami Yuto stared at Jin-sun and said, I will untie the interrogation chair for you later. I hope you can be smart, and don't do anything radical like escaping from prison. Jin-sun frowned and shouted, Food. 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 I want to eat. Mikami Yuto stepped back and muttered in a low voice. Good for nothing. Jin-sun? Hey. No wonder people in Japan hate being called good for nothings. It turns out it's really annoying. Jin-sun was so angry that he was shaking on the ground, and slowly moved the steel chair, making a creaking sound. Let me out. I want to fight you. Let me out. Mikami Yuto looked back, and was so scared that he quickly walked to the door and opened it, and yelled at the crowded people in the corridor in Chinese. Look! What are you looking at? Do you believe that I will pick up your mother and run around? Xia Ning had no strength after being interrogated for a whole day, and she sat on the bus in silence back to the B&B. After she finished washing up, she hesitated for a moment, walked out of her room, and went to Jin-sun's room. I'll wait for him to come back. Xia Ning lay on Jin-sun's bed, and finally picked up her mobile phone and turned it on. As soon as she turned it on, she found that there were more than 100 missed calls, and there were also hundreds of unread messages on WeChat. She immediately sat up from the quilt and exclaimed, Oops. Chapter 1028 Hee. Things are getting interesting. Xia Ning found the phone number of Jin-sun's mother Ma Xiaogue, and found that there were indeed more than a dozen missed calls. She took a deep breath and dial. Only 3 seconds passed. The call was connected. Ma Xiaogue, Ningning, Jin-sun, has he come out? Xia Ning felt helpless, and didn't know how to face Jin-sun's family. She knew that Jin-sun's family must be behind this call. Xia Ning sniffed and said, Auntie, I'm sorry. Jin-sun needs to stay for a few more days, but I assure you, Jin-sun is innocent, and we have already arranged it. He won't suffer. At most, in half a month, he will be released. Ma Xiaogue, Xiao-sun called me last night to tell me about this. He was smiling all the time. I thought he was joking. When I checked Douyin today, the sky fell. Xiao-sun, will he be hungry? He has been afraid of going hungry since he was a child. When he was a child, he stole money from his grandfather and used it to buy food, not to play games. Xia Ning's voice was choked with sobs. Auntie, don't worry. We've arranged it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Ma Xiaogue cried a few times, and asked again, Xia Ning, do you think Jin-sun will be in jail like this? Will your children be able to take the civil service exam in the future? Xia Ning? She couldn't keep up with Ma Xiaogue's train of thought, hesitated for a moment, and said with some uncertainty, It should be. Okay. Xia Ning talked to Ma Xiaogue for more than half an hour, explained the whole thing to her, and comforted her before hanging up the phone. During the call, Xia Ning heard calls coming in non-stop, and she hung up one by one. From Yi Lan. From Song Ying. From Monsieur. From Su Luoluo. From Chiao Lele. From Huang Huai. From Wu Yu. From Yo Xiaojun. From Mao Qianni. From Gao Man. From Bai Yiheng. Xian Ning was a little annoyed. Why are all the calls from women? Just after hanging up the phone, Yilan called again, and she hung up directly, too lazy to explain to them one by one. Xian Ning created a group on Weixin for everyone except Mao Qianni, Gao Man, Bai Yiheng. Group name: Don't Call Me Again. She immediately posted a message. Qin Sun was acting in self-defense. We have complete evidence, you don't have to worry. We will return to China in a few days. A message popped up in the group immediately. It was from Yilan. Qin Sun's phone was not accessible, which means he has not been released yet? Xian Ning, can you do it? Can you do it? Can you come out, but he can't? How many days do you mean in a few days? Can he be released tomorrow? Can't he even get bail pending trial? Xian Ning saw Yilan's questioning, typed a few words. None of your business, thought about it, and deleted it again. She sent a message. In 15 days at most, Qin Sun will be out. If you can give more public pressure, maybe you can shorten the time. Soon, Yilan replied. I have asked a teacher to arrange the music for your answer. I will post it online after I finish recording this song. Just to say, I won't pay for copyright. Xian Ning had nothing to say. Now is a sensitive period for Qin Sun, who has 3 murders on his shoulders. Before Yilan got the news, she started recording the song to support Qin Sun, and she was betting her career on it. Yilan is half an orphan. Apart from money, her career is the only thing she has. If she loses it, she might become depressed again. Now that she has done so much for Qin Sun, then don't give her copyright fees. Anyway, her pay for several movies is also very cheap. No one loses. A few seconds later, Su Luoluo sent a message. I have found someone to apply for a visa. Sister Lele, and I will fly to country J in 5 days. Xian Ning replied. No need. Su Luoluo replied immediately. I am Mr. Qin's assistant. I was not by his side when he was arrested, so what kind of assistant am I? I want to go. If Mr. Qin can't get out, I will. I don't know what I will do. Anyway, I will not let them go. Su Lele also sent a message. Me too. Xian Ning sighed helplessly. Song Ying sent another message. I have just determined the escape route. If Brother Qin Sun is not released, I will hire someone to break into the prison. Take a smuggling ship to leave J country, go to Vietnam, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia. Then fly to the United States. I will wait for him on the coast of Hawaii. Xian Ning was speechless. Why not fly directly to the United States? Why make it so complicated? And could immediately send a message to the group. Song Ying, I heard all your little calculations in Shanghai. Then Monsieur also sent a message. Xian Ning said that. I feel relieved. It's really weird, the boss was arrested, but the tavern's business is booming. People have been coming to drink since noon. And I guess we'll be staying up all night. I'm so tired. When they got drunk, they said, if the boss was convicted, they would go to the streets to find some J people to vent their anger and beat them up. I hope nothing happens. Xian Ning replied. Thank you for your hard work, boss lady. Then, Huang Huai sent another message. Do you need a top lawyer team? They are all experts in large transnational cases. And there are even big guys who have never lost. I have asked the school leaders. And they are willing to help. Xian Ning replied. Thank you. If I need anything, I will contact you as soon as possible. The group gradually quieted down. When Xian Ning was wondering why Wu Yu and Yo Xiaojun didn't say anything, she received her call. As soon as the call was connected, Wu Yu's tone was a little bad. Is it really difficult to deal with it if I'm not on Yilan's side? Is it really impossible to get bail pending trial? Xian Ning heard the name of Yilan and was a little annoyed and asked back. Is the box office of the movie affected? Wu Yu was obviously stunned and said unhappily. The box office has indeed been affected. But it's positive. Today, 150 million. The total box office is about to break the 1 billion mark. But now it's not about the box office. Your grandfather and my grandfather just watched Qin Sun go to jail? Xian Ning didn't know what to say. So he could only sigh. Both old men said that they had taken care of it. And Qin Sun would be fine. But they had to follow the procedures. And they couldn't leave any room for criticism. Being detained was one of the procedures. Suddenly, Niu Shijuan's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Old nun. Do you want me to ask Grandpa to save your old monk? Xia Ning was startled. She didn't expect her to take the initiative to bring up such a matter. She said, if you are willing to ask your grandpa to help Qin Sun once, it shouldn't be this time. We can handle it ourselves. Besides, it's not convenient for your grandpa to help. After all, he is not in the country. Niu Xiaojun, don't let Qin Sun get into trouble. I rarely meet someone as fun as him. He is more fun than the dog I raised before. If you change your boyfriend, I won't recognize you. I will also tell your new boyfriend every day that Qin Sun used to rub your breasts all day long. Xia Ning? She couldn't listen anymore and hung up the phone directly. Xia Ning knew the dog that Niu Xiaojun was talking about. It was indeed a very interesting dog, and was Niu Shijun's favorite. Unfortunately, it got lost later. Niu Xiaojun compared Qin Sun to a dog, which was indeed a compliment. Beijing. Zhang Lei turned off the lights in his bedroom. In the dark, he lay on the bed and browsed his phone. The light of the phone shone on his face, flickering like a devil. Hee. Things are starting to get interesting. Chapter 1029. There is an old saying in country C that blood debts must be paid with blood. In Zhang Lei's bedroom, he kept browsing the news about Qin Sun on the internet. When he first saw Qin Sun was involved in a murder, he was overjoyed, and the humiliation that had been pent up in his heart for a long time was much relieved. Although Kato Oki's brother did not kill Qin Sun killed him, and was involved in a murder. Although Qin Sun was not dead physically, he was already socially dead, and he was going to disappear completely from the public eye. But as the matter continued to ferment, more and more netizens watched and posted all kinds of outrageous remarks. Zhang Lei's mood was like a roller coaster, and he fell directly to the bottom. Why are most of the comments from netizens on Qin Sun's side? Is it because the person who died was a J countryman that netizens all supported Qin Sun? This is too protective. Is there still the law? Is there still law? Not only did Fatal Identity not take down the shelves, but the box office also rose against the trend. And it actually earned more than 150 million today. Zhang Lei stood up and paced in the dim room. Half an hour later, he made up his mind. As long as there is enough money, there is no rhythm that cannot be carried out. I will take advantage of your illness to kill you. The movie must be removed from the shelves. You must also die in J country. That night, countless water armies heard the news and smeared Qin Sun on the internet. The wind direction changed the next day, and many discordant voices emerged. All sectors of society called for rationality and restraint before the truth was revealed, and waited for the fair judgment of the judicial organs, instead of blindly concluding that a person was acting in self-defense. No matter how fiercely you shout on the internet, it cannot change the fact that Qin Sun carried 3 lives. Those 3 people died in such a miserable way. Even if it was self-defense, they shouldn't have died so miserably. Couldn't there be some personal grudge involved? The sternum was shattered. The skull was shattered, the limbs were incomplete, and the intestines were all over the floor. Listen to these words. Is this something a human can do? Even if Qin Sun is finally convicted of self-defense, he must be guilty of insulting a corpse. It's really funny. Qin Sun has been arrested, but the movie he starred in can still achieve such a high box office. I really don't know the values of young people nowadays. Is Qin Sun going to redefine what a bad artist is? Prostitution needs to be banned, but murder can continue to be active on the screen. Isn't this another way of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? I firmly believe that the series of brainless debates conducted by brain-dead fans to protect their idols can never affect judicial justice. J people are also human beings. Qin Sun has committed a crime, he should be imprisoned, and he should be killed. Take down Fatal Identity. Banned. Killed Qin Sun. Along with the rhythm, some righteous netizens, Qin Sun's black fans, idol trolls, and some water armies of artists who want to fish in troubled waters, jumped out one after another. They formed a powerful force and abused Qin Sun on the internet. Curse him to death. May he die in J country prison. Curse him to never come back to C country. Qin Sun has a huge number of fans, including fans of songs, movies, books, and looks. They are a group of people with different qualities. They also work together to attack each other. When they first defended Qin Sun, they also asked about his family tree. Later, when they were so angry, they said a few words for Qin Sun while asking about his family tree. The internet was full of black and white people fighting each other, and the sky was dark, and the sun and moon were dark. The incident, which was already very popular, became more popular in the war of words, and almost reached a boiling point. In just 3 days, the discussion of the incident exceeded 10 billion. There was even a round of voting on many websites. And the title of the voting was your answer. Do you think Chin Sun is a murderer? Yes, 450%. No, 55%. In J country. Because 3 people died in these cases. And they all died tragically. And one of the dead was Kato Mizukin, the brother of the former boxing champion of J country. After 3 days of fermentation, Chin Sun's singing video also became popular on the J country network. J country netizens were outraged. When did the C country people become so presumptuous in J country? Do they kill us J country people just because they want to? Disgusting, it's really disgusting, everyone. Don't be deceived by Chin Sun. He is an actor, he is a singer. He was able to sing such an inspiring song passionately when he was arrested. He was obviously well prepared. These policemen and reporters were all part of his plan. He is a shrewd guy. The song he sang has caused a huge response in country C. The brainless netizens in that country were incited by him, and they all clamored to send money to his movie to pay for his lawsuit. Are we, the people of country J, going to die in vain? Let me say this. Kato Mizukin is a small gang leader. He also said before that he wanted to avenge his brother, who was starved to death by him. He went to find someone with a gun, and was killed by someone else. This is legitimate defense no matter how you look at it. Legitimate defense is only for us J country people against J country people, shouldn't they? The outsiders behave themselves in our territory? Kato Oki's family is already dead. Chin Sun's family and his beautiful girlfriend should be used to pay the blood debt. There is an old saying in C country that blood debts must be paid with blood. A round of voting was also launched on a certain website in J country. Your answer. Do you think Chin Sun is the murderer? Yes, 95%. No, 5%. There was a lot of shouting online, and there were also dozens of radical elements offline, gathering in front of the Akita Prefecture Metropolitan Police Department and hanging banners. The banner was written in J language, severely punish the murderer Chin Sun from C country. They were still shouting in J language. Justice. Reject the conspiracy. Kill Chin Sun. The people of J country cannot die in vain. On the morning of the 4th day, Mikami Yuto drove into the Metropolitan Police Department and saw through the car window that more and more people were gathering outside the cordon, and his face looked a little bad. These days, he interrogated Chin Sun at least 3 times a day, but he could not do anything else. Because according to the existing evidence, only 2 conclusions can be drawn. First, Kato Mizukin is really an unlucky guy, who was killed by a black bear while escaping. Second, Chin Sun acted in self-defense, he is innocent. However, Mikami Yuto still did not release Chin Sun, and continued to interrogate him. In fact, Mikami Yuto did not want to interrogate anything. He just wanted to spend more time, lock Chin Sun for a longer period of time, and discuss him for a longer period of time, which can be regarded as an explanation to the people of J country. I really tried my best. I will do more to Chin Sun in the next few days, and after he walks out of the Metropolitan Police Department, you can't do anything to me. Mikami Yuto walked into the Metropolitan Police Department. Let's do it. Chapter 1030. You are going to a restaurant. I will give you a baked duck. After drinking a cup of coffee in the office, Yuto Mikami continued to interrogate Chin Sun as usual. He walked into the interrogation room with 2 men, pushed open the door, and saw Chin Sun's impatient eyes. Chin Sun sat on the steel interrogation chair, his hands were handcuffed to the iron rings on both sides of the chair armrests, and his ankles were also locked to the chair legs. This is the standard for dealing with serious criminals. However, Chin Sun has something more on him. Not only were his limbs controlled, but his body was also tightly tied to the chair by an iron chain, which was wrapped 3 times. In addition, there was an electric baton and a bottle of explosion-proof spray on the interrogation table of Yuto Mikami. There were explosion-proof forks and explosion-proof shields in the corner of the interrogation room. This scene was a bit exaggerated, even a bit funny, but Yuto Mikami was helpless. Since the last time Chin Sun shook the 4 screws of the interrogation chair off the ground, he arched towards him like a maggot, shouting, "I want to fight you one-on-one." Since then, Yuto Mikami was really scared. He was really worried that Chin Sun might kill himself if he was locked in the steel chair. Chin Sun saw Mikami Yuto come in again, yawned, looked down at the iron chain on his chest, and said, "Ash, can you untie this iron chain? You said you could really lock me up, but you can't. This chain is like a dog leash tying me up. Do you know how much psychological damage it has caused me? Do you know how I've been living these days? Mikami Yuto snorted coldly, sat on the chair, stared coldly at Shin-sun, and felt that he was a bit talkative today. Shin-sun raised his head, and said sincerely, Ash, can you change me to a multi-person room? I heard that everyone in the detention center is talented, and they speak well. I like multi-person rooms very much. It's boring to live in a room by myself. You guys are still teasing me for a long time, but it's really boring every night. Shin-sun saw Mikami Yuto glanced at him with disdain, so he started singing directly. I admit that I am inferior. I am really afraid of the dark. Whenever the night comes, I am always embarrassed. Mikami Yuto was stunned. Damn, singing again? A few days ago, this guy sang your answer and became the top news in 2 countries. J and C. Now he's doing it again? Can artists really always burst out some inspiration when they're in pain? Mikami Yuto sat at the table, frowning, and began a new round of interrogation. Name, Shin-sun said, a little annoyed. You interrogate me like this every day, asking me the same question every day, and asking it several times every day. I have answered it hundreds of times, and you still keep asking. What do you want to do? Are you waiting here? He shook his body and said angrily, If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Okay? Mikami Yuto was silent, a little speechless. In the past few days, he did ask every question he needed to ask several times. Sometimes, he would suddenly ask the same question again, catching Shin-sun off guard. But Shin-sun's answer was always the same. The same here means that the facts described are the same, but the vocabulary, logic, and order of the description are mostly different. This shows that Shin-sun did not prepare the confession in advance before the interrogation. If the confession was prepared and memorized in advance, the vocabulary of his description should be the same every time, and he would not use different sentences to explain the same event. Seeing that Shin-sun didn't want to answer the questions, Mikami Yuto didn't force him, because he was a little sick of the interrogation. He simply talked about another thing. Shin-sun, on the internet and countries C, you are now despised by thousands of people, and there are probably millions of people condemning you. But there is still a group of evil elements who have made you a legend. They have made you a hero who bravely rescued a beautiful woman, the light of the city that punishes evil. As he said this, he slammed the table heavily, and said with a gloomy face, But in my eyes, you are still a murder suspect. Shin-sun laughed. Ash, it turns out that a policeman cannot look at the evidence, but just judge whether a person is guilty based on his own preferences. If I had known that being a policeman was so easy, I would have gone to the police academy. I also want to be a policeman like you who will not let any good person go. Mikami Yuto slammed the table again, stood up, and said loudly, No matter how happy you say it, we will not miss a step in the interrogation process. You will not miss a second of the number of days you should stay in the detention center. Great composer. At least 10 days. Enjoy your time in prison. He turned and left, ready to hastily end today's interrogation. Shin-sun saw him leaving, and hurriedly called out to San Shang-yuren. Ash, you must remember what I just told you, and move to a multi-person room for me. San Shang-yuren stopped, turned his head and sneered. No way. I'm really afraid that you will kill all your cellmates. Shin-sun sighed. Look, you're anxious again. He paused, and made another request. Ash, can you improve my food? Don't eat fish and shrimp every day. Can you give me something oily and meaty? Just bake a duck for me. San Shang-yuren cursed in a low voice. Go eat shit. He turned and walked away, with a sneer on his face. This guy has gone crazy living in a single room. How dare he make such a request? You are a restaurant owner. I will bake you a duck. Shin-sun was taken back to the detention room. This is not a single room, but he is the only one locked up. Shin-sun lay on the bed and sighed at the ceiling. I should have known not to get angry with Mikami Yuto. Being interrogated is much more comfortable than being locked up here. At least I have a companion. After half an hour, he closed his eyes, called up the system panel, and checked the slacking value. Slacking points, 813080000. The next lottery requires 1 billion slacking points. Shin-sun's eyes fell on the lucky wheel in the upper right corner. How about a lottery to relieve boredom? He thought, and spent 10,000 slacking points to draw. After a series of fancy animations on the lucky wheel, a treasure box popped out. The box opened, and a round pill flew out. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Name, Good Luck Pill. Quality, Good. Usage: open your mouth and eat it. Notes: fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon. Chin Sun opened his eyes, sat up, frowned and thought for a while, and decided to eat it. Even if its effect is limited in the detention center. It's sour and sweet, so it can be used as a food improvement. Chin Sun stretched out his hand, and a pill appeared in his palm, and he put it into his mouth. The pill was too round, and it rolled into his throat. Chin Sun pinched his throat with both hands, with a look of shock on his face. Isn't this a lucky pill? I can't even taste it. Damn. It turns out that cheap things don't have good ones. Chin Sun lay on the bed and sang loudly. I admit that I am inferior. I am really afraid of the dark whenever the night comes. I am always in a mess. Can someone come to accompany me to jail? Chapter 1031. Accompanying someone in jail to relieve boredom. Is there such a saying? B&B lobby. Xia Ning and dozens of others sat at several tables to eat. Because of what happened a few days ago, Xia Ning sat at the same table with Xia Zheng, Lu Shaohuan and other elders. She looked at the dazzling array of ingredients on the table, picked up the chopsticks, but didn't put them down for a long time, and was in a daze. Suddenly, she heard her mother's gentle voice. Ning Ning, don't worry. Your grandfather and grandpa have arranged it. Chin Sun's food in the detention center will not be too bad. You don't have to worry about him being hungry. Xia Ning put down her chopsticks, looked up at Xia Zheng, and asked, Grandpa, can I really go see him? Is it possible to visit him even if he's in detention? Xia Zheng put down his chopsticks, sipped a sip of tea, said, It's only been 4 days. Why are you so anxious as a girl? It's not that there's no other way, but it's better not to do it from a rational point of view. Don't worry. Chin Sun won't suffer any loss. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, and explained, Chin Sun, although he lies down and plays games all day, seems to be slacking off all day. Actually, he is very afraid of loneliness. He must be very bored in the detention center alone, and it's a bit pitiful. Hearing this, most people put down their chopsticks. They thought of the song Your Answer that Chin Sun sang when he was captured. The last line of the lyrics was, No longer alone. No longer alone. The song was so sad that it made anyone who heard it sad, and anyone who saw it shed tears. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull and quiet. Suddenly, there was a sound of chopsticks hitting the bottom of the bowl. Ding ding dong dong. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was Xia Shuheo holding the bowl and eating with big mouthfuls. Eating very happily. Xia Zheng frowned slightly, looking at Xia Shuheo's hungry ghost-like eating, and felt a little dissatisfied. Although he is the son who looks most like him, he is still annoying. Xia Zheng coughed. Xia Shuheo put down his chopsticks, raised his head, showed a puzzled expression, burped, and burped again. Xia Zheng said in a deep voice, How? You have a lot of experience in prison, and you can stay in prison for 1 or 2 days. Go in and keep Chin Sun company, and help him relieve his boredom. Xia Shuheo was shocked, and he was so scared that he stopped burping. What the hell? There is such a saying. Go to prison with someone. Xia Shuheo looked at his mother with a wrong look, but found that his mother sighed, turned her head away, and looked like she was not going to care about this matter. Seeing this, Xia Ning pleaded with Xia Zheng. Grandpa, there's no need. I just spoke my mind. There's no need to sacrifice my uncle. She paused and continued. The video of Chin Sun's self-defense was also sent to an influential figure in China. It should cause a sensation immediately. Once the police here feel the pressure of public opinion, Chin Sun may be able to get out in a few days. Xia Zheng waved his hand with a cold face. No need to say. Xia Shuheo's heart sank, knowing that he had to sit in jail. He stood up silently, walked to a bodyguard in the corner of the hall, and said expressionlessly, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to grab the bodyguard's crotch and twisted his walnut with a little force. The bodyguard was very professional, biting his cheek tightly, and didn't say a word. Xia Shuheo let go and said, Call the police. Xia Zheng threw the chopsticks and cursed. How can you do this? Where else can I arrest him? Xiao Wang is not married yet. He stood up and walked to the bodyguard, patted his shoulder, and said, Xiao Wang, you go back upstairs to rest, and take 200,000 medical expenses to the hospital for a checkup. The bodyguard did not refuse, knowing that this was his mental damage compensation, nodded and left. The police came soon, and left soon. Xia Zheng asked his assistant to go out and make arrangements. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chin Sun lay on the bed, crossed his legs, singing songs out of boredom. I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry, I will turn against you. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, and immediately got up and sat up. After a while, the door opened. Xia Shuheo was escorted in by 2 policemen, and the door was closed when he was pushed into the room. Chin Sun was startled, and stared at Xia Shuheo. Uncle, why are you here too? Did you go whoring again? Xia Shuheo was so angry that he said loudly, Stupid. Whoring is legal in country J. I felt sorry for you not having anyone to accompany you at lunch today. So I asked someone to accompany you. Because there were a few dishes I liked at noon. And I ate a little loudly. He asked me to accompany you. I am so unlucky. Chin Sun sighed in a fake manner, trying hard not to laugh. So the luck that the lucky pill brings me is based on other people's bad luck? Cheap goods can also be good. Good quality and low price. Xia Shuheo sat on an empty bed and said, I will be locked up for 5 days. You will probably need 10 more days. I will let Xia Shujia take over my shift to accompany you. Chin Sun was startled and said anxiously, No need, absolutely no need. Uncle Jia is too serious, not as fun as you. Xia Shuheo glared. Smelly boy, are you talking human language? He laid down on the bed and asked. The song you just sang was pretty nice. Teach me to sing, and I'll take you to the club to show off your skills later. Chin Sun? He cleared his throat and began to sing. His voice was completely different from before, and full of joy. I haven't been a big brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry, I'll turn against you. Ha ha ha. When Chin Sun was teaching Xia Shuheo to sing, on the other side of the sea in country C, Yi Lan's assistant Wang Chui stamped her feet anxiously. She grabbed Yi Lan's arm, and said in a hurry, We can just post the video secretly, and it can also attract the attention of netizens. At most, we can spend a few million to promote it. Sister Yi, you don't have to gamble your career. Yi Lan waved her hand, and said with determination. Sister Wang, no need to say more. I've made up my mind. Yi Lan walked out of the room, with a USB flash drive in her hand, and went to find the company's editor to edit an MV for herself. The USB flash drive contains a video of Chin Sun killing the gangster. Wang Chui looked at Yi Lan's back. Her expression was somewhat moved, and she sighed deeply. Now Yi Lan frequently participates in CCTV's evening parties, always appears in a positive image, and is a national idol. Except for some gossip about Chin Sun, there is almost no scandal. Now the voices of overthrowing Chin are rampant on the internet, and no artist in the circle dares to stand on the side and take advantage of this wave of black traffic. The super first-line singer and actress, who is at the peak of her career, now takes the initiative to jump into this vortex of public opinion. Aren't you afraid of backlash and ruin? She is an artist in the entertainment industry who believes in feng shui very much, but she doesn't mind the bad luck and uses the murder video to make the MV for her song. She must use her influence to support Chin Sun and prove his reputation. Wang Chui saw Yi Lan's back disappear from her sight, and hurriedly ran after her. Why? This is someone else's husband. What a bad fate. 6 o'clock in the evening. Yi Lan released the MV of the song Your Answer on her Douyin, Weibo, and other social media at the same time. It quickly became the #1 trending search, and attracted millions of netizens to watch. Chapter 1032 Furious fans, clearing everything. Once Yi Lan's MV was released, it immediately became the #1 hot search. The music was arranged by a top-notch master in China. Yi Lan sang passionately, and what was even more shocking was that it was accompanied by a special video as the song MV. The netizens who were watching the melon suddenly discovered that the MV was actually a video of Chin Sun killing Taishan Daxiong, Zhongyuan Hinata, and chasing Kato Mizukin. The video was processed, and those bloody scenes were mosaicked. The speed was also slowed down a bit, and it looked more tragic with the song. Some shrub branches are in the upper right corner of the video. You can tell it was secretly filmed. In the MV, the prelude starts. In the picture, Chin Sun heroically breaks his 2 arms. Yi Lan singing starts. Maybe the world is like this. I am still on the road. No one can tell. In the picture, Chin Sun's arms hang down at his side, like withered willow branches, step by step. He walks slowly towards Taishan Daxiong holding a gun. Yi Lan singing continues. Maybe I can only remain silent. Tears wet my eyes. But I am unwilling to be a coward. In the MV, Xia Ning hugs Chin Sun from behind, shoulders tremble slightly, As if crying, Xia Ning leapt, looking back every few steps. Qin Sun was pointed at the back of his head by Taishan Daxiong with a gun. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the shadow on the ground. Yi Lan singing also fits the scene. Head down, looking forward to the day. Accept all ridicule. Towards the wind, embrace the rainbow. Go forward bravely. The chorus started, and the voice became much higher. The light of dawn will pass the darkness. I can break all fears. Find the answer. In the picture, Qin Sun, who had been lowering his head, and his arms hanging by his side, followed the music, and his shoulders suddenly bumped back at a terrifying speed. Taishan Daxiong flew backwards, and the pistol fell to the ground. The interlude of the song sounded. In the MV, only Qin Sun's back could be seen. He twisted his neck, and the sound seemed far and near. 7 steps away. The gun is fast. Within 7 steps. I'm fast. Zhongyu and Hinata rushed forward to grab the pistol, and was kicked in the back of the head, and his head sank into the mud. Kato Shuijian ran away. Qin Sun chased him, and fell to the ground because his arms were unbalanced. He rolled on the ground for a few times, stood up, and his dislocated hands had recovered. He swung his arms quickly, and chased into the grove. Yi Lan's singing voice rang out again. Even if I have to go against the light. Dispel the darkness. Discard all burdens. No longer alone. No longer alone. Netizens listened to Yi Lan's song and watched the bloody video of Qin Sun killing the robbers. They couldn't believe their eyes. Netizens had heard a kind of unwillingness and resentment in the version Qin Sun sang when he was arrested by the police. At this time, seeing Yi Lan's version, they felt a kind of passion for counterattack after being suppressed for a long time. Burning! So burning! So fucking burning! Netizens commented crazily. In less than an hour, Yi Lan's social media had more than 50,000 comments. And it was still growing at a terrifying rate. Fuck. 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 I don't mean to swear, but besides. Fuck, what other words can describe this situation? Oh my god. Qin Sun is a real man. Did he twist his arm and dislocate it? Awesome. 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 This guy definitely doesn't need anesthesia for sterilization surgery. In order to protect his woman, he broke his arms to replace the hostages. Who dares to say that Qin Sun is a scumbag? Kato Mizukin went there for Qin Sun's life. How dare he go there? Is he going to die? So cool. Robber, you touched Qin Sun's reverse scale. Fuck, Qin Sun can definitely play the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, absolutely. The world's best soldier, how can his fighting power be so fierce? I believe you if you say he can kill 2 tigers. The gun is fast at 7 steps away, and the gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps. This is too pretentious. Children can't learn from Qin Sun. Is Taizan so powerful? Come, lean under your sister's crotch. This is not a humanoid self-propelled money-printing machine. This is a humanoid self-propelled pile driver. Right? Can his arm be broken and healed at will? Is this ancient martial arts? His explosive power really reveals a blend of bloodthirsty beasts and cold machinery. Love it, love it. Netizens were shocked by Qin Sun's self-sacrifice and terrifying physical fitness at first, and made a lot of comments. Gradually, some more rational comments were pushed up. Comrades, get the point. The point is that this is the evidence of Qin Sun's normal defense. Qin Sun was undoubtedly acting in self-defense. Why didn't they release him? Even though I am a legal illiterate, I can see that this is absolutely self-defense. They have guns in their hands. How can this not be considered self-defense? Too bullying. Just because Qin Sun is from Country C, he should be treated unfairly in Country J? The police have already obtained evidence, but they won't release him. They even force Yi Lan to give evidence. I don't believe there is no shady dealings here. They locked Qin Sun up. Not to mention using the great memory recovery technique, trying to force him to confess. Right? Shady dealings? Shady dealings? Brothers, follow me to attack the media account of the J Country Embassy. Go! 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 Netizens were raging on the internet like locusts. Hundreds of thousands of people reposted Yi Lan's Weibo, Downin, moments, and called on friends everywhere to support Qin Sun. For a while, the atmosphere on the internet became increasingly tense. With the support of netizens, Qin Sun's case became a major issue concerning national dignity. Many people rushed to the social media of the J Embassy to post comments and speak for Qin Sun. People of Country C will never be slaves. Fuck your mother. Let him go. Do you want to test the sharpness of our swords? For a while, the haters who had previously criticized Jin Sun online, and the rationalists who advised fans to be rational disappeared one after another and never jumped around again. Jin Sun's fans, movie fans, book fans, and poetry fans all united to cheer for Jin Sun, and turned into time police to look through previous comments and settle accounts with the haters. Whose dog are you? Why aren't you barking now? While Jin Sun is in prison, you're throwing dirty water on him? Is it reasonable to pin some of your imaginary things on others? Open your dog eyes and see if this is legitimate defense? What good will it do to your master if Jin Sun is banned? If he falls, will your idol be able to take over the market he vacated? Do they have the strength? Are they worthy? It's been many years since such a versatile person appeared. Do you think we will support your master after he dies? Ah. Bah! Jin Sun's fans were so angry that every dog passing by was slapped. And a storm was formed on the internet. Gods will be killed. And Buddhas will be killed. Chapter 1033. Why don't you let him go? Do you know how big a mess you've made? Yilan's office. Wang Chui sat on the sofa and scrolled through her phone. From time to time, she looked up at Yilan, who was also scrolling through her phone, and sighed in her heart. Now that things have become so serious, sister, you may be banned at any time. Is it really worth it? If Jin Sun is your boyfriend, it's fine, or if he and Xia Ning don't have a good relationship, but now there is obviously no chance. Why gamble your career? To play such an MV? Using her social account with tens of millions of fans to post a video of her lover risking his life to save her girlfriend, her heart should be bleeding. Right? But even so, sister, you still posted it. Jin Sun can fall into Xia Ning's hands, but he must not end up in a prison in Country J. Wang Chui scrolled through her phone for a while, and saw a comment. Yilan's reputation has collapsed. She has finally become what she hates the most. She has also become a bootlicker. Her heart was stabbed. She looked up at Yilan and found that she looked normal. She sighed again. Yilan always supported Jin Sun. If Jin Sun's reputation really collapsed, wouldn't you collapse with him? However, once Jin Sun gets through this, with his character, he will definitely keep Yilan popular forever. Many people in the entertainment industry saw the news and suddenly felt very complicated. They saw that Jin Sun's fans were being liquidated on a large scale. Some extreme fans even went to other artists' comment areas to attack them, to avenge their fans who had previously slandered Jin Sun. For a time, many artists suffered from unprovoked disasters, but they did not dare to get angry, because they knew that Jin Sun had many big mountains to lean on, and he would become a mountain after this international incident. In the past, many artists wanted to take advantage of Jin Sun and Yilan all the time. But seeing that the matter had become so serious, some extreme nationalist remarks even appeared. They didn't know what the official attitude of Country C was, and they were afraid that taking the wrong side would affect their future. Yilan was crazy about love. They were very rational. The next day, early in the morning, many people in the entertainment industry were shocked to see that Yilan's song MV had 6 million likes, 8 million reposts, and more than 1 million comments. Many smart people immediately reacted. Didn't the fact that this MV was not banned by the official represent the official attitude? After reacting, they were so angry that they beat their chests and slapped their thighs. Yilan got it right again. No wonder she can always work with Jin Sun. If I had known, I would have reposted it yesterday to show my support. For a while, many actors, singers, composers in the entertainment industry reposted Yilan's MV and attached their own words. This is my answer. The answer is in my heart, and so is justice. I can't think of a second answer to this. The MV of Yilan's song Your Answer was reposted by many singers, actors, artists in the industry, both those who knew her and those who didn't. In less than a few hours, more than 20 celebrities reposted the article, including Bai Hong, Mao Qiani, and Gao Man. With the influence of these celebrities, more people paid attention to Jin Sun's arrest. The incident further expanded, and even many people who didn't pay attention to it knew about it. People were discussing it everywhere. In the streets, offices, and parks. Hey, have you heard about a star from RC country being illegally detained in J country? You heard about it too. I watched the MV. That guy was really cruel. They deserve to die. Ambush and kill, kidnap and hold hostage. They deserve to die. I looked up this Jin Sun. He is an outstanding young man from RC country. He is a singer, actor, family poet. And an amateur boxer. Amateur? What do you mean by that? I'll punch you and you'll know if he's an amateur or not. What does J Country mean by not releasing him? They are bullying RC Country people. Or they want to squeeze some money out of Chin Sun, or they want to make him schizophrenic and make us lose a talent. Supporting the right, and not the relatives is an excellent quality, but most of Chin Sun's fans don't have this kind of character. They habitually support the relatives and not the right. Plus now, that the reason is on their side, then of course they will not let him off even if they are right. Netizens and the public were frantically cheering for Chin Sun. Some people flocked to the cinema, and the box office of Fatal Identity was also rising steadily. The matter was getting bigger and bigger. After one night, the social media of the J Country Embassy had received hundreds of thousands of comments. It simply closed the comment area. This time, the netizens who had nowhere to vent became even more angry. I don't know who shouted online, and more than 100 passionate young people in Beijing rushed to the J Country Embassy and held banners. "Fuck you, release him." The banner was quickly seized by public officials, who appeared out of nowhere, and the fans had to change it. Protect rights according to law, defend justice, build a blue sky of rule of law together, return Chin Sun to the innocent world. The fans gathered at the door of the embassy and shouted loudly, "Release him! Release him! Release him!" Country J. Country J time is about an hour later than Country C time. As usual, Yuto Mikami drove to the Metropolitan Police Department. He looked out the window and found that there was no one holding a banner outside the door today. He was a little confused. What? Aren't there more and more people coming these days? Why is there no one today? They don't want Chin Sun to die in J Country? Alas, young people nowadays really have no blood and patience. Mikami Yuto parked the car, walked into the Metropolitan Police Department, and found that everyone looked at him with a strange look, which made him even more confused. He touched his face and asked in J Country, "Do I look bad today?" A female police officer answered with a smile. "No, Mikami-kun looks good." She hesitated. "Are you going to interrogate Chin Sun again today?" Mikami Yuto nodded with a serious face. "Yes. Get ready now." Hearing this, several policemen went to interrogate him. Mikami Yuto walked into the office, made a pack of coffee, and started a full day. These days, because of interrogating Chin Sun, he was very tired. He went to bed early every day, but he never slept enough. But such a painful life will continue for more than 10 days. Suddenly, the phone rang. Mikami Yuto saw that it was a call from his immediate boss, and felt bad, put down the coffee, and stood up to answer the phone respectfully. They spoke in J language. Yuto Mikami spoke respectfully. "Hello. Sir." The sir's tone was very unfriendly, and his voice was a little loud, and he criticized him. "Mikami-kun, how many more days will you try Chin Sun's case? When will you let him go? Do you know how big a mess you've made?" Chapter 1034, Taking My Mom Everywhere? Unintentional Honor. Big trouble? When Mikami Yuto heard this, he felt that a black pot was about to fall from the sky, and his scalp tightened immediately. He wanted to defend himself, but he had no chance to defend himself. The superior on the other end of the phone was still nagging angrily. "Mikami-kun, the evidence in this case is sufficient, the facts are clear, and kindergarten children can judge right from wrong, but you are confused? How many days will you want to try? The case is not complicated, the evidence is extremely sufficient, and the judicial process will be very smooth, but why is it stuck for so long at your stage?" Mikami Yuto seized the opportunity of the superior to breathe, and wanted to say a few words. But he was interrupted immediately. The phone got louder. I heard that you still interrogate Chin Sun every day, interrogate him several times a day, and his confession is always the same. What are you interrogating? What do you want to find out? Get this case done quickly. Now this matter has caused a lot of public opinion in Country C, and even public outrage. More than 100 people have surrounded our embassy in Country C. The number is increasing. They say we have a conspiracy, deliberately and illegally detaining Chin Sun, torturing him, trying to force him to confess. Before this matter becomes a diplomatic incident that affects the relationship between the two countries, release Chin Sun immediately, don't stay for a second longer. I don't want to see our names in the international news. Do you understand? Mikami Yuto heard his superior say so much in one breath. His tone was very excited, and he probably drooled all over the phone. He was a little confused. He didn't expect that things would develop into this. Is Chin Sun's reputation in J Country so high? It could rise to an international incident. Before arresting Chin Sun, Mikami Yuto took Chiu Meixiang's case file and immediately judged that Chin Sun was 99% self-defense. But he was invited out for a drink by his superior that night, suggesting that he should handle this case well. The superior's wording was very vague, but he guessed two meanings. First, Chin Sun must be released. Second, Chin Sun should not be so relaxed, and should take care of the feelings of the people of Country J. Chin Sun needs to suffer some, but not really. At that time, Mikami Yuto was stunned for a long time, knowing that this was a hot potato. If he had to suffer, but not really, wouldn't he only be able to torture Chin Sun mentally? In addition to interrogating him a few more times, what else could he do? But after interrogating him for a few days, he found that this was not torture for Chin Sun, it was torture for himself. Chin Sun's words were really ugly. Too ugly. At this time, Mikami Yuto heard his superior scolding him, and realized that he was going to take the blame, and felt a little anxious, and defended himself. Sir, my current interrogation procedure is completely legal, I did not use any violent means to. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. The voice of the commander on the other end of the phone was piercingly loud. Legal? Which suspect was chained after being locked on the interrogation chair? Do you think he is a dog? While the suspect was being interrogated, there were pepper spray, electric batons, explosion-proof forks, explosion-proof shields in the room? Which prisoner was pointed at with a gun by the police in the interrogation room? Which prisoner was insulted by the police in the lounge, and was called a good-for-nothing? Baka! Baka! When Yuto Mikami heard these questions, his face became uglier and uglier, knowing that he was a traitor among his people. He didn't dare to defend the other points. But he was a little dissatisfied with calling Chin Sun a good-for-nothing and said loudly, Boss! He was the first to scold me. He said he would carry my mother around. He scolded me several times, but I only scolded him once. The boss on the other end of the phone laughed angrily, and shouted loudly. So what? He said he would carry your mother around? Just let him say it. Is your mother so delicate? Mikami Yuto knew that the boss had misunderstood the meaning of the word tiao, and hurriedly defended himself. Sir, the word pick in Chinese has several meanings. The one Chin Sun is talking about is not a shoulder pole, but a stick. The officer on the other end of the phone was impatient. Baka! Baka! So what? If I say I want to carry your mother and run around, will you point a gun at me and tie me up with a chain? Mikami Yuto realized that his superior still didn't understand what he meant, and his face became a little ugly. He took a few deep breaths and said slowly, It's an honor. The officer on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, and he didn't seem to know why Mikami Yuto felt honored. His tone was a little slower, but still firm. Mikami-kun, I don't care what Chin Sun means. Pay attention to your identity and his identity. You also know that you are a policeman, a suspect, and your misconduct will be infinitely magnified. And he has actually cleared his suspicion now, and he only needs to go through the legal procedures. Why don't you let him go? Why is it stuck in the interrogation stage? Mikami Yuto was very angry and said, Sir, I'm waiting for your hint. Before he could finish this sentence, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose several pitches, somewhat harsh, and interrupted him abruptly. Mikami-kun, I need to remind you. It's not easy for you to sit in this position. Don't ruin your future because of your momentary impulse. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, First, not only do the people of Country C now believe that Chin Sun acted in self-defense, but even the people of Country J no longer clamor for Chin Sun's trial. He even gained a lot of fans in Country J because he looked so cool in the murder video. Don't be so stubborn. Now some netizens are questioning whether you took money from someone to kill Chin Sun, or whether you deliberately detained Chin Sun to squeeze some money out of him. Second, if Chin Sun doesn't get out today, someone will replace you tomorrow. I don't mean to replace these cases, but maybe your entire career. When Yuto Mikami heard this, he became anxious and patted his chest to make a promise. Sir, don't worry. Chin Sun will be released today. The person on the other end of the phone hummed, as if relieved. Mikami-kun, only by enforcing the law impartially can your career go smoothly. He hung up the phone. Mikami Yuto thought about this sentence, and his eyes lit up. Doesn't the commander mean that as long as Chin Sun is released, he can still be taken care of by him, and move up a level in his career? Mikami Yuto picked up the coffee, and drank it all, and walked towards the interrogation room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chin Sun locked in the interrogation chair, with 3 iron chains still wrapped around his body. He walked over quickly, and knelt on one knee in front of Chin Sun. Chin Sun was startled, and his back suddenly leaned against the back of the chair, looking at Mikami Yuto, who was kneeling on one knee, and said, "Damn it! You didn't play by the rules today. What do you want to do? I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, I will really pick up your mother and run around." After saying that, Mikami Yuto forced a smile on his face and said, "It's an honor." Chin Sun? He saw Mikami Yuto raise his hand and reach out to him, and he was so scared that his anus tightened, shaking his body wildly, and cursing, "Beast, do you really want to roast my duck?" Chapter 1035. Go out? Go out for what? Hearing Chin Sun calling him a beast, Mikami Yuto was startled, and subconsciously put his outstretched hand on Chin Sun's knee. He scratched it. Chin Sun looked down, suspecting that he wanted to touch his crotch, and got goosebumps, and shook his body vigorously. "Fuck. Take your hands away. Take them away." The steel interrogation chair creaked, and the sound became louder and louder, and it seemed that Chin Sun was about to break free from the ground again. Two policemen, one picked up an electric baton, and the other picked up an explosion-proof fork, and rushed up to Chin Sun, and were about to hit him on the neck. Baga! Yuto Mikami was startled, and stood up and pushed his two men, and cursed in sea language. "What are you doing? Explosion-proof fork? Electric baton? Who told you to bring these things here? You are kidding me." He walked to the front of the table, grabbed the pepper spray, and threw it into the trash can. "You brought these messy things into the interrogation room. Did you get my permission? Do you still take me seriously? What do you think of me? What do you think of Mr. Chin?" The two policemen put down their equipment in disappointment, and looked at each other in confusion. "What's going on? Didn't Commander Mikami personally select this a few days ago? If we hadn't stopped you, you would have brought in something even more outrageous." Mikami Yuto opened the drawer, and took out a bunch of keys, walked behind Chin Sun to unlock the lock on the iron chain, and said angrily, "Do you know who Mr. Chin is? How dare you tie him up like a dog? He is a national treasure in Country C, a singer, composer, director, actor, philanthropist, father, poet. He is an all-round artist." Mikami Yuto unlocked the lock and threw it heavily on the table, making the iron chain rustle, said, "Is this your attitude towards artists? Which artist can withstand such torture? If you affect Mr. Chin's artistic cells, you will be sinners of all mankind." The two policemen looked at each other, not daring to speak. "A few days ago, who said that Chin Sun was a pervert, a devil, a murderer, and told us to stay alert and be ready to take Chin Sun down at any time? Who said that Chin Sun definitely has the ability to escape from prison, and at the critical moment, we should put an electric baton in his mouth to subdue him? Why is Chin Sun now praised as the light of mankind? Has the commander been interrogating for so many days, and the pressure is so great that he has schizophrenia?" Mikami Yuto threw the chain on the ground, and then untied all the locks on Chin Sun's hands and feet, even the handcuffs. He glanced at the red marks on Chin Sun's wrist, touched it gently, and sighed, "Mr. Chin, my subordinates are unreliable, and you have been wrong these days. Now I will take over your case personally. Your case is clear, and the evidence is complete. You can go back and rest. After a few days, when the process is completed, you can return to your country. I wish you a safe journey." Chin Sun looked at Mikami Yuto's sincere face, and wondered if he had a twin brother. Is this the same person as yesterday's manic patient? How can I be an actor? With a little effort from Yuto Mikami, he is at a level I cannot reach. He changes his face faster than a dog running away. He was so arrogant a few days ago, but so fawning today. Sure enough, those who fawn on the superiors will definitely bully the inferiors. Yuto Mikami, like a eunuch supporting the old Buddha, gently supported Chin Sun's arm with both hands, wanted to help him up, said, "Mr. Chin, you can go out now." Chin Sun waved his hand, shaking off Yuto Mikami's arm, said, "Go out? Go out for what? Only people with a clean identity can go out. How can a murder suspect like me go out? I'm here to wash away my sins." Locked up. Chin Sun was not being hypocritical, and didn't want to go out. It was because he took a lucky pill yesterday, which made Xia Shuheo the unlucky one, and put him in the detention center to keep him company. He still had 4 days to go in jail, and he was going to go out. It was a bit unfair. And Xia Shuheo was really interesting. He had shared a lot of club knowledge in the past few days, but he listened with a critical eye. He will have to spend several days in this prison. Chin Sun bent down to pick up the iron chain on the ground and wrapped it around himself. Wrapping it around and around. I was born in the year of the dog. And I love to wear iron chains. Mikami Yuto grabbed the iron chain and started to untie it, wrapping it around and around in the opposite direction, saying anxiously, "Ouch. Mr. Chin, how can you be a murder suspect? You are acting in self-defense. You are a hero who saves beautiful women. The light of the city that punishes evil. Kato Mizukin was unlucky to be killed by a black bear. And it was thanks to you that you controlled the black bear in time, leaving him with a few remains. You are a good person. The three of them deserve to die." Mikami Yuto untied the iron chain and threw it far away in the corner, grabbing Chin Sun's arm with both hands and trying to pull him out of the interrogation chair. But he couldn't pull him out. Chin Sun's body was tense. His feet landed on the ground like a big tree with roots. And he said, "I'm not going out. I'm quite comfortable here. I'm going to find inspiration in the detention center and use it in a movie later, called Excitement 1995. Mikami Yuto was anxious. He had never met someone who was more difficult to release from the detention center than to catch him. Today was really an eye-opener. No more. No more. I dare not look for inspiration. You sang your answer before, which dominated the charts in both Country C and Country J. What kind of movie are you going to conceive in the detention center? It's too exciting for me. Our small metropolitan police department can't afford it. Aren't you trying to kill me?" Mikami Yuto tried to pull Chin Sun hard, but he couldn't pull him out. He turned his head and glared at his two stunned subordinates, and said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Come and help." As soon as the words fell, the two policemen reacted, threw away the explosion-proof forks, electric batons, rolled up their sleeves and walked quickly. Mikami Yuto cursed. "Why are you rolling up your sleeves? Are you going to fight? Be more polite." The two policemen were stunned for a moment, put down their sleeves, and were very speechless. Does this Chin Sun look like a delicate girl? He can kill people with his shoulders. Would he be scared by us rolling up his sleeves? The two policemen walked over, cooperated with Mikami Yuto. Two of them grabbed his arms. One hugged his chest from behind, and pulled Chin Sun out of the chair. Hey, pull the carrots." But in order to satisfy Yuto Mikami's request to be more gentle, they didn't dare to use too much force with their hands, and their force was a little gentle. So, the scene was a little ambiguous. Chin Sun looked down at the pair of big hands that were almost caressing his chest, and his two hands tightly grasped the armrests of the chair, and raised his head and shouted, "Help! Help! The police are molesting the prisoners! Help! Help!" Chapter 1036. Don't be sad. I will come over often to bake you a duck. Chin Sun couldn't stand being touched anymore. He broke free from their hands and stood up. "Get out! Get out! Get out! You are so perverted." He walked to the interrogation table, sat down on the chair, put his feet on the table, and said, "I tell you, I have to stay in jail for at least 4 more days. I want to go out with my good buddy." Mikami Yuto thought of Sia Shuhei, who was stuffed in to keep Chin Sun company, and understood his concerns. He was a little embarrassed for a moment, sitting on the interrogation chair, and thinking with his head down. The two policemen looked at Chin Sun, who was crossing his legs on the interrogation table, and then looked at Yuto Mikami, who was bowing his head on the interrogation chair, and they were a little dazed for a moment. Tian Gang? Who is the criminal and who is the police? Did Chin Sun hold any evidence against Chief Mikami? There is a conspiracy. After a while, Yuto Mikami raised his head, pleading, and said, "Mr. Chin, I know your difficulties, but I can't do it. You must go out today. You don't know how big a public opinion storm your case has set off in the 2 countries. In Country C, hundreds of people have gathered at the embassy of Country J, holding banners and shouting slogans. If you don't go out today, I don't know if it will really become an international conflict tomorrow, attracting the attention of relevant departments of both countries. At that time, I will be in trouble." As he spoke, his tone softened and his eyes turned red. In J country, unemployment is a terrible thing. A man without a job has a very low status at home. Chin Sun glanced at him and took his legs off the table. He has always been soft-hearted and can't stand seeing a man cry. However, these will not really change his mind. What makes him nervous is that if the relevant departments of the 2 countries really take it seriously, then this case will definitely be reviewed again. Even the most powerful criminal investigation experts and interrogation masters of the 2 countries will be used. In the past few days, Mikami Yuto and his team focused their interrogation on Taishan Daxiong and Zhongyuan Hinata, and Kato Mizukin was just mentioned briefly. They couldn't imagine that a human could control a 200-pound black bear in 10 seconds, lift it to the top of his head, turn around and quickly catch up with Kato Mizukin, who was running dozens of meters away, and then smash it hard. They couldn't imagine Chin Sun's madness, just as humans can't imagine colors they haven't seen. But what if there are still masters in J country? Chin Sun stood up, put his hands behind his back, and said, "Before leaving, I need to say goodbye to my cellmate." Mikami Yuto's eyes lit up. "Yoshi. Yoshi." "No problem." He quickly stood up, ran to the door and opened it, looking at Chin Sun expectantly. Chin Sun walked out slowly. Mikami Yuto waited for his two men to come out, and immediately closed and locked the door, as if he was afraid that Chin Sun would get in again. He took the lead and led Chin Sun back to the detention room. On the way, Chin Sun felt uneasy, and said to Mikami Yuto, "My uncle is a good eater. After I leave, remember to improve his food. We don't like fish and shrimp. You can use some meat with more fat." Mikami Yuto nodded repeatedly, said, "No problem, no problem. I'll bake him a duck every now and then." Chin Sun was startled. Seeing that he was sincere, he laughed, said, that's fine. Just bake a duck." Detention room. Chin Sun and Xia Shuhei looked at each other. Chin Sun's eyes were evasive. "Uncle Hao, that's how it is. I don't want to, but there's nothing I can do." Xia Shuhei's eyes widened. "I came in to accompany you, and you left. Is there still law? Is there still law?" Chin Sun spread his hands, sighed, and consoled. "Uncle Hao, it's only 4 days, it will be over soon. When you're bored, you can sing the songs I taught you to relieve your boredom, and I've told them, they'll come every few days, to eat your good food." Xia Shuhei waved his hand. "Who wants to eat his good food? I prefer whoring to eating." Chin Sun. "It's almost the same." Outside the door, Mikami Yuto saw them. "You and me." But they couldn't reach an agreement, and was worried that Chin Sun would be left behind by Xia Shuhei. He walked in with his men, pulled Chin Sun out. Xia Shuhei came over, and 2 policemen immediately stepped forward and held him tightly. Xia Shuhei's eyes were red, and he shouted until he was hoarse. "Chin Sun!" Chin Sun was pulled out of the door, and was aroused by this voice to perform, turned his head, his eyes were red, and he couldn't hold back tears, and responded loudly. "Uncle Hao!" "Chin Sun! Uncle Hao!" Amid the heart-wrenching cries of the two, Chin Sun walked out of the detention room and into the corridor. His eyes were no longer red in an instant, and his tears disappeared. Mikami Yuto let go of his hand, with a look of admiration. "What a talent! He is worthy of being an actor." Xia Shuhei was still shouting loudly. "Chin Sun!" and sang loudly again. "I haven't been the eldest brother for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. Don't force me to miss you. Don't force me to cry, I will turn against you." Mikami Yuto walked to the door, and shouted to Xia Shuhei through the small window. "Don't be sad. I will come over often to bake you a duck." As soon as the words fell, Xia Shuhei was stunned. "So this is how you eat my food?" Mikami Yuto turned around, and saw Chin Sun's face was strange. He didn't know why, and he was too lazy to ask again. He made a gesture of invitation. Chin Sun walked out. Suddenly, Xia Shuhei's miserable singing came from the detention room. "I admit that I am inferior. I am really afraid of the dark. Whenever someone bakes duck, I always feel embarrassed." Chin Sun walked out of the Metropolitan Police Department under the escort of Mikami Yuto. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he was shocked. I saw that in the open space at the entrance of the courtyard, a red carpet of several dozen meters was laid from the entrance to the front. There was a brazier on the red carpet not far from him. In the middle of the red carpet, 7 or 8 policemen set up a cordon. Outside the cordon, the red carpet continued to extend for more than 10 meters, and 5 bodyguards wearing sunglasses and black suits stood on both sides. At the end of the red carpet, Xia Zheng, Lu Xiaoquan, Xia Ning, Lu Jingya, and even Xia Ning's grandmother and grandmother came. There were dozens of them standing there, looking at Chin Sun with a smile on their faces. Dozens of reporters holding cameras and long guns crowded around them. Seeing Chin Sun walk out of the gate, cheers broke out. "Chin Sun! Chin Sun! Here! Look here!" Flashes flashed. Chin Sun saw this scene and felt a little embarrassed. This must be the work of Mr. Xia. His aesthetics and the crooked-mouthed Dragon King are surprisingly consistent. Qin Sun took a deep breath, walked slowly on the red carpet, and walked to the fire basin. He knew that crossing the fire basin meant burning away the bad luck and misfortune of the past, and welcoming a new life and good luck. He didn't believe it, but it was not easy to reject someone's kindness. Qin Sun stepped over the fire basin. Chapter 1037. Do you think you are the godfather of the entertainment industry? You also want to be favored for a lifetime? Qin Sun just stepped over the fire pot. He heard 10 bodyguards shouting at the same time. Good luck, good luck. The voice was loud, causing a round of cheers from the people around. Qin Sun was startled. The fire pot under his crotch was hot. His crotch was cold, but his face was hot. Awkward. Too awkward. However, he did not show it. With a smile on his face, walked to the end of the red carpet step by step with firm steps. Halfway through the walk, there was a cordon in front of him. The 2 policemen looked behind Qin Sun, saw Mikami Yuto nod, and pressed the cordon to the ground. Qin Sun took a step over, and cheers rang out again. He quickly walked to the end of the red carpet, greeted everyone, and his eyes fell on Xia Ning. He reached out to touch his face, but she glared at him. Qin Sun had to put his hand down. Xia Zheng laughed, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning. Really? We old men have been busy and hard for so long. But we can't compare to Xia Ning's work at this station. Xia Ning's face was slightly hot, and she glared at Qin Sun again. Speak. Qin Sun, ah? What? Xia Ning was speechless. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandpa. Qin Sun came back to his senses, and thanked everyone in front of him one by one. Xia Zheng patted Qin Sun's shoulder. Boy, do you like the Grandpa's preparation for you? Qin Sun forced a smile. I like it, I love it. Xia Zheng was very satisfied and asked again. How is the food in the detention center? Xia Ning has been worried that you won't have enough food these days. Qin Sun replied. The food is not bad, there are meat, vegetables and rice, but most of the meat is fish and shrimp. I don't like it very much. But Uncle Hao should be able to eat roast duck a few times in the next few days. Xia Zheng laughed a few times, not caring about his disappointing son, pointing to the reporters who were taking pictures on the other side. Go and accept the interviews from the reporters. Give an explanation to the millions of fans in China who are looking forward to your safe return. Qin Sun nodded and walked towards the reporters. 5 bodyguards immediately trotted to Qin Sun's side, maintaining order for him, and stopping the reporters from frantically approaching him. Some policemen got a hint from Yuto Mikami, and also ran over to protect Qin Sun. Qin Sun walked in front of the reporters, quickly glanced, and found that there were actually 50 or 60 people, all holding cameras, video cameras, and microphones in front of him. They rushed forward and chattered to ask questions. One person said one sentence, and the words of dozens of people gathered together were like the scene of old ladies fighting for eggs. All you could hear was a noisy noise, and it was almost impossible to hear a complete sentence. He stood there inside, waiting for the reporters to quiet down. After a while, they were still shouting excitedly. Qin Sun was about to lose his patience. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning trotting to his side. Xia Ning faced a group of reporters, raised his hand high and waved. Quiet! Come one by one. The scene was still noisy. Xia Ning took Qin Sun's hand and pretended to leave. Now quiet down immediately. Xia Ning pointed his palm at a reporter in front of him, and looked at him firmly, and would never let the people around him misunderstand that he was looking at them. Mr. in the white t-shirt, please ask your question. The reporter was as happy as a concubine whose name was called. He stretched the microphone forward and asked loudly. Mr. Qin, do you have anything to say about your vindication? Qin Sun smiled and gave a routine answer. Although the innocent are innocent, I still want to thank my family, friends, fans, who have been running around for my cause and supporting me. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. The reporter wanted to ask more questions, but Xia Ning gave him a look that was so oppressive that he shut up. Xia Ning pointed to the next reporter. The reporter asked loudly, Mr. Qin, through Yi Lan's MV, we saw your terrifying skills. Many professionals have analyzed frame by frame and judged that you are one of the strongest fighters in the world. And you are also an amateur boxer with a kill record. Excuse me, how did you practice such a good martial arts? Qin Sun smiled and said, Wait a moment. As he said that, he turned and ran to Lu Xiaoquan, dragged him to the reporters, and said, Please allow me to introduce you to you. This is my master, Mr. Lu Xiaoquan. a master of external martial arts. I was able to kill Taishan Daxiong when he was on the back of his head. All thanks to my master's careful teaching of martial arts. Lu style Bajiquan. Strong, violent, and practical. If it weren't for his teaching, I might not be alive today. As soon as the words fell, the reporters took pictures of Lu Xiaoquan. Lu Xiaoquan put his hands behind his back, with no expression on his face, looking like a hidden master. But he was a little excited in his heart. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, but there is no second in martial arts. Most people who have mastered martial arts are confident and like fame. He is not immune to vulgarity. When he was young, he was praised by the villagers for his strong will. Later, he went out to fight and caused some troubles with his martial arts. After that, he became low-key. But the martial spirit engraved in his bones is still there, now being photographed by dozens of reporters. Lu Xiaoquan actually feels like he has got what he wanted. Grandmaster of external martial arts? I deserve it. Suddenly, a voice shouted without following the rules. Mr. Lu, do you think Qin Sun's boxing skills have reached the level of master? Lu Xiaoquan looked in the direction of the voice, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, my disciple is extremely talented, but he is lazy. So far, he has only practiced boxing at a level of 70% or 80%. Master? Yes. And no. If he can be more diligent, maybe one day he can reproduce the style of the king of Western Chu who could defeat 100 men. When Lu Xiaoquan said that Qin Sun could one day be as good as Xiangyu, who could defeat 100 men, there was a cry of surprise at the scene, and another crackling sound. Lu Xiaoquan turned and left in the flickering lights. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Qin Sun and nodded with a smile. When he returned to Xiaozheng, Lu Xiaoquan still had his hands behind his back, and his chest was even straighter. Seeing this, Xiaozheng said in a sarcastic tone, Yo, Grandmaster, even your posture is different. You are still defeated by me. Lu Xiaoquan. Damn. If I win once with a homemade gun, he will blame me for the rest of my life? If it weren't for his old age, I would have to beat his bones to pieces. And yo, he is more sarcastic than women. On Qin Sun's side, Xia Ning signaled another reporter to ask a question. This was a female reporter, who asked loudly, Qin Sun, the internet had previously uploaded that you were Yilan's liquor. But after Yilan sang your answer yesterday, and used the video of you killing someone, in self-defense to make an MV and released it to the entire internet, it was her help that caused a huge storm on the internet, and made your case of injustice a topic of public discussion. You were able to come out today, and she may have contributed to it. Now netizens are saying that she is your liquor. In this regard, do you have anything to say to her? Qin Sun thought for a moment, and said with a serious face, First of all, thank her. He paused, and continued, However, I can't promise her my body. I can only promise her to be favored in the entertainment industry for a lifetime. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun. Oh, you still promise her to be favored for a lifetime? Do you really think you are the godfather of the entertainment industry? You? Suddenly, Xia Ning looked down and found that Qin Sun was holding her hand tightly. Click, click. A flash of lights flashed. Chapter 1038 Qin Sun saved me once. I will save him forever. The news of Qin Sun's release from prison soon spread back to China, and successfully topped the hot search again. As soon as Su Luoluo got the news, he posted a thank you notice on Qin Sun's official Douyin account. People who have been concerned about this case in the past 2 days, especially the fans who have been in and out of the internet, are very happy. They feel that they have won a great victory, and they have left messages in the comment area of Qin Sun's Douyin. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. I showed Yilan's MV to the second uncle, who had a cerebral thrombosis in the east of our village. He only took 5 seconds, 4 of which were spent drooling, and the other second to judge that Qin Sun was not guilty. The judicial efficiency of J country is too slow. He is out. He is finally out. Qin Sun, you are finally out. That? He didn't seem to be in jail for many days. Why do you say it as if he was sentenced to 25 years and released on parole? Get out. You fake fan. Every second my brother is in there sewing, my heart is bleeding. Did you hear what Qin Sun said? Without us, he wouldn't be where he is today. What a grateful person he is. How could he be a murderer? Brother, I understand your feelings. But isn't this just a polite remark? Chin Sun said it very sincerely. The J Country Police Department almost caused my C Country to lose a general. Chin Sun's master said that Chin Sun's martial arts still have room for improvement. He may be able to defeat 100 people in the future. He can kill a person with one punch? He still needs to improve? You want to improve so much? I'm so scared. Pa. I'm a 1,000-man killer. Chin Sun, please come back soon. Don't leave your offspring in J Country. Your excellent genes can't be fed to dogs. Remember this, if you have to collapse one day, you can only collapse in the Bass Center, and never anywhere else. Chin Sun, you show your affection in front of the camera. Are you worthy of Yilan? And are you worthy of my mother? Yilan's luxurious large flat. She was lying on the sofa, watching Douyin, and saw Chin Sun had released it, and immediately hid the MV on her social account. Wang Chui found out and asked, Sister Yi, the official didn't ask you to remove the video, and you took such a big risk to release it. Now is the time to get huge traffic. Why did you take it down? Yilan was lying on the sofa in a loose pajamas, looking at the ceiling, and didn't answer Wang Chui's question immediately. She was in a daze for a long time. And then she said, Sister Wang, people on the internet say I am his liquor. I don't admit it. You say I am? Wang Chui looked embarrassed, and did not answer. Yilan showed a bitter smile. Sometimes not answering is also an answer. Wang Chui saw Yilan's smile and comforted her. You are different after all, others are liquors, and end up with nothing. At least you got a promise of being favored for a lifetime. Yilan turned her head to look at Wang Chui, stunned for a moment, and then laughed softly. There are prerequisites. Promise me to be favored in the entertainment industry for a lifetime, not to spoil me for a lifetime. She sighed. How can a little brother like Chin Sun have such strong boyfriend power? I think Xiaoning, a cold and beautiful iceberg beauty, is almost spoiled by him. Wang Chui did not dare to take up the conversation, and continued to return to the previous topic. Sister Yi, with your help, Chin Sun came out so quickly, he now promises you to be favored for a lifetime. Do you want me to contact him? Ask him for a few songs, a few movie contracts? Yilan glanced at Wang Chui, and said nothing. She put her hands on the back of her head, looking at the dazzling white on the ceiling, been silent for a long time, and said, Sister Wang, I am actually quite happy that Chin Sun has been in jail these days. At least it proves that I still have some value. You know my life story. After my mother passed away, I was taken back to my grandmother's house, but I was always ignored. I have always been a transparent person. When I was 13 or 14 years old, I reached puberty, I began to rebel, and was always looking for a sense of existence, so I plunged into the entertainment industry, thinking that being in the spotlight always gives me a strong sense of existence. As a result, Chin Sun gave me a few songs that made me the top of the entertainment industry, but my heart was still empty, so I might as well die. In the end, I didn't die, because it was so uncomfortable to be choked by water. That night, Chin Sun sang a song Daylily Flower for me. I cried for a while, and my heart was no longer blocked. I felt like I had returned to my soul. She turned her head, looked at Wang Chui, and said seriously, Chin Sun saved me once. I will save him forever. Wang Chui looked at Yilan's eyes, moved, sympathetic, and pursed her lips tightly, not knowing what to say. After Yilan was rescued, she had thought many times, why did Chin Sun save Yilan? After thinking about it, Wang Chui discovered a terrible fact. Actually, in Chin Sun's view, it should be no big deal. If the person who jumped into the river was Song Ying, her assistant Wang Chui, or a passerby named Zhang, Chin Sun would still resolutely jump into the river to save people. Chin Sun looks like a loser, but he is actually a good person at heart. Although he is not a good person, 55% of his personality should be good and shining, and the remaining 45% is bad and oozing. Just when Wang Chui was full of emotion, Yilan was lying on the sofa, holding up the collar of her pajamas, looking inside, and frowned. White, round, elastic and tender. Chin Sun really doesn't want to pinch it. Wang Chui. She stood up in shock, her voice trembling. Sister Yi, although this is in your own home, you, pay attention to your image. Yilan laughed out loud. Very happy. It's all women playing tricks. Chin Sun and his group returned to the B&B. It was not yet noon. After reporting his safety to his family, he took a shower, and lay on the bed wearing only a pair of shorts, playing with his phone. After a while, Xiaoning pushed the door in and closed it. Qin Sun smiled, and got up to close the curtains, but heard Xia Ning say, "Hey, no hurry." He turned around, and saw that Xia Ning had opened the door again. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning in confusion. Xia Ning avoided his gaze, and explained in a low voice, "I'm just here to chat with you. Other people are chatting downstairs, or taking a walk in the woods, as if they deliberately left us some time alone. I feel a little pressured, and I feel like they arranged for me to pay you back with my body. It's embarrassing." Qin Sun smiled, opened the curtains, let the sunlight in, and went to bed, and patted the bed beside him. "If you don't want to come, then don't come. Come up and chat if you want." Xia Ning got on the bed carefully. She wasn't wearing casual clothes, and sat next to Qin Sun without even unbuckling her belt. Seeing Qin Sun smiling at her, she felt flustered and regretted not closing the door. A man and a woman alone. A burning fire. Sometimes it is not easy to control. Xia Ning took out her phone and found many messages popping up in the WeChat group. She clicked on them and laughed. "Qin Sun, look at the messages in the group. You are being attacked. Chapter 1039 What's done? I don't understand what you're saying." Qin Sun took the phone and looked down. A group called, "Don't call me," had messages popping up constantly. He slid his finger up and started to read from the beginning. It was Song Ying who jumped out to express dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by being favored for a lifetime? Who is favored for a lifetime? Sister Xia Ning, listen to what Brother Qin Sun said. Does she still take you seriously? Does she still take me seriously? Although I don't have many fans, there are still 8 million. Not only did I repost Sister Yilan's MV, I also sang a version of your answer myself. Why did Brother Qin Sun allow Sister Yilan to be favored for a lifetime? I didn't even get a hair. Do I have hair? I don't. Sister Xia Ning, you must make Brother Qin Sun give me an explanation. You must give me a piece of tape." When Qin Sun saw these words, he could already imagine Song Ying jumping up and down in the dormitory and kicking the trash can. He pulled himself in, picked up his phone, and sent a message inside. "Okay, I'll satisfy you. I'll give you a piece of tape, and I'll allow you to be favored for half your life." Song Ying immediately replied, and sent a voice message. Qin Sun clicked it. Song Ying's voice was very excited. "Brother Qin Sun, you're here too? I was possessed by a ghost just now. So I dared to ask for a piece of tape, but since you've allowed me to be favored for half my life, then I'll just obey you. I'll die after living half my life. He. Brother Qin Sun, I don't want to be an internet celebrity anymore. I want to be a star." Qin Sun knew that she wanted to get into the entertainment industry, and the internet celebrity circle was just a transition. If she didn't give in to him, she would have to find another way to get into the circle. The entertainment industry is too chaotic. This idiot will be eaten up sooner or later. He frowned and pondered. Xia Ning saw through his thoughts and said, "The entertainment industry is indeed not suitable for girls, but the internet celebrity circle is actually more chaotic. She can maintain her 8 million fans for nearly a year, which shows that she is not that stupid. Uzi Film and Television Company is recruiting people, or sign her directly." Qin Sun hesitated, nodded. "That's fine." He picked up the phone and replied to a voice message. "After I return to China, you sign a contract with Uzi Film and Television Company. I will tailor an album of 10 classic songs for you, and a literary film that will definitely win awards, and you will be the heroine. You will be the most popular female star in the second half of this year. Soon." Song Ying sent a voice message. Wow. I'm rich. Thank you, Brother Qin Sun." Then, she said more than a dozen emojis of kowtow and thanks. Suddenly, Qin Sun noticed that one person was missing from the group. Clicking on the group members, Yilan had already left the group. He looked embarrassed and asked Xia Ning, "Should I have added one after the most popular female star?" Xia Ning, "I should, but it doesn't matter." Yilan is narrow-minded. After a while, and could send a message. Brother returned safely but didn't even think to report it in the group, making others wait anxiously. Now it seems that our concern is a bit redundant. Qin Sun was startled and replied, "Hello. T." And Ku replied, "Look, I just said a few more words, and brother is like this. Forget it. I was too talkative." Qin Sun replied again, "Stupid." And Ku replied again, "If brother has this attitude, it's better to ignore me directly, which makes me seem unreasonable." Wang Hui replied with one word. 6. Qin Sun simply ignored him. You can't win by chatting with a yin-yang master. And this Yin-Yang master has been recognized by the female academic master of Beijing University. Qin Sun turned to ask Xia Ning, "Are you women born to talk like an ke?" Xia Ning shook her head. "How is that possible? Women hate women like this." She paused and continued. "However, most women also want to be such women. When they face men, they are calm and composed, and everything is under control." Qin Sun snorted coldly. "If you want to play with a man, just play with a man. You said it so literary." Xia Ning. In the group, Monsieur sent another message. She first sent some festive emojis, and then sent a paragraph. "Congratulations to the boss for returning safely. The tavern is full again today. It's only noon and it's full. I'm exhausted from working non-stop these days. When will you come to inspect the store? Now the customers only know me as the boss lady, and don't know you as the emperor. If you don't come, I will blacklist your store." Qin Sun replied. Another day, another day. The group was quiet. After a while, Qin Sun got bolder. His hand quietly touched Xia Ning's thigh under the quilt, carefully scratched it with his fingers, and was ready to explore further when she didn't refuse. Suddenly, the message sounded again. Xia Ning picked up the phone and adjusted her sitting position, pressing Qin Sun's hand under her buttocks. "Qin Sun?" Xia Ning picked up the phone and looked at it. His face became a little weird. The message in the group was from Qiao Lele. "Boss, are you guys done? Lolo and I arrived at the lobby of the B&B." Xia Ning had something on her mind. She held Qin Sun's hand tighter, put down her phone, picked up Qin Sun's message and replied. "What do you mean? Done? I don't understand what you're saying." She put down her phone, lifted the quilt, got out of bed, tidied her clothes in front of the mirror, walked out the door, said, "Lulu and Luo are downstairs, and it's almost time for dinner. Let's go down." Qin Sun got up angrily, put on his clothes, and followed Xia Ning away, said unhappily, "Ning Ning, do you know that the longer you suppress your energy, the stronger your explosive power will be? You're going to suffer tonight." Xia Ning paused, then quickened her pace, bringing up a gust of wind. Qin Sun was startled. "Oh, Lingbo Weibu?" Xia Ning and Qin Sun walked into the hall one after the other. Then Su Luoluo suddenly jumped up, rushed towards Qin Sun, and found it was not appropriate halfway through. So she threw herself into Xia Ning's arms, hugged her tightly, and said with sobs, "Sister Xia Ning, I was scared to death these days." Xia Ning gently patted Su Luoluo's back, comforting her. "It's okay. It's okay. Don't cry anymore." Su Luoluo snuggled in Xia Ning's arms, looking at Qin Sun with a pair of tearful eyes, and said, I almost lost my job." "Qin Sun?" He was a little touched, but he snorted when he heard this and said, "Student Su, this time, I won't report the travel expenses." Su Luoluo wiped her tears on Xia Ning's chest, nodded, and said, "Okay, no problem." Qin Sun was a little annoyed when he saw her invading his territory. He reached out and grabbed Xia Ning's arm and pulled her to his side, and said to Su Luoluo, "Okay, that's enough. You're so old and still cry so much." Su Luoluo was startled, and immediately stopped crying. A gentle laugh sounded around. Qin Sun looked and found Xia Zheng, Lu Xiaoquan, Xia Shujie, Lu Jingya and others sitting in the hall, all looking up at this side. Suddenly, Qiao Lele took out a booklet from his backpack and ran to him, saying, "Master Qin, I have good news for you. We didn't slack off during your absence. These are the new trainees recruited by Yuzi Film and Television Company. They are all selected according to your requirements. Some beauties with big breasts, thin waists and long legs. Do you think you are satisfied?" The laughter around disappeared. The hall was quiet. A dozen people looked at Qin Sun silently. Qin Sun's eyes fell on the booklet of beauties in Qiao Lele's hand. It was not right to take it, nor was it right to not take it. Chapter 1040. Do you want all men? Xia Shujie sat up straight and stretched his neck to look at Qin Sun. He was dissatisfied with Qin Sun for two reasons before. One was that Qin Sun did not respect him before. The other was that Qin Sun was too lustful. The rumors on the internet made him feel uneasy. He told Lu Jingya and others about his concerns several times, but they said he thought too much. Now Qin Sun's assistant came directly with a booklet, saying that the newly recruited employees were all beauties with big breasts, thin waists and long legs. Wasn't he caught red-handed? Xia Shujie quietly bumped Lu Jingya with his elbow, but was glared at. He is a bit innocent. Before you said I have no evidence. I think all of them out of thin air, staring at me constantly. The evidence is conclusive now. Do you still stare at me? There are some quiet in the hall. Xiao Lele held a booklet. Look at Qin Sun. Seeing him never pick up, I realized that I found out that I said something wrong. And I work so hard. Is it going to be fired? Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's face embarrassing. Pick up the card in the hand of Xiao Lele. Don't get me wrong, it's all mine. She opened the booklet, the eye-catching beauty mocha. After flipping through a few pictures, she nodded in satisfaction and deliberately said loudly, Lulu, the trainees you selected are all very good. Young, beautiful and well-built. You can tell at a glance that there are potential stars among them. She continued to flip through the pictures and saw a man with abdominal muscles. She praised again. Well, this young man is also very good. Maybe he can be made into the next Bai Hong by Qin Sun. Look at this man with a jade-like face, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and abdominal muscles. 8 packs. Qin Sun? He walked to Xia Ning's side, quietly glanced at Mocha, wrote down the man's name, and made up his mind. Luo Xiang? It is impossible for him to pass the probation period and have 8-pack abs? You are breaking the law. You know? Su Luoluo saw Xia Ning praising Xiao Lele, and thought of how Qin Sun had just told her not to cry, and felt that she was going to fall out of favor, so she decided to do something. She stepped forward and said to Xia Ning loudly, Sister Xia Ning, I have also interviewed a few people here, and they all strictly followed Mr. Qin's requirements. In addition to being good-looking, they are also very coquettish, very wild, and very cheap. I asked them to wear those revealing cosplay costumes, and they didn't hesitate at all, and all put them on, and they spoke the lines of the two-dimensional characters with great emotion. Qin Sun? Very coquettish. Very wild. Very cheap. These were indeed the original words I gave them. But as a golden assistant, shouldn't I polish my words? How can I just use them directly? How can a woman say slutty all the time? Qin Sun raised his head, looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were on his face, and knew that he couldn't get rid of it even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If I had known earlier, I might as well stay in the detention center and discuss club tricks with Xia Shuheo. Now my image that just became tall and tall has collapsed immediately. I'm only handsome for 3 seconds. Xia Ning heard Su Luolu's words, a little helpless, sighed quietly, closed the book, and said loudly with a smile, Well, very good. Yuzi Film and Television Company needs confident, free-spirited, passionate, and smart and unrestrained talents. She handed the booklet back to Xiao Lele, turned to face the crowd, and said with a smile, I'll tell you a secret. Didn't Qin Sun study making games at Jingcheng University before? Actually, this is true. Qin Sun has acquired a game company and changed its name to Hamiyu. They are making a second-dimensional character exploration and development game according to Qin Sun's idea. When the game is released, we need a lot of beautiful cosplayers to play the roles. For second-dimensional female characters, they dress a little cooler. We are casting in advance. She laughed a few times. No one responded. It was so embarrassing. Everyone looked at Xia Ning, and then at Qin Sun in bewilderment. Although Xia Ning herself did not believe it, in order to wash away the stigma of Qin Sun being a pervert, she had to make her family believe that there was indeed such a game. She looked at Qin Sun, and asked for some details, saying, Qin Sun, what were the names of those characters you told me before that would definitely become super popular? What type? Is it cool to wear? Qin Sun knew that this was Xia Ning giving himself a way out, explaining to everyone why he chose the slutty girl with big breasts, thin waist and long legs. He had played Genshin Impact on Earth, and the system gave him a huge amount of information about Genshin Impact in the Genshin Impact gift pack. He turned to Xia Zheng and talked non-stop. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunts. This game is called Genshin Impact. It is an exploration and adventure game, and it mainly relies on players to draw cards to make money. Most of them draw cards for their own sexual preferences. So the character design is the first priority, and the appearance is the top priority, because many players regard these characters as their two-dimensional wives. I designed some characters that will definitely gain super popularity. For example, a girl named Funina. She is a lonely and painful person who has played the role of a god for 500 years. Fair skin, beautiful appearance, good temperament, long, white and thin legs. Also, a sister of General Lei Dian, drawing a sword on her chest. The glimmer of light is merciless. Fair skin. Beautiful appearance. Good temperament. Long. White. Thin legs. Also, Neshida, a little lowly, bounces when fighting. Fair skin. Beautiful appearance. Good temperament. Long. White. Thin legs. Also, Hu Tao, specializes in sending people to the afterlife. Qin Sun lists them all. As he was talking, Qin Sun found that Xia Ning quietly moved away from him. And the eyes of the people looking at him became more and more strange. His voice became softer. And gradually disappeared. Xia Shujia stood up and asked with a frown. So, you designed so many two-dimensional wives for yourself according to your inner thoughts? All of them are white-skinned, beautiful, and have good temperament. And their legs are white, long and thin? Qin Sun looked embarrassed. That? There are also men, Xia Shujia. Do you want all men? Qin Sun?